I resent the female CEO of the imperial capital to the depths of my being for having desecrated my grave. She knelt before the grave. With your wet hands, you cradle my face and kiss me. Kissing me. With your wet hands, you cradle my face and kiss me. The esteemed young master of the Fong family has fallen prey to the charms of a superficial woman. Ultimately, it culminated in a fate akin to being cast into the depths of the sea. Just as my soul is on the brink of dissolution, a stunningly elegant figure approached my grave. My pupils suddenly constrict, like self-congealed ice. Had she not been utterly disillusioned with me at that wedding? Bai Ningbing gently cradled my face with both hands, slowly lifting it from the coffin, and then let it descend once more into the depths. I am somewhat astonished. The way I have become is so repugnant that even I find it revolting. How could she bear to return to such a state? The self-congealed ice languidly licked. Are you on? Even if you have succumbed, I shall leave upon you the essence that is uniquely mine. My body was brought back by Bai Ningbing, preserved within an ice coffin. In pursuit of vengeance on my behalf, Bai Ningbing resorted to the most cruel methods, tormenting and causing anguish to the true perpetrator behind my suffering. I gazed at her in a daze. My wife has betrayed me. My father, mother, and sister remain indifferent to the reports of my plight. Instead, it is the self-congealed ice, the woman I have long harbored resentment towards, who unexpectedly takes it upon herself to avenge me. After avenging my grievances, I find solace in my icy coffin, with my wrist delicately severed by self-inflicted frost. Awakening once more, I find myself transported back to the day of my wedding. On this day, in a previous life, Zhen Ningbing came to seize the marriage. In the end, I resorted to coercion, threatening Bai Ningbing with my very life. That day, Bai Ningbing gazed at me for an extended period. Very well, as you wished, I shall allow you to marry Zhou Wanwan. Bai Ningbing departed, accompanied by her bodyguard. I have happily married Zhou Wanwan, and from that moment on, C.I. Ningbing has vanished from my sight forever. I clench my fist. This day marks a pivotal turning point. I stepped out from my chamber. The Fong family sat solemnly on the sofa, their demeanor heavy with restraint. The atmosphere in the living room was laden with tension. My biological mother, Jiang Shuqin, gazed deeply and inquired, "Have you resolutely decided to marry Zhou Wanwan?" I calmly stated, "It is." Good. Fan Yuan, you truly are remarkable. Jiang Shuqin, displaying her teeth. Jiang Shuqin, showcasing her smile. How did our Fong family produce someone like you? Such a shameless being? As the eldest son of the Fong family, you dare to marry into another family. If you dare to wed Zhou Wanwan today, then you need not return to the Fong family ever again. Fong Zheng's eyes gleamed with realization. Could it be that mother intends to expel Fong Yuan from the Fong family? Indeed, it appears to be just as he had orchestrated. He anonymously engaged in a transaction with Zhou Wanwan, bestowing upon her 3 million, with the stipulation that she marry Fong Yuan. Beside him, Fong Chong was smoking, the smoke curling upwards in a lazy dance. If you do not marry her today, you remain a member of the Fong family. You should call Zhou Wanwan now to annul the engagement. If the news spreads that Fong Yuan, the eldest son of Fong Chong, has taken on the role of son-in-law, where will Fong Chang's dignity reside? I solemnly declare that today I shall marry her. The wedding shall not be cancelled. With a resounding thud, Fong Chong forcefully struck the tabletop. Fong Yuan, I am your biological father. Do you not heed my words? My sardonic retort. You and mother, how many sisters do you have? Do you truly regard me as your son? I cast a frigid gaze over those relatives seated upon the sofa, those who share a blood bond with me. From a tender age, I was abducted, finding myself cast away in an orphanage. In that institution, merely having sufficient food and warm clothing became my fervent aspirations until the year I turned 13. Fong Chong sought me out, declaring that I was the son he had lost for many years. In that moment, a wave of joy swept over me, for I believed I had finally found a family. Upon returning to the Fong family, in my endeavor to assimilate into this household, I went to great lengths to curry favor with its members. Yet, from the very beginning, they regarded me with prejudice, believing me to be a product of the orphanage, an individual devoid of parental guidance and refinement, unworthy of their esteemed lineage. It was only when I ventured forth that I came to a profound realization. In their eyes, I was deemed lesser than a mere outsider. Fang Chong exclaimed in anger. I never anticipated that I would raise an ungrateful wretch as my son. You believe you have matured and possess the capability, do you? Then leave the Fong family at once. If you have the audacity, never return for the rest of your life. I walk away with an impassive expression. Fong El spoke in a deep voice. Before departing, please sign this agreement of relations. I cast a glance at the lawyer beside me, a sardonic smile escaping my lips. It was evident that they were eager to see me depart. Without a moment's hesitation, I affixed my signature to the severance agreement. Perfectly so, for I harbored no desire to remain entangled with them any longer. Armed with the dissolution of ties, I resolutely made my exit. The wedding this time was requested by Luo Huang Quan to be kept exceedingly simple. Only a modest ceremony was conducted, devoid of a groomsman entourage, a bridal party, and any traditional procession to fetch the bride. Moreover, the guest list was limited exclusively to the members of the Zhou family and the Fong family. As the time approached, Luo Huang Quan reappeared at the wedding reception, her face flushed with a rosy glow. Fang Yuan, she said, I was utterly exhausted earlier, having dozed off at the shop. Fortunately, I made it just in time, having hurried over. I instantly recognized Luo Huang Quan's visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment in my previous life when I apprehended her and Fang Zheng. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Fang Zheng approached with a red envelope in hand. Brother, mother and father are still upset and preoccupied, so I'm attending your wedding with sister-in-law alone, bearing this envelope. Luo Huang Quan accepted the red envelope and exchanged a fleeting glance with him. Fang Zheng harbored a hint of mischief in his eyes. Brother, I shall refrain from interrupting you and your wife any further. I will take my leave now. I let out a cold chuckle. Now is not the time. In this rebirth, I shall personally ensure that Fang Zheng and Luo Huang Quan pay the price. At this moment, within the confines of the vehicle, Bai Ningbing chuckled upon reading the message. She had been contemplating granting him a measure of freedom, hoping to alleviate his resistance towards her. Yet, to her astonishment, he was intent on marrying another woman. In light of this revelation, she resolved to confine him, transforming him into a canary with broken wings. Assistant Jiang Qing cautiously inquired whether they should first place a call to young Master Fong to ask, or perhaps summon him out. Self-congealing, Ice chuckled softly. Why complicate matters? Simply seize the opportunity. Such disobedience, he should indeed face the consequences. Before the woman in his heart, he ought to reveal that he belongs to her. Jiang Qing was taken aback. Indeed, I fear that your brazen attempt to seize the wedding will provoke a fierce resistance from young Master Fong. She worried that Fang Yuan, feeling pressured, might resort to desperate measures. Bai Ningbing's voice, laced with an icy chill, proclaimed, even if he were to choose to end his own life, I would not allow another woman to lay claim to him. He belongs solely to me. At the wedding banquet, the MC gently recited the vows. Mr. Fang Yuan, do you take Miss Luo Huang Quan to be your lawfully wedded wife? All eyes are upon me. Fang Zheng proudly holds the red, as Fang Yuan revels in his triumph. Oh, Fang Yuan, once you marry Luo Huang Quan, your fate shall be irrevocably sealed. I gazed at the doorway with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Why had Zini Bing not yet arrived? If she truly had exchanged rings with Luo Huang Quan, then regardless of how fervently I pledged my loyalty later, it would all be in vain. Seeing that I have not responded for some time, whispers began to circulate below. What is the matter? Why does he appear somewhat reluctant? You are overthinking it. Fang Yuan appears submissive before Huang Quan. How could he possibly be unwilling? The host skillfully navigated the situation. Mr. Fang Yuan, do you consent? Once again, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Luo Huang Quan's expression dimmed. Fang Yuan, what are you daydreaming about? Quickly respond and assure me. I irritably admonished her to be quiet. Luo Huang Quan widened her eyes in astonishment. How dare Fang Yuan raise his voice at her? The host experiences a slight headache. Initially, the guests are reluctant to offer their blessings. Now, the groom remains unresponsive regarding his willingness to proceed. He has never encountered such a challenging wedding before. Helplessly, he can only grasp the microphone and repeat once more, Mr. Fong, do you take Miss Luo as your wedded wife? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. He was reluctant. My eyes instantly sparkled. It was Bai Ningbing who had arrived. Before the eye, a dozen bodyguards stand vigilantly on either side of the crimson carpet. Adorned in evening gowns, women grace the scene, while at the center, a figure clad in elegant attire glides forth with poise. The emergence of self-congealing ice captivated everyone's attention in an instant. They gasped in awe, their eyes filled with wonder. It was simply breathtaking. Fang Zheng gazed in astonishment at Bai Ningbing. He had encountered countless beauties, yet it was his first time beholding a woman of such extraordinary allure. Fang Zheng's thoughts began to stir, and his gaze upon Bai Ningbing was imbued with an unwavering determination to possess her. Standing upon the circular platform, Zhou Wanwan wore an expression of jealousy. She was the belle of Qing University, yet in the presence of this woman, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Bai Ningbing, gracefully stepping in her high heels, ascended the stairs to the stage. With deliberate enunciation, she declared, Fang Yuan is unwilling to wed any other woman. Zhou Wanwan, suppressing her fear, inquired, Who are you? Today marks the day of my wedding with Fang Yuan. What brings you here? Bai Ningbing cast a fleeting glance at her, merely regarding her as an insignificant ant, and chose to ignore her. Yuan, you are truly disobedient. How dare you come to wed another woman without my consent? The crowd gazed wide-eyed, their hair tousled by the wind. How sought after is this lad Fang Yuan? First, Wanwan insisted on marrying him, and now, a woman of ethereal beauty has come to claim him. Bai Ningbing gently parted her red lips. Since Yuan is so disobedient, I can only bring you back to the cage I have crafted for you. Yuan, you're no longer free. Regarding this scene, I have rehearsed countless times in advance. I am willing to follow you. Before I could finish my words, a single finger of Bai Ningbing pressed against my lips. Do not speak. Then, holding a cup filled with a scarlet liquid, Bai Ningbing took the crimson concoction into her mouth, savoring its essence. Bai Ningbing poured the liquid into my glass, and the air around me was filled with the enchanting fragrance that emanated from her. I felt a slight intoxication taking hold of me, and my mind began to grow hazy. Bai Ningbing whispered, Yuan, my mind is consumed by despair. I had intended to use this wedding to pledge my devotion to Bai Ningbing, only to be utterly bewildered by her presence. The notion of marrying Zhou Wanwan has become inextricably linked to my predicament. Upon my return, Bai Ningbing will undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon me. I attempted to articulate my explanation, yet as soon as I uttered a single erroneous word, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhou Wanwan widened her eyes in astonishment. He's my groom. How could you possibly render him unconscious before everyone? Xiling Ice gazed intently at the woman before her, noting the delicate slenderness of her neck, fragile enough to snap with the slightest twist. The enchanting allure in her beautiful eyes hinted at a dangerous desire, an urge to possess her. Yet, she was acutely aware that Yuan would despise her for such thoughts. A tumult of emotions surged within Xiling Ice as she spoke with a frosty demeanor. I advise you to keep your distance from him, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that one day I might not be driven to eliminate you. Zhou Wanwan felt a chill enveloping her entire body. This was unacceptable. She could not allow this woman to whisk her away from the wedding. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Where are the security personnel? The security personnel, witnessing such a spectacle, dared not approach. Not a single soul had the courage to remain on the scene. Bai Ningbing led me away, while all the bodyguards withdrew. The guests murmured amongst themselves. This lad Fang Yuan is truly fortunate. The tone of several young men dripped with envy, wishing they could take his place. Dressed in a white wedding gown, Zhou Wanwan watched in despair as her groom was taken away by another woman. Hearing the guests compare her unfavorably to that woman, Zhou Wanwan felt a surge of fury boiling within her. It was the first time she had endured such humiliation. Stamping her foot, she thought, Fang Yuan's heart belongs solely to me. What does it matter if this woman has taken him away? As long as I beckon to him, he will return to me, wagging his tail like a loyal dog, seeking my affection. Night garden. Steward Wang paced anxiously in the garden. I had thought Fang Yuan would discern the gravity of the situation and cease his flight. Alas, it was merely a facade. As soon as the young lady departed abroad, he seized the opportunity to wed another woman. By acting in this manner, Master Fang is certain to incite the young lady's wrath. The other servants in the night garden wore faces etched with despair. This time, the young lady was sure to unleash the most formidable wrath in history. As Bai Ningbing's carriage entered the estate, Everyone felt their hearts leap in trepidation. Butler Wang stepped forward, respectfully opening the car door. He cast a glance at me, unconscious in the back seat, and silently offered a prayer on my behalf. Bai Ningbing remained silent as she led me into the bedroom. She sat before me, gently caressing my face. Ah Yuan, how wonderful it would be if you could always be as obedient as you are now. Why is it that you cannot harbor affection for me? I witnessed the kindness you bestow upon other women, and it drives me to the brink of madness with jealousy. Bai Ningbing gazed at me for a prolonged moment, before abruptly rising to her feet. She can no longer remain in that place. The image of me standing alongside Zhou Huang Quan in our wedding attire filled her mind. Bai Ningbing stepped outside to prepare a coffin, one that could accommodate 2 individuals. Butler Wang was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, what is this?" Bai Ningbing, with a composed voice, commanded that regardless of who goes first, we shall ensure that the other is brought to an end. They too must be united. Butler Wang appeared heavy-hearted. "Miss, are you afraid that I might take my own life? If I were to do so, she would follow me into the coffin as well." At this moment, I gazed at the ceiling with a sense of profound despair, utterly captivated by the enigma of Bai Ningbing. All my meticulously crafted plans lay in disarray. I sighed, deeply having just returned to life. I found myself thrust into a hellish mode from the very outset. The bathroom resounds with a cacophony. My thoughts begin to stir and awaken. I must take the initiative before it's too late. Bai Ningbing emerged from the bathroom, clad in a robe, her bare feet gliding silently across the floor. I abruptly surged forward, pinning her against the wall. Under the icy demeanor, she instinctively grasped my neck. Upon realizing it was me, she loosened her grip, yet in such intimate proximity, her heart raced uncontrollably. "I would like to discuss matters pertaining to the wedding with you." Bai Ningbing, at the brink of despair, "I have shattered the wedding between you and the woman you cherish. Yuan, do you harbor great resentment towards me?" I shook my head. "There is no hatred. Even if you do not enchant me, I would still willingly follow you." "Truly." Bai Ningbing let out a soft chuckle. "Yuan truly knows how to charm others, doesn't he? Are you perhaps afraid of me, Zhou Huang? Is that why you are here, performing for me? No matter what I say, it seems to be wrong. If I express hatred towards her, she will become irrational. If I claim I do not harbor any hatred, she accuses me of pretending. It is truly exasperating." Self-congealing ice speaks the coldest words in the gentlest tone. "Yuan, if you dare to run again, I cannot guarantee that I won't do something to Zhou Huang and your family. In my previous life, I would undoubtedly have reacted with hysteria towards her. However, in this lifetime, such an opportunity seems to have presented itself. I genuinely wish to test the waters once more, to confront her anew. Yet, the mere thought of it dissipated almost instantly. Such endeavors are ill-advised. Bai Ningbing possesses an unsettling obsession. What if she were to preserve me as a specimen, or worse, never allow me to escape her clutches again? It is indeed wiser to avoid provoking this dangerously infatuated individual for the time being." Bai Ningbing murmured, "Yuan, if you were to perform, then continue to do so without pause. Do not entertain thoughts of escaping from my side. Those you hold dear shall remain unharmed. Otherwise," a phrase from a novel I had previously read suddenly surfaced in my mind. "To soothe a woman's anger and bring her to silence, one must acknowledge her." Thus, I lowered my head, captivated by the beauty of Bai Ningbing's crimson visage. Self-congealed, ice momentarily froze in surprise, and then a wave of derision surged within. How could someone as proud as a Yuan be willing to go to such lengths to protect Zhou Huang? She has truly reached her limit. It is truly enviable. The air was suffused with fragrance when Bai Ningbing suddenly pushed me down onto the ground. I furrow my brow. Isn't this rather amiss? Shouldn't it be the man above and the woman below? Bai Ningbing spoke in a hushed tone. "Yuan, if you wish to protect Zhou Huang and the Fong family, then you must seek to please me." Chapter 8. This is a Xian Yu fed. Lin Xuan awoke the following day to find that Su Hua was no longer by his side. Reflecting on the wild events of the previous night, he felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing that it was Su Hua who had taken the lead throughout. Upon returning to his own room, he opened the wardrobe that Su Hua had prepared for him, only to be taken aback. It was filled to the brim with various garments, shoes, and hats, all seemingly tailored specifically for him. He had previously refrained from using Su Hua's belongings. thus never having opened this wardrobe before. Lin Xuan selected an outfit and stepped into the bathroom. After meticulously grooming himself, he even summoned a male servant to trim his hair. In the dining room downstairs, Su Hua was already seated at the table. "Miss, shall I call young Master Lin down for breakfast?" inquired Butler Wang respectfully. "No need," Su Hua replied, her crimson lips curving into a smile. "He was quite exhausted last night. Let him rest a little longer." Could it mean what I think it does? Butler Wang's face was a canvas of astonishment. Has the young lady finally captured young Master Lin? His eyes sparkled with excitement. How wonderful! There is an old saying, to win a man's heart, one must first conquer his body. Young Master Lin has always been resistant to the young lady. Perhaps now he will take her more seriously. As Lin Xuan descended the stairs under the astonished gazes of the servants, the butler announced, "Miss, young Master Lin has arrived." The door to the dining room swung open, and Su Hua lifted her gaze, her pupils narrowing as she beheld the impeccably groomed Lin Xuan, momentarily lost in thought. Butler Wang was taken aback. "Is this really young Master Lin?" Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan asked, "So, Su Hua, do I look handsome?" Su Hua nodded in response. Lin Xuan exhaled, relieved that her demeanor had not shifted. Given Su Hua's unpredictable nature, he feared that a mere change in hairstyle might provoke her to overthink. "Please, have a seat." "Young Master Lin," Butler Wang offered, pulling out a chair opposite Su Hua. Lin Xuan merely glanced at it before choosing to sit beside Su Hua instead. Butler Wang was perplexed. Lin Xuan had always resisted sitting close to her, often preferring the furthest seat possible during meals. What had prompted this change? Su Hua's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan, her enchanting eyes filled with curiosity. Did he not feel any anger after her actions last night? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Lin Xuan asked, "What is the matter?" Su Hua withdrew her gaze and commanded, "Serve me my meal." "Oh, all right." Lin Xuan vaguely recalled Su Hua's fondness for shrimp. He began to peel shrimp for her, placing the succulent morsels near her vibrant lips. Su Hua delicately took a bite. Lin Xuan couldn't help but marvel when Su Hua wasn't being overly possessive. She appeared quite sweet and easy to get along with. "Come, continue, eat more." Seemingly entranced, Lin Xuan kept feeding Su Hua one bite after another. In a moment of distraction, he even fed her a piece of lamb. "Wait, young Master Lin," Butler Wang exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xuan looked at Butler Wang with confusion. "Miss is allergic to lamb." Before he could finish, Butler Wang saw Su Hua consume the piece of lamb. Butler Wang, knowing she is allergic, yet still eating it. Lin Xuan inquired, "Butler Wang, what is the matter with Su Hua and lamb?" Butler Wang replied, "It's nothing." What more could he say? Su Hua felt a tingling sensation in her throat and stood up from her chair. "I'm full." Back in her room, she retrieved an antihistamine from the drawer and swallowed it with water. Lin Xuan sensed something was amiss. He quickly finished the meal in his bowl and went upstairs. Despite taking the medication, Su Hua still developed numerous rashes on her body, and she applied some ointment to them. Lin Xuan pushed the door open. Su Hua shot a dangerous glance towards the entrance. Upon realizing it was Lin Xuan, she paused for a moment. Her icy demeanor softened as she attempted to conceal the rashes on her arm with her hand. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xuan strode over and pulled her hand down, revealing her fair, slender arms covered in red spots. "What happened to your hand?" Lin Xuan asked, frowning. "It's nothing serious. Just a slight allergy," Su Hua replied, pursing her lips. "Allergy?" Lin Xuan recalled Butler Wang's unfinished sentence. "Are you allergic to lamb?" "Yes." "If you are allergic, why did you just eat that lamb?" "Because." Su Hua's lips parted slightly. "It was you who fed me, as long as it was offered by him. Even poison, she would not hesitate to consume it. She could not bear to refuse his kindness." Lin Xuan fell silent, recognizing that, given her fragile nature, this was indeed something she would do. He could not fathom why someone as beautiful and capable as Su Hua would be interested in him. Previously, he thought she regarded him merely as a cherished toy, until he died and saw her kiss his grotesque corpse as a spirit. Then he understood she truly liked him, willing to lay bare her heart. Lin Xuan's expression hardened as he spoke to Su Hua with an assertive tone for the first time. "You must not treat yourself so poorly in the future. I will gradually learn about your taboos and preferences. You need not accommodate me anymore." Su Hua gazed at him intently, her eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight. Perhaps realizing he was too stern, Lin Xuan added, "If you continue this way, it will hurt me. Let me apply the ointment for you." Tenderness and sincerity were his secret weapons. He resolved to treat Su Hua well, hoping that by doing so, she would not confine him. Lin Xuan squeezed a bit of ointment onto his hand and gently applied it to Su Hua's arm. "All done, Su Hua." How do you feel now? Is it any better? There are still some areas that haven't been treated, Su Hua replied, her eyes dimming slightly. Oh, where else? Lin Xuan was somewhat perplexed as he surveyed her arms and neck. Had he not applied ointment to all the rash-affected areas? Let me show you. Su Hua grasped Lin Xuan's hand, drawing him closer to her. Lin Xuan's hand trembled in surprise. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, Su Hua whispered enticingly in his ear, Xian, will you apply the medicine for me? The air around them was thick with unspoken tension. Lin Xuan felt a delightful tingling in his ears. He had never realized before how alluring Su Hua could be. He found it impossible to refuse her, and he nodded. Somewhat dazed, all right. A playful smile danced in Su Hua's enchanting eyes, yet her form was concealed by her clothing. She guided Lin Xuan's hand to the buttons of her white shirt. Be good, Xian, unfasten it, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. Following her instructions, Lin Xuan fumbled nervously as he unbuttoned each clasp. One by one, the buttons were undone. This was Lin Xuan's first glimpse of Su Hua's body, last night. In the darkness, he had failed to see the woman before him. Chapter 9, The White Little Man and the Yellow Little Man. Lin Xuan found himself utterly stunned. Suddenly, he sensed something trickling from his nose, a sticky substance. As he wiped it away, his hand was stained with crimson, causing his face to flush a deep shade of red. Lin Xuan, how utterly pathetic you are. Is this how easily you succumb? I must wash up. He clutched his nose and hurried into the bathroom. Su Hua's eyes glimmered with a subtle light as she murmured, So, Xian is fond of my body. How delightful. Inside the bathroom, Lin Xuan staunched the bleeding and splashed cold water onto his face. After a considerable effort to regain his composure, the image of Su Hua, clad in partially disheveled attire, resurfaced in his mind. Once more, blood began to flow from his nose. Lin Xuan lingered in the bathroom for a full 15 minutes before re-emerging. Su Hua was seated on the sofa, perusing a magazine. He had presumed she would have applied the ointment herself. To his surprise, the tube of medication remained untouched on the coffee table, clearly awaiting his assistance. Su Hua closed her magazine. Come here, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. Lin Xuan exhaled deeply and stepped forward to her side. Continue applying the ointment. Understood. Lin Xuan shut his eyes, trembling as he extended his hand towards Su Hua. He dared not look. If he was bleeding with her still dressed, what would happen if she were to undress? The mere thought ignited a fresh wave of blood flow. But how was he to assist her in removing the garment? He had heard that there was a button on the attire, yet he could not locate it. Lin Xuan fumbled about helplessly. His hands felt ablaze, igniting warmth wherever they roamed. Suddenly, Su Hua grasped his wrist. No need for your assistance. I shall do it myself. Her voice was laced with restrained urgency. If this continued, she might not be able to resist toppling him over, and she had an important meeting to attend shortly. Ah, very well. Lin Xuan withdrew his hand, a sigh of relief escaping him, though it was accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. The residual warmth and softness lingered on his fingertips, making them feel inexplicably heated. Su Hua had already shed her clothing and was applying the ointment. It was peculiar, aside from some redness on her neck and arms. There was only this particular area affected. Lin Xuan was torn between the desire to look and the fear of doing so. His mind embroiled in a battle between two inner voices. The white little man. Lin Xuan, you are a gentleman. Listen not to the lewd, look not upon the lewd. Speak not of the lewd. The yellow little man. What nonsense about being a gentleman. Before the woman you cherish, there is no gentleman. What is there that cannot be seen? Not only can you look, but you can also share the bed. Heh. By the way, they already shared the bed last night, and Lin Xuan was left utterly drained. The white little man, you. This is far too lascivious. The yellow little man. You are so pure. Go read your scriptures. Here, it is a mutual affection and romance. If we do not indulge in such sights, shall we merely discuss innocuous matters under the quilt? The white little man was rendered speechless. The yellow little man struck the white little man aside. Lin Xuan, go for it. You have already engaged in the most intimate of acts. What is there to hold back from? The yellow little man rallied. Just a glance. That cannot possibly be a transgression. Lin Xuan steeled himself psychologically and stole a glance. Su Huan, with an impassive expression, was earnestly applying medication to herself. It was precisely this serious demeanor that rendered her even more alluring. Blood trickled from his nose once again, but fortunately, Su Huan did not notice this time. Lin Xuan hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. By the time he emerged, Su Huan had already dressed, reverting to her usual cool and indifferent demeanor. Upon seeing her, Lin Xuan was reminded of the scene moments ago when she had tended to his wounds, and he cursed inwardly. Lin Xuan, How could your mind be so filled with lewd thoughts? You have fallen. Xian, come here. Su Huan's voice had a slight rasp as she beckoned him. He approached, and she pulled him toward her, flipping over and pinning Lin Xuan onto the sofa. Their bodies pressed together, and he could feel the softness against him, leading his thoughts astray once more. What was she planning? Was she going to extract more from him? After such an intense night, could there possibly be more to come? Xian, Su Huan, with her delicate fingers, lifted his chin, in comparison to Qin Ruoyao, whose figure is superior. It is you. Yours is undoubtedly better. He spoke truthfully. Su Huan was not only beautiful but also possessed a stunning figure. Her voluptuous curves, long legs, and slender waist were enchanting. While Qin Ruoyao resembled a pure little white flower, her body lacking allure. Su Huan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Have you seen Qin Ruoyao's body? The instinct for survival surged within Lin Xuan, and he shook his head vigorously. I have only seen yours. I have only seen other women clothed. Su Huan remarked. It sounds like you lament not having seen other women unclothed, judging by your tone. Lin Xuan fell silent. This calm and composed woman, Su Huan, could also be unreasonable. Yet, this side of her was rather endearing. His mind engaged in a fervent debate as he raised two fingers earnestly. Su Huan. I have seen yours. No other woman can capture my gaze. The icy demeanor of Su Huan dissipated, clearly satisfied with Lin Xuan's response. Even knowing it was merely a platitude, she savored it nonetheless. Su Huan lightly bit Lin Xuan's lip. Good. This is your reward. Knock, knock. A sound from outside interrupted the intimate atmosphere of the room. Su Huan walked to the bedroom door, opened it, and her gaze turned frosty. What is it? It's quite cold, Jiang Qing, Su Huan's secretary, remarked while rubbing her arms. Su Huan seemed to be in a rather foul mood. Had Lin Xuan annoyed her again? Su Zone, in 20 minutes, we need to leave for the meeting, or we might be late. All right, I understand. As Su Huan was closing the door, Jiang Qing noticed Lin Xuan standing slightly behind her, a hint of lipstick smudge on his lips. Furthermore, Su Huan's attire appeared somewhat disheveled. My goodness. Had they just? Jiang Qing covered her mouth in shock. No wonder President Su appears to be in a foul mood. A fortunate event has been abruptly interrupted. And who could possibly remain cheerful in such circumstances? Fortunately, President Su has refrained from directing her frustration towards her. In the bedroom, Su Huan tidied her attire and then approached Lin Xuan. Stay obediently at home and remember, do not entertain thoughts of fleeing or seeking out Qin Ruoyao. You cannot escape my grasp. Should you dare to attempt an escape again, well, I shall bind you with chains for eternity, relegating you to a life as my bedslave. I swear I won't run. Lin Xuan declared, raising two fingers in a gesture of promise. Fleeing was far beyond his courage. Chapter 10. The Soft Rice, force feed by Su Hua. As Su Hua descended the stairs, the butler greeted her with a smile. Miss, has young Master Lin come to his senses? At over 50, Butler Wang had been by Su Hua's side since her return to the Su family, and had long regarded her as his own daughter. If only young Master Lin could sincerely remain by your side. Come to his senses? Su Hua's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He had merely grown wiser. This was merely a means for him to escape, protecting the woman he cherished, fearing I might harm her. However, it would be best if he acted this way for a lifetime. Otherwise, Su Hua's gaze darkened ominously. Butler Wang shuddered slightly, foreseeing that if Lin Xuan's actions were indeed feigned, revealing his true thoughts later could drive Su Hua to madness. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Xuan plugged his phone into charge, and upon powering it on, a plethora of QQ messages flooded in, primarily from Wang De and Qin Riyao, along with a barrage of calls from Wang De. Lin Xuan returned Wang De's call. Xuanzi, how are you? I've been trying to reach you all day. Wang De inquired anxiously as soon as the call connected. My phone died and shut off. I just turned it back on, Lin Xuan replied. Wang De sighed in relief. That's good to hear. By the way, how is your wedding with Qin Ruoyao? Is she willing to consummate the marriage? The wedding is off. Off. Wang De's eyes widened in shock, his anger flaring. Is it that little vixen Qin Ruoyao who called it off? How could she toy with your feelings like that? Honestly, Xuanzi, I don't think she genuinely cares for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't ignore you at school. Furthermore, she didn't even allow your relatives and friends to attend the wedding. She clearly wants to keep it a secret and is intentionally backing out to humiliate you. Wang De was genuinely indignant on behalf of his friend. Lin Xuan seemed too submissive before Qin Ruoyao, a mere sycophant. Whenever she commanded him to go east, he would not dare venture west. Even when Qin Ruoyao slapped him or insulted him, Lin Xuan bore it without a trace of anger. Once, when Qin Ruoyao fell ill, Lin Xuan discovered her condition and skipped class to fetch her medicine. As he discreetly handed her the medication, other students caught sight of the exchange. Fearing their relationship would be exposed, Qin Ruiyao slapped Lin Xuan publicly and disdainfully declared, "Lin Xuan, I don't like you. Could you please stop pestering me? Your incessant pursuit is truly repulsive." He remembered that moment vividly, as everyone around criticized Lin Xuan for aspiring to a fantasy beyond his reach. Afterward, Lin Xuan expressed relentless self-reproach, claiming it was his fault for being careless and allowing others to see. His good friend had been utterly manipulated. He could not fathom why Qin Ruiyao would marry Xuanzi. It was clear that it could not be out of affection. "Xuanzi, promise me. If she is withdrawn from the engagement, let us not plead with her to continue the marriage," Wang Dai said, genuinely concerned for his devoted friend, who seemed to wag his tail in eager anticipation of Qin Ruiyao's attention. Lin Xuan replied, "I was the one who called off the engagement." Wang Dai was taken aback. Convinced he had misheard, he dug at his ears and asked, "What did you just say?" Lin Xuan reiterated, "I ended the engagement myself," confirming that he had not misunderstood. Wang Dai exclaimed, "You called off the engagement? But how could that be? With Xuanzi's nature, she would never take the initiative to break off an engagement. Even if the sky were to fall." Wang Dai, unable to suppress his concern, added, "Has something happened? Perhaps I could offer some assistance." Lin Xuan responded softly, "It's nothing serious. I simply came to a realization. I find the idea of living off a woman's wealth rather appealing." Living off a woman's wealth? Wang Dai was at a loss for words. "Xuanzi, given our appearances, we are hardly youthful heartthrobs. Let us not indulge in unrealistic dreams with our circumstances. We cannot expect to enjoy the luxuries of a wealthy woman." Lin Xuan countered, "Actually, I have indeed embraced this lifestyle. This soft rice is quite literally being fed to me by Su Hua." Wang Dai rolled his eyes dramatically. "Pray tell, what does this soft rice entail?" Lin Xuan elaborated, "A grand estate. Dozens of servants, spacious rooms exceeding 100 square meters, a personal chef, bodyguards when going out, luxury cars, and a prominent company. She is a female tycoon." Wang Dai's confusion deepened. "And this female tycoon you speak of, is she not a woman in her 50s or 60s? Lin Xuan replied, "No. She is merely 3 years my senior, possesses a stunning figure, and radiates beauty. Wherever she goes, she shines brightly." Wang Dai burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Xuanzi, your daydreams are simply too extravagant. Do you genuinely believe that such a wealthy woman would take an interest in you? Let us return to reality." However, Wang Dai's laughter abruptly ceased as he became increasingly anxious. "Xuanzi, you're not experiencing some sort of mental breakdown, are you? This is concerning. We must meet." "Where are you?" "I'll come to you." Lin Xuan sighed. "Let us discuss meeting later. I need to smooth things over with Qin Ruiyao regarding our marriage. She is somewhat upset, and I must first appease her." Currently, he was still confined and unable to meet anyone. "All right, if you need anything, remember to contact me," Wang Dai said, relieved to know Lin Xuan was all right. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xuan reclined on his bed, propping his legs up casually, and began to count sheep. 1 little sheep, 2 beautiful sheep, 3 lazy sheep, 4 boiling sheep, 5 warm sheep, red wolf, gray wolf. Before long, he drifted into a deep slumber, utterly exhausted from the previous night's exertions with Su Hua, and needed to catch up on sleep. He slept soundly until 1 in the afternoon, awakened only by a message from Qin Ruiyao on QQ. Lin Xuan's temper flared. He was not a morning person. Qin Ruiyao, noted as Yao Yao baby on Lin Xuan's phone. "Lin Xuan, who was the woman that took you away at our wedding? What is your relationship with her?" "Yao Yao, is your relationship with her not simple? Lin Xuan, you profess your love for me, yet behind my back, you engage with another woman. Is this your version of love? Yao Yao, did you become involved with her because of her wealth? I never imagined you to be so mercenary. I truly misjudged you. Yao Yao, I fought fiercely with my family and overcame numerous obstacles to marry you, and this is how you repay me. Yao Yao, I command you to leave her immediately. Yao Yao, Lin Xuan, why aren't you responding to my messages? Are you feeling guilty? Speak up. Yao Yao, if you continue to ignore me, do not come to see me again. Our marriage is off." Even through the screen, one can feel Qin Ruiyao's exasperation. Chapter 11. Do not kneel and plead for my forgiveness. Lin Xuan swiftly perused the messages on his phone, cursing himself for his foolishness. How could he have failed to recognize such blatant manipulation? In his previous life, he remained oblivious until the very end. He must have been struck senseless. He altered the contact name for Qin Ruiyao and replied, "Then let us annul the engagement." Qin Ruiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You truly wish to break our engagement?" Lin Xuan, indeed. Qin Ruiyao, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? This declaration will only serve to incite my aversion towards you. Should you ever desire to marry me again, dream on. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Ask yourself, can you possibly compare to her? I would be a fool to choose you over her. In his previous life, he had indeed been a fool. You. Qin Ruoyao was infuriated. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. That woman radiated brilliance simply by standing there. Her own beauty, which she had always prided herself on, paled in comparison. And that aura, one that incited envy to the core. If their paths had never crossed, she might have felt indifferent. But the fact remained that she had stolen Lin Xuan away. Fuming with indignation, Qin Ruoyao retorted, Fine. Lin Xuan, you said it yourself. Do not come crawling back to beg for my forgiveness. Lin Xuan, rest assured, that day shall never arrive. Lin Xuan had previously been subservient to Qin Ruoyao, hanging on her every word, yet this sudden shift was incomprehensible to her. Overwhelmed with rage, she began to smash objects within the room. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? How could he claim she was inferior to that woman? Had he forgotten how he had once fawned over her? Lin Xuan, this is not over. Oh dear, Yao Yao, please do not break those items. They all cost money. Qin's mother lamented as she surveyed the chaos strewn across the floor, her heart aching for her daughter. Mom. Qin Ruoyao clung to her mother, weeping. Why does Lin Xuan treat me this way? Qin's mother gently patted her back, offering comfort. It's all right, my dear. Lin Xuan is hardly a good man. We need not concern ourselves with him. My precious daughter, possessing such beauty, can have any man she desires. If he dares to treat you so, let us ensure he regrets it. Qin Ruoyao continued to sob uncontrollably. Mom, why does he have the audacity to do this to me? And who is that woman? Su Hua, noble and stunning, exuded an air of power and influence, driving Qin Ruoyao into a frenzy of jealousy. Qin's mother's eyes glimmered with a cold light. That young man, Lin Xuan, is likely living off that woman, being kept by her. But mother, what merit does he possess to be supported by her? She could not fathom why a man she deemed unworthy would be indulged by such a woman. What was it about Lin Xuan that made him appealing? Qin's mother replied. Who can say? Perhaps some individuals simply have such peculiar tastes. Yao Ao, truth be told, Lin Xuan still harbors feelings for you. Genuine affection does not wane so dramatically. Just wait and see. Once school commences, he will undoubtedly come tail between his legs to apologize. Really? Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled with unshed tears. Certainly, it is true, Yao Yao. If he dares to treat you this way, you must not forgive him so easily. Yes, mother, I will. A flicker of malice glinted in Qin Ruoyao's eyes. If Lin Xuan truly apologized to her, she was determined to humiliate him thoroughly. Lin Xuan tossed his phone aside, releasing a sigh of relief. How refreshing. His carefully prepared words prior to the wedding were not in vain. Unbeknownst to him, while he was conversing with Qin Ruoyao, Su Hua had already arrived at his room. Lin Xuan had set special notifications for Qin Ruoyao on QQ, distinctly different from those of ordinary friends. Half of Su Hua's face was shrouded in shadow, her downcast gaze concealing a chilling intensity. Lin Xuan muttered, Why is it so cold? Then he noticed Su Hua by the door. When did she return? Moreover, her demeanor seemed far from pleasant. Su Hua's temperament was notoriously unpredictable. Regardless of the cause, it was never wise to provoke her. Lin Xuan approached Su Hua, his heart fluttering with anxiety. Su Hua, is something the matter? The moment he uttered those words, he regretted it. Inquiring about the whims of a delicate psyche was akin to courting disaster. Su Hua's eyes seemed to swirl with tempestuous emotions. Silence. An oppressive silence. Lin Xuan swallowed hard, wondering what on earth was transpiring. What had he done wrong? Outside the door, Butler Wang heard a thud, halting his steps as he turned to glance at the room. He recalled that the young lady had seemingly entered young Master Lin's chamber. With a bemused shake of his head, Butler Wang thought, These young ones are becoming increasingly audacious. I'm growing too old to keep pace with the times. He hurried to instruct the servants not to disturb Lin Xuan in his room, eliciting knowing glances among them. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Xuan's back pressed against the door as he gazed at the woman before him. The sound of swallowing echoed in the air. Had he truly been wall-bumped by a woman? Su Hua pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting suppressed anguish. Lin Xuan. Why? Su Hua suddenly lunged forward, her kiss imbued with an irresistible fervor. A sharp pain shot through Lin Xuan's lips, causing him to furrow his brow. Was Su Hua akin to a dog, incessantly biting him? Why? A crystalline tear rolled down Su Hua's cheek, landing on the back of Lin Xuan's hand, searingly warm. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Xuan was met with the sight of Su Hua resembling a bereaved creature, desperately seeking warmth from him. She was crying? Lin Xuan frowned, perplexed at the unfolding events. Su Hua pinned Lin Xuan onto the sofa. Lin Xuan, remember, you are mine, Su Hua's man. No one can take you away. The one who possesses you is me. Not Qin Ruoyao. You shall not be with her. Another afternoon of madness ensued. Ah Xian, why, if you insist on acting? Cannot you continue to do so obediently? Why must you still contact her? Lin Xuan faintly heard Su Hua's voice, laden with suppressed pain, whispering in his ear. At that moment, Lin Xuan found himself utterly captivated by the enchanting woman beside him, wholly immersed in the pleasures of love, leaving no room for contemplation of his surroundings. It was only when Su Hua entered the bathroom, and the sound of rushing water filled the air, that Lin Xuan belatedly grasped the situation. Could it be that Su Hua's fervor stemmed from her knowledge of his clandestine communication with Qin Ruoyao that afternoon? No wonder. Lin Xuan picked up the clothes strewn on the floor and casually donned them. However, as the fabric brushed against his wounds, a sharp gasp escaped his lips. Su Hua's fervent passion often left her marks upon him, scratches from her nails and bites that had drawn blood. Chapter 12. She wept. Su Hua emerged from the bathroom. Lin Xuan hurriedly approached, holding his phone, eager to explain. Su Hua, this is the chat history from this afternoon with Qin Ruoyao. Yes, I did reach out to her. But there was nothing ambiguous between us. Su Hua glanced at the contents, momentarily taken aback. Su Hua, I've come to a realization. I will no longer harbor feelings for Qin Ruoyao. I will remain by your side obediently, striving to be the man you deserve, Lin Xuan professed sincerely. Su Hua appeared to be pacified by Lin Xuan, the tension in her demeanor dissipating entirely. She leaned close, her crimson lips brushing against Lin Xuan's ear. Ah Xuan, if you are merely acting, then carry on with your performance. If today's events are not a misunderstanding, I will sever all your communications. Lin Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. All right, Su Hua still thinks I am putting on a show. However, this was somewhat understandable. Before Su Hua went abroad, they had quarreled vehemently. After her departure, he hastily married Qin Ruoyao, compelling Su Hua to abandon a significant collaboration and return to reclaim him. Indeed, he was a source of incessant worry. Lin Xuan sighed, resolving to demonstrate his genuine feelings through his actions moving forward. Su Hua, regarding the injury on your shoulder, may I apply some ointment? He glanced at the wound on her delicate shoulder, feeling a pang of guilt. How audacious he had been to bite her. Yet, it appeared that Su Hua was not angered, but rather exhilarated, leaving him completely drained. Jiang Qing entered the night garden holding a contract. Butler Wang, where is President Su? There are matters requiring her attention, and I have called her several times without a response. I had no choice but to come here in person, bringing a contract for her signature. Strangely enough, their president was a workaholic, even tending to business while suffering from a high fever of 39 degrees. Yet, this afternoon, she was absent from work without any notification. Miss is resting in her room. Resting at this hour? Is President Su unwell? Jiang Qing's tone was laced with concern. Not at all, Butler Wang coughed lightly. She is merely a bit fatigued, and with young Master Lin keeping her company, there is no need for you to worry. Secretary Jiang. Jiang Qing disapproved. Butler Wang, if President Su needs rest, why allow her to be alone with Lin Xuan? That is far too risky. Butler Wang replied. Secretary Jiang, young Master Lin has changed significantly. He would not harm Miss Su, so you can rest assured. Jiang Qing cast a doubtful glance at him. Wasn't Lin Xuan supposed to harbor resentment towards President Su for being robbed of his wedding? Why would he be cordial towards her? Butler Wang continued, moreover. If young Master Lin were to harm Miss Su, would she not resist? Jiang Qing fell silent. She would not resist. At that moment, Su Hua descended the stairs, clad in a white camisole nightgown, draped with a delicate veil. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her chest, exuding an aura of tranquil beauty. Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback. President Su had been abducted at a young age, molded into a cold, emotionless killing machine. Upon returning to the Su family at the age of 16, she had constantly navigated through a tumultuous existence, ascending to the head of the Su conglomerate over countless corpses. She constantly remained vigilant against potential assassination attempts. For 2 months, she found herself stranded on a desolate island, during which she narrowly escaped death on 2 occasions. Had Mr. Su not endured such trials, he would undoubtedly have been a carefree socialite, often adorned with a radiant smile. As Su Hua descended the stairs, she inquired, "What is it?" "Mr. Su, it's like this." Jiang Qing relayed the company's matters truthfully to Su Hua. She nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, let us proceed according to their requirements. Also," Here's the contract for your signature. Very well. As Su Hua signed the contract, Jiang Qing, standing just behind her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of something. A glaring bite mark marred Su Hua's shoulder, evidently fresh. Recalling what Butler Wang had just mentioned about Lin Xuan accompanying Mr. Su, Jiang Qing's thoughts suddenly conjured two phrases: beautiful disaster and the sovereign neglects his court. After Su Hua completed the contract, Jiang Qing did not linger, though she stole a few more glances at Lin Xuan descending the stairs. In this world, Mr. Su seemed to care solely for Lin Xuan. She hoped he would not betray Su Hua's genuine affection. In the following 2 days, Lin Xuan and Su Hua coexisted peacefully. That evening, Su Hua reclined on the sofa in her bedroom, perusing a financial magazine. The woman, freshly bathed, radiated a stunning beauty akin to a water lily. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the sheer black fabric accentuated her alluring curves. Summoning his courage, Lin Xuan entered. Su Hua, what is it? At a critical juncture, however, he faltered, having initially intended to seek freedom from her, which would undoubtedly provoke the delicate sensibilities of this emotionally fragile woman. The words that escaped his lips transformed into, Su Hua, it's not good for your health to keep your hair wet. Let me dry it for you. Lin Xuan picked up the hairdryer and began to dry her hair, his fingers weaving through her soft, inky locks. To his astonishment, he realized how enchanting and supple her hair was, a detail he had previously overlooked. How blind he had been. Once her hair was dry, Su Hua's supple form pressed Lin Xuan onto the bed, her tresses cascading down onto his face, carrying a delightful fragrance. In this position, gulp, Lin Xuan could hear the sound of his own swallowing. Su Hua lifted his chin, her crimson lips parting. Xuan, you were so kind to me. I truly wish to devour you. This implication, devour, in what manner? Lin Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. Yet, her fervor was overwhelming, and he found it challenging to cope. Su Hua's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar fervor. In this way, we could become one, inseparable for eternity. Her expression was earnest, her lacquered fingers gliding across his throat. Lin Xuan weakly replied, there's no need to consume me. I can provide you with emotional value. Su Hua, don't you prefer the living me? Indeed, she did. Yet, Su Hua's gaze darkened. Fear gripped her. She dreaded that this might merely be a dream, and upon awakening, she would return to the reality where he was still the one yearning to flee. Su Hua chuckled softly. Very well, then I shall grant you this opportunity. Chapter 13, The Revitalizing Essence. If you yearn for freedom and wish to escape confinement. Su Hua gently nibbled at the man's Adam's apple, her voice sultry. Tonight. Please me, Xuan. She guided Lin Xuan's hand to her waist. Good boy, undress. Lin Xuan felt utterly numb, lying on the bed with an expression of despair. As a man, why was it always Su Hua who took the lead in their intimate moments? Damn it. After a brief slumber, Lin Xuan descended the stairs with unsteady steps. Butler Wang cast him a knowing glance. Young Master Lin, Miss has gone to the company. She mentioned that you were fatigued and advised you to take proper rest. Indeed. One continued, by the way, young Master Lin, I have specially prepared a soup for you. Please have some. He leaned in closer, whispering, this is the revitalizing essence, highly beneficial for men. It is my exclusive recipe, and I have consumed it numerous times. I do not easily share it with outsiders. Lin Xuan coughed lightly, covering his mouth. I don't think I need that. Butler Wang gave him a knowing look. Young Master Lin, I understand that you may be feeling somewhat inadequate. As someone with experience, you need not feel shy in my presence. Lin Xuan yearned to refuse. This was utterly humiliating. Yet, he sought to reclaim his masculine pride from Su Hua, unable to allow himself to be continually overshadowed. Reluctantly, he downed the entire bowl of revitalizing essence with a face of resignation. Butler Wang smiled gently. Young Master Lin, I shall prepare this tonic for you daily. A week of continuous consumption will suffice. Feeling vexed, Lin Xuan did not wish to engage in conversation. Just after finishing his breakfast, his good friend Wang Date called again. Hey, Xuanzi, why haven't you come out for several days? Why won't you let me visit? Don't tell me a wealthy woman has locked you away? Lin Xuan remained silent. Could he admit to that? Xuanzi, what on earth is going on? You haven't returned to the Lin residence, and I've been searching everywhere for you. We are good brothers. Can I know what is happening? Wang Dai, unconvinced that Lin Xuan was merely living off a wealthy woman, suspected he was hiding something. I'll come find you shortly, Lin Xuan replied helplessly. If he didn't go out soon, his friend might just call the authorities. After hanging up, Lin Xuan asked Butler Wang, is there anything I can use to show off? Well, flaunting your woman-esque possessions is not shameful. Indeed, there is. Butler Wang led Lin Xuan to the underground garage, pointing at the luxury cars with a smile. A month ago, Miss gifted these to you as a birthday present. Presented in a red box filled with car keys. At that time, you tossed the box aside, declaring you had no interest in what she offered. Lin Xuan was struck with regret, feeling the urge to slap himself awake in the middle of the night. Su Hua had even given him a black card, which he had never used. Once, on that particular day, Qin Ruoyao, in a bid to maintain her pride, invited someone to dine, resulting in an extravagant bill amounting to several tens of thousands. When she found herself unable to cover the expense, she called upon him for assistance. Yet he too was devoid of funds. Initially reluctant to utilize his black card, he succumbed to her heartfelt tears and ultimately paid the bill on her behalf. Upon discovering this, Su Hua promptly suspended his card and ceased providing him with any financial support. Lin Xuan felt a surge of resentment. In his previous life, he truly had been foolish. Was a life of ease not appealing? With no need to strive, one could enjoy a mansion, servants, endless wealth, and a beautiful wife. Why endure the indignity of marrying into the Qin family, merely to serve as a menial caretaker? No, it was more akin to being a servant to the old master. Lin Xuan, while admiring the rare Koenigsegg, mused that if sold, it would undoubtedly fetch a price far exceeding its purchase cost. Alas, he lamented his financial plight. As visions of wealth danced in his mind, an abundance of riches. With a deep breath, he realized the necessity of earning money. Butler Wang produced a large assortment of car keys, asking, "Young Master Lin, which vehicle would you like to drive?" Lin Xuan replied, "The Koenigsegg, please. It's simply magnificent. I wish to take it for a spin." The butler handed over the keys, and Lin Xuan climbed into the Koenigsegg, pressing the accelerator and speeding out. Following closely behind was a Maybach, occupied by Butler Wang and two bodyguards, the latter being assigned by Su Hua to monitor Lin Xuan. As for Butler Wang, he was concerned about any potential mischief Lin Xuan might conjure, prompting him to accompany him for reassurance. Chapter 14. Show-off. Lin Xuan parked his car beneath Wang Day's building, the dazzling vehicle capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. "Wow, how handsome," a young man whistled. "What kind of car is this? It looks exceedingly expensive." "Indeed, it is extravagant. Do you know what this car is?" "A Koenigsegg 1, a world-class luxury vehicle. Dubbed the Nordic Ghost, worth a staggering 100 million. Wow, is this car adorned with gold? Oh, the person inside must be incredibly handsome. Paired with such a luxury car, his charm must be off the charts." A girl, with her hands cupping her face, gazed dreamily at the car, eagerly awaiting the occupant's descent. The vehicle was wrapped with a film specially arranged by Su Hua, allowing those inside to see out, while concealing their presence from the outside world. Her companion, a male, noticed the admiration in his crush's eyes and, feeling a pang of jealousy, remarked sourly, "Don't get your hopes up. Anyone capable of driving such a car is likely a rotund middle-aged man." Lin Xuan opened the car door, revealing a long leg. All eyes were fixated on him. As Lin Xuan fully emerged, clad in white attire and black trousers, his strikingly handsome features and youthful vigor radiated an air of audacity. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Is he not extraordinarily handsome? Butler Wang and two bodyguards also exited the vehicle, approaching Lin Xuan's side. "Young Master Lin," they acknowledged. Exuding an impressive aura, the infatuated girl tugged at her male companion's sleeve, exclaiming, "Old Six, this is certainly not the portly middle-aged man you described. He's undeniably handsome, a true beauty." Yet, deep down, she lamented that such a captivating youth would never take an interest in her. She could only admire from afar. Her male companion had no retort, only feeling envy at not being as affluent or handsome as Lin Xuan. No. He would be overjoyed to possess even one of those attributes. "Handsome, could I add you on QQ?" A girl in a pink dress approached, her cheeks flushed. Butler Wang regarded her with evident hostility. "I don't use QQ," Lin Xuan replied. "Do you have a phone number?" she inquired. "No," he replied, and sensing his rejection, the girl awkwardly withdrew. Lin Xuan mused internally that while he might rely on the wealth of others, it did not permit anyone to take advantage of him. Observing the girl's rejection, others quickly abandoned their hopes. Leaning against the car, Lin Xuan lowered his head to message Wang Day on WeChat. "I've arrived. Come down." "Okay. I'll be right there," Wang Day responded, a piece of bread in his mouth as he hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon seeing the Koenigsegg, he dropped his bread in amazement. "Oh my, Schwanzi, I see a luxury car. It's incredibly cool. Take a look. The Koenigsegg 1, the pinnacle of supercars. Isn't it exceptionally stylish? Send me pictures, please." Wang Day bombarded Lin Xuan with messages. Did you see the wealthy young man in the photos? He asked the owner of this car. Life is so unfair. He was blessed with both a prestigious background and striking looks. It's enough to make one envious. Xuanzi, if only I could possess this car. No, I should not indulge in such daydreams. If I could merely ride in this vehicle, feeling the breeze, I would awaken from my dreams with a smile. By the way, Xuanzi, where are you? I haven't seen you around. Lin Xuan lifted his gaze and spotted Wang Dai not far off, a playful thought igniting in his mind. Approaching him, he placed a hand on his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Buddy, it seems we have quite the connection. Would you be interested in joining me for a drive? Wang Dai's hand trembled. Could there be such a stroke of luck? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Couldn't he possibly be considering something nefarious? Could he? Yet, gazing at the Koenigsegg one, he swallowed hard. Surely, someone capable of driving such a car would not engage in criminal activities. A grin spread across his face, his eyes narrowing with delight. Thank you, my friend. As Wang Dai settled into the passenger seat, he marveled at the comfort of the chair and the exquisite interior decor, clearly luxurious. Once the car was in motion, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The power of this machine was astonishing. It was indeed worthy of its multi-million-dollar price tag. While driving, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Buddy, I noticed you were looking around earlier. Were you searching for someone? Wang Dai smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten about Xuanzi? I was looking for my friend. Lin Xuan replied, shall I take you back? So your friend won't be left waiting? No, that won't be necessary. Wang Dai quickly waved his hand. My friend had to leave halfway. Wang Dai secretly sent Lin Xuan a WeChat message. Xuanzi, I apologize, but this wealthy young man has invited me for a drive. How could I refuse such an opportunity to ride in a top-tier sports car? I would regret it immensely otherwise. Xuanzi, wait for me to finish this drive, and then I shall come find you. This vividly illustrated the notion of forgetting friends in the presence of a car. Not long after sending the message, Lin Xuan's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Wang Dai glanced at it. What a coincidence. Bro, how long have you been driving this car? Did your father buy it for you? Wang Dai's eyes glistened with envy. Lin Xuan replied, it's my first time driving it. My girlfriend gifted it to me for my birthday. Oh, how he wished for such a girlfriend. Wang Dai felt a pang of envy. What a birthday gift. A Koenigsegg worth a fortune. The world of the affluent was indeed different. He recalled that his close friend had celebrated his birthday last month, and he could only afford to gift him a phone. Wang Dai noticed Lin Xuan's phone. Why does your phone resemble Xuanzi's? A 500 yuan smartphone. Shouldn't a wealthy young man be using one of those expensive, bitten fruit phones costing over 10,000 yuan? Lin Xuan chuckled. You seem quite fond of your friend. The voice was eerily similar to Xuanzi's, and he bore a striking resemblance to her. A wildly implausible thought crossed Wang Dai's mind. Could he be Xuanzi? Just as that notion formed, Wang Dai shook his head vigorously. That's impossible. How could Xuanzi afford a Koenigsegg and still look so handsome? Lin Xuan ceased his playful banter with Wang Dai, pressing the brake and bringing the car to a halt. Wang Dai glanced around. Surrounded by towering trees whose leaves obscured the sun, casting an eerie shadow, and there were hardly any passers-by. He swallowed nervously. Could it be that he was truly in for a kidney extraction? Suddenly, Lin Xuan leaned closer, his gaze fixated on Wang Dai. Sitting stiffly, Wang Dai's heart raced violently. If it wasn't about a kidney, could it be that he was bisexual? Did this wealthy young man have an interest in him? Wang Dai, resembling a frightened girl, crossed his arms defensively and exclaimed, Buddy, I'm straight, absolutely straight. I don't engage with men, not even for your wealth. Lin Xuan was left speechless. Where had his thoughts wandered? Lin Xuan then addressed him, Wang Dai. Wang Dai was taken aback. How did he know his name? He hadn't revealed his identity. Lin Xuan, in a moment of exasperation, clapped a hand on his shoulder and declared, I am your godfather, Lin Xuan. Chapter 15. You are Xuanzi. Wang Dai stared at Lin Xuan, his eyes unblinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Goodness, you truly are Xuanzi. Wang Dai's pupils dilated. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Wait, Xuanzi, have you undergone surgery? You look incredibly handsome. And what is the story behind this car? Wang Dai was still somewhat dazed, enveloped by an unreal sensation. Remarkable. This wealthy young man is indeed Xuanzi, his childhood friend with whom he grew up. Lin Xuan, with a touch of narcissism, tossed his hair. I have a good foundation. A little grooming is only natural. As for this car, I told you, it was a gift from my girlfriend. Look, those bodyguards accompanying me are all from her entourage. Wang Dai incredulously exclaimed. Are you truly living off her? He thought it was merely a jest. Lin Xuan affirmed. Absolutely true. Wang Dai seized Lin Xuan's arm. Xuanzi, could you take me along on this soft living? My teeth aren't in great shape either. Lin Xuan smirked coolly. Don't even think about it. She is mine alone and can only have eyes for me. Wang Dai touched his arm, sensing a peculiar possessiveness emanating from Xuanzi towards that girl. It must be a misconception. It has to be his delusion. Xuanzi. Wang Dai ceased his jesting, speaking earnestly. That woman seems quite affluent. She is willing to gift you a Koenigsegg one. If she likes you, you must perform well. Then you can truly relax. This way, Xuanzi won't have the energy to bother with that little vixen, Qin Ruoyao. Lin Xuan nodded. All right. Wang Dai grinned. Xuanzi, hurry and take me for a ride. You drive. Lin Xuan tossed him the car keys. Wang Dai's hands trembled. Really? Feeling immensely satisfied, Wang Dai settled into the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg and drove for over an hour. Xuanzi, let us go grab a bite, Wang Dai said, rubbing his growling stomach. Lin Xuan glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. He called Su Hua. Su Hua was in a meeting with the senior executives of the company. A manager was passionately presenting his project. This mountainous area has an excellent geographical location and beautiful scenery. If developed well, it could bring significant profits to our company. What do you all think? Su Hua's indifferent gaze swept over the executives present. The others nodded in agreement. I too believe this project is feasible. Besides natural scenic tourism, if we construct some large amusement parks and hotels, the synergy could yield impressive revenue. Su Hua chuckled lightly. The project manager's heart sank. Oh no. This smile from President Su is usually the precursor to a looming storm. President Su is typically serious. Although she is a woman, her methods are iron-fisted. When she gets angry, the consequences are unthinkable. Su Hua's gaze fixed on the project manager. Are you aware that the area you mentioned is home to a species of deer, which has significantly dwindled and is slated for classification as a secondary protected animal? That region will also become a key conservation area. The project manager widened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow, and stammered, Yes, I apologize, General Manager Su, it was my oversight. It was all over for him. Such a grave blunder could very well lead to his demotion, given General Manager Su's temperament. Su Hua's fingertips lightly tapped the table, and with each sound, the project manager's heart quivered. At that moment, the ringing of Su Hua's phone shattered the silence of the conference room. She casually swiped her phone and pressed the answer button, inadvertently activating the speakerphone. Su Hua, a clear and somewhat magnetic voice emanated from the device. Chapter 16. My man, the senior executives perked up their ears. It was a man, and his voice was indeed quite pleasant. However, President Su had no interest in men. No matter how melodious the voice, it was of little consequence to her. Presently, she was in a foul mood. And this man had undoubtedly stumbled into her line of fire. The others silently lit a candle for Lin Xuan. But unexpectedly, the icy aura that had enveloped Su Hua, who appeared ready to wreak havoc, suddenly softened. Everyone. What just transpired? Su Hua picked up her phone and spoke gently. Please hold on. The crowd widened their eyes in amazement. President Su could also exhibit such tenderness? They were utterly astonished. Su Hua calmly stated, You all take a break. I need to take a call. As she stepped out of the conference room, the senior executives erupted in chaos, entirely losing their elite demeanor. They resembled gossiping villagers. Bewildered and curious. What was going on? Why had President Su suddenly become so amiable? It was a bit hard for them to adjust. The voice from the phone belonged to a young man, who seemed rather handsome. Could it be that President Su had a boyfriend? A boyfriend? That was implausible. President Su was known for her ascetic lifestyle, having turned away countless suitors. Did she ever allow any of them to brush against the hem of her garment? Strangely enough, I actually believe there might be something here. Hey, what do you think? If President Su were to fall in love, would she be the one in control or the one being controlled? Given her domineering personality, she would surely be the one in charge. I'm not so sure. Did you not see how tender she became just now? A woman, no matter how strong, can transform into a gentle soul in front of her beloved. Their discussions grew animated. Most still believed that even if this man were indeed Su Hua's partner, he would merely be a kept man, fulfilling her physical needs. Su Hua was a woman who lived for her work and would never allow herself to be consumed by emotions. In Su Hua's office, her voice was soft. Xian. I'm ready. What do you need? This was Lin Xuan's first initiative to call her, and a joy radiated from her features. Were you working just now? Lin Xuan inquired with a frown. Yes, I was in a meeting, Su Hua replied. It's noon now. It's time for lunch. Su Hua. You must take care of your health, Lin Xuan advised. Su Hua's eyes curved slightly. He was truly wonderful. She wished he could remain unchanged forever. Otherwise, a flicker of malice crossed her gaze. Even if it meant severing his limbs, she would keep him by her side. If he wished to end his life, she would allow him to perish, only to preserve his body as a specimen to accompany her, or perhaps consume his ashes so that they could become one. Lin Xuan said, "Are you at the company? I'll come keep you company." Su Hua felt inclined to nod, but suddenly recalled what Jiang Qing had advised her. One must not suffocate a man. He must be granted ample space. Yet, she found it hard to refuse. Su Hua remained silent for a considerable time. Lin Xuan, unable to wait for her response, inquired with curiosity, "Su Hua?" Finally, she spoke, pinching the bridge of her nose. "You need not come over. I am feeling a bit weary and wish to take a nap at the office during lunch. Just remember to eat on time," Lin Xuan urged, still concerned. "All right, I shall heed your advice," Su Hua replied with a slight smile. After ending the call, she returned to the conference room, where the executives were engaged in a fervent discussion. The moment Su Hua entered, their voices abruptly ceased. She resumed her seat at the head of the table. Manager Lin, her tone evidently lacked the previous coldness. "Su, director," the project manager stammered, gripping his sweat-drenched palms. Su Hua tossed the project proposal he had submitted onto the table. "Revise it and submit a new one. Work overtime and deliver it to me within 5 days." The project manager stood in stunned silence. "Is that all?" he stuttered. Su Hua frowned. "Is there a problem?" "No, Director Su. I assure you I will work diligently to conduct thorough research and produce a commendable project plan," he hastily replied, shaking his head. "That will be all for today. The meeting is adjourned." Su Hua rose from her chair. "Director Su, may I ask a rather bold question? What is your relationship with the man you just spoke to on the phone? Is he a subordinate, or?" An executive dared to inquire. All eyes turned towards Su Hua, glimmering with curiosity. She cast a glance at the executive, who wiped the sweat from his brow. Realizing he had overstepped by prying into Su Hua's personal affairs, in the midst of the executive's trepidation, Su Hua gently articulated, "He is my man." Chapter 17, The Dominant CEO, and the young pup. Everyone gasped in astonishment as Su Hua added, "He is also my boyfriend." This declaration clarified that Lin Xuan was not merely her kept man, but rather a partner of equal standing. The executives were left agape, their mouths wide enough to accommodate an egg. A boyfriend? And such tender words from the lips of Su, the president? Goodness, has President Su truly found a boyfriend? This is astonishing. Once Su Hua departed, the executives resumed their gossiping like villagers congregating beneath a tree. I have always indulged in novels featuring domineering CEOs. Su Hua undoubtedly fits that archetype. Her boyfriend, a youthful pup, would be the kind of person she would cherish for a lifetime. There are many such CEOs who possess a hint of obsession. I wonder if Su Hua is one of them? Su Hua obsessive? Surely not. Don't be so certain. Weren't you once skeptical about her having a boyfriend? Anything is possible. Wang Dai listened in awe as Lin Xuan conversed with Su Hua, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could the voice of the affluent woman who supports Lin Xuan be so melodious and youthful? Jealousy coursed through him. Why had he never encountered a wealthy woman like that? Xuanzi, how did she come to notice you? He pondered, imagining scenarios where perhaps this affluent lady, intoxicated, had shared a night of passion with Lin Xuan at a hotel, or maybe Lin Xuan had once saved her life, and in gratitude, she offered herself to him. Lin Xuan shook his head. I have no idea. Why would Su Hua even look my way? The two men dined at a hotel, and after Wang Dai had his fill, he let out a satisfied belch. The chef's skills are extraordinary. I must frequent this place, he proclaimed. Waiter, the bill please. But when the waiter approached with the check, he delivered shocking news. Sir, your total comes to 29,998 yuan. Wang Dai sputtered, nearly choking on his drink. 29,998? For just 5 dishes? Had they been plated in gold? Let's charge it, said Wang Dai, presenting a black gold card. Upon seeing that card, the waiter trembled. There were only 10 such cards in the entire country. Is this the black gold card? Wang Dai exclaimed, recalling a video he had seen that stated only the wealthiest individuals could possess such a card. Wang Dai confirmed, this is a supplementary black gold card, which the young lady had given to Master Lin. Unfortunately, Master Lin did not treasure it, using it to pay for Qin Ruiyao instead. In a fit of anger, the young lady reclaimed it. Wang Dai recounted with a hint of melancholy. Lin Xuan clutched his heart, regretting his actions. Wang Dai regarded him with a look of despair over squandered opportunities. Xuanzi, heed my advice. Your affluent benefactor is incredibly wealthy. You must seize this chance to live a life of ease. Indeed, Lin Xuan sighed deeply. I have come to realize my folly far too late. He indulged in a life of comfort at an early age, having endured a long period of hardship. It seems he is rather naive. It is not too late. Since you have not married Qin Ruoyao, there is still time for everything. Wang Dai clapped his hand on Lin Xuan's shoulder and said, Xuanzi, my future happiness depends on you, my brother. You feast on the generosity of wealthy women, and I shall partake in your bounty. Chapter 18. The rich second generation. Go ahead and indulge in your daydreams. I shall not allow anyone to live off my generosity, Lin Xuan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. How stingy, Wang Dai retorted. Young Master Lin, the young lady has just sent a message requesting you to take your friend shopping. You may select whatever you desire. She will handle the payment. The butler approached respectfully. Lin Xuan pondered. It seemed that Su Hua's need for control had lessened compared to before. Clearly, yielding to her was indeed a viable strategy. Lin Xuan and Wang Dai arrived at a shopping mall, a veritable haven for international luxury brands. Su Hua had arranged Lin Xuan's attire and accommodations, leaving him with little to purchase. As they passed a watch counter, he was captivated by a pair of couples' watches displayed, one for a man and one for a woman. Sir, these are true love watches, designed by Master Creighton, and they are one of a kind in the world, the sales associate introduced with a smile. How much do they cost? Wang Dai inquired, clearly intrigued by the apparent value of the timepieces. Sir, for both pairs of watches, the total is 15 million, the associate replied. 15 million? Wang Dai was taken aback, realizing that with a post-graduation salary of 10,000 a month, it would take him at least 125 years of frugal living to amass such a sum. Let us proceed to checkout, the butler said, producing a black gold card. Very well, please hold on a moment. The associate smiled as she took the card. And please wrap the watch beside it as well. The butler indicated towards a black watch nearby. Certainly, that watch is 3 million, so the total comes to 18 million. Please keep this, the associate concluded, handing over the card and the 3 watches to the butler. The butler then presented the 3 million watch to Wang Dai. This is for me? Wang Dai asked incredulously, pointing at himself. Yes, young Master Wang. You are a good friend of young Master Lin. This is a gift from our young lady, specifically instructed for you as a token of their acquaintance, the butler explained with a smile. Wang Dai, who usually deliberated for ages over spending 30 yuan, found it hard to accept the 3 million watch so easily. Dai, if she has given it to you, then you should accept it, Lin Xuan encouraged. Trembling, Wang Dai took the watch, feeling as if he were in a dream. A 3 million watch, just like that? He nearly knelt down to proclaim Lin Xuan as his benefactor. However, he decided to keep the watch safe and refrain from using it, fearing that if the wealthy lady and Lin Xuan's relationship soured, she might demand its return. He did not wish to place Lin Xuan in a difficult position. After their shopping excursion, they prepared to depart. Wang Dai's residence lay in a different direction from Lin Xuan's, and he insisted on taking a taxi alone to properly process the events of the day. Lin Xuan was now living off the support of a wealthy woman, had severed ties with the Lin family, and had received a 3 million watch as a gift from the affluent lady. Each of these developments was overwhelmingly astonishing to him. As Lin Xuan went to retrieve the car, several young men gathered around his Koenigsegg. Whose Koenigsegg one? One is this. It's absolutely stunning. It must belong to some rich second-generation heir. Only someone with considerable wealth could afford such a vehicle. As Qin Ruoyao happened to pass by, she overheard their discussion and took out her phone to search for the price of the car. Upon seeing the figure of 100 million, her hand trembled. 100 million. Yao Yao, this car is actually worth 100 million. Li Siyu, ever the sycophant, had her mouth agape, large enough to fit a duck egg. Yao Yao, do you think the owner of this car is a wealthy heir or an older gentleman? Chapter 19. Farewell to Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao could not help but ponder the identity of the car's owner. If he were a young man in his 20s, he must undoubtedly hail from an affluent family, likely of a pedigree superior to that of Lin Li. Lin Xuan, accompanied by butler Wang, approached the vehicle. Exclaimed Li Siyu, her expression brimming with excitement. Yao Yao, he is so handsome. I never imagined the owner of this car would be so attractive and youthful. Qin Ruoyao's heart raced. He was even more striking than Lin Li. Yao Yao, I've heard that these wealthy heirs especially favor beautiful and gentle girls. If you get the chance to interact with him, he is bound to take a liking to you. Surely not. I possess no such charm, Qin Ruoyao replied, her cheeks flushing. Yao Yao, you truly lack confidence. You are the belle of Qing University, the goddess of so many in our school. If you lacked allure, who would be enamored by you? Young Master Lin, Miss Qin Ruiyao is watching you. Butler Wang discreetly informed Lin Xuan. What does it have to do with me? Lin Xuan remarked dismissively, not even glancing at Qin Ruiyao before getting into the car. Butler Wang frowned, having closely observed Lin Xian's demeanor. Could it be that Lin Xuan truly did not hold Qin Ruiyao in high regard? As Lin Xuan drove away, Qin Ruiyao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. He left just like that. She had hoped to approach him, but his bodyguards shielded him, leaving her with no opportunity to draw near. And she was uncertain if she would ever see him again. Royal Hotel. Secretary Jiang, what should we do? Xiao Xingfan fretted, pacing anxiously. Secretary Jiang also wore a furrowed brow, struggling to devise a strategy. Looking up at the sky, Xiao Xingfan sighed. If only we had a fire extinguisher to douse President Su's flames of fury. Alas, I fear no extinguisher exists that could quell such a blaze. Fire extinguisher? Secretary Jiang's eyes brightened. I have an idea. Secretary Jiang, have you thought of something? Xiao Xingfan inquired eagerly. Let a man act as the fire extinguisher, Secretary Jiang smirked. A man? Xiao Xingfan expressed skepticism. President Su is furious precisely because of men. She has always shunned their company. How could a man possibly placate her? Those insufferable men are more likely to stoke the flames. Perhaps not all men are the same. He might do the trick, Secretary Jiang replied with a smile. Who? Xiao Xingfan asked, curiosity etched on his face. You'll find out shortly, Secretary Jiang said mysteriously. I'll make a call. Secretary Jiang dialed Lin Xuan. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lin Xuan frowned. Secretary Jiang, Su Huan's aide, had always exhibited hostility toward him. What could she possibly want a day? Secretary Jiang. How may I assist you? Lin Xuan answered the call. Young Master Lin, there has been a situation with President Su. We need you to come quickly and lend a hand, Secretary Jiang urged frantically. Lin Xuan's confusion deepened. What could he possibly do to help? However, since Secretary Jiang had reached out, it must be of some significance. This could also serve as an opportunity to enhance Su Huan's trust and favor toward him. Very well, where are you? Lin Xuan inquired, and Jiang Qing provided the address, which was conveniently just a 5-minute drive from Lin Xian's current location. He hurriedly drove over. Upon returning to the private room, Xiao Xingfan observed a strikingly handsome youth kneeling before Su Hua, while a portly man trembled in silence nearby. Xiao Xingfan gazed at the stunning woman seated on the sofa, exuding an aura of ominous terror, as he wiped the sweat from his brow in a frenzy. Chapter 20. Lin Xuan and the fire extinguisher. What on earth is happening? Xiao Xingfan exclaimed, his face a mask of despair. President Su was in discussions with the head of Fengxin Technology regarding a collaboration, and astonishingly, this audacious CEO had the audacity to present President Su with a man who even went so far as to touch Su's arm. It is crucial to note that President Su has always been averse to male attention, maintaining a respectful distance from men. Now, she sat on the sofa, an ominous expression etched across her face, as if she were ready to unleash her fury. Jiang Qing anxiously awaited at the hotel entrance, praying that young Master Lin would arrive in time to extinguish President Su's ire. Otherwise, they would all be in dire straits. At long last, Lin Xuan arrived at the hotel in his car. Jiang Qing's eyes brightened, and she hurried towards him. Young Master Lin, you must come with me immediately. What has transpired? Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed. As they walked, Jiang Qing recounted the entire sequence of events. By the time she finished, they had reached the entrance of the private room. So, Secretary Jiang, you are here to seek my assistance in quelling the flames? Lin Xuan swallowed nervously. Indeed, you are the only one capable of placating President Su, she replied. You overestimate my abilities, he retorted. To approach a woman like Su Hua when she is in a rage would be tantamount to courting disaster. Young Master Lin, you lack confidence in yourself, Jiang Qing replied. Opening the door to the private room, Secretary Jiang Lin Xuan attempted to speak, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Qing had vanished from his sight. Where did she go? He wondered aloud. Young Master Lin, Jiang Qing's voice floated back to him from behind, startling him. It was evident that few individuals under the employ of someone as volatile as Su Hua could be deemed normal. What is it? Lin Xuan felt an uneasy premonition creeping over him. You can do this. Go for it, Jiang Qing exclaimed as she pushed him into the room. Lin Xuan thought to himself, this is a trap, a truly wretched trap. The occupants of the private room turned their gazes towards Lin Xuan in unison. Xiao Xingfan exclaimed, so the person Secretary Jiang mentioned, who could extinguish President Su's anger, is this pretty boy? Is he truly up to the task? After Jiang Qing pushed Lin Xuan inside, she followed him into the room and closed the door behind her, effectively preventing his escape. What a cursed existence! Lin Xuan lamented, steeling himself for the encounter. Su Hua, he called out. Wang Jianhai remarked, this young man certainly possesses audacity, daring to address President Su so directly. He noted that the newcomer was even more handsome than the man he had brought along. However, it was likely that President Su would not be interested. Regret washed over Wang Jianhai. Had he known the consequences, he would have refrained from presenting a man to President Su. The young man was undeniably attractive, and he had thought to offer him as a gift, never anticipating that he would strike a nerve. Lin Xuan stepped closer to Su Hua. Su Hua, please do not be angry. It is not good for a lady to harbor anger, as it can lead to premature aging. He racked his brain to articulate this sentiment. What are you doing here? Su Hua inquired in a low voice. To put out the fire, Lin Xuan blurted out, before correcting himself. No. I meant to say that I am here to keep you company, hoping to leave work together. Su Hua frowned. Lin Xuan removed the tissue from her hand and said, Su Hua, do not wipe it anymore. Your delicate skin must not bear any wounds. Wang Jianhai was taken aback. Did he just witness that correctly? This young man actually touched Su Hua, and she showed no reaction whatsoever. Xiao Xingfan stood frozen in place, astonished by what the young man had just said. Was he really suggesting that they leave work together? Su Hua pressed her lips together, her aura still exuding an icy demeanor. Lin Xuan, at a loss for how to appease Su Hua's anger, simply closed his eyes and leaned down to kiss her crimson lips. Chapter 21. The eyes are about to fall out. Everyone in the private room was taken aback. Xiao Xingfan's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? Does this man possess an audacity beyond measure? Wang Jianhai felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. The boy he brought merely brushed against Su Hua, and she had an expression as if ready to kill. Now this man had the audacity to kiss her. The outcome seemed dire. In the midst of incredulous gazes, Su Hua wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's waist, eyes closed, returning the kiss. In that instant, the chill surrounding her dissipated entirely. What sort of fantastical narrative is this? The aloof Su Hua, akin to a flower on a high peak, has she truly developed affections for a man? Seeing Su Hua's aura soften, Lin Xuan exhaled in relief. Her anger had subsided. Let us proceed with the collaboration, Su Hua stated with an impassive expression. Wang Jianhai was somewhat dazed. Was that it? Had they successfully navigated this hurdle? During the subsequent discussions, Wang Jianhai observed that in Lin Xuan's presence, Su Hua possessed a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman. The collaboration progressed smoothly, culminating in the signing of a contract. President Su, may our collaboration be fruitful. Wang Jianhai extended his right hand to shake Su Hua's. But recalling her aversion to men, he hesitated. Yes, may it be fruitful, Su Hua nodded. Once the collaboration concluded, they prepared to depart. After walking a short distance from the private room, Lin Xuan took the initiative to grasp Su Hua's hand. Su Hua paused in surprise. Su Hua, we are in a relationship. Holding hands is quite normal, is it not? Lin Xuan smiled gently. He realized that Su Hua was not as intimidating as he had presumed. As long as he approached her with kindness, her delicate tendencies would remain subdued. Thus, he resolved to treat her well, ensuring his own days would be considerably easier. Su Hua murmured, in a relationship? Indeed, we shall eventually be husband and wife. Lin Xuan had made his determination. He would firmly hold on to this substantial support that was Su Hua in the entirety of the Great Xia nation. There was no one with a more formidable presence than her. Xiao Xingfan and Jiang Qing trailed behind them. Xiao Xingfan quietly inquired, is this pretty boy living with President Su? If she hears you calling him that, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Jiang Qing shot him a disparaging glance. Was he himself a pretty boy? After all, his name was Lin Xuan, a student from Qingqing University. Beyond his academic prowess, did he possess any other notable talents? By the way, my sister mentioned that Lin Xuan is infatuated with Qin Ruoyao, to the point where the entire school is aware of it. He had been observing Lin Xuan intently in the hotel room, finally recognizing him. His first thought was that Lin Xuan was unworthy of their President Su. Assistant Xiao, you must show Lin Xuan the utmost respect. He is the one chosen by President Su. Regardless of his shortcomings, if you disrespect him, it will spell disaster for you. Moreover, if he can bring joy to President Su, that is far more valuable than mere talent or the ability to generate wealth. Given President Su's current standing, she lacks for nothing materially. What she seeks is a confidant, and only Lin Xuan can truly enter her heart. Her previous animosity towards Lin Xuan stemmed from his repeated infliction of heartache upon Su Hua and his excessive interactions with Qin Ruoyao. However, now that Lin Xuan appears willing to remain by President Su's side, this alone suffices for her to dispel all hostility towards him. Xiao Xingfan furrowed his brow and remarked, yet he was once a sycophant to Qin Ruoyao. His apparent kindness towards President Su may well be a ruse. Such a person lingering near her is fraught with ulterior motives. Chapter 22. We are in a romantic relationship now. I have a premonition. This time, Lin Xuan is not pretending. He has come to a realization, Jiang Qing asserted confidently. Secretary Jiang, how did you discern that? Xiao Xingfan probed further. Jiang Qing cast him a glance, a woman's intuition. Xiao Xingfan. Damn intuition. Returning to the night garden, Su Hua alighted from the vehicle. Glancing at her hand with her elegant brows furrowed, a subtle chill emanating from her. Su Hua, why aren't you leaving? Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed. Su Hua pressed her lips together, merely gazing at him. Since his rebirth, Lin Xuan had become adept at sensing Su Hua's emotions. He could tell that her mood was less than delightful. Just a moment ago in the car, she had seemed perfectly fine. What had caused her abrupt shift to this frosty demeanor? Seeing that Su Hua was not departing, Lin Xuan stepped forward to take her hand, guiding her along. The icy aura surrounding Su Hua dissipated. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that Su Hua's earlier discontent stemmed from his failure to hold her hand? Su Hua, a decisive figure in the business realm, was known as the Ice Princess. It was unexpected to witness such a juvenile side of her. Onlookers regarded Lin Xuan with astonishment. Is this young Master Lin? Wow, I never anticipated young Master Lin to be so dashing. Just a few days ago, I thought he was unworthy of the young lady, but now, it seems undeniable. Hey, have you noticed that when young Master Lin is near the young lady, her spirits appear remarkably elevated? Indeed, I've noticed as well. It's astonishing that the young lady would ever bend for a man. After dining, Lin Xuan produced a couple's watch. Su Hua, I came across this watch while shopping, and it seemed perfect for you, so I purchased it. Of course, I didn't use my own funds. I used your black gold card's supplementary card. He had only 300 yuan to his name, his pockets nearly as empty as his face was pristine, so he had to utilize Su Hua's finances for now. That evening, he was determined to embark on his money-making venture. Su Hua, once I earn money, I will buy you gifts with my earnings. Su Hua smiled softly. I'll put it on for you. Lin Xuan personally adorned Su Hua with the watch, and she noticed that he too wore an identical watch, hers in white, his in black. A perfect couple's set. Stars twinkled in Su Hua's eyes. By the way, Butler Wang, please arrange for my original desk to be moved into the room I share with Su Hua. He required the desk for writing his novel. Su Hua commanded. Move the desk to my study. Will my computer disturb you? Lin Xuan hesitated, realizing that if the desk were relocated to Su Hua's study, he would be in close proximity to her at all times upon returning to the night garden, which was rather daunting. Su Hua reassured him, it won't. But Lin Xuan hesitated again. Your study contains many confidential company matters. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for me to enter? Su Hua narrowed her eyes dangerously. Does Xian not wish to be with me? Not at all. Absolutely not. Lin Xuan fervently shook his head. Good. Su Hua raised her hand and gently ruffled his hair. Lin Xuan, is this not typically an action that boys perform towards girls? It seems that in their relationship, Su Hua has always taken the lead. No, he must stand tall, strive to earn money, and cultivate his own influence. He aspires to be the man who can overshadow Su Hua. Chapter 23. The malignant radiance. On that very day, Lin Xuan commenced his fervent typing, composing his novel with fervor. This time, having been reborn, he possessed a realm of infinite knowledge concerning the entertainment industry from an alternate world. Countless novels were vividly etched in his mind. He was determined to construct his own entertainment empire. To begin with, he required capital. He intended to earn a portion of the startup funds for his entrepreneurial endeavors through his writing. Once he amassed sufficient funds, he would withdraw. For relying solely on manuscript fees would yield little profit. The crux of his plan lay in the copyrights of his novels. The content he prepared to submit to the online novel platform was intentionally crafted to be less adaptable for film and television, purely for the sake of earning manuscript fees. Novels that had previously thrived in the alternate world and were easily translatable into screen adaptations would be retained for future publication on his own novel website. Moreover, he envisioned the establishment of an entertainment company, encompassing everything from novels and film production to nurturing stars, an all-encompassing venture. In addition to the entertainment enterprise, he planned to create a video sharing platform, video games, short videos, and more. He would proceed methodically, step by step. Seated before his computer, Lin Xuan typed away for an hour, his fingers swift, as the content of the novel flowed effortlessly into his mind without the need for contemplation. In that hour, he produced 8,000 words. However, his hands ached terribly. No, he felt it was still too slow. Suddenly, Lin Xuan smacked his forehead. How foolish of him. He had forgotten about his spatial realm, with its astonishing flow rate of 61. Wasn't it far better to write within that space? Upon testing, he discovered that the content he wrote in the space could be displayed on his computer in reality. With reassurance, Lin Xuan dove into the spatial realm to type, finding that he did not feel fatigued or strained in his hands while doing so. In the space, Lin Xuan typed with remarkable speed, while in the study. Su Hua merely observed him, seemingly asleep at his desk. She draped a blanket over him, gazing at him with a tender smile. This was indeed her Lin Xuan. With a gentle kiss upon his lips, she murmured, "Ah Xuan, please don't revert back, all right?" After a long, long time, she once again savored his tenderness and the goodness he bestowed upon her. If he were to transform back into the Lin Xuan who adored Qin Ruiyao and would go to great lengths to escape from her, she would be compelled to confine him entirely. Those he cared for, she would eliminate them all. Su Hua exited the study. "Master Wang," she greeted. "Miss," replied Butler Wang respectfully. "What has young Master Ah Xuan been up to today?" Master Lin went to pick up Wang Day, took a drive around the outskirts, then went for a meal and shopping. Butler Wang responded. "Has he not sought out the Lin family or Qin Ruiyao yet?" She inquired, her brow furrowed. "No." Butler Wang shook his head. "How wonderful." Su Hua's eyes darkened. Ah Xuan was willing to act well, it seemed. She felt an overwhelming urge to drive away all those he cared for, to seize all his concern and affection for herself. Yet, she could not. She was mired in darkness, while he ought to bask in the sunlight, not plummet with her into this abyss with no end in sight. "By the way, miss, young Master Lin encountered Qin Ruiyao today." In an instant, Su Hua's grip tightened. What were they speaking of? Young Master Lin paid her no heed. I had even specifically cautioned him, yet he dismissed it, asserting that Qin Ruiyao was of no concern to him. "Miss, I sense that young Master Lin may indeed be indifferent to Qin Ruiyao," remarked Butler Wang, though he hesitated to speak with absolute certainty. For it could merely be a ruse. "Has he changed?" Su Hua murmured, longing for his transformation to be genuine. "Yet, even if he were merely acting, he would forever remain my man, even in death." A morbid obsession flickered in Su Hua's eyes. Chapter 24. A face thicker than a wall. Lin Xuan had penned an impressive 200,000 words in the confines of his space, meticulously crafting an outline before submitting his manuscript to the Fei Yue novel website, the largest paid novel platform. Having completed this task, he exited the space. Upon awakening, he noticed the blanket draped over him and paused in bewilderment. Was this the gift of Su Hua? Turning his gaze towards Su Hua, he found her engrossed in her computer, her concentration captivating. It is often said that a man is most handsome when absorbed in his work, and the same applies to women. The earnest dedication Su Hua exhibited imbued her with a unique charm. Lin Xuan inwardly berated himself for his previous blindness. How had he overlooked Su Hua's beauty in his past life? She possessed an enviable figure, a prestigious background, and striking looks, coupled with her kindness towards him. Aside from her slightly obsessive tendencies, was she not the quintessential girlfriend? Suddenly, the sound of a message notification from QQ interrupted his thoughts. Checking his phone, he discovered a message from Li Xiyu, a follower of Qin Ruiyao. "Li Xiyu, Lin Xuan, what is going on? It's been several days since you last visited Ruiyao. Do you still wish to pursue her?" Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiyu was unaware of Lin Xuan's marriage to Qin Ruiyao. She continued to send messages. "Li Xiyu, you're neither particularly handsome nor wealthy. If you want Ruiyao to like you, you must be persistent, you know? Li Xiyu, Ruiyao has been in a foul mood lately. You should take this opportunity to cheer her up. By the way, she has taken a liking to a 1,000 yuan bracelet. I'll send you the location and a picture. Purchase it, and I'll ensure it reaches her. She will surely be delighted to receive it." Lin Xuan scoffed at this. It was evident that the bracelet was something Li Xiyu fancied for herself. She frequently exploited his affection for Qin Ruiyao to coax him into treating her to meals, buying her bubble tea, and bestowing gifts upon her. The absurdity lay in the fact that he had been duped by her schemes. All his earnings from working 2 jobs and his scholarship had been squandered on Li Xiyu and Qin Ruiyao. Previously, he had been foolish enough to allow them to treat him as a cash machine. In this new life, he refused to let them reap any benefits from him. Lin Xuan replied, "I have no money." Li Xiyu frowned. "Lin Xuan, during this 2-month summer vacation, aren't you supposed to be working? Or have you already spent all your money? How do you expect to pursue Ruiyao without funds? Aren't you the young master of the Lin family? If you're short on cash, just go home and ask for some. Let me tell you, behaving like this won't when you Ruiyao is hard." Lin Xuan felt disgusted and retorted, Is someone like Qin Ruoyao worth pursuing? Li Cus eyes widened in disbelief. How dare Lin Xian speak of Ruoyao in such a manner? Li Ciyu, Lin Xian. I've taken a screenshot of what you just said. If you don't want me to tell Ruoyao, you'll need to bribe me. How about this? You cover my meals for next month. Lin Xian replied, I truly envy your audacity. Your face is thicker than a wall, impervious to bullets, how safe. After sending this message, Lin Xian blocked Li Ciyu, deciding that such trash was best left unseen. Li Ciyu was left seething with rage. Outraged that he had the audacity to call her thick-skinned, Li Ciyu intended to send a message to confront Lin Xian, only to discover that she had been blocked by him. Ah, Lin Xian, what are you? How dare a brainless waste like you question me? Filled with indignation, Li Ciyu promptly captured a screenshot of Lin Xian's disparaging remark about Qin Ruoyao and forwarded it to her. Li Ciyu, Yao Yao, this Lin Xian is utterly outrageous. Daring to call you trash. When school starts, you must show him a thing or two. Qin Ruoyao's expression darkened, and a wave of concern washed over her. Ever since the wedding, she had sensed a change in Lin Xian. Although she looked down on him, believing he was unworthy of her, she relished the admiration he showered upon her, which afforded her a profound sense of accomplishment. Lin family. Lin Xuan, feeling a bit dizzy, decided not to go to work. After taking some medicine and returning to her room, she noticed numerous servants entering Lin Xian's quarters. What are you doing? Lin Xuan inquired. Frowning. Miss, the madam has instructed us to clear out everything related to the young master from this room, the housekeeper replied. The mere thought of Lin Xian severing ties with the Lin family caused her heart to ache painfully. Do not move anything just yet. I wish to see for myself, Lin Xuan said in a hoarse voice. Yes, Mississippi. As Lin Xuan stepped into Lin Xian's room, it was her first time in his personal space, and she stood there, momentarily stunned. The size of his room was hardly more than 1/7 of hers, appearing to be no more than 6 or 7 square meters. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, consisting of only a chair, a 1-2-meter bed, a desk, and a very small wardrobe. Has Lin Xian always lived here? Lin Xuan asked in disbelief. Indeed. When the young master returned at 13, the madam arranged for him to reside here, and nothing has changed since. The madam expressed concern that a life of temporary wealth might lead him astray, insisting on raising him in modesty, Wang Ma sighed. Over the years, I have witnessed the young master's life in the Lin family. Not a single member cared for him. The moment he made the slightest mistake, he was met with either blows or scolding, and several young ladies often mocked him behind his back. For the young master, the Lin family was not a home, but a hell. Chapter 25. Suffocation. Lin Xuan stood there in a daze. Living in such a cramped space, she had never truly noticed. He is the young master of the Lin family. As she examined Lin Xian's belongings, she discovered that the items he had left behind were pathetically few. He possessed only 2 pairs of worn-out sneakers, riddled with holes, clearly having been used for several years. Moreover, he had merely 2 sets of summer clothing, and the garments for other seasons were equally sparse, all showing signs of prolonged wear. Apart from the essentials, there was nothing else in the room. In stark contrast, Lin Li's room was adorned with various sculptures he cherished. He would purchase 20 to 30 pairs of shoes each year, boasting an entire wardrobe filled with clothing and a wall of fine wines. She recalled that Lin Xian had left empty-handed. Wang Ma, have Lin Xian's clothes and shoes always been these? Lin Xuan's voice trembled slightly. Yes, miss, it has always been like this. The young master's allowance is merely 400 yuan a month. You all have drivers, yet the young master must take the bus to school every day. He has no money to buy shoes or clothes, and neither the madam nor the master provided him with any. Previously, the young master had only a few sets of uniforms to rotate until he graduated high school and began working to earn some money for more clothes. Wang Ma's genuine sympathy for Lin Xian was palpable. You mean Lin Xian went out to work to earn his own money? And only 400 yuan a month? Lin Xuan was taken aback. 400 yuan. Were not the children of the Lin family accustomed to allowances in the tens of thousands each month? After entering university, the allowance rose to 200,000. Yes, the young master is now in university, balancing his studies while working 2 jobs, Wang Ma explained. Having learned all this from Wang Ma, Lin Xuan couldn't help but ponder. What had Lin Xian truly received from the Lin family? What had he gained? Care? Love? A life of abundance? None of it. It was suffocating, utterly suffocating. Until today, she had not fully grasped the situation until she witnessed Lin Xian's living conditions and heard about his circumstances from Wang Ma. She realized that the Lin family owed Lin Xian far too much. Lin Xuan descended the stairs. Eldest sister, what happened? Why are your eyes so red? As if you've been crying? Lin Qingyan asked curiously. Have you been to Xiao Xian's room? Lin Xuan replied, her voice choked with emotion. Eldest sister. Why would we go to Lin Xian's room? Lin Qingyan wrinkled her nose in disdain. I would never step into that filthy person's room. Father, mother, second sister. I went today, and I saw Xiao Xian's living environment. Do you know what his room is like? Lin Qingwan's voice broke as she recalled Wang Ma's words. Tears welling in her eyes. The Lin family frowned in unison. Xiao Xian's room is very small, only a few square meters, accommodating just a desk, a bed, and a tiny wardrobe. His clothes and shoes are tattered and worn. Father, mother, he is your biological son, as the young master of the Lin family. He lives this way. And look at the other younger siblings. What room is not at least 100 square meters? Each room is connected to a study and a dressing room, filled with countless clothes and shoes, which little Xian lacks. With a meager allowance of 400 yuan a month, he finds it insufficient and resorts to working for his own earnings. Lin Xuan finally sheds tears. Lin Chong furrows his brow and looks at Jiang Shuqin. You are responsible for matters at home. How could you arrange such a room for Lin Xian? Do you not buy him clothes or anything? And you only provide a mere 400 yuan for living expenses? Jiang Shuqin's disdain for Lin Xian intensifies. He has severed ties with the Lin family, yet he continues to create trouble for her. Am I not cultivating his spirit of endurance and hard work? He has stayed in the orphanage for so long. How can he not adapt to the hardships of his previous life upon returning to the Lin family? Let alone the fact that life here is infinitely better than in the orphanage. Jiang Shuqin asserted. Even so, he has already developed a habit of petty theft. If I were to give him money, what might happen? Look at him, chasing after Qin Ruoyo daily, no matter how much money he receives. It will all be spent on her. Even without a lavish lifestyle, he still manages to live quite well. Lin Chong furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in her words. Enough, he is no longer part of our Lin family. Wanna let us eat. From now on, we shall not discuss Lin Xian's affairs any further. He has cut ties with us for that Qin Ruoyo. We need not concern ourselves with him, Lin Chong commanded. Lin Xuan hesitated to speak. Little Xian's decision to join the Qin family was surely a result of his heartbreak from the Lin family. Yet upon seeing Lin Chang's grim expression, she ultimately chose silence. Now, her parents and several younger sisters harbor deep prejudices against little Xian. She does not wish to see her own brother left to fend for himself. She must find a moment to counsel him properly. Dad, Mom, there is actually something I have kept from you, Linli said anxiously. What is it? Lin Chong inquired, frowning. Actually, my brother has not married Qin Ruoyo. Linli replied. What? Lin Chong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how they could have not wed. A friend of mine attended their wedding and mentioned that a wealthy woman brought along a dozen bodyguards and took my brother away from the banquet. I feared you would think too much of it, so I chose not to tell you. Chapter 26. No phone. How infuriating. Jiang Shuqin seethed with rage. What a disgrace. First, he becomes a son-in-law, and now he is being kept. Mother, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Lin Qingwan furrowed her brow. What misunderstanding could there be? He has soared to new heights, and now looks down upon us. Jiang Shuqin scoffed. Lin Chong's expression darkened. His own son has willingly fallen into depravity. Being kept by someone. If this news spreads, where will the Lin family's dignity go? Even if they sever ties, they will still be the subject of whispers behind their backs. Lin Chong took out his phone, preparing to call Lin Xian. As he scrolled through his contacts, his hand suddenly froze. In a low voice, he asked, Do any of you have Lin Xian's number? Jiang Shuqin remained silent. Lin Qiwan was taken aback. Lin Qingyan pouted. She had already blacklisted and deleted Lin Xian, so how could she possibly have his number? Previously, Lin Xian would call her incessantly, and she had grown thoroughly annoyed. Astonishingly, no one in the Lin family could find a single person with Lin Xian's phone number. Aunt Wang remarked, I have the eldest young masteress number. Lin Chong entered Lin Xian's number from Aunt Wang's contact list into his own phone and dialed. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently in use. Please try again later, came the cold mechanical voice from the phone. Lin Chong used Aunt Wang's phone to call, and surprisingly, it went through. Lin Chong's face darkened. Lin Xian actually had the audacity to blacklist him. Aunt Wang, Lin Xian quickly answered the call. Lin Xian, have you been kept? Lin Chong gritted his teeth and asked. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. It was his biological father. He sneered, Chairman Lin, I have already signed the severance agreement, with a third party as a witness. Should I remind you that we no longer have any relationship? You have no right to meddle in my affairs. Without further ado, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lin Chong was so enraged that his chest heaved violently. Jiang Shuqin leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, coldly mocking. Now that Lin Xian has found a support, he believes himself to be quite capable and no longer needs to depend on our Lin family. Naturally, he will not heed your words. Lin Xingyin disdainfully scoffed. Those wealthy women who keep men are merely playing around. Their interest will wane quickly. Does Lin Xian really think he can rely on that person for life? Just wait. It won't be long before he is cast aside and will think of returning to our Lin family. It's just like how she enjoys mingling with those young heartthrobs. No matter how much she likes them, she will soon grow weary and move on to the next one. Jiang Shuqin coldly remarked, "Very well. I shall see how long he can maintain his arrogance." For some reason, Lin Xingwan felt suffocated upon hearing their words. Moreover, the entire family did not have Lin Xian's phone number, not even her. She remembered that she had it before. Lin Xian used to call her frequently, but after she warned him not to call her again, as she had work to do and could not afford to pay him any attention. He had not contacted her since. One time when she was deleting contacts, she had inadvertently removed Lin Xian's number. Their family, dear ones. Yet not a single person possesses his phone number. At the dinner table, Lin Li served food to Jiang Shuqin, saying, "Mother, do not dwell too much on it. Brother is merely impetuous. Once he faces setbacks, he shall understand that the Lin family is his true support. Lear, you are indeed more sensible and understanding." Jiang Shuqin responded affectionately. "As your child, it is my duty to honor you, mother," Lin Li replied thoughtfully. Lin Chong feigned a stern expression. "So you only care for your mother and disregard your father?" "Father, here is your favorite braised pork," Lin Li said with a hint of resignation. Placing a piece of the dish into Lin Chang's bowl, a smile finally graced Lin Chang's face. Lin Xingyin, holding her bowl, chimed in, "What about mine? You mustn't show favoritism, dear brother." Lin Li then served her a piece of sweet and sour fish that she cherished. Lin Xingyin's eyes sparkled with delight. Brother truly understands. They basked in this harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Qiwan, sitting in another room, observed the scene with an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. The treatment of Xiao Xian and Xiao Li in the Qin family was vastly disparate. Xiao Li was the cherished one, while Xiao Xian was but a target for ridicule. Chapter 27. Brother, I am on my knees on Lin Xian's side. The editor from the Fei Yue novel website added him as a friend. The entire male-oriented editorial team of their website was named after plants. And Lin Xian's submission was reviewed by an editor named Morning Glory. "Morning Glory, I have read your novel. The pacing is excellent, the prose is commendable, and the thrilling moments are sufficient. We can proceed to sign a contract. But when will the other women of the male lead appear?" Lin Xian replied, "There is only one female lead." Morning Glory frowned. "That won't do. A single female lead cannot thrive in the male-oriented genre. The male protagonist should gather all the attractive and outstanding women. Morning Glory. Furthermore, the male lead must appear strong in front of the female lead. Your male protagonist comes off as someone who depends on others. Such a character will not succeed in novels." Upon reading this final remark, Lin Xian could no longer contain himself. What is wrong with relying on someone? Being able to depend on someone is a blessing in itself. Lin Xian furiously typed a response. "This is how my novel is. I will not change it." Morning Glory's expression darkened. "The market operates this way. If you refuse to adapt, your novel is destined to fail." Lin Xian, "Not a single word will be altered." Morning Glory, all right. You are quite stubborn. I will not accept this manuscript. I have no time for a novel that is bound to flop." Morning Glory deleted and blocked Lin Xian. Morning Glory, what is wrong with you? Who has upset you? Lavender, who shared the office with her, noticed Morning Glory's somber expression and couldn't help but wonder who had provoked her. There was an author whose writing style was quite enjoyable, yet he insisted on having a single female lead, with the male lead being dependent on her. I told him, but he stubbornly refused to budge, clinging to his misguided beliefs. In search of validation, Morning Glory even shared the novel in the editor group. After reading it, the other editors shook their heads. This novel had the potential to become popular, yet the male lead being a dependent character was a significant drawback. Readers encountering such a flaw would likely abandon it. "Alas, it is indeed a pity," sighed Lavender. Morning Glory scoffed. "Even if this novel were to be successfully signed, it would never gain popularity. Once he hits a wall, he will eventually turn back." Dogtail Grass also saw the novel shared in the group. Curious. He clicked to read and became captivated. The relationship between the male and female leads was handled exceptionally well, although the female lead had a delicate disposition. She respected the male lead, and their connection felt reciprocal. Dogtail Grass added Lin Xuan on QQ. Dogtail Grass. Hello, I am Dogtail Grass, the editor responsible for the male-oriented section at Fei Yuan novel. I have read your novel, and it is quite impressive. I would like to sign a contract with you. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Do you not think my novel contradicts the current market trends? Dogtail Grass. Indeed, it does not conform to the market. The current rankings are filled with stories featuring multiple female leads or male leads entangled with several women. Most authors cater to market demands for financial gain. However, novels should flourish in diversity. One cannot rely solely on a single formula. I have a strong feeling that your novel is extraordinary. I wish to give this a try. Should your subsequent manuscripts consistently maintain this caliber, I shall wholeheartedly endorse you. He has long been an esteemed editor at the Fei Yuan novel website, yet nearly all of his exceptional authors have been lured away by the trumpet vine. Presently, the novels under his purview are few and far between in terms of popularity. He harbors hopes that Lin Xuan's novel will achieve great success. Lin Xuan replied, Understood. Dogtail Grass remarked, If you can update 4,000 words daily until you reach 120,000 words, I shall arrange for your work to be published. Lin Xuan responded, I am in need of funds. I must expedite the publication process. I have already prepared the manuscript, totaling 150,000 words, and I anticipate reaching 400,000 words by tomorrow. Dogtail Grass exclaimed, How many? You can write 250,000 words in a single day? Lin Xuan affirmed. Indeed, he possesses the capability to write enough to reach 200,000 words in what amounts to mere minutes in reality. Lin Xuan added, Is that perhaps a bit insufficient? If it is, I can compose several 100,000 more words. Dogtail Grass was left incredulous, suspecting Lin Xuan was boasting. His writing skills were commendable, yet he had a penchant for exaggeration. Many authors struggle to produce 4,000 words in a day, not due to busyness, but often because they find themselves stuck, while the majority squander time typing a few words before indulging in distractions like scrolling through their phones for several minutes, petting their cats, or painting their nails. In essence, they engage in everything but writing, with their daily 4,000 words emerging like toothpaste squeezed from a tube. When deadlines loom, they often fabricate excuses such as feeling unwell or being preoccupied, seeking extensions. For an ordinary author, producing 10,000 words is a considerable feat yet. He claims he can compose hundreds of thousands in a day? That is utterly implausible. Not even a tentacle monster could match his speed. Dogtail Grass requested, First, let me see the remaining manuscript you have on hand. Lin Xuan replied, Certainly. He sent the manuscript over. Dogtail Grass became engrossed. The more he read, the more thrilling it became. The flirtatious exchanges between the male protagonist and the female Yandra were so captivating that he nearly experienced a nosebleed. And the male protagonist's moments of retribution were immensely satisfying. After 2 full hours of engrossed reading, Dogtail Grass finally contacted Lin Xuan. He declared, Send it. First, send me 100,000 words. I will give you a significant recommendation. It will be published the day after tomorrow. Lin Xuan replied, Okay. The day after tomorrow coincides with the start of the new academic year at Qing University, and before that, he intends to complete his novel. In the span of 2 days, Lin Xuan wrote 100,000 words, and he continued to write several 100,000 more to prepare for submission to another paid website. As dawn broke, the fee structure commenced, and Lin Xuan uploaded a staggering 200,000 words, bringing the total to 300,000 words including the previous submissions. Dogtail Grass was left astounded. This was the first time he had witnessed an author update with such intensity. Other authors, upon inadvertently submitting an extra 2,000 words, would lament for ages. Yet Lin Xuan had directly produced 200,000 words. Impressive indeed. Dogtail Grass cautioned, Brother, take it easy. Save some for your next submission. Lin Xuan shared a screenshot of his writing interface with Dogtail Grass, stating, No worries, I wrote 800,000 words yesterday. There is more than enough. Beyond his financial needs, Lin Xuan was also driven by a profound understanding of the reader's sentiments, having been an avid reader himself. He knew the excruciating wait for updates all too well. Thus, he decided to share more, allowing readers to indulge. Dogtail Grass, bro, I am in awe. Remarkably, within a single day, he churned out 800,000 words. Not even the most diligent donkey in the production team could match his fervor. Goodness. What infernal speed is this? Dogtail Grass, how about you send me the manuscript? I can help you correct any typographical errors. He intended to exploit his position to gain early access to the novel. Lin Xuan, all right. Lin Xuan sent over the entire manuscript, which was not lengthy, totaling merely 120,000 words. With an additional 300,000 words, the grand conclusion would be within reach. Dogtail Grass began to read Lin Xuan's novel. Initially planning to read for just an hour before sleeping, he unexpectedly found himself engrossed throughout the night. The following day, Dogtail Grass arrived at work sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Chapter 28. The fairy-like woman. As Lin Xuan returned to his bedroom, preparing to retire for the night, he discovered Su Hua leaning against the headboard. It was 12:30. Su Hua, why are you still awake? Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed, as he recalled Su Hua's consistent routine. She typically retired to bed promptly at 10 unless she had an important client meeting. Xian, come here. Su Hua's voice was hoarse. Lin Xuan sensed an unusual emotional turbulence within her. Su Hua's temperament was exceedingly capricious. He cautiously approached her, pondering what could possibly be amiss, wondering if he had inadvertently upset her in recent days. No sooner had he reached the edge of the bed than Su Hua pulled him onto the bed, rolling over to press herself against him. Su Hua, what is the matter? Lin Xuan asked, concerned. Su Hua remained silent, her delicate fingers tracing the contours of his features. Murmuring, Xian, you belong to me, now and forever. Yes, Su Hua, I am yours, Lin Xuan replied, his thoughts consumed with the need to soothe her. Otherwise, he feared the repercussions might be dire. The corners of Su Hua's eyes were slightly reddened, glistening with unshed tears, rendering her exceptionally alluring. She closed her eyes and captured his lips in a kiss. Noticing her emotional disarray, Lin Xuan acquiesced, cradling the petite woman in his embrace. Xian, I entrust my body to you. I am yours too. The room was awash with ripples of intimacy. Su Hua, what is troubling you? Lin Xuan gently caressed her hair. I am fine, she averted her gaze. Tomorrow, he would return to school, stepping out of her sight, and he would meet Qin Ruoyao. The thought filled her with dread that upon returning to school, he might cease their charade, reverting to the man who had once opposed her at every turn. Intent on escape, regardless of the circumstance, she could not allow Xian to leave her. If he attempted to flee again, she would confine him once more. So, Xian, be good. Do not provoke my anger. Xian, her commanding voice left no room for dissent. Tomorrow, you are not to approach any other women, do you understand? All right, I promise. Lin Xuan raised 2 fingers in assurance. With Su Hua present, he wouldn't dare to pursue other women, lest he wished to find himself in a dark confinement. Xian is so obedient. Su Hua's eyes curved with delight. As long as he was willing to play along, that was sufficient for her. This is your reward. She placed a gentle kiss on Lin Xuan's lips. But that single kiss set off a chain reaction. A particular thought crossed Lin Xuan's mind. He was utterly spent. Predictably, that night, he found himself drained once more. The following day, he had a class at 9. Lin Xuan slept soundly until 8:10, having only fallen asleep in the early hours. Upon awakening, he found that the enchanting presence of Su Hua had vanished. Such stamina and recovery for a single woman seemed almost supernatural. As Lin Xuan descended the stairs to partake in breakfast, Su Hua was already seated at the dining table. Today, she donned a wine-red gown that accentuated her snow-like complexion, exuding an air of nobility and beauty that rendered her untouchable. Her expression remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, devoid of the enchanting charm she had displayed the previous evening. Lin Xuan found himself involuntarily recalling the alluring manner in which Su Hua had draped herself around him last night, a thought that made his ears flush slightly. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he quietly consumed his breakfast. Once Su Hua had finished her meal, she leisurely dabbed her lips with a napkin. I shall drive you to school shortly. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. Su Hua typically favored luxury cars worth millions, such as Rolls-Royces, which she seldom drove. However, for Lin Xuan, she yearned to indulge him. As Lin Xuan settled into the passenger seat, Su Hua's gaze flickered momentarily. The Su Corporation was a stakeholder in Chongqing University, and since Lin Xuan's enrollment, Su Hua had invested significantly to acquire further shares. Now, she was the unequivocal majority shareholder of the university. With merely a word, her vehicle could gain entry directly to the campus, and she parked it beneath the building where Lin Xuan's class was held. At that moment, in classroom 605, Qin Ruoyao entered the school clad in a white dress and petite heels, appearing exceptionally pure and charming. Here she comes, the campus belle. Many men's infatuated gazes fell upon her. The campus belle is truly stunning. Indeed, it seems that after a summer, she has grown even more beautiful. If only I could date her, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. While everyone marveled at Qin Ruoyao's beauty, one individual stood out with a peculiar perspective. Expressing surprise, where's Lin Xuan? There is no breakfast on Qin Ruoyao's desk today. Previously, Lin Xuan had consistently prepared breakfast and drinks for her without fail. This time, however, he had not shown up. Do you think Lin Xuan has stopped fawning over Qin Ruoyao? Ridiculous. How could he possibly stop? Retorted another. If he did, I would offer my head to be kicked like a ball. Wang Dai, who had just entered, overheard this exchange and grinned. Remember, your head is at stake. The speaker shot Wang Dai an irritated glance. Wang Dai, I know you're close with Lin Xuan, but he has pursued Qin Ruoyao despite her countless rejections. Isn't that the very definition of a sycophant? His confidence was palpable, asserting that once a sycophant, one would persist unwaveringly, thus his head was destined to remain intact. Lida, let us make a wager. If Lin Xuan stops fawning, you will cover my lunches for the semester. If I lose, I will take care of your meals. Deal. Li De replied without a moment's hesitation, thinking it improbable that Lin Xuan would cease his devotion unless the heavens collapsed. Having woken up late, Qin Ruoyao felt quite hungry but refrained from purchasing breakfast, knowing full well that Lin Xuan would prepare it for her. Upon entering the classroom, she discovered that her seat was devoid of any breakfast. Lin Xuan, that infatuated admirer, had neglected to prepare a meal for her. Qin Ruoyao felt an intense pang of hunger. As she overheard Wang Dai and Li Du engaging in their bets, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Despite her belief that Lin Xuan would never fail to fawn over her, seeking a breath of fresh air, she stepped outside, with Li Siyu following closely behind. Many students were gazing downwards, and Li Siyu noticed a luxurious car parked below. Ruoyao, look, it's a Rolls-Royce. That must be worth several million. It's the first time someone has brought such a high-end vehicle to our school, Li Siyu exclaimed, gripping Qin Ruoyao's arm in excitement. Intrigued, Qin Ruoyao also turned her gaze, pondering who might be inside. Meanwhile, within the car's rear seat, an inexplicable tension enveloped the atmosphere, stifling and oppressive. Lin Xuan was on edge. What was the matter with Su Hua, that enigmatic girl? Su Hua, I have to get to class, Lin Xuan stammered, sensing that he might not escape easily this time. Wait. Su Hua leaned closer, reclining the chair's backrest, her soft form pressing against Lin Xuan. Outside, a throng of Qing University students gathered, peering curiously into the vehicle. Yet, all they could see was darkness. The interior remained a mystery, save for a subtle tremor of the car. Gulp. Lin Xuan nervously swallowed, pondering Su Hua's intentions. Surely, she wouldn't dare to engage in such a bold act here? Yet, with her peculiar disposition, it seemed entirely plausible. The thought was, in a way, exhilarating. Recalling Su Hua's alluring demeanor from the previous day, he found himself yearning for another encounter. Xian. Su Hua's delicate ivory fingers glided over Lin Xian's chest through his clothing, igniting a tantalizing thrill. Tell me, who are you currently lying beneath? Chapter 29. The campus bells fall. I found myself beneath Su Hua, as Lin Xian timidly responded. Su Hua curled her crimson lips and said, Remember, you are my man. Lin Xian. Should you dare to entertain any semblance of intimacy with another woman, I shall confine you. Her hand found its way to Lin Xian's throat. In truth, she yearned to sever his limbs, yet she refrained, desiring to witness his vibrant existence. I will keep my distance from those women. Lin Xian sensed the impending danger and hastily assured her. With Su Hua, a girl with a touch of madness, compliance was essential. Good. Su Hua's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as she playfully bit Lin Xian's lips, murmuring, This is a reward for you, my dear Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration, unable to resist caressing the back of the petite woman before him. He reflected on how he had once been a person of pure intentions, a virgin until his untimely demise, and now, just days into his rebirth, he found himself eagerly entangled with Su Hua, devoid of any resistance, but instead filled with anticipation and excitement. The driver, curious about the nature of Su Hua's reward for Lin Xian, glanced back and thought, he should not be in the car. He ought to be beneath it. The driver's eyes remained fixated ahead, aware that this was indeed a true educational institution. Miss Su, have you forgotten that there is another living being in the vehicle? As the temperature in the air escalated, their garments began to disarray. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Su Hua withdrew from his lips and lightly nibbled at his neck. Lin Xian winced in pain, harboring a suspicion that Su Hua might be part canine, given her affinity for biting. It was not until blood welled from the wound that she released him, turning to savor the crimson essence. Lin Xian, this is my mark upon you, Su Hua declared contentedly, admiring the bite marks as her earlier ferocity dissipated. Su Hua, may I attend my class now? The time is approaching, Lin Xian meekly inquired. Yes, Su Hua replied amiably, rising from Lin Xian's lap, resting her elbow on the car window. and watching him straighten his attire with a smile. You still have a lipstick mark on your neck. Lin Xuan, wishing to keep their relationship discreet, felt she was asserting her claim in a subtle manner. He adjusted his clothing and exited the vehicle, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, with tousled hair, exuding youthful charm. Upon his appearance, nearly everyone held their breath. Oh my, he's so handsome. A girl squealed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He is even more attractive than our school heartthrob. This is the epitome of a rich and handsome man. Ah, I'm swooning. Another exclaimed, captivated by his rebellious gaze. The Rolls-Royce had yet to depart, and the girls' exuberant shouts reached even Su Hua inside the car, where she could perceive their infatuated looks. With narrowed eyes, Su Hua sensed danger. With a low, cold laugh, Su Hua mused to herself how captivating a Xian had become, drawing the admiration of so many girls. She wished she could hide him away, allowing only herself to behold his charm. The driver wiped the sweat from his brow, sensing that Su was once again in a foul mood. Her temperament was notoriously unpredictable. Driving a car, he earned a monthly salary of 25,000. It was no surprise that Su could easily reprimand him without consequence. Miss Su, are we heading to the hotel now? The driver inquired cautiously. Yes, Su Hua replied, retracting her gaze and pinching the bridge of her nose to suppress her wild thoughts. Let us go. She feared that if she lingered any longer, she might succumb to the urge to retrieve a Xian and confine him within the night garden. In the corridor above, Li Xiu excitedly pointed at Lin Xuan, exclaiming, Yao Yu, look, it's that boy who drove the Koenigsegg. What a coincidence. I thought I would never see him again, yet here he is at school. On the surface, Qin Riao maintained an air of composure, but internally, she felt a surge of excitement at their swift reunion. Yes, I see him, she replied nonchalantly, seeming indifferent. Yao Yao. Last time he drove a Koenigsegg, and now he is in a Rolls-Royce. His family must be incredibly wealthy. Qin Ruoyao's eyes glimmered. His background was undoubtedly superior to Lin Li's. The latter merely drove a car worth over $1 million, while Lin Xian's vehicle surpassed $100 million, and not just one. If only she could be with him. As Lin Xuan approached their teaching building, Li Siyu's enthusiasm intensified. Is he perhaps a student in our department? She wondered aloud. Yao Yao, wouldn't it be wonderful if he took a liking to you? With your beauty, it's hard for any man not to be enchanted. Siyu, please. I lack such allure, Qin Ruoya replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm not exaggerating, Li Siyu insisted with a playful wink. Let us just watch. This man is bound to fall for you. As Lin Xuan reached the 6th floor and headed toward the classroom, Qin Ruoyao caught sight of him from afar, her gaze flickering. Siyu, I need to visit the restroom, she said, moving in the direction of the lavatory, which coincidentally led her toward Lin Xuan. Ah, this boy has already ascended to the status of school heartthrob in my mind. When the school beauty and the heartthrob meet, do you think sparks will fly? An excited girl exclaimed. I can't believe you girls. You see a handsome couple and immediately wish to pair them up. A boy scoffed, rolling his eyes. And some people are truly deluded. Two moderately attractive boys walking together are instantly deemed a perfect match by those with such fantasies. My friend and I have been subjected to such gossip. As Lin Xuan and Qin Ruoyao drew nearer, an unexpected misstep caused Qin Ruoyao to twist her ankle, collapsing directly into Lin Xuan's arms. The surrounding students erupted with excitement. The school beauty had fallen into the embrace of the school heartthrob. Was this not the plot of a romantic drama? They were on the verge of embarking on a sweet campus romance. Lin Xuan promptly sidestepped to avoid the impending collision. Qin Ruoyao fell ungracefully to the ground. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief, thankful that she did not land on him. Otherwise, he would surely face punishment from Su Hua. The onlookers were left speechless, astonished that he had managed to evade her. Qin Ruoyao was equally bewildered. She had initially intended to fall into his arms, hoping to express her gratitude and thus draw closer to him. However, he had allowed her to tumble without offering a hand to assist her. Now, the corridor was crowded with spectators, many of whom relished the sight of Qin Ruoyao's misfortune, believing it was about time a man saw through her facade. It was the first time she had embarrassed herself in front of such a large audience, and tears of humiliation threatened to spill. Yet, with him present, she felt compelled to project an image of resilience. She could not afford to cry. Luo Yuan, another of Qin Ruoyao's admirers, rushed through the crowd to help her up. Are you all right, Yao Yao? He inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Qin Ruoyao replied, casting a glance at Lin Xuan and shaking her head. You've scraped your elbow and knee. How can you say you're fine? Luo Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with sympathy. He glared at Lin Xuan. Did you not see her fall? Why didn't you catch her? Are you not a man? Lin Xuan snorted derisively. Who is she to me? Why should I catch her? Her fall is not my doing. It's of no concern to me. Really, I'm fine. Please don't blame him. It was my own clumsiness. Qin Ruoyao interjected apologetically. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. My friend misunderstood the situation and misjudged you. I hope you can forgive him. Fearing that Lin Xuan might misconstrue her relationship with Luo Yuan, she hastily clarified. Lin Xuan, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, retorted, walk properly. Stop trying to throw yourself at me. I'm not interested in your antics. Qin Ruoyao's face flushed with embarrassment. Did he truly perceive that her fall was intentional? Moreover, his voice struck her as strangely familiar, as though she had heard it before. Lin Xuan then strode directly into the classroom. Wang Dai whistled. Look at Xuanzi. How impressive. It's about time he stood up to that woman. He used to chase after that scheming Qin Ruoyao, but finally, he has shown some backbone. Chapter 30. Astonishing. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan entered classroom 605, leaving the students in a state of shock. Could this affluent young man truly be one of their classmates? At Qing University, classes are conducted in small groups of 28, unlike other institutions where multiple classes converge, resulting in lectures attended by as many as 150 students. At Qing University, aside from elective courses, major classes are typically taught to a single cohort. One curious boy inquired, classmate, have you perhaps entered the wrong classroom? No. This is indeed the right one, Lin Xuan replied. Yao, he must be a transfer student, Li Siyu speculated. Qin Ruoyao could not suppress a smile. They were indeed in the same class, a twist of fate that she found delightful. She was determined to win his affection. Lin Xuan proceeded directly to the seat beside Wang Dai. Here's the solution method you requested, he said, placing a USB drive on Wang Dai's desk. Wang Dai cradled the USB drive as if it were a precious gem. You're truly remarkable. I pondered for 3 days and nights over this programming code. And you managed to solve it in no time after I sent it to you yesterday, he exclaimed, marveling at his friend's prodigious talent in computing. The other students were astounded. Wang Dai was acquainted with this wealthy young man, and their rapport seemed quite close. This affluent individual, who could afford a Rolls-Royce, must have a fortune exceeding $1 billion. How could someone like Wang Dai, who was financially struggling, know him? Have you noticed? This rich young man bears a striking resemblance to someone, one student remarked. Who? Others asked with growing curiosity. Lin Xuan. The more I look, the more I see the likeness. The only differences are a lack of thick bangs and black-rimmed glasses. Their voices are remarkably similar too. They both have a strong connection with Wang Dai. Do you think he could be Lin Xuan? How could that be? Lin Xuan, the one who couldn't even afford decent clothes, drive a Rolls-Royce? And look at his attire. It's clearly expensive. Someone countered. Recalling Lin Xuan's previous penchant for budget clothing, Wang Dai, munching on his bun, curiously asked, what happened to your previous car? The Koenigsegg one. I see you've switched to a new one. This Rolls-Royce is just one of the cars in my garage. I drive it casually, Lin Xuan replied. Recalling how Su Hua had asked him which car he desired, and he had merely pointed to one, Wang Dai paused mid-bite, swallowing hard. Honestly, how many cars do you have in your garage? I'm not sure of the exact number, but it's a variety of brands, Ferrari, Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, Maybach. Perhaps around 10 to 20 vehicles. Lin Xuan remembered that Su Hua had gifted him an entire garage full of cars. The others stared in disbelief. Was he truly that wealthy? The combined value must be in the tens of billions. Did this imply his fortune exceeded 100 billion? No one believed Lin Xuan was fabricating tales. After all, those who could afford a Rolls-Royce had no reason to lie. Wang Dai nearly fell to his knees. Xuanzi, no? My adoptive father, do you still need a son? Xuanzi? The only person who could elicit such a nickname from Wang Dai was Lin Xuan. Good heavens. The crowd was thunderstruck. He is Lin Xuan? Is this for real? It must be Lin Xuan. Though his hairstyle and other features have changed, I recognized him right away, as he bears an uncanny resemblance to Lin Xuan. However, seeing his affluence deterred me from entertaining such thoughts. Now that Wang Dai has called him Xuanzi, it must indeed be him. Goodness, after not seeing him for a summer, Lin Xuan has become so wealthy. Could it be that he struck it rich in the lottery? Qin Ruoyao's expression visibly darkened. Lin Xuan, it is truly him. Why didn't he catch her just now? And those cars, are they all owned by the woman who whisked him away at the wedding? Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists, unable to accept that the man she had always scorned had transformed into someone so handsome and affluent. Lita sat in his chair, looking utterly disenchanted. Has Lin Xuan really stopped trying to curry favor? Wang Dai approached Lita with a grin. You lost. Remember my meal. Lita merely responded with silence. There are still 3 minutes until class begins. Lin Xian's phone incessantly beeped. Dogtail Grass was contacting him. Wow, your novel has exploded. Since morning, the average chapter subscription has been 1,500. This is still due to your lengthy word count. Most people haven't finished all the chapters. Moreover, it's a weekday, and many haven't had time to read. At this rate, it's projected to reach at least 10,000 subscriptions today, with 200,000 words in paid chapters. The author earns 3 cents for every 1,000 words. This means he could make 60,000 in a single day. Such a remarkable achievement for a newcomer. Lin Xian was not surprised by this outcome, as his novel had indeed become a sensational hit in another world, and he had added considerable content to it. Lin Xian replied. Dogtail Grass responded. Bro, did you switch from being a master on another site to Flyleap? Lin Xian replied. Newcomer. Dogtail Grass exclaimed. After class began, Lin Xian tucked his phone away. As soon as the noon class ended, Su Hua's team promptly delivered the meals. Upon seeing the abundant feast, vegetables, meat, and a variety of seafood, including lobster and king crab, Wang Day's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, is this the life of the wealthy? Just this one meal could cover my expenses for an entire year. Let's eat. Lin Xian glanced at Wang Day. All right. Wang Day wasted no time. Devouring the food with gusto. Leaning back in his chair, he remarked, delicious. This is absolutely divine. Xuanzi, your family chef is truly exceptional. Lin Xian continued to message Su Hua, replying casually. Once they finished their meal, Su Hua's team entered to clear away the dishes. Wang Day opened the Fly Leap novel website, and a book popped up immediately. Is the female lead a Yandere? Or is it a single female lead? Intriguing. He glanced at the author's page, noting that there was only this one novel, authored by a newcomer. Wang Day held little hope for this novel, as he often found that works by new authors tended to be rather poor. Typically, he would not even click on them. However, he had grown weary of the formulaic nature of many novels, and this one appeared to possess a certain originality. The website had given it a considerable recommendation, suggesting it might hold some surprises. Intrigued, Wang Day decided to delve into it, and upon doing so, he became utterly captivated. Wang Day. It's time to return to the dormitory, Lin Xian called out. I'm engrossed in a novel, so I won't be going back. Wang Day replied without lifting his head. Remember to bring my book this afternoon. All right, Lin Xian conceded, making his way back alone. He had been entangled with Su Hua, that little woman, for quite some time the previous night, moving from the bed to the bathroom, and had not managed to get much sleep. He was exceedingly tired and needed to catch up on rest. As most people had already departed, the teaching building was nearly deserted. Just as Lin Xian reached the stairway, he was intercepted by Qin Ruoyao. Chapter 31, Love Letters and Provocations. Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at her, disregarding her presence, and continued walking ahead. Qin Ruoyao, feeling utterly ignored, was infuriated. Lin Xian, how dare you ignore me? She exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Who do you think you are that I should pay you any heed? Lin Xian retorted coldly. Qin Ruoyao, don't let your narcissism blind you. Ever since he unveiled the true nature of Qin Ruoyao, having lived a second life, his feelings for her had dissipated entirely, leaving only disdain in their wake. Lin Xian, how can you speak to me like this? Do you believe I will simply ignore you from now on? Qin Ruoyao's chest heaved with anger. Is that so? I would welcome such a development. Lin Xian replied mockingly. Her face flushed crimson with indignation. She took a deep breath, softening her tone. Lin Xian, is this treatment a result of that woman's coercion? It must be her, forbidding you from approaching me. What is there to coerce? Qin Ruoyao. I am quite content following her, driving a Rolls-Royce and a Koenigsegg, with servants at my beck and call, free from financial worries. I relish every moment. Unlike when I pursued you, always catering to your whims, spending all my money on you while living in sheer misery. A smirk adorned Lin Xian's face. Any reasonable person would know whom to choose, her or you. In my past life, I was indeed a fool. Lin Xian, how can you be so shallow? As a man, lacking ambition and resorting to living off a woman, where is your dignity? I truly misjudged you. Disappointment flooded Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Qin Ruoyao, if you can rely on a wealthy man, why can't I do the same? We are all human. Don't be so hypocritical. Lin Xian felt a newfound appreciation for the comforts of life. Don't forget how you used to fawn over me. Qin Ruoyao, unable to maintain her previously demure demeanor due to Lin Xian's relentless rebuttals, glared at him. If you ever regret this, even if you kneel before me seeking forgiveness, I will never absolve you. Rest assured, that day will never come. Lin Xian replied. By the way, Qin Ruoyao, could it be that you were stopping me to express your reluctance? perhaps even harboring feelings for me? A sardonic smile graced his lips. How could I ever favor someone as pathetic as you? Qin Ruiyao retorted vehemently, adamant in her disdain. Without that woman, Lin Xuan amounted to nothing, without wealth. He was merely a handsome faade. Then why do you continue to obstruct my path? Lin Xuan's expression grew cold. Biting her lip, Qin Ruiyao stepped aside. Lin Xuan walked past her without a glance. He understood that for someone like her, only wealth mattered. She would gravitate toward whoever possessed it. Perhaps, should his endeavors flourish, Qin Ruiyao would cling to him like a desperate admirer. Li Siyu approached with a cup of milk tea, noticing Qin Ruiyao's red-rimmed eyes. With concern, she inquired, Ruiyao, what's wrong? By the way, while I was waiting for the elevator, I saw Lin Xuan exit. Did you two cross paths? Did he seek your forgiveness? Li Siyu let out a hum, pondering whether he had just offered a lowly apology. Yao Dao, did you teach him a lesson? Remember, do not forgive him too easily. Men are inherently untrustworthy. The more readily you pardon them, the less they will cherish you in the future. Siyu, Lin Xuan did not apologize to me. Instead, he insulted me, Qin Ruiyao replied, biting her lip in distress. What? How is that possible? Li Siyu was taken aback. Siyu, do you think he no longer likes me? Qin Ruiyao's mood darkened. Though she held Lin Xuan in disdain, she had always been obedient to him, offering unconditional devotion. The notion that he could suddenly become indifferent was unbearable for her. That is impossible, Li Siyu stated with conviction. Lin Xuan is merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. Your consistent rejection has prompted him to adopt this tactic to gain your attention. Feigned indifference? Qin Ruiyao murmured thoughtfully. Li Siyu asserted confidently, rest assured, Yao Yao. His previous adoration for you could not vanish within a mere few days. You must maintain an air of aloofness around him. In time, he will be unable to withstand it and will come crawling back. Qin Ruiyao nodded, her anxious heart finally at ease. So it was indeed a strategy of feigned indifference. A smile crept across her lips. Lin Xuan was becoming increasingly clever. Yet, would this method truly make her develop feelings for him? It seemed nothing short of fanciful thinking. As Lin Xuan returned to the dormitory, he attracted numerous glances along the way. Many girls displayed expressions of infatuation. He is truly handsome. Lin Xuan looks even better in person than in photos. Oh my. He looked at me. I think I'm going to faint. If I had known Lin Xuan was this handsome and wealthy, I would have pursued him sooner. You might as well stop dreaming. Lin Xuan likes the campus belle. I doubt that. Perhaps Lin Xuan no longer has feelings for her. Remember how he let her fall in the corridor without offering assistance? Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Xuan splashed his face with water and then collapsed onto his bed to sleep. Their dormitory was shared between two. And since Lin Xuan did not return to his family home and was not confined by Su Hua, he often slept in the school dormitory, keeping his bed impeccably tidy. Having been entangled with Su Hua until 4 in the morning last night, he had managed only 4 hours of sleep. Now utterly exhausted, he fell asleep within moments of lying down. Yili also returned to the dormitory. He was Lin Xuan's roommate and pretended to be close with him. Observing Lin Xuan sleeping soundly, Yili's expression darkened, his eyes filled with jealousy. He had seen the discussions about Lin Xuan on the forum, noting the arrival in a Rolls-Royce and his high-end attire. Now, he had become exceedingly handsome, even stealing his title of campus heartthrob. He could not comprehend how such a regal, mysterious, and beautiful woman could be attracted to Lin Xuan. Those luxury cars he drove must surely belong to her. He was consumed by jealousy, convinced he was no less worthy than Lin Xuan. How could that woman possibly overlook him? No. He must devise a plan to make her abandon Lin Xuan. As Yili was about to return to his bed, he suddenly noticed a pink piece of paper beneath the table, with a heart shape partially visible. He picked up the paper, and upon reading its contents, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Lin Xuan, your time is up. Yili took out his phone and sent a message to Su Hua. Hello, Miss Su. I am Lin Xuan's roommate. I discovered this note on his desk. It is addressed to Qin Ruiyao. As a woman of such grace, I do not wish for you to be hurt by Lin Xuan. He sent along a photograph. He harbored feelings for Su Hua last year. He had witnessed her kiss Lin Xuan passionately, pinning him against the car. It was love at first sight for him. Subsequently, under the pretense of monitoring Lin Xuan, he managed to acquire her phone number. He frequently offered Lin Xuan advice, encouraging him to distance himself from Su Hua. That fool Lin Xuan, indeed, took his words to heart, often acting upon his suggestions, causing various forms of distress to Su Hua. Yet, he could not fathom why Su Hua still chose to remain with Lin Xuan. Seeing Lin Xuan arrive at school today in such a manner only deepened his unease. He felt as if everything was slipping from his grasp. With the opportunity to instill disdain for Lin Xuan and Su Hua, he would certainly seize it. After sending the photograph, Yi Li returned the love letter to its original place. Chapter 32. Ah Xian, accompany me to hell at this moment, in the night garden. A woman clad in a resplendent red gown sat elegantly upon the sofa, her enchanting eyes fixated intently on the photograph displayed on her phone. It bore Ah Xian's handwriting. Indeed, he had been performing all along, the moment he arrived at school. He could not resist the urge to ingratiate himself with Qin Ruiyao and profess his feelings. A love letter. He had penned a love letter to Qin Ruiyao, imbued with profound emotion and tender affection. How enviable it was. Ah Xian, you truly are quite disobedient. Su Hua murmured softly. The room was filled with servants who bowed their heads, their hearts fluttering with anxiety. They rarely witnessed their young mistress in such a tempest of fury. It must surely be Lin Xian's doing. They had genuinely believed Lin Xuan wished to remain by the young mistress's side, only to have inadvertently provoked her wrath on the very first day of school. As Butler Wang stepped into the parlor, he immediately sensed the stifling atmosphere. He lowered his voice and inquired of a servant, "What has transpired?" "I do not know. It seems the young mistress received a message and became this way." The servant replied. Observing Su Hua's expression, Butler Wang frowned. The young mistress was typically composed and self-restrained, even when surrounded by peril. She never displayed a trace of fear. Only one person could elicit such a loss of control, Lin Xuan. What could be on the young mistress's phone? Butler Wang picked up Su Hua's phone, which had bent slightly under her grip. A love letter, written to Qin Ruiyao. His eyes widened in shock. No wonder the young mistress was so incensed. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that there was something amiss. Could it be a misunderstanding? A dark tide surged within Su Hua's gaze, seemingly capable of obliterating all. Her eyes remained locked on the phone. How dare he write a love letter to Qin Ruiyao? Ah Xian, your audacity knows no bounds. Butler Wang discreetly called Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, deeply immersed in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. He brought the device to his ear and gritted his teeth. "What is it? Speak." "Young Master Lin, you have landed yourself in a grave predicament," Butler Wang exclaimed anxiously. Lin Xuan was bewildered. He had spent the entire day in class and had returned to his dormitory only to sleep. What trouble could he possibly have caused? Was it that his conversation with Qin Ruiyao at the stairwell had been surreptitiously recorded and sent to Su Hua, leading to her misunderstanding? Ah, this matter seems simple enough. You are referring to the incident with Qin Ruiyao, right? Butler Wang, you are unjustly accusing me. It was Qin Ruiyao who clung to me. I have maintained my distance and uttered not a single inappropriate word. Lin Xuan clarified. Not that. Butler Wang interjected, "Young Master Lin, did you write a love letter to Qin Ruiyao?" Lin Xuan was thoroughly flabbergasted. A love letter? What love letter? That letter was sent to the young mistress's phone by someone unknown, and she is exceedingly angry. Young Master Lin, you are in dire straits. A love letter. Lin Xuan's mind raced, and he finally recalled that he had indeed written a love letter to Qin Ruiyao. Butler Wang. That letter was composed before I had seen Qin Ruiyao's true nature. My heart is now wholly devoted to remaining by Su Hua's side. The timing is all wrong. It cannot be counted. Lin Xuan protested vehemently. That was written by the foolish version of him from the past, not the reformed individual he has become. Steward Wang sighed. Young Master Lin, you should contemplate how to appease Miss Su. Otherwise, your freedom may be at stake. With that, he ended the call. Lin Xuan engaged in a mental whirlwind, pondering how to extinguish Su Hua's ire. He could not afford to lose the freedom he had painstakingly fought for. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Lin Xuan began rummaging through drawers, searching for that love letter. Finally, after 5 minutes, he discovered it beneath the table. He swiftly captured the text from the letter and sent it to Su Hua. After a moment's thought, he added a personal touch. Su Hua, having been apart for just half a day, I find myself yearning for you, longing to kiss your nose, your eyes, your lips, and to witness your passionate expression, unable to resist. Su Hua, I am yours, always and forever your man. In the night garden, Su Hua was lost in her own world, holding a sharp fruit knife. The blade sliced through her delicate skin, crimson droplets of blood cascading from her hand. Steward Wang, witnessing such a scene, felt a pang of sorrow but refrained from approaching, fearing it might provoke her condition. He clasped his hands together, hoping that Lin Xuan would swiftly devise a solution. Only he could calm her turbulent heart. Su Hua's eyes reflected an unsettling mix of obsession, madness, and a hint of fragility. Ah Xian, why don't you continue the charade? A sardonic smile curled her lips. It was evident that someone like her was unworthy of warmth. Each time she believed she had found solace, reality shattered her illusions once more. It was her folly to attempt to grasp a glimmer of light within the depths of darkness. Her fingertips traced the bloodied blade, her gaze imbued with a pathological fixation. "Ah, Xian," she softly murmured, "since you are so unruly, let us descend into hell together." Steward Wang shuddered at the thought. If young Master Lin failed to manage the situation with the love letter, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Beep, beep, beep. Su Hua's phone chimed with a QQ message notification. She paid it no mind, fixating instead on the bloodied knife in her hand. However, Steward Wang's eyes brightened. The only friend in Mrs. QQ account was young Master Lin. It must be a message from him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Miss, your QQ has received a notification. Would you like to see what it says? It should be from young Master Lin." Su Hua's vacant, numb gaze fell upon the phone resting on the table. Yet she showed no intention of checking it. Reluctantly, Steward Wang picked up the phone and, upon reading Lin Xian's message, felt as if his eyes might pop out in astonishment. Wow, young Master Lin is quite clever. In this next segment, cough, cough, the youthful exuberance. I'm getting too old to understand. Miss Su, would you care to look at QQ? It contains a message from young Master Lin related to the love letter. Yet, Su Hua remained silent, her focus unwavering on the phone. Butler Wang remarked, "Miss, if you continue to ignore him, Master Lin may grow anxious. If this is merely a misunderstanding, your silence could jeopardize your relationship with him." Su Hua remained unresponsive, prompting Butler Wang to clear his throat and add, "Miss, this phone has just been crushed in your grip. Allow me to provide you with a replacement." He pretended to take the phone away. "Wait," Su Hua said, her voice hoarse, "give me the phone." Butler Wang's expression revealed his expectation, and he handed the phone to Su Hua. To be honest, Butler Wang felt a twinge of apprehension. He could not be certain whether the young lady would believe him. Chapter 33. The confrontation. Su Hua gazed at the love letter, reading it repeatedly. This was intended for her, not for Qin Royale. The chill that enveloped her dissipated. She glanced at Butler Wang, who was staring at the ceiling, utterly oblivious to everything. After finishing the letter, a subtle smile graced Su Hua's lips. Butler Wang exhaled deeply. It seemed that young Master Lin was indeed quite effective, serving as a veritable extinguisher for her turmoil. After perusing the letter, Su Hua revisited the latter part of Lin Xian's message multiple times. She dialed Lin Xian's number, complimenting the quality of the letter. Lin Xian sighed in relief, glad that Su Hua was no longer upset. "Rest assured, Su Hua, my heart is solely devoted to being by your side. I shall not even spare a glance at any other woman," he assured her. "Ah, Xian," Su Hua suddenly called out. "Yes?" he replied. "About that segment you sent afterward." Lin Xian's face flushed. In truth, he had regretted sending it shortly after. The words felt overly sentimental, sending shivers down his spine upon rereading. "I truly like it," Su Hua said, a smile gracing her lips. "Everything you desire, Ah Xian, I shall fulfill. I will be waiting for your return at home tonight." Lin Xian thought to himself, indulging in such excess every day may not be wise. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Su Hua was no longer angry, and the storm had finally passed. Yili, feigning sleep, had been secretly eavesdropping on Lin Xian's conversation, his expression darkening. How could Lin Xian evade the consequences of this situation? And what was with Lin Xian's sudden change in attitude towards Su Hua? Why had his demeanor shifted so dramatically in such a short span of time? Feigning that he had just awakened due to Lin Xian's chatter, Yili curiously inquired, "Lin Xian, were you just on the phone with Qin Royale? Congratulations on your now improved relationship." "It was Su Hua I spoke to," Lin Xian replied, narrowing his eyes at Yili. Yili had been someone Lin Xian trusted deeply, considering him one of his closest friends aside from Wang Dai. However, the revelation of Yili's feelings for Su Hua left a bitter taste. He could not forget the triumphant smirk Yili had worn upon learning about Lin Xian's impending marriage to Qin Royale and Su Hua's subsequent withdrawal from communication. In his previous life, Su Hua often punished him, and Yili's influence had played an undeniable role in that. Yili was also among those Lin Xian intended to confront in this rebirth. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to offend me, I shall repay them 100-fold. First and foremost, he needed to address Yili. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Yili asked, "Lin Xian, why the sudden kindness towards Su Hua?" "Nothing much. I simply came to a realization. She seems quite wonderful, and I wish to be with her." Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Yili grew anxious. "Lin Xian, you must think this through. Su Hua is a Yandera. She is capable of anything. Her appetite will only grow. Even if you compromise now, She will eventually confine you, and you will lose your freedom. Yili adopted a tone of concern for Lin Xuan. By the way, Lin Xuan, weren't you fond of Qin Royale? Don't you wish to be with the woman you truly like? If you agree to be with Su Hua, she will certainly not allow you to associate with other women. Lin Xuan scoffed. Yili, it seems you are quite reluctant to see me with Su Hua. Yili replied, of course, I do not wish for your union, Lin Xuan. You are my friend, and I desire for you to be with the woman you cherish. Then allow me to inquire. Since you so insistently claim to have my best interests at heart, why did you surreptitiously deliver that love letter to Su Hua? With a resounding slap, Lin Xuan slammed the letter onto the table. Yili maintained his calm demeanor. Lin Xuan, I am doing this for your sake. I am aiding your escape from Su Hua. Are you doing this for me, or for yourself? You know the answer in your heart, Lin Xuan retorted, his anger turning into a mocking laughter. Qin Royale, Yili, Lin Li, each of them were masterful actors in their own right. Yili, I am aware of your feelings for Su Hua, and I must inform you that you stand no chance. Su Hua is fond of me. You cannot take her from me, for she does not hold you in regard. You have seen Su Hua several times while accompanying me. You are the campus heartthrob, while I am but a boy with thick bangs and black frame glasses. No matter how unattractive I may have been in Su Hua's eyes, there has only ever been me. She has never cast a second glance in your direction. Yili, no matter how much effort you exert, it will be futile. Nothing could be more devastating than this revelation. The calm demeanor of Yili began to fracture as he clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, Su Hua did not admire him. Despite his subtle advances, she remained unmoved. Su Hua's heart was solely occupied by Lin Xuan. He thought that perhaps only when Su Hua was utterly disillusioned with Lin Xuan would he have a chance to ascend. Thus, he continued to assist Lin Xuan in evading Su Hua, while also attempting to provoke actions that would repel her. Yili, I had once been deceived by you, heedlessly following your advice to distance myself from Su Hua. I tell you now, I have awakened and will not fall into your trap again. I shall cling tightly to Su Hua. Yili's expression darkened. How could this fool, Lin Xuan, have disowned such truths? Suddenly, Lin Xuan's fist collided with Yili's face. Yili staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Xuan, what are you doing? Oh, nothing much. Just a little itch to strike, as I find you quite irksome, Lin Xuan replied, flexing his wrist. He had learned several leg techniques in his training, which were now conveniently applicable. Lin Xuan, have you lost your mind? This is Shanqing University. Fighting could result in expulsion. Yili gritted his teeth. Expulsion? What is there to fear? Su Hua is a board member of this institution, and her backing is formidable. What do I have to worry about? With another punch, Lin Xuan struck Yili in the abdomen. Yili gritted his teeth, enduring the blow. As Lin Xuan continued to assault him, he declared, Yili, no matter how outstanding you are or how handsome you may appear, Su Hua will never come to love you. You should relinquish that hope. She only has eyes for me. You see, no matter how I behaved towards her in the past, she has remained steadfast by my side. Now that I am willing to stay by her, our bond will only strengthen. Yili, I will forever stand atop you. I have usurped your position as campus heartthrob, seized your coveted first place, and taken the woman you adore. I will date her, marry her, and have children with her. Lin Xuan's demeanor resembled that of a mischievous imp, provoking Yili to the point of retaliation. At last, Yili could no longer contain himself and swung a fist at Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan had the capability to evade the blow, he chose to remain still, allowing Yili's fist to collide with his face. The impact was substantial, likely leaving a mark from the altercation. Satisfied with the outcome, Lin Xuan continued to strike Yili a few more times before he decided to cease. He did not wish to let Yili off the hook so easily, yet he was mindful not to overdo it. If he caused too much harm, he would lose the moral high ground. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen. Yili's handsome features bore the evidence of the encounter, with his lips swollen and both eyes nearly shut. Lin Xuan, just wait. I will ensure you are expelled. Yili gritted his teeth, vowing vengeance. Go ahead, I'm waiting. Lin Xuan replied, nonchalantly with one hand in his pocket, exuding an air of indifference. Chapter 34. Her humble love in the dim light of the night garden. Su Hua descended the stairs clad in a tailored suit dress. Miss, do you believe that the letter of affection from young Master Lin was genuinely intended for you? Inquired Butler Wang with curiosity. Su Hua regarded him with a mocking expression. Uncle Wang, it was you who informed Xian about the love letter incident, prompting him to send such things my way. There cannot be such a coincidence in this world. Shortly after Yuli sent me his love letter, Xian reached out and also sent me a letter. Thus, There is but one possibility. Someone has tipped off Lin Xuan. But miss, if you believe that letter was meant for Qin Ruoyao, why have you not pursued the matter regarding young Master Lin's love letter? Butler Wang was astonished, realizing that the young lady was fully aware. As long as he is willing to deceive and comfort me, that is enough. I dare not wish for more, even if he is merely acting. It is a far cry from before. I cannot bear to shatter the facade of our seemingly beautiful relationship. Su Hua's lips curled into a bitter smile. I see. Butler Wang observed her with a heart full of sympathy. Who could have imagined that the formidable Su general, who thrived in the business arena and ascended to the head of the Su family over the corpses of her siblings, would humble herself to such an extent for a man? I hope Lin Xuan does not betray her trust, otherwise it would be exceedingly cruel to her. But miss, I sense that this time young Master Lin may indeed be genuinely willing to remain by your side, Butler Wang reassured her. He told me that the love letter was written before he discerned Qin Ruoyao's true nature. The man he is now is not the same as he was before. He need not feel obligated. Su Hua's gaze narrowed dangerously. He can only be my Su Hua's man. If he is unwilling, I shall bind him in chains, confining him for eternity. Butler Wang. It seems the young lady's obsessive tendencies are manifesting. Suddenly, Su Hua's phone rang. And upon seeing Lin Xuan's name on the screen, all traces of hostility faded from her demeanor. Xuan, she spoke softly. Butler Wang. Only young Master Lin can restore the mist to her normal state, though it is clear that her obsession was ignited by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan cleared his throat. Slightly embarrassed, Su Hua, I got into a fight at school and need to inform my parents. I'll have my secretary handle it. Su Hua genuinely wished to attend the school. However, she required a moment to calm her emotions, not wanting to frighten him. Jiang Qing hurriedly arrived by Lin Zheng's office. Lin Zheng frowned and asked, Secretary Jiang, you seem in quite a rush. Is there something urgent I must attend to? Yes, it is of great importance, Jiang Qing replied. You must go to Shangqing University immediately. Is there a dispute regarding shares between Shangqing University and Su General? Lin Zheng asked with curiosity. No. Su General has asked you to handle a student fighting incident, Jiang Qing clarified. Me? Lin Zheng pointed to himself, his face a canvas of shock. He was a prestigious lawyer, renowned for his exceptional skills. Was he truly being tasked with addressing a student fight? Was this not a gross underutilization of his talents? Secretary Jiang, I still have the Wang case to handle. Why not let lawyer Wang, who works under me, take care of it? His capabilities are commendable. He will undoubtedly manage it well. Lin Zheng was quite resistant. Allowing him to deal with a student brawl seemed too embarrassing. Jiang Qing smiled lightly, Secretary Bai. This is a directive from President Su. He is an individual of significant importance to President Su, and if you handle this well, the rewards will be substantial. An individual of such importance? A flicker of curiosity arose in Lin Zheng's heart as he nodded in agreement. All right, I shall head over immediately. Yili's parents, also residents of Yundu, quickly arrived at the principal's office, residing next to Shangqing University. They were adorned in gold and silver, presenting themselves as nouveau riche. Upon seeing Yili's bruised visage, his mother was filled with anguish. Oh my son, how could you be beaten so badly? She exclaimed, holding Yili with tears in her eyes. His father, however, approached with a somber demeanor. Are you the one who assaulted my son? Lin Xuan, with one hand in his pocket, retorted, we were merely exchanging blows. If he couldn't hold his own, whose fault is that? Lin Xuan, you lie. Yili shouted in anger, you were the one who attacked me unilaterally. Then how do you explain the wounds on my face? Lin Xuan pointed to the corner of his mouth. Yili fell silent, realizing he had walked into Lin Xuan's trap. No wonder Lin Xuan had been provoking him. It was also clear why he hadn't dodged when striking Lin Xuan. Yili glared at Lin Xuan with a dark expression. Very well, indeed. You have truly become increasingly cunning. His mother, agitated, interjected, my son has always been gentle, polite, and kind-hearted. He wouldn't even harm an ant. How could he possibly strike you? Those injuries must be self-inflicted. Madam, even if I did hurt myself, do you have any evidence? Can I not claim that Yuli's injuries are also self-inflicted? Lin Xuan's tone was audacious and provocative. Why are you being so unreasonable? Have you no manners? Yili's mother glared at him. Yili's father remained calm, coldly stating, even if you were injured, you only have one wound, while my son bears over 10. Principal, your esteemed institution has a rule regarding expulsion for fighting, does it not? The principal nodded, indeed. But we must await the arrival of Lin's parents before proceeding with any discussions. Yili's father sat down on the sofa. Very well, I shall wait. I am eager to see who could raise such a fine son. After 10 minutes had passed with no sign of Bai Lin Jiang, Yili's mother scoffed. Oh, perhaps Lin Xian's parents feel guilty and will not show up. What's the rush? He has a long journey ahead. He has yet to arrive, Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Fine, I will wait, Yili's mother retorted with a cold huff, having heard from her son that although Lin Xian's family had some wealth, he was not favored at home. His parents would likely not blindly protect him. With the sound of clicking heels, Jiang Shuqin entered the principal's office. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, realizing he had forgotten that the phone number he provided to the school belonged to the Lin family. The school, concerned about potential deceit among students, would need to contact parents in case of any issues. Jiang Shuqin's expression darkened as she addressed Lin Xian. It's only your first day at school, and you've already caused trouble for me. Well done. Are you Lin Xian's mother? Ye's mother retorted with disdain. Jiang Shuqin cast a heavy glance at Lin Xian, feeling utterly humiliated by her rebellious son. Yes, I am, she replied, taking a deep breath. Now, please tell me how we will address the situation since your son has assaulted mine. Ye's mother crossed her arms, exuding an air of superiority. How much do you want? I'll pay. Jiang Shuqin gritted her teeth. She had already concluded on the way there that Lin Xian was at fault. His notorious character and unruliness left no room for doubt. Upon arriving at the principal's office and seeing Yi Li's bruised face, her conviction only solidified. Since it was indeed Lin Xian's fault, she knew she had to offer a humble apology. Money? Are we in need of money? Ye's mother scoffed. I want him, she declared, pointing at Lin Xian. I demand he kneels and apologizes to my son, and he must slap himself 20 times while admitting his wrongdoing. Furthermore, I require him to publicly apologize to my son over the school intercom. Ha! Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Lin Xian, why aren't you complying with Aunt Ye's demands? Jiang Shuqin ordered, her face darkened with anger. Lin Xian ignored her and turned to the principal, saying, Principal, I have no connection to her. My relatives have not yet arrived. Chapter 35. Inversion of truth. The assistant principal glanced at the phone, frowning, and remarked, There is no mistake. The number registered is indeed this one. Lin Xian, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. I came here with good intentions to address the issue of your fighting, pleading with others to prevent your expulsion, and this is the attitude you present? Jiang Shuqin's eyes widened, her chest heaving with indignation, feeling that her kindness had been met with ingratitude. This is a rebellious child. Lin Xian coldly curled his lips. Ms. Jiang, we have severed our relationship, documented by a lawyer and written in black and white. We no longer have any ties. My affairs are no longer under your jurisdiction. Fine. It seems you have grown wings. Well, I shall wash my hands of this. Let them expel you from Qin University. Jiang Shuqin crossed her arms, determined to observe how far Lin Xian could soar without the support of the Lin family. The principal furrowed his brow, realizing that Jiang Shuqin was indeed Lin Xian's mother. Though their relationship was estranged, her attitude towards him was hardly maternal. What mother would start by admitting her son's faults? In his recollection, Lin Xian was an exemplary student, excelling in a competitive computer science department. Lin Xian, has a parent arrived that you contacted? The principal inquired kindly. He is already at the school, Lin Xian replied. Very well, let us wait a few more minutes. The principal nodded. Jiang Shuqin's expression faltered. Lin Xian had called a parent? Who could it be? Surely it wasn't that woman who was supporting him? Dressed impeccably, Bai Lin Zhang hurried into the office. I apologize for the delay. There was traffic, he said with an apologetic smile. He introduced himself. I am Bai Lin Jiang, a lawyer, sent by Lin Xian's family to handle his matters. The principal looked astonished. Wasn't he the individual associated with Mr. Su? The lawyer who had accompanied Mr. Su when he came to sign the share transfer agreement? Did Lin Xian have some connection to Mr. Su? A lawyer? How impressive. They have engaged a lawyer for a mere altercation. Do we not have legal representation? Ye's mother scoffed. Husband, please summon my brother. Ye's father had no choice but to call Wang Gao, recognizing that if the opposing party had a lawyer, he needed one too to ensure his son was not at a disadvantage. Jiang Shuqin sneered. Lin Xian, this is clearly your fault. And yet you have called a lawyer to absolve yourself. Have the virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom your teachers imparted been lost on you? Bai Lin Zhang narrowed his eyes. And you are? I am the one who gave birth to Lin Xian, Jiang Shuqin replied. We have legally severed our relationship, Lin Xian added. Ah, I see. Bai Lin Zhang smiled slightly. Since you have terminated your relationship, you are merely an outsider. Principal. It is inappropriate for an outsider to be present during the mediation of this dispute. Jiang Shuqin's eyes widened in disbelief. They were attempting to expel her? The principal. naturally wary of offending Su Hua's associates, responded with utmost politeness, "Yes, I understand. Ms. Jiang, please take your leave." With that, he issued an expulsion order. "Leave if you must. I have no desire to linger here." Jiang Shuqin cast a heavy gaze upon Lin Xuan, realizing he was indeed an ungrateful wretch. After having raised him for 8 years and enduring the excruciating pain of childbirth in October, this was how he repaid her? Lin Xuan, from this moment forth, the Lin family shall have no further dealings with you. I shall see what you make of yourself. As Jiang Shuqin exited, she slammed the door with a resounding bang. Lin Xuan smirked coldly. This was perfect, as he had no inclination to engage with the dim-witted members of the Lin family. Bai Linjiang smiled slightly and said, "Now we can discuss the altercation between my young master and student Yi. I have already gathered a general understanding of the situation." However, Yi's mother interrupted. "Wait, my brother has yet to arrive." "Brother?" Bai Linjiang furrowed his brow. "Yes, my brother is also a lawyer. His name is Wang Gao from Junxing Law Firm." Yi's mother raised her chin defiantly, asserting, "Junxing is the finest law firm in Yundu. I doubt this lawyer can outmatch my brother." Bai Linjiang, ever the gentleman, replied, "Very well, I shall wait for his arrival." The principal was prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. Yi's mother appeared to believe her brother was formidable. Unaware of Bai's true identity, Wang Gao soon arrived. Upon spotting Bai Linjiang, he frowned, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, though he could not place it. Bai Linjiang glanced at his watch and remarked, "Shall we commence? What are your demands?" "I offer Lin Xuan 2 choices. 1, he withdraws from school, and we will notify the police. 2, he kneels before my son to apologize, slapping himself while admitting his fault, and subsequently, he must also compensate my son with 500,000 in medical expenses," Yi's mother declared, her tone brimming with arrogance. She was determined to seek justice for her son. Bai Linjiang smiled gently. "We cannot acquiesce to your demands. We will only compensate for student Ye's medical expenses, as our young master has also sustained injuries and requires examination. Thus, you must cover his medical costs as well. We shall later reconcile the differences in the medical bills. Should the cost for student Yu exceed those of our young master, we shall bear the difference. Conversely, if our young master's expenses surpass those of student Yi, the latter shall compensate us." What a distortion of truth! Yi's mother exclaimed, her eyes widening. Does this not imply both parties were mutually at fault? Even if my son's medical costs exceed Lin Xuan's, it would only amount to a few hundred yuan. This paltry sum could hardly suffice to appease a beggar. Wang Gao interjected, "Esteemed lawyer, your proposal appears rather untenable." He presented the legal provisions. Throughout Wang Gao's discourse, Bai Linjiang maintained his serene smile, refraining from speech. Yi's mother beamed with pride, confident in her brother's prowess, watching as the opposing lawyer was rendered speechless. Only after Wang Gao concluded did Bai Linjiang leisurely respond. "Lawyer Wang, in regard to the 3 points you raised, I shall refute them one by one." Wang Yuan initially believed he was well prepared for the confrontation. Yet in the ensuing verbal duel with Bai Linjiang, he found himself utterly at a disadvantage, consistently overwhelmed by his opponent's prowess. Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the identity of this individual. How could he possess such formidable abilities? After delivering his remarks, Bai Linjiang smiled gently and suggested, "Thus, reconciling as I proposed is the most prudent course of action. Of course, you could also opt to escalate matters or involve the authorities. But that would result in the expulsion of both my young master and classmate Yi, which would be detrimental for all parties involved." Chapter 36. I am her man. Ye's mother clenched her fists. "No, Lear absolutely cannot be expelled." She pulled her brother aside and urged, "Xiao Gao, you must think of a way. Lear cannot suffer in vain." The thought of her son's battered face made her heart ache painfully. "Let us come to an agreement." Wang Gao sighed wearily. "The opposing lawyer is quite formidable. Even if this escalates to court, we would not hold the advantage." As he stated, escalating matters benefits no one. Ye's mother, though unwilling, had to swallow her pride for the sake of Yi Li's future. "Have you reached a consensus?" Bai Linjiang's face was perpetually adorned with a smile, earning him the moniker of the Smiling Tiger, always securing cases with his charming demeanor. The Su Group, often referred to as the undefeated champion, had not lost a single case since Su Hua took over. "Lin Xuan, just you wait. And this matter will be settled without compensation for medical expenses." Ye's mother pulled Yi Li away, his expression dark throughout the encounter. Upon learning that Su Hua had sent a lawyer to handle the situation, he realized that dealing with Lin Xuan was futile. He could not fathom why Su Hua was so infatuated with Lin Xuan. What merits did that good-for-nothing possess, despite having hurt her so deeply? Su Hua remained steadfast in her devotion. Lin Xian and Bai Linjiang descended the stairs together. Thank you, lawyer Bai, Lin Xian expressed. Bai Linjiang scrutinized Lin Xian, noting his youthful handsomeness. Could it be that Su Zong cared for him? No, that was impossible. He shook his head. A strong woman like Su Zong was solely dedicated to her career and would not be captivated by youthful charm. If she were to seek a partner, it would surely be someone more accomplished, not a boy younger than herself. Master Lin, what is your relationship with Su Zong? Are you relatives or friends? Bai Linjiang, brimming with curiosity, wondered what kind of person warranted the involvement of a prominent lawyer in a student altercation. Neither, Lin Xian replied. Then what is your relationship? Bai Linjiang pressed. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. I am her man. Bai Linjiang exclaimed in shock. What? Su Zong's man? What a sensational revelation. Yili watched Lin Xian's retreating figure from a distance, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. It is often said that distance breeds beauty, once obtained. One may fail to cherish. Perhaps now Lin Xian would relent, and Su Hua would soon tire of him. He awaited the day Lin Xian would be cast aside by Su Hua. Wang Gao settled into the car with Ye's parents, who were on their way to the hospital. Conveniently passing by the lawyer's office, Wang Gao remained deep in thought, contemplating Bai Linjiang's identity. Such a capable lawyer was rare. Who exactly was he? It infuriates me. Our son has been beaten to a pulp, yet he remains unscathed. Ye's mother seethed, her teeth clenched in indignation. Ye's father sighed, that lawyer is exceedingly skilled. And we indeed lack evidence to prove that Lin Xian initiated the altercation. According to his account, our son struck Lin Xian first. And Lin Xian retaliated only after enduring provocation. Husband, you must investigate who is behind Lin Xian. We must teach them a lesson. Rest assured, I will. Ye's father's expression darkened. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Wang Gao's mind. That person is. He quickly took out his phone to search. And indeed it was him. Bai Linjiang. Sister, brother-in-law, do you know who that lawyer is? Wang Gao asked anxiously, his voice tinged with panic. Ye's mother replied. I heard his introduction. It seems he is called Bai Linjiang. What of it? His identity, sister, do you know who he is? Huh, I don't care who he is. Ye's mother scoffed. No matter how formidable he may be, can he surpass Ye's real estate? No, we truly cannot compete with him. Wang Gao felt a sense of foreboding. They had offended him today, and if he remembered this, their positions as lawyers, as well as the company of sister and brother-in-law. Ye's father felt a wave of unease rising within him and pressed. Who is he? Wang Gao replied, Bai Linjiang, a top lawyer under Su Group. What? Su Group? Ye's father's eyes widened in terror. Ye's mother scoffed. We live in a society that values law. No matter how powerful their company is, what can they do to us? You woman, what do you understand? Ye's father glared at her. Su Group is the largest company in the nation. Their methods are astonishing. They employ a vast array of computer talents and public relations teams, along with a top-tier legal team. These are the best in the country. Our company is not impenetrable. If they wish to uncover our company's flaws, it would be effortless. Moreover, their financial resources are immense, even if they cannot find anything. What if they support our rival companies to suppress us? How can we counter that? Ye's father's face was filled with panic. If they were truly targeted by Su Group, they would be finished. So formidable. Ye's mother's face was etched with shock. Husband, Lin Xian is a member of the Lin family. The Lin family cannot align themselves with the Su family. The person behind Lin Xian should not be from the Su family. He may merely have connections with that lawyer. Ye's father pressed his fingers to his temples. Regardless, I must prepare thoroughly. He must meticulously examine internal company issues and ensure proper defenses. As for the rest, Ye's father turned to Yili, Lier, by something to apologize to Lin Xian. Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. Lin Xian is merely a minor lover of the Su family. They do not value him, and sending Bai Linjiang was just a matter of convenience. Do not make too much of it, Yili said. If she truly valued Lin Xian, she wouldn't have only sent a lawyer but would have come in person. A lover? Then that's fine. Ye's father let out a sigh of relief. In high society, everyone generally regards lovers as mere flings. They should not resort to extreme measures against their company. Lier, keep your distance from Lin Xian in the future, and do not provoke him, Ye's father admonished with concern. Understood, Yili replied perfunctorily. Su Group, chairman's office. Senior management was reporting to Su Hua. Jiang Qing entered, holding her phone. President Su. The principal of Qing University wishes to contact you regarding an urgent matter. Indeed. Su Hua took the phone and placed it against her ear. What is it? President Su. It is as follows. Tomorrow marks the commencement ceremony at our university, and we would like to extend an invitation for you to deliver a speech to the students. The principal spoke with a tone of utmost respect. Previously, he always reached out to Jiang Qing, who would inquire about Su Hua's opinion before relaying the decision. As the chairwoman of the Su group, Su Hua was perpetually occupied and had never consented to participate in such a modest engagement at the school. However, upon witnessing by Lin Zhang addressing matters concerning Lin Xian today, she sensed that Lin Xian and Su Hua shared a unique bond. Thus, she contemplated that perhaps this time, Su Hua might acquiesce. What time? Su Hua inquired. At 3 in the afternoon, the principal hastily replied. President Su, you have an important collaboration to attend to in Linqing tomorrow at 3 o'clock, Jiang Qing reminded. Chapter 37. It's exploded upon hearing this. The principal abandoned all hope. Mr. Su, since you have matters to attend to, then let it be. Su Hua replied, I will arrive on time. Jiang Qing shook his head. Clearly, Mr. Su had become infatuated with male beauty. The once diligent Mr. Su was now a thing of the past. The principal was taken aback. Mr. Su actually agreed. The chairman of the Su Corporation personally coming to deliver a speech for the students would undoubtedly make headlines, greatly benefiting the recruitment efforts of Qing University. Very well, Mr. Su, I shall arrange everything for you. The principal cheerfully hung up the phone. Lin Xian must be connected to Mr. Su. Moreover, Mr. Su's regard for Lin Xian was exceptional. If he could secure a close relationship with Lin Xian, it would be akin to holding on to Mr. Su himself. Indeed, a dignified principal relying on a student was not a disgrace. The senior executives remaining in the office exchanged astonished glances. Agreed? No, how could Mr. Su attend a mere speech? Wasn't she the one who despised such engagements? She has never even attended a company annual meeting nor accepted media interviews. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was on his way back home. The grass of the dog's tail was buzzing excitedly. Hey bro, it's exploded. It's truly exploded. The average rating is now 15,000. Tonight, when everyone finishes work and school, it's peak reading time. It's likely to rise another 20,000. On the first day, an average of 35,000 is an achievement unmatched by many. One could almost feel the exhilaration radiating from the screen. Earlier that morning, he had thought the rating would only reach 10,000, yet in a mere 8 hours, it surged from over 1,000 to 15,000. It seemed that readers found it captivating and began recommending it to their friends. And another reason was that many had finished reading the book. You are truly remarkable. I bow to you, exclaimed the grass of the dog's tail. Lin Xian stroked his chin. This novel was not merely a copy of Another World's stories. He infused it with many of his own design plot lines, blending others' narratives with his own creativity, all articulated through his unique writing style. To be honest, he felt somewhat apprehensive, worried that his mediocre writing might hinder the novel's success, yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. He had likely earned around 210,000 in a single day. Phew, the earnings from writing novels were still too meager. Perhaps he should wrap things up after releasing the chapters for this month. The male-oriented editorial department of the Feiyuan novel website was in a frenzy over Lin Xian, the emerging talent. This achievement was extraordinary. Out of every 8 who clicked in, 1 was willing to pay to read. Such a subscription rate was unheard of, even among platinum authors. This novel was launched on the 2nd day after its debut. An unprecedented occurrence, and crucially, it had exploded in popularity. This was the manuscript that had been rejected by the Morning Glory, only to be picked up by the grass of the dog's tail. Surely, Morning Glory must be filled with regret. The editors lamented, wishing they had signed the novel when they had the chance, fearing they might offend Morning Glory. Enough. I too regret not signing him. Ah, my commission. This month's earnings from Dogtail Grass are estimated to be over 100,000. The Morning Glory has taken a leave of absence to enjoy her honeymoon with her newlywed husband, blissfully unaware of the happenings surrounding Lin Xian's novel. The male editorial department has collectively concealed the matter from her. This Morning Glory has poached several accomplished authors from their ranks, and they harbor a dislike for her, eagerly anticipating her return from her honeymoon to witness her reaction to the explosive success of Lin Xian's novel. The Morning Glory also manages a group of novel authors who are fervently discussing Lin Xian's work. However, she is currently engrossed in her honeymoon and has no time to attend to these updates. Lin Xian glanced at the backend data and generously uploaded another 100,000 words of his novel. Dogtail Grass. Brother, take it easy. Who updates with over 100,000 words in a single day like you? Other authors, even with manuscripts in reserve, are reluctant to release them, as they understand that if one novel becomes a hit, the next may not follow suit. They prefer to publish incrementally, believing that the longer they serialize their work, the more they can earn. One author has been writing for over a decade, crafting a novel nearing 50 million words, yet hesitates to conclude it. Lin Xuan's fervent updates are indeed unprecedented. Lin Xuan, I need the money, and besides, my readers will appreciate this pace. Dogtail grass. Dogtail grass. All right then. However, please refrain from uploading the entire novel in one go. You are impressive and quite willful. Yet, with his writing prowess and plot design, it should not be difficult for him to craft another hit. Perhaps Lin Xuan is on the cusp of establishing his own literary era. Lin Xuan, certainly. After exiting, Lin Xuan glanced at the time. With 10 days left in the month, he did not wish to delay. He resolved to complete uploading all his novels within 5 days. He needed to amass a substantial sum quickly to serve as his entrepreneurial fund. Lin Xuan also began publishing another novel on a different website, featuring a similarly obsessive female protagonist, yet with an entirely distinct plot design compared to the one on Feiyuan Novel Network. As with the previous work, he released 100,000 words on the first day and promptly made it available for purchase on the second day. Upon returning to the night garden, Su Hua had yet to arrive. The chef was preparing a meal when Lin Xuan entered. Young Master Lin, the chef greeted respectfully. I'll take over, Lin Xuan offered. Young Master, it's all right. There's no need to trouble yourself, the chef insisted, gripping his spatula tightly. What's this? Do you doubt my culinary skills? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. The chef remained silent, his expression seemingly conveying, what else could it be? Young Master Lin had once wreaked havoc in the kitchen during his first attempt at cooking, fortunately emerging unscathed. Young Master, if you were to injure yourself while cooking, Miss Su would not spare me. I have elderly parents and in-laws to support. Along with a wife and 3 children, I cannot afford to lose this job. Please, spare me, the chef pleaded, clearly distressed. Working at the night garden was quite lucrative, and he had no desire to pack his belongings and leave. If you do not allow me to cook, I shall inform Su Hua that you insulted me. Lin Xuan threatened. The chef. What a shameless tactic. He was reluctant to nod, yet Lin Xuan's words struck at his very core. Fine. The chef begrudgingly acquiesced. However, young Master Lin, I must remain in the kitchen to oversee your work. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to ask me. Understood. Lin Xuan replied, fastening his apron with ease. He skillfully turned on the gas stove, poured in oil, added vegetables, and seasoned the dish. The chef was taken aback. The meal was taking shape with remarkable finesse. Young Master Lin, when did you acquire such culinary skills? The chef inquired, bemused, recalling how just a month ago, he had nearly blown up the kitchen. Perhaps it was an unexpected awakening of his culinary talent. In truth, it was after marrying Qin Ruoyao in his previous life that he had learned to cook, evolving from someone who could barely manage the kitchen to a man whose skills rivaled those of a 5-star chef. In the Qin household, he had taken on the role of the homemaker, responsible for cooking, laundry, and cleaning. Fortunately, in this life, the meal he prepared was for Su Hua. As Lin Xuan completed the last dish, the chef let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could retain this precious job. Lin Xuan laid out a banquet of dishes and awaited Su Hua's return at the dining table. Chapter 38 there passed as the meal began to cool. Su Hua had yet to return to the night garden. Steward Wang entered the dining room and said, Young Master Lin, Miss has gone to Ling City to attend to work matters. She may be quite late. You should start eating. Lin Xuan, not particularly hungry, shook his head and replied, It's fine. I'll wait for her. He then settled onto the sofa in the living room, engrossed in his phone. After a late night, he intended to catch up on sleep during the afternoon, but the incident with the love letter had disrupted his rest. Within half an hour, he leaned back against the sofa and fell asleep. When Su Hua returned, it was already 8 o'clock. She paused at the sight of the figure on the sofa. Xian was waiting for her. A warmth surged in her once cold heart. Is this the feeling of home? Coming back to find someone waiting for her. The servant had just begun to respectfully address her when Su Hua placed a finger against her lips, signaling for silence. She approached Lin Xuan, standing before him for a moment before crouching down, resting her head on his lap, her expression filled with affection and dependence. She reminisced about that snowy night when she had a fever, and he had draped his coat over her. Unable to sleep comfortably, she had rested her head on his lap, and they had spent the night that way, despite the hardships of living on a deserted island, with insufficient food and warmth. Those moments were among the happiest of her life. After returning to the Su family, she hesitated to seek him out, aware of the perils surrounding her as she fought for power. She had narrowly escaped death several times and did not wish to involve him in her troubles. Only after becoming the head of the Su family did she send someone to find him. When she finally located him, she was filled with joy as she approached him to reconnect, only to witness him presenting flowers to another girl, professing his love. He had lost his memory and forgotten their shared past. Jealousy consumed her. He was her Lin Xuan, and she would not allow him to be with another woman. Thus, she reclaimed him, compelling him to be with her, and the night garden became her crafted prison for him. Yet, she longed to see the vibrant, hopeful version of him. Unwilling to keep him confined forever, he could attend school and return to the Lin family, but he was not behaving well, continually pursuing Qin Ruoyao, causing her heartache. In recent days, his obedience felt like a dream, bringing back memories of him from 5 years ago, gentle, considerate, and caring. If this were a dream, she wished it would never end. "Ah Xian, is it all right to remain like this?" Su Hua murmured, her delicate fingers tracing Lin Xian's handsome face. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xuan nearly toppled from the sofa in his sleep when he jolted awake. Su Hua stood up nonchalantly. "Su Hua, you have finally returned." Lin Xuan frowned, noticing her reddened eyes, as if she had been crying. Never mind, it was best not to inquire about her troubled state. He leaned in closer to Su Hua, catching a whiff of alcohol from her. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, disapprovingly remarking, "Look at you, indulging in alcohol once again. Drinking excessively is detrimental to your stomach. You ought to consume less in the future. Moreover, you should refrain from working too late and remember to rest." Lin Xian's words flowed like a gentle stream. In his previous life, he had married Qin Ruoyao, yet he often kept an eye on Su Hua through the internet. 5 years later, which was half a year before his demise, news broke that Su Hua would not survive beyond 3 years, causing a sensation across the web. Lin Xian remained oblivious to the reasons behind Su Hua's ailment. Nonetheless, it was never wrong to prioritize one's health. Su Hua's eyes shimmered with mirth. "All right. I shall heed your advice." Butler Wang's eyes glistened with tears. Master Lin had managed to secure the ladies' agreement with merely 2 sentences. He had previously advised her not to become too absorbed in her work and to take care of her health. But his words had gone in one ear and out the other. It seemed that Master Lin's words held far more weight. Butler Wang regarded Lin Xian with the gaze one reserves for a dazzling treasure. If only Master Lin would not evade and would obediently comply. He was rather pleasing to the eye. Lin Xian prepared a bowl of hangover soup for Su Hua, observing as she obediently consumed it. The servants brought forth the warm dishes from the kitchen. Butler Wang smiled, saying, "Miss, these are the dishes Master Lin personally prepared for you today." After these words, he gestured for the servants to leave the dining room and closed the door behind them. Yes, it would be best if they refrained from being mere spectators, lest they hinder the couple's intimate moments. Su Hua was taken aback, gazing at the table laden with food, all prepared by a Xian. Lin Xian cleared his throat. "Su Hua, my culinary skills may not match those of the chefs at Night Garden. I hope you do not find them lacking." He placed some abalone, oysters, and shrimp into Su Hua's bowl. Noticing her hesitation to pick up her chopsticks, he frowned and asked, "Su Hua, do these dishes not appeal to your appetite? If they do not meet your preferences, I can have the chef prepare something else." "A Xian," Su Hua said, looking earnestly at Lin Xian. "There is no need for you to go out of your way to please me. All I ask is that you remain by my side and refrain from any flirtation with other women. That is sufficient. There is no need for anything more. I wish to see the authentic yet concealed you." The pretense she referred to was his obedience to her, while the authenticity implied that he need not tread with caution in her presence. "Su Hua, what I am doing now is simply being myself. There is no pretense or caution involved," Lin Xian replied with a gentle smile. "Isn't it quite normal for a boyfriend to cook for his girlfriend?" Su Hua's pupils contracted slightly. Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? "Su Hua, I aspire to be a good boyfriend. I will care for and cherish you. Perhaps, due to my past actions, my words may not seem credible, but I will prove my sincerity to you over time." These words were spoken from the depths of Lin Xian's heart. Su Hua was one of the few individuals in this world who genuinely cared for him, and he wished to journey with her to the end. Moreover, he found that during these days spent with Su Hua, he seemed to have begun to truly care for her. Chapter 39. The tame beast. Su Hua gazed intently at him. "A Xian, I believe you, but please, do not deceive me, or I shall lose my sanity. Hurry and eat. The food will grow cold and lose its flavor." Lin Xian delicately placed a piece of shrimp near Su Hua's lips. He had already inquired with Butler Wang about her culinary preferences and dietary restrictions, ensuring he would no longer feed her anything that could provoke an allergic reaction. Su Hua obediently took a bite of the shrimp. Lin Xian watched her, his heart involuntarily warmed by her charm. In the dining room, with a handsome man and a beautiful woman, one feeding the other, the scene was indescribably delightful. After feeding Su Hua, Lin Xuan began to eat himself, while Su Hua propped her chin on her hand, observing him. Her expression seemed to resemble that of a predator, waiting for the perfect moment to devour her prey. Lin Xuan felt a flush of warmth envelop him, unnerved by her gaze, and hastily finished his meal. Su Hua leaned over, her soft, dark hair cascading onto Lin Xian's shoulder, her breath like a fragrant whisper in his ear. Xian, I wish to indulge in dessert after our meal. Several buttons of her shirt were undone, allowing Lin Xian a glimpse of her alluring figure, inciting an irresistible curiosity within him. Cough. Lin Xian hurriedly diverted his gaze. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it. I can make those desserts too. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Xian, my dessert after dinner is you. Su Hua licked Lin Xian's earlobe, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. This enchantress. Observing Lin Xian's reaction, Su Hua's eyes sparkled with delight. She playfully straddled his lap, her soft arms encircling his neck. Xian, I am yours. Forever. She offered him her crimson lips, enveloped in the sweet fragrance of her breath. And Lin Xian could not help but caress her back. The temperature in the air steadily rose. Her kiss grew ever more fervent. Xian, since you have willingly become my Su Hua's man, I shall not allow you to escape. Xian, in this life and the next, we are bound together. Do you not wish to see me enthralled by you? I shall yield to you, utterly. Xian, let us plunge into the abyss together. She relished in their shared descent, as if they could never part from one another. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the kitchen door swung open. Lin Xian carried the woman from the dining room, cradling her all the way back to the bedroom. Su Hua, what happened to your hand? Lin Xian observed the deep cuts on her right hand, evidence of a knife's edge. I'm fine. Su Hua pursed her lips. To her, these were mere trifling injuries. Lin Xian fetched some medicine to treat her wounds, wrapping them carefully. Su Hua, you must take care of yourself, he implored as he bandaged her, or else I shall be heartbroken. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like the stars. Heartbroken. He had uttered those very words 5 years ago. Had that version of him truly returned? Noticing Su Hua's silence, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Su Hua, do you hear me? Upon uttering those words, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. How audacious of him to command Su Hua in such a manner. Could this be a manifestation of his arrogance stemming from affection? He cautiously glanced at Su Hua, expecting to see displeasure etched on her face, only to find her expression serene as she obediently nodded. All right, I shall heed your words. Xian. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to having tamed a formidable beast. He deftly fashioned a beautiful bow with gauze around Su Hua's hand. She waved the hand adorned with the bow and, with pursed lips, remarked, it is quite inconvenient to bathe with one hand. The wound is also easily susceptible to water. Just moments ago, the medicated powder had irritated her injury, causing her discomfort, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking a profoundly pitiable impression. Lin Xian swiftly diverted his gaze. Her appearance was utterly disarming. I shall assist you with your bath, Lin Xian said obediently. Carry me, my legs are weak. And I cannot walk, Su Hua replied. A vivid image of the restaurant flashed in Lin Xian's mind, where Su Hua clung to him like a koala. Enough. He dared not entertain that thought any further, and, complying with Su Hua's request, carried her into the bathroom. He had anticipated that this little enchantress would lead him into further mischief, yet to his surprise, she remained docile this time. Instead, it was the delicate beauty in his arms that stirred his heart. After the bath, Lin Xian helped Su Hua dry her hair, and she snuggled against his waist, drifting into a deep slumber. Gazing at the serene and exquisite woman in his embrace, Lin Xian noted how she had shed her defenses, appearing utterly harmless. In his memory, Su Hua was decisive and cold, devoid of warmth. However, in the days spent together, he discovered her need for warmth and affection, revealing a softer, almost endearing side when she was with him. Meanwhile, in the Lin household, Jiang Shuqin, her face ashen, hurled her Chanel bag onto the sofa. Mother, what troubles you? Lin Xuan inquired with curiosity. I am infuriated by that ungrateful son of mine. Jiang Shuqin seethed. He got into a brawl at school, and I, with good intentions, went to resolve the matter, only to have my kindness treated as if it were worthless. He declared he has severed ties with the Lin family, and I was treated like an outsider, even expelled from Qing University. Lin Qingwan's heart sank further. She had thought that Xiao Xian was merely throwing a tantrum and would soon return to normal, yet days had passed, and he still harbored such animosity towards the Lin family. Was he truly intent on severing all ties with them? Eldest, let us no longer concern ourselves with him. Jiang Shuqin scoffed. For now, he has a benefactor to rely upon, but once abandoned, he will come crawling back. A heavy gloom enveloped Lin Xuan as she replied, Mother, I shall head upstairs. Entering Lin Xian's room, she surveyed the surroundings, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. This small, humble room belonged to the esteemed young master of the Lin family, yet he lived in conditions inferior to even the most ordinary servant. The Lin family owed him far too much. Yet now, aside from her, no one in the family showed him an ounce of kindness. His departure elicited not a shred of sorrow or anguish from them. She disclosed Xiaoshuan's life in the Lin family, and they all felt that Xiaoxian deserved it. Lin Xuan was exceedingly eager to comprehend Lin Xian's existence within the Lin household. She opened his drawer, and atop it lay a thick diary. The diary was quite substantial, and as Lin Xuan perused its pages, she noted that the paper had yellowed, indicating its age. On the first page, in a somewhat crooked handwriting, it read, Today is my 9th birthday. I have finally managed to purchase a diary by collecting bottles. From now on, I shall diligently document my experiences, so I will not forget the things I have encountered. Moreover, when my parents find me, they will be able to understand me through this diary. Chapter 40. Oh my! You are the author. Lin Xuan suddenly recalled that on the very night when Xiaoxian was brought back, he had indeed taken out this diary. But how did his parents respond at that moment? They claimed to be too occupied to glance at it, and told him to put it away. Yet they were intently focused on Xiao Li's homework. Perhaps from that point onward, Xiaoxian felt disheartened and ceased to share his diary again. While penning those entries, he yearned for his parents to notice them, but alas, they disregarded his efforts entirely. Lin Xuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she continued to peruse through the pages. I saw my little friend being taken away by his parents. I wonder if my parents are searching for me. Will I ever find my parents? The director mentioned that he found me when I was merely a few days old. I have never encountered my parents. Was I abducted? If I am lost, would they be anxious? I am so hungry. I long for meat. However, the director allocated the funds for our education, leaving little for meat. No matter. I can tighten my stomach and stave off hunger. Today, I saw a girl enjoying a lollipop, and I wish to have one too. But indulging in snacks requires money, and the cost of a lollipop could suffice for plenty of rice. Tears blurred Lin Xuan's vision. She had never fathomed the extent of Xiaoxian's suffering in the orphanage. The reality of going hungry was a thought she had never entertained. Unbeknownst to her, she turned to the entries chronicling Lin Xian's return to the Lin family. My parents, my sisters, and my younger brother all dress so neatly and beautifully. Yet I am clad in tattered clothes. It seems they do not favor me. The eldest sister appears so gentle. She is incredibly beautiful and possesses an elegant demeanor. It seems she studies at Harvard. How impressive. The eldest sister seems to disdain my dirtiness. Whenever I touch her clothes, she brushes my hands away. The eldest sister shares a close bond with my 3 sisters and younger brother. Does the eldest sister dislike me? Is it because I have done something amiss? The eldest sister graduated from university and returned to manage the family business. She is a workaholic and rarely eats on time, which is not good for her stomach. Perhaps I shall bring her meals at noon. Bring her meals? Lin Xuan was taken aback. At that time, Lin Xian was in his first year of high school and had come to the company during the summer, bringing home-cooked meals. He had delivered meals to her several times, but due to her obsessive cleanliness, she deemed him unclean and discarded the food he brought. During the last instance, overwhelmed by company matters, she had no appetite. Yet Lin Xian persistently bothered her. In a fit of anger, she instructed the security to expel him and specifically commanded that he be barred from entering the company henceforth. She continued flipping through the pages. I always brought her the dishes she loves most, yet why did she discard them? Is it because she does not enjoy them? Or is it because she despises me? Lin Xuan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It turned out he was aware, fully aware. She was his eldest sister. They say the eldest sister is like a mother, but how had she acted? He resided in a small, modest room. A fact she was oblivious to, and his monthly allowance of 300 yuan for living expenses went unnoticed by her. He did not join the family for meals, and she had failed to take notice. His concern for her has always been disregarded by her. As the elder sister, she has truly fallen short of her responsibilities. Lin Xuan spent the entire day poring over Lin Xian's notes, noticing that he seemed to grow increasingly self-doubting and solitary within their household, with his records of family matters dwindling to nothing over the past 3 years. Little Xian, I will surely make it up to you and ensure that our parents and younger sisters recognize the true you, Lin Xuan murmured, her eyes reddening. The following day, Lin Xian went to school. On his way, he uploaded another 200,000 words to the website before retreating into his creative space to write. This space was remarkably effective. After spending several hours there, he emerged with 100,000 words, while only 13 minutes had elapsed in the real world. Wow, I've updated another 200,000 words. As Lin Xuan entered the classroom, he overheard a boy exclaim, "Are you reading that novel pampered by the Yandra heiress on the Fei Yue website?" Indeed, this book is extraordinarily sweet and utterly enjoyable. It makes me wish to encounter a Yandra girl myself. Another chimed in. The author's update pace is impressive. Who else manages to write 50 or 60,000 words within just 3 days? It's genuinely thrilling. I used to prefer novels where the male protagonist dominates and has multiple love interests, but the story of being pampered by girls is surprisingly captivating. I wish I could live off someone else's success too. Several boys engaged in animated discussion. Upon hearing such high praise for the novel and the author's remarkable update speed, other boys curiously opened the Fei Yue novel app to search for it. Lin Xuan casually took a seat beside Wang Dai, who was also engrossed in the same novel. Is this novel really that good? Lin Xuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. It must be. Look. Wang Dai pointed at his phone enthusiastically. Xuanzi, you have to read this novel. You will absolutely fall in love with it. I think I will pass, Lin Xuan replied slowly, because I am the author of this novel. You wrote it. Wang Dai shot him a disbelieving look. I know you well enough. You've never written a novel before. And you expect me to believe you've penned such an impressive work as your debut? Impossible. Wang Dai snatched Lin Xuan's phone, determined to persuade him. Xuanzi, let me search for it. Just read the first 3 chapters, and you'll be hooked. He opened the Fei Yue novel app and clicked through. Huh. Why does it say 999 here? Wang Dai curiously tapped further, only to be stunned. 80,000 followers. Xuanzi, you actually have 80,000 fans. The other students in class turned their attention, intrigued. What do you mean, 80,000 followers? Xuanzi, where did all this attention for your novel come from? Wang Dai asked. Astonished, looking at Lin Xuan. See for yourself, Lin Xuan replied. Wang Dai glanced at the name, realizing Xuan? ISNT that the author of Pampered by the Yandra heiress? Recalling Lin Xuan's words, he is indeed the author of that novel. Wang Dai's hand trembled. Could it be that what he said was true? Wang Dai exited the Fei Yue novel app and searched his phone's homepage. To his astonishment, he discovered the Fei Yue novel author assistant. Upon entering, he was greeted by Xian's author name, and on the works page, the novel Pampered by a Yandra female tycoon was prominently listed. Wang Dai further verified this by opening the content of the novel. It was indeed the one he had read. Wang Dai was so shocked that his mouth could accommodate a duck egg. Oh my goodness, Xian, you were truly the author of Pampered by a Yandra female tycoon? Wang Dai gulped. Chapter 41. His money is mine. The eyes of the classmates widened in astonishment. This novel has become immensely popular, with several individuals bestowing generous rewards of over 10,000 yesterday alone, not to mention its ascendance to the pinnacle of the male readership charts within a single day. Lin Xuan is the author. This must be a fabrication. He cannot possibly be that remarkable. Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, as there was no reason to conceal the truth. Boom. The classmates who had read Lin Xuan's novel were utterly astounded. Upon discovering that Lin Xuan was the author, Luo Yuan immediately opened the Fei Yue novel app and deleted the novel, leaving a scathing review. Yao Yao, I adore you. What is this terrible novel? As a man, he has no opinions whatsoever. He is merely a spineless man living off others. I truly cannot comprehend why it has garnered so many 5-star reviews. Here is a 6-star rating. No thanks required. Li Siyu exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xuan has actually taken to writing novels. Siyu, is this novel really that famous? Qin Ruiyao inquired, frowning. Wait, let me check. Li Siyu opened the QQ group. She had previously dabbled in writing novels for money, but had abandoned it due to lack of patience after facing dismal failures. Nonetheless, she had joined numerous author groups, where she would occasionally boast about her impressive statistics and manipulate images to deceive others. Whenever questioned about her works, her answer would always be to guard her identity closely, lest her novels fall victim to envy-fueled reports. In recent days, Lin Xuan's novel had gained significant traction among authors due to its remarkable updates and astonishing statistics, leading to fervent discussions within their chat group. Wow, this author is incredible. His writing is exceptionally immersive. And the plot design? Sweet enough to make your teeth ache. And exhilarating when it needs to be. I'm curious about how much his royalties have been in the past couple of days. His daily sales have reached the top. After calculating, the subscription numbers combined with rewards from yesterday totaled 280,000. Although it lost automatic recommendations and homepage features today, his subscription numbers remain steady, and the rewards have increased compared to before. With more chapters released, many are eagerly reading. I estimate today's earnings to be around 500,000. 500,000. Li Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yao. Some authors say he could earn 800,000 within these few days. What? Qin Ruoyao is taken aback. How could one earn so much from writing novels? See you. Are you certain? How could Lin Xuan be so extraordinary? Otherwise, how did he earn so little from his previous jobs? His monthly salary wasn't even enough for her to buy a single bag. It shouldn't be wrong. Li Xiu shook her head. He is a renowned data expert, and his estimations cannot be mistaken. Qin Ruoyao's face brightened with joy. Calculating, if he could earn 400,000 a day, that would amount to over 10 million in a month. Moreover, these popular novels would also sell their copyrights. Once this novel is completed, he would embark on another, ensuring a continuous flow of income. Lin Xuan is her devoted admirer. All this money would ultimately belong to her. Lin Li only spends a few thousand on her each month. With Lin Xuan's over 10 million, she would never have to worry about finances. Qin Ruoyao began to entertain the notion of focusing on being with Lin Xuan. No. As soon as this thought emerged, it was promptly dismissed by her. Currently, Lin Li possesses limited funds. However, he is destined to inherit Xinghua Entertainment, which generates an effortless annual revenue of several billion. She continues to maintain her previous demeanor, juggling her time between Lin Li and teasing Lin Xuan. Qin Ruoyao gazes at Lin Xuan with bright eyes. Lin Xuan, feeling a strange sensation akin to being preyed upon, absent any discomfort, but instead gripped by anxiety, finds this scrutiny quite repulsive. After some time, Wang Dai finally digested the revelation that Lin Xuan is the illustrious author Xuan. His heart swells with pride, as such a remarkable writer is indeed his good friend. Furthermore, Xuan shall never have to worry about finances again. Previously, Wang Dai reveled in the fact that the novels he followed updated with tens of thousands of words daily. Now, however, he believes that such prolific output may be excessive. Xuan, you might consider reducing your word count a bit, Wang Dai advised. Follow the example of other authors who update 4,000 to 10,000 words a day. This way, you can extend your earning potential. I simply wish to make a quick profit and move on. I need to shorten the timeline for generating income, which necessitates completing the novel swiftly, Lin Xuan responded. He plans to establish his own novel app. Writing for Fei Yuan novel website serves two purposes, earning money and enhancing his visibility to draw readers to his app. He possesses a remarkable space where crafting multiple novels is a trivial task. After all, 1 minute in the real world equates to an hour in his space. He could pen several million-word novels in a single day, thereby solidifying his readership. There are dedicated readers on established novel apps, and with appealing site benefits, more authors will be encouraged to launch new works. An abundance of quality literature will attract even more readers, creating a virtuous cycle. Lin Xuan's primary motivation for creating this novel site is to supply novel IP for his future film company. The revenue from readership is merely a secondary benefit. Although the income from this venture may be modest, any additional funds are welcome. Xuan, are you in need of money? Wang Dai inquired with concern. You haven't fallen into gambling, have you? There are numerous scams online, and once entangled in online gambling, it can be exceedingly difficult to escape. Those who lose seek to recover their losses, while those who win wish to continue winning, but ultimately the outcome is controlled by the house. Xuan, gambling can lead to ruin. Do not be misled. What are you thinking? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes. Oh, that's a relief, Wang Dai exhaled. Then what do you intend to do with the money? Wang Dai's imagination began to wander again. Perhaps the wealthy benefactor had grown weary of Xuan and demanded repayment? Lin Xuan replied, to start a company. Wang Dai exclaimed. The other students in the class were equally astonished. Lin Xuan is actually going to start a company. Among the students, some come from affluent backgrounds, while many others are of modest means. However, as they are only in their third year of university, the idea of starting a company seems rather distant. Several male classmates gazed at Lin Xuan with admiration. Truly, Lin Xuan is impressive. Starting a company? Lin Xuan, having earned some money from writing novels, has become rather complacent, believing he can accomplish anything. Yao, just wait and see. I assure you he will face dire losses. Luo Yuan expressed disdain, turning to Qin Ruoyao with a dismissive comment. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. No, Lin Xuan cannot start a company. All his money is spent on her. If he depletes his funds, what will she have to spend? Xuanzi, after a summer break. Why do I feel like you become quite impressive? Wang Dai exclaimed. nearly bowing in reverence. What do you say? Would you like to come work for my father's company? He will protect you. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Adoptive father, Wang Date exclaimed. Has he resolved his employment issues even before graduating? With a good brother backing him. Life is indeed delightful. Good son, Lin Xuan said. By the way, he added, tossing a printed book to Wang Date. This contains some knowledge about computers. You should study it. This information is from the space he possesses, filled with knowledge from alternate worlds. From his exploration of the contents, he realized there are several alternate worlds, all advanced in various aspects, making it ideal for him to utilize that knowledge and successful experiences, opportunities not to be wasted. Wang Date opened some of the computer books Lin Xuan had given him and instantly fell in love, his eyes shining with excitement as he absorbed the information. Wow, Xuanzi, where did you acquire such treasures? Wang Date remarked, captivated. Chapter 42. Caught off guard, the bell rang, and the classroom's intercom was activated. A melodious female voice resonating through the speakers. Dear students, we have an important announcement. This afternoon, our esteemed board member, the head of the Su Corporation, Su Hua, will grace our school with her presence for the opening ceremony. At that time, please adhere to the rules and maintain a commendable demeanor, leaving a splendid impression of us. The students of Qing University on our board member. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Why would Su Hua come? Was she averse to such ceremonies? The thought that she might be delivering a speech for him crossed his mind. Perhaps it was indeed for him. Otherwise, her behavior was inexplicable. The classroom erupted in excitement once more. Goodness, the head of the Su Corporation. Rumor has it she is merely 24, decisive, and exceptionally beautiful. Well, the Su Corporation is the largest company in the country, offering outstanding benefits to its employees. Securing a position there would be a stroke of luck beyond measure. I must prepare myself meticulously when I return home this noon. I should also dress up. Who knows, she might take a liking to me. Perhaps even consider me her little boyfriend. No, I would be content even as a lover. A boy jested. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. To be Su Hua's man. That role belonged to him, and no one else could intrude. In Feng, you might as well give up. She already has a boyfriend, and they are quite affectionate. Besides, with your looks, she wouldn't even glance your way, Lin Xuan remarked quietly. Damn, Lin Xuan, do you really think she would be interested in you? In Feng attempted to retort, but upon gazing at Lin Xuan's handsome face, he swallowed his words. Truth be told, Lin Xuan's striking appearance might indeed catch the eye of the renowned board member. In Feng quickly shifted his stance. Impossible. How could she have a boyfriend? I heard she is quite disinterested in men. The media once reported an incident where a man attempted to seduce her and was promptly ejected from the company by her security. A person like her wouldn't fall for a man. At most, she would see them as mere playthings. Lin Xuan remained silent, recalling how in his past life, he too believed Su Hua regarded him as a toy until he witnessed her kissing his lifeless body, choosing to follow him into death. Qin Ruoyao did not know Su Hua, yet the mere mention of her name stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. She glanced at Lin Xuan, contemplating a moment to discuss matters with him, lest he squander the money he earned from the novel. After the first class, the next period was physical education. Unlike other schools, where sports classes were chosen based on speed and personal interests, Qing University offered a melting pot of activities, allowing 100 students to engage in whatever sports they desired. Lin Xuan was playing basketball with his classmates. At that moment, his handsome looks, coupled with his athletic prowess, drew forth enthusiastic cheers from several girls as he dribbled, seized the ball, leapt, and shot. A young man found himself in a state of melancholy. In the past, the girls would gaze adoringly at him when he made a basket, their excitement palpable in their cheers. However, now their attention had completely shifted to Lin Xuan. No matter how impressive his moves were, the girls remained indifferent. As Lin Xuan casually dribbled the ball past him, the young man conceded, indeed, Lin Xuan is quite handsome. Seated nearby, Qin Ruoyao watched Lin Xuan play basketball, her heart racing as she observed his athletic form. She had never realized just how striking he truly was. The thought that so many admired Lin Xuan, yet he remained devoted solely to her, filled her with exhilaration. Suddenly, a red Maserati pulled into Shanqing University. The principal, accompanied by several professors and administrative staff, hurried to greet the visitor. Mr. Su, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in advance? We would not wish to appear disrespectful, the principal said with an obsequious bow. I merely came to take a look, Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Please arrange a fixed accommodation for me. I shall rest here at noon. Yes, Mr. Su, I will make the arrangements immediately, the principal responded respectfully. He exchanged a glance with his assistant, who promptly set off to fulfill the request, even purchasing the necessary furnishings. As Su Hua approached a classroom, she surveyed the empty space with a furrowed brow. Mr. Su, today the computer science students have been temporarily assigned to physical education class at the playground. Allow me to show you the way, the principal said, his belief that Su Hua was here for Lin Xuan growing stronger. Very well, Su Hua replied, heading toward the playground. Remembering Lin Xuan's fondness for basketball, she paused at the court, scanning the faces of the players, but found no sign of him. Her brows knitted tightly, an air of displeasure surrounding her. Quickly, find out where Lin Xuan is, the principal instructed in a hushed tone. The basketball players felt an inexplicable intensity, as if being scrutinized by a powerful presence, causing them to falter in their dribbling. Suddenly, a basketball soared towards Su Hua. She noticed it calmly, but before it could reach her, Jiang Qing kicked it away. At that moment, time seemed to freeze for everyone present. All eyes drawn to the stunning woman standing at the forefront of the playground, sheltered by an umbrella held by her secretary. She was breathtakingly beautiful, icy, and proud. Her allure captivating yet intimidating. Her presence exuded an aura of sanctity that was both unapproachable and enchanting. Wow, she is absolutely stunning. Who is she? Someone exclaimed. I noticed the principal bowing to her. She must hold a significant status. Her aura is simply extraordinary. I nearly felt compelled to kneel before her just now. Her beauty was unmatched, perhaps even eclipsing that of Qin Ruiyao. If only I could be her boyfriend, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Another mused. Dream on. Shi Wunti, look your way, a friend interjected. By the way, should I take off my pants to catch her attention? Lin Xuan splashed several handfuls of water onto his face. Once he felt considerably cooler, he exited the men's restroom and made his way back to the playground. Clad in his sports attire. Suddenly, Qin Ruiyao appeared not far in front of him, her chin held high with an air of arrogance. Lin Xuan frowned, feeling quite vexed at the unwelcome encounter. He attempted to sidestep her, but Qin Ruiyao once again positioned herself in his path. What do you want? Lin Xuan replied impatiently. Meanwhile, Su Hua had arrived with the principal beneath a tree, positioned at a distance that was neither too far nor too close to Lin Xuan and Qin Ruiyao. However, their conversation was crystal clear to her. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, bewildered by the turn of events. How could Su be witnessing Lin Xuan in the company of another woman? To his knowledge, Lin Xuan still harbored feelings for Qin Ruiyao, acting as her devoted admirer. Chapter 43. The game of feigned indifference. Jiang Qing's heart suddenly raced. One could only hope that Lin Xuan would refrain from self-destructive behavior, given his recent conduct. It should not pose a significant issue. Lin Xuan, I am aware that you are merely acting, Qin Ruiyao interjected abruptly. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Acting? What sort of act? You are engaging in a game of feigned indifference, are you not? Intentionally distancing yourself, opposing me. All to incite me to recognize my feelings for you. The person you cherish the most is still me, Qin Ruiyao asserted with unwavering conviction. Lin Xuan responded with confusion. What sort of delusion is this? Have you been reading too many novels featuring CEOs? Lin Xuan, I do not appreciate your manipulative tactics. What I desire is sincerity. Should you persist in this manner, I shall ignore you, she declared. Then ignore me. I would welcome it, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly. Su Hua felt the chill dissipate from her body. Jiang Qing exhaled in relief, grateful that young Master Lin still possessed a sense of propriety. Qin Ruiyao widened her eyes in disbelief. How could Lin Xuan speak to her in such a manner? She had offered him an opportunity to de-escalate. Yet he refused to take it. Did he derive satisfaction from her repeated attempts to approach him? Taking a deep breath, Qin Ruiyao suppressed her fury. She still needed the money Lin Xuan earned from writing novels and could not afford to sever ties with him. Lin Xuan, do not squander your earnings on starting a company. Such ventures are fraught with the risk of loss, she commanded. I understand. So, instead of starting a company, I should save that money for you, is that it? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't it customary for boys to spend money on girls they admire? Lin Xuan, I have my eye on a necklace, nothing extravagant, just a few $100,000, available at that Haizhu shop on Fengxiang Street. She intended to flaunt this necklace to her high school classmates. The last time she purchased a bracelet, she encountered an old classmate who unblinkingly bought a necklace worth over $100,000. The memory of that moment, when her classmate implied she could not afford such a piece, still lingered. Isn't it merely a necklace worth over $100,000? I shall procure one worth $400,000. I must reclaim my dignity among my high school peers. Qin Ruiyao, if you are mentally unwell, I suggest you seek treatment. Lin Xuan retorted coldly. That money is mine. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Ruoyao, your audacity surpasses even the thickest of walls, daring to covet my funds. I assure you, even if I were to feed my money to dogs, I would never give it to you. Lin Xuan, Qin Ruoyao's face reflected her hurt. Lin Xuan spoke to her in such a manner? Did this imply that, in his eyes, she was inferior even to a dog? Jiang Qing was taken aback. Each time she observed Lin Xuan and Qin Ruoyao together, Lin Xuan appeared to be the devoted admirer. Yet now, he was confronting her directly. It was undeniably satisfying. Lin Xuan was exhausted by the prospect of entangling himself with this narcissistic and irrational woman. He attempted to bypass her and leave. Lin Xuan, do not walk away. You must clarify your words. Qin Ruoyao grasped his wrist tightly. Su Hua's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Xuan's wrist, her eyes shimmering with a brewing storm. How I longed to sever her hand. Su Hua clenched her fists, suppressing the surge of impulse within her. Lin Xuan felt as though his hand was ensnared by a venomous serpent. With disdain, he cast Qin Ruoyao aside. Ah! Qin Ruoyao tumbled to the ground. Her short skirt revealing grazes on her knees from the sharp pebbles. With tear-filled eyes, she pitifully lamented, "It hurts so much, Lin Xuan. I'm in so much pain." The Lin Xuan of yore would have immediately taken her to the hospital. But the current Lin Xuan merely shot her a mocking glance before returning to the playground to continue his game. A smile graced Su Hua's lips, dissipating the shadows that had enveloped her, replaced instead by a sense of delight. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that Lin Xuan paid no heed to Qin Ruoyao. Ah! Qin Ruoyao, incensed, kicked the ground, exclaiming, "Lin Xuan, how dare you treat me this way? You were once my devoted follower. Whoa, Lin Xuan, I loathe you." Unable to contain her tears, she wept, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Principal Chen." Su Hua spoke softly. "Miss Su," the principal responded obsequiously. "If I recall correctly, Qin Ruoyao, as the belle of Shanxing University, was used in the university's promotional campaigns?" Su Hua's tone turned icy. "Well, that was managed by the publicity department. I'm not entirely sure." The principal mopped his brow, feeling the pressure of Su Hua's imposing presence. "Your publicity department needs a thorough overhaul. How can a student with mere beauty and questionable character represent Shanxing University?" Su Hua's voice carried a note of danger. Yes, I shall ensure the publicity department is properly reformed. Such incidents will not recur," the principal hastily agreed. "Moreover, the quality of your students needs improvement. I have never encountered a woman so shamelessly pursuing a man for money," Su Hua stated, her expression serious and devoid of any abnormality. The principal recognized Su Hua's motivations, knowing she wielded power for personal gain. However, as a member of the board of directors, she held undeniable sway over Shanxing University, and her words were not to be disregarded, especially given the extreme antics of Qin Ruoyao. "Rest assured, Miss Su, I will provide you with a satisfactory response," the principal promised. Su Hua took her leave. Just seconds before her departure, Qin Ruoyao caught sight of her, her pupils dilating in shock. Wasn't she the woman who had stolen Lin Xuan away at her wedding? Why was she here at the school? Furthermore, the school's leaders surrounded her, even the principal, who appeared to show her great respect. Who is she? The voice of the announcement echoed in Qin Ruoyao's mind, stating that Su Hua, the head of the Su group, would attend the school's opening ceremony that afternoon. Could this woman be Su Hua? No, that is impossible. The moment this thought arose, Qin Ruoyao dismissed it. How could Lin Xuan possibly associate with such a prominent figure as the head of the Su group? Luo Yuan, noticing that Qin Ruoyao had not approached for some time, came over to her. Yao, what is the matter?" Upon witnessing Qin Ruoyao struggle to rise from the ground, Luo Yuan's heart tightened, prompting him to rush over and offer her support. As Qin Ruoyao saw her devoted admirer approaching, she could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed against Luo Yuan, weeping uncontrollably. "Why has Lin Xuan treated me this way? He once pursued me fervently, and just as I began to develop feelings for him, he turned away with disdain. I feel so miserable," Luo Fei sob. Indeed, Qin Ruoyao had become enamored with Lin Xuan. In recent days, his image had persistently occupied her thoughts. Perhaps it is the nature of humanity to yearn for what is lost while dismissing what is readily available. Qin Ruoyao, a woman who places great importance on personal gain, had previously deemed Lin Xuan as unworthy. Even as her feelings for him blossomed, she would not have sought to approach him. Yet now, upon discovering his remarkable talent for writing, she found herself eager to retain his presence in her life. Chapter 44. A convenient affair. Yao, do not weep. If Lin Xuan does not cherish you, I shall. I promise to treat you exceptionally well, Luo Yuan said tenderly, wiping away Qin Ruoyao's tears. Why am I so unappealing? Qin Ruoyao sobbed inconsolably. How could that be? Many people at the school admire you. If you were truly unlikable, they would not be drawn to you, Luo Yuan reassured her. But Lin Xuan does not like me. The mere thought of Lin Xuan's disdainful gaze brought a pang of sorrow to her heart. His lack of affection is merely a reflection of his poor judgment. Yao Yao. Should you choose to be with me, I will treasure you wholeheartedly, Luo Yuan vowed. Qin Ruoyao furrowed her brow and shifted away from Luo Yuan's shoulder. I must return to my physical education class. She had no intention of being with Luo Yuan. His family's modest factory earned a mere 400,000 a month. If not for his incessant adoration, she would hardly engage with him. I shall accompany you, Luo Yuan insisted, trailing closely behind her like an obedient dog. Upon returning to the residence arranged by the principal, Su Hua immediately contacted Qin Ruoyao's homeroom teacher. Has Qin Ruoyao, a student of the 3rd class in the computer science department, engaged in any misconduct during her 3 years here? The homeroom teacher, who had guided Qin Ruoyao from her 1st year to her 3rd, was well aware of any disciplinary issues and shook her head. No, nothing of the sort, principal. What has happened? Today, she was seen pestering a boy named Lin Xuan for several tens of thousands to purchase a necklace, and Su Zong witnessed it. The principal replied calmly. Su Zong? The teacher inquired, puzzled. Yes, the head of the Su Corporation, Su Hua. The teacher gasped in disbelief. The principal continued. Please have Qin Ruoyao compose a 3,000-word reflection to be read at the opening ceremony at 3 o'clock this afternoon, to provide an explanation to Su Zong. Understood, principal. I will attend to it immediately. The teacher's expression turned grave. The school's reputation in front of Su Hua was at stake. They had invested considerable effort to leave a favorable impression, only to have it jeopardized by Qin Ruoyao's actions. With a troubled expression, the teacher sought out Qin Ruoyao. Teacher, did you call for me? Qin Ruoyao approached, clad in a chic white dress. The teacher stated, in light of your insistence on pressuring Lin Xuan for a substantial sum to purchase a necklace, you are to write a 3,000-word reflection immediately and present it at today's opening ceremony. Teacher, I refuse to write it, Qin Ruoyao replied, pouting in distress. It is so embarrassing, and besides, my request for money from Lin Xuan was a personal matter and did not affect the school. The teacher offered no further explanation. Her voice cold as she declared, you may choose between writing the reflection or facing expulsion. Qin Ruoyao's face turned pale with shock. Expulsion? Is it truly that serious? Fearful, she hurried back to her dormitory to commence her reflection. She dared not seek Luo Yuan's assistance, as she feared it would tarnish her goddess-like image in his eyes. With great effort, Qin Ruoyao endeavored to obscure the details of her request for money from Lin Xuan. Once physical education class concluded, Lin Xuan, reeking of sweat, planned to return to the dormitory for a shower, chatting merrily with Wang Dai as they made their way back. At the entrance of the dormitory, Jiang Qing intercepted him. Secretary Jiang? What brings you here? Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled. Jiang Qing offered a faint smile. Young Master Lin, President Su is awaiting your presence. Please follow me. Jiang Qing guided Lin Xuan to a 2-story villa. Young Master Lin, this is the accommodation arranged for you by President Su. We have already moved your belongings from the dormitory, Jiang Qing remarked with a smile. Lin Xuan was perplexed. Why had Su Hua arranged a separate room for him? Was it because of the love letter Yili had shown her yesterday? At that moment, the principal emerged from the villa. Lin Xuan. The principal greeted warmly. Lin Xuan was taken aback. The principal typically bore a stern expression, yet now he appeared so amiable. Surely, it was Su Hua's influence that prompted such kindness. Principal. Lin Xuan responded politely. I have reviewed your grades. They are quite impressive. Continue to study diligently, and you will have a bright future, the principal said with increasing warmth. A student who excels academically, is polite, and is associated with board member Su Hua. Who wouldn't he be fond of such a student? Yes, Lin Xuan nodded. Here is my business card. The principal produced a card and pressed it into Lin Xuan's hand. If you encounter any needs or difficulties at school, do not hesitate to reach out, he encouraged. Understood, Lin Xuan accepted the card. I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy your time with President Su, the principal said. Casting a sly glance at Lin Xuan, noting their compatibility, one handsome and one beautiful, a delightful sight together. As the principal departed, Lin Xuan entered the villa. After escorting him inside, Jiang Qing discreetly excused herself. It was best she not be a third wheel. Su Hua was already seated at the dining table. Clad in a white short dress, a black belt accentuating her slender waist, exuding tranquility and beauty. Upon hearing footsteps, She looked up and her gaze softened upon seeing Lin Xuan. "Please, sit," she invited. Only in Lin Xuan's presence did she lower her defenses and aloofness. Lin Xuan casually pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. Su Hua frowned. Lin Xuan touched his arm, feeling the chill. Su Hua remained silent, simply observing him. Feeling restless, Lin Xuan wondered what was amiss. Was she sulking again? Could it be? He attempted to sit beside her, and at last, the cold aura surrounding her dissipated. So Su Hua was displeased because he hadn't sat next to her. He seemed to have uncovered a cute and childish side of her. "Su Hua, why did you have me move here?" Lin Xuan asked, puzzled. "Because I do not wish to see my man feel wronged. I want to provide you with the best of everything," she replied, her words momentarily touching him. But in the next breath, Su Hua leaned closer, her lips brushing against Lin Xuan's ear, her tone playfully rising. "This way, we can indulge in our secret rendezvous." Lin Xuan was taken aback. Who would have thought that the formidable and decisive leader of the Su Corporation could be so indulgent in private? "It's already past midnight, Su Hua. Let us eat," he urged. Lin Xuan served food into Su Hua's bowl. Su Hua did not move her chopsticks. She slightly raised her right hand, grimacing in pain. "Allow me to feed you." Lin Xuan picked up a piece of oyster and held it near her lips. "Be good. Open your mouth." Obediently, Su Hua parted her lips, her eyes sparkling with strands of laughter. Xian is truly wonderful to her. Chapter 45, The Gentle and Charming Little Wife in Su Hua's Eyes. There was an unmistakable glint of possessiveness coupled with profound affection. Her fondness for Xian was growing exponentially. She felt an overwhelming urge to conceal him, allowing only herself to behold his vibrant and tender essence. Yet, such a desire would mean sacrificing the opportunity to witness his lively demeanor. He would revert to their previous quarrels, his words laced with disdain and resistance, each utterance piercing her heart with anguish. Lin Xuan sensed an impending danger and glanced up, only to be met with Su Hua's bright, innocent smile. "Surely, it must be an illusion. Su Hua, this is something you adore as well," Lin Xuan said, picking up an abalone and feeding it to her. As she bit into it, she resembled a gentle and endearing little wife. Qin Riao's dormitory. Qin Riao was fervently scribbling a self-reflection essay, striving to compose 3,000 words within 3 hours. Although Shanqing University was a private institution, it ranked among the top in the nation, offering her a gilded opportunity, particularly as it was frequented by the affluent. She had worked diligently to gain admission to Shanqing University and did not wish to face expulsion. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Siyu, curious, inquired, "Qin Ruoyao, what are you writing?" She leaned in for a closer look. "A self-reflection? What happened?" Li Siyu exclaimed with astonishment. Qin Ruoyao's voice was laden with grievance. "I encountered him while heading to the restroom. He boasted about his writing, claiming he would buy me gifts once he became wealthy. I jokingly asked for a bracelet, and the principal overheard. The principal has mandated that I write a 3,000-word self-reflection and present it at the opening ceremony." Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. "Lin Xuan, I do not wish to cast blame upon you, but a girl's reputation is paramount. Boys are less affected, and this entire situation stems from your actions. Do not hold it against me. Is this truly the reason you were required to write a self-reflection and publicly recite it?" Li Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes. The principal was accompanied by a woman who likely disapproves of me," Qin Riao replied, pursing her lips. "She must be envious of your beauty, thus making things difficult for you," Li Siyu declared with indignation. "She exploits her connection with the principal to suppress you. If this gets out, I wonder how the school will respond." "Beauty?" Qin Ruoyao tightened her grip on her pen, reluctantly acknowledging that the woman was indeed stunning, far surpassing her in allure, and emanated a powerful presence. Her looks and demeanor were unmatched, and she was wealthy as well. It was apparent that the woman targeted her deliberately, likely due to Lin Xuan's affections for her. Lin Xuan's fondness for her was the only aspect where she could claim superiority over that woman. However, doubt crept in. Did Lin Xuan still harbor feelings for her? The thought was distressing. Why had he not continued to pursue her after all these years? If he had, she would not need to humbly seek reconciliation or endure the humiliation of writing this self-reflection. Li Siyu could hardly contain her excitement as she hastily crafted a post for the forum. "Princess Yu found the situation utterly revolting. Today, a woman accompanying the principal could not bear the beauty of Yao Yao and, without hesitation, compelled the principal to concoct a pretext to punish her, demanding that Yao Yao write a self-critique to be read aloud at the opening ceremony. Yao Yu felt profoundly wronged. As the belle of Qing University, she had captivated the hearts of many suitors. What? Slandering their goddess and forcing her to write a critique? How could they endure this? Her followers, rolling up their sleeves, furiously tapped on their phones, unleashing a torrent of outrage. What nonsense is this? The school is exercising tyrannical power. Because of one woman's words, an innocent student is subjected to punishment. Reading out her critique before the entire school. How humiliating for our goddess Yao Yao. This constitutes a form of invisible bullying against students. How disgraceful. Qing University is a prestigious institution, yet it resorts to such despicable tactics. That woman must be the principal's mistress. Li Xiyu reveled in the attention, satisfied by the dozens of replies flooding in within mere seconds, before putting her phone away. Yao Yao, you needn't write that critique this afternoon. Just take Lin Xuan to clarify things with the principal. If the principal insists on punishing you for that woman, don't blame us for exposing this incident and tarnishing the school's reputation, Li Xiyu declared, seething with indignation. But Xiyu, Lin Xuan want to go to explain. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip in distress. He doesn't like me anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't belittle and mock me like this today. Yao Yao. He is employing a strategy of feigned indifference, Li Xiyu asserted confidently. No, today I made my intentions clear to him, yet he still ignored me. He truly does not like me anymore. With a soft thud, Qin Ruoyao's tears fell in sorrow. Why must fate torment me so? Just when I have fallen for Lin Xuan, he no longer reciprocates my feelings. Yao Yao, that is precisely his brilliance. Since he is utilizing this strategy of feigned indifference, he will not end things so swiftly, especially after he has tasted the sweetness of affection. He will persist until you are utterly devoted to him. Loving him with all your heart and soul, Li Xiyu elaborated with conviction. Really? Hope sparkled in Qin Ruoyao's reddened eyes. Of course it's true, Li Xiyu affirmed. Yao Yao, a man like Lin Xuan, who is so enamored, will not easily withdraw his affections. If he has changed so rapidly, there is only one possibility. He is merely pretending. I must say, he is quite convincing in his act. Qin Ruoyao pressed her lips together. Then, according to your reasoning, Xiyu, Lin Xuan will continue this charade. But why would he help me clarify things with the principal this afternoon? Wait a moment, let me think, Li Xiyu mused, stroking her chin. Eureka! Li Xiyu's eyes lit up. What method? Qin Ruoyao inquired eagerly. Yao Yao, I'll just say you're unwell. Lin Xuan will undoubtedly be unable to remain indifferent. He will rush to find you. Then let us proceed as you suggest, Xiyu. Qin Ruoyao picked up her phone, preparing to call Lin Xuan. I'll use your phone to make it more convincing. Li Xiyu seized Qin Ruoyao's phone and dialed Lin Xuan's number. As Su Huan completed her meal provided by Lin Xuan, a phone call came in. Noticing the name saved on her phone, she furrowed her brows. I'll step outside for a moment. With her phone in hand, Su Huan exited the villa. Stepping into a quaint garden, she placed the phone to her ear. What is it? Speak. As she listened to the report on the other end, her expression grew increasingly frigid. Finally, the individual inquired, Master, how shall we deal with these people? Su Huan's crimson lips parted slightly as she replied, eliminate them all and feed their remains to the black tiger and other beasts. The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully acknowledged, understood. Chapter 46, The Obsessive Beauty Su Hua, with her enchanting beauty, captivating figure, long flowing black hair, crimson lips, and dressed in a white gown cinched at the waist with a black leather belt, left one utterly entranced by her stunning allure and graceful physique. Click. A passing male student, momentarily spellbound by Su Hua, could not resist the urge to whip out his phone and capture the moment of her answering a call. Su Hua cast a fleeting glance his way, dismissing him with indifference as she hung up and turned to walk toward the villa. One of the bodyguards, his eyes narrowing with intent, prepared to pursue the boy to demand the deletion of the photo. Wait, Jiang Qing halted him. Secretary Jiang, what is the matter? The bodyguard inquired, puzzled. There's no need to chase after him. Let him take the picture, Jiang Qing replied. Why? The bodyguard asked, bewildered. President Su does not appreciate being photographed. They always ensure that any candid shots of her are deleted immediately, which is why no one has seen the face of the Su Corporation's leader until now. Why is this time different? The bodyguard wondered. Because she wishes to be photographed, Jiang Qing replied with a slight smile. Huh? The bodyguard was increasingly perplexed. How could President Su desire to be captured on camera? This dormitory would serve as Lin Xuan's residence, and if the photos leaked, everyone would inevitably connect President Su to Lin Xuan. Jiang Qing explained, in this way, she can assert her claim and let everyone know that young Master Lin is taken. Is President Su really that naive? The bodyguard mused, dazed. Having served alongside Secretary Jiang for many years, he trusted her understanding of President Su's character. But, Secretary Jiang, why go through such lengths? If they simply held hands in public, wouldn't their relationship be evident? The bodyguard questioned, intrigued. Do you think President Su wouldn't want that? Jiang Qing shot him a glance. The truth is, she cannot be certain if young Master Lin is willing to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Thus, she resorts to this subtle means of informing others that she and young Master Lin are indeed a couple. Jiang Qing sighed. Who could have anticipated that the so-called cold-hearted Su Hua would exhibit such vulnerability in matters of the heart? It is often said that the one who loves first is at a disadvantage, and in this case, President Su embodies that very sentiment. The dynamics of her relationship with young Master Lin are inherently unequal, yet, given her power and influence, even if he were disinterested, she could still keep Lin Xuan close. Upon hearing Jiang Qing's reflections, the bodyguard silently marveled at the extraordinary nature of his superior. To have tamed President Su in such a way, one could surmise that only Lin Xuan could achieve such a feat when Su Hua returned to the villa. Lin Xuan had just finished his meal and was exiting the dining area, intending to take a shower to wash away the stench of sweat that clung to him. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw the name displayed. Yao baby? Damn, Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan exclaimed. He had almost forgotten to delete her contact, as she had never called him before. Fortunately, Su Hua, the ever-jealous one, was not present. Otherwise, he would have had to expend considerable effort explaining himself. Lin Xuan was about to hang up on Qin Ruoyao when a cold female voice sounded from behind him. Ah Xuan, is that Qin Ruoyao calling you? Su Hua squinted her eyes. Lin Xuan's hand trembled. Damn, how did Su Hua come back? And she just happened to see this? Every time Su Hua witnessed Lin Xuan's reaction to Qin Ruoyao, she would become agitated. Su Hua. Lin Xuan said with a stiff resolve, this call is from Qin Ruoyao. I swear, since you took me away from the wedding, I haven't spoken to her on the phone even once. If you don't believe me, look. As Lin Xuan scrolled through his call records, he inadvertently scrolled too far back. Aside from a few calls with Wang Dai and Yi Li, the rest were all with Qin Ruoyao. The final entry noted Qin Ruoyao's distress, detailing a 3-hour conversation late at night where she had cried to him. A dangerous aura emanated from Su Hua. Lin Xuan glanced at the call log in confusion. Damn, how did I scroll to this? The ringtone ceased, and Lin Xuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Su Hua, I swear. I truly have had no phone contact with Qin Ruoyao, and I have no idea why she called me. If I am lying, may the heavens strike me before Lin Xuan could finish. Su Hua's delicate finger pressed against his lips. Be good. Don't swear against yourself. Lin Xuan relaxed. It seemed Su Hua was no longer angry. Just then, the phone rang again. The screen illuminated with the glaring words Yao Baobei. Lin Xuan exclaimed. Damn. Not again. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan felt overwhelmed. He had finally calmed Su Hua down, and now this delicate yet unpredictable girl seemed irritated again. He had never found Qin Ruoyao this bothersome before, like an adhesive plaster that he couldn't shake off. Old Deng, do not get me into trouble. Su Hua. I'll block Qin Ruoyao. Wait. Lin Xuan said nervously, attempting to press the hang-up button. Answer it, Su Hua commanded. Lin Xuan was perplexed. Why was Su Hua urging him to take Qin Ruoyao's call? Wasn't she the one who disliked him interacting with Qin Ruoyao the most? Even when he spoke to her, she would become envious. He decided to comply with her wishes. After all, he couldn't decipher the thoughts of this unpredictable girl. Lin Xuan pressed the answer button. Lin Xuan, it's bad. Yao is ill. She just came out of the bathroom and fell down. Now she is unconscious. You need to hurry. Li Cu's anxious voice came through the phone. Lin Xuan replied, call an ambulance. I'm not a doctor. I can't treat her. Before he could finish, Su Hua suddenly grasped his wrist and pushed him against the wall, executing a CEO-style wall slam. During the process, she accidentally pressed the phone to speaker mode. With a loud thud, Lin Xuan lost his grip on the phone, and it fell heavily to the ground. Lin Xuan, are you there? Li Cu called out, but received no response from him. She pulled the phone away from her ear, frowning as she muttered, strange. What's wrong? Qin Ruoyao asked, puzzled. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan's phone appeared to have fallen to the ground, yet he did not retrieve it. No matter how I called out to him, he remained unresponsive, leaving me uncertain of his whereabouts. Li Cu remarked, could something have happened to Lin Xuan? In a state of anxiety, Qin Ruoyao hastily picked up the phone. Lin Xuan, she shouted, her voice laced with urgency. The sound of Qin Ruoyao's anxious calls emanated from the device, and Su Hua's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, Qin Ruoyao was present. With a sickly sweet gesture, Su Hua delicately licked her lips, seizing the opportunity to let Qin Ruoyao hear how affectionate her relationship with Ah Xuan truly was. Chapter 47. Let her listen. How are you, Su Hua? Lin Xian felt a twinge of anxiety at the peculiar pose. On the other end of the line, Qin Ruoyao frowned. Su Hua? That seems to be a girl's name. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Her expression darkened. Why was he conversing with a woman? Shouldn't he be in the dormitory at this hour? What's wrong? Su Hua smiled, her breath warm against Lin Xian's ear. Xian, of course. I want to have you. A change of scenery, the school would be quite delightful. Indeed. Lin Xian realized he could not refuse and reluctantly acquiesced. The idea of being at school was undeniably thrilling, and he felt a surge of eagerness within him. However, Su Hua, I just finished playing basketball this morning and am quite sweaty. Let me take a shower first. Not at all. I adore your scent, Su Hua replied, her infatuation evident as she inhaled deeply near his neck. Lin Xian was taken aback. This peculiar girl was unlike any other, finding a lure in a scent he himself detested. The call was still connected. Su Hua, I'll hang up now, he said, attempting to reach for his phone, yet she showed no intention of parting from him. Let her listen, shall we? Su Hua's crimson lips hovered near his, her breath tantalizingly intimate. What an eccentric preference Su Hua had. They exchanged whispers, oblivious to the fact that Qin Ruoyao could not hear them. Lin Xian, Qin Ruoyao called out again, her voice serving only to fuel Su Hua's excitement. A strange glimmer evident in her eyes. With her soft arms wrapped around Lin Xian's neck, the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her enveloped him. Xian, tell me. Who has you pressed against the wall? Su Hua inquired, her lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian's body tensed. It's Su Hua. She glanced at the phone still aglow on the floor, a smile gracing her lips. Then tell me, who is it that you cherish most now? It's you, Su Hua, he declared. What about Qin Ruoyao? Do you still have feelings for her? Su Hua narrowed her eyes. I no longer have any feelings for her. You are the only woman in my heart now. This was the truth. He realized that his affection for Su Hua had only deepened. Such a good boy, Su Hua murmured as her lips captured Lin Xian's, her teeth playfully nipping at his, leaving her mark upon him. Lin Xian emitted a muffled groan, his lips tinged with the pain of her bite. Su Hua frowned. She wished to keep the sound of his alluring voice from reaching other women. She ended the call with Lin Xian's phone and, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, pushed him onto the sofa, gazing at the sensually stunning woman before him. Lin Xian weakly suggested, Su Hua, could we perhaps switch positions? I wish to take charge for once. How can a man of such stature always be beneath a woman? Very well, as you wish, Xian. Su Hua embraced Lin Xian, rolling them over until she was beneath him. This time, you lead the way. Her soft hands encircled his neck, teasingly whispering in his ear. The line of purity, the phone emitted a series of beeps. And Qin Ruoyao stood frozen in place. With a sharp crack, the device slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Li Siyu's heart skipped a beat. Ruoyao, what has happened? She inquired with concern. Siyu, Lin Xian truly no longer cares for me, Qin Ruoyao sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. He is with another woman who has him pinned against the wall. Lin Xian declared that he prefers her and has professed his indifference towards me. Siyu, I even heard a muffled groan from Lin Xian. He must be entangled in some sort of flirtation with that woman. Oh, it hurts so much. Qin Ruoyao clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pang of agony. How could Lin Xian betray her? How could he? Just as she had finally allowed herself to develop feelings for him, he had turned his affections towards another. Is it truly possible that Lin Xian would treat you this way? Li Siyu exclaimed in disbelief. Siyu, what should I do? He no longer loves me, Qin Ruoyao lamented, her tears cascading down like a string of pearls. It cannot be. Lin Xian must be employing some sort of tactic to draw you in. Li Siyu pondered, furrowing her brow. Qin Ruoyao, overwhelmed with sorrow, buried her face in her arms on the table, her tears soaking her visage. Witnessing her friend's anguish, Li Siyu felt a pang of distress and desperately sought ways to assist Qin Ruoyao. Ruoyao, I have an idea, Li Siyu exclaimed with excitement. I know how to win Lin Xian back. What is it? Qin Ruoyao, her eyes reddened, inquired. You should take the initiative to pursue him, Li Siyu suggested. No, that won't do. Qin Ruoyao vehemently rejected the notion, her expression fraught with agitation. How can I actively chase Lin Xian? He was the one who previously pursued me fervently. I cannot accept this role reversal. Ruoyao, if you wish to rekindle things with Lin Xian, this is the only method, Li Siyu asserted. He may have found the chase too exhausting and sought solace with another woman, but deep down, he still harbors feelings for you. If you take the first step, he will surely reciprocate. I will consider it, Qin Ruoyao murmured, biting her lip. Lin Xian still had feelings for her. As she regained her composure, she recalled that her self-reflection essay remained unfinished and swiftly picked up her pen to write. Meanwhile, Li Xiyu browsed the forum, aware that Ruoyao, as the campus belle, would have garnered significant attention. Given the recent events, there must be thousands of replies discussing her plight. However, when she clicked on the thread, she was taken aback to find only a few hundred responses. What is going on? Confusion etched across her face. Exiting her own post, she discovered that the forum was not inundated with discussions about Qin Ruoyao. Rather, the focus had shifted to another woman. The most replied thread read, Luo, I have seen an unparalleled beauty, even more stunning than the campus belle. The post featured a candid photograph that had been surreptitiously taken. Li Xiyu scoffed. Even if she is attractive, can she truly compare to Yao Yao? This person must be exaggerating beyond reason. How dare they suggest that Yao Yao is inferior to that woman? The followers of Yao Yao in this thread must surely have lambasted him mercilessly. Li Xiyu entered the discussion with a mindset geared towards entertainment. Chapter 48. Indulgence in excess. She did not glance at the photo, instead scrolling down to read the replies. The handsomest in the world. Wow, this is simply breathtaking. Ah. My wife, I adore you. I love beautiful women. You up there. First put your pants back on. Goodness, this is stunning. I thought this person was exaggerating. Yet she is indeed more beautiful than the campus beauty, and that figure is absolutely incredible. Those long legs. Wow. Iron craftsman. This must be edited. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Team battles can lose. I am a third-year computer science student, and I can attest that this morning she came to the gym with the principal and other leaders. She is even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Luban must die. I wonder which gentleman will be fortunate enough to be her boyfriend. He must wake up smiling even in dreams. I hope I am that gentleman. Li Xiyu was stunned. Could she be that beautiful? Skeptical, she scrolled back up and was immediately struck by a breathtaking photo. Her mouth fell open, feeling as though her face had been slapped. My goodness, she is stunning. Li Xiyu gasped, far surpassing even the most beautiful stars in the entertainment industry today. Yao Yao. Come look. Li Xiyu urged, showing her phone to Qin Ruoyao, whose pupils suddenly constricted. It's her. Seeing the wave of praise beneath the post, her expression darkened considerably. The one thing she despised was someone more beautiful than herself. After finishing her reflection paper, her hand nearly fell off from fatigue. She gathered her belongings and stealthily approached a large tree in front of the villa. Other students wishing to observe were promptly chased away by the bodyguards, leaving only Qin Ruoyao, whom Jiang Qing deliberately allowed to remain for this spectacle. As Su's secretary, she naturally had to assist in undermining her rival. Inside the villa, Su Hua had changed into a pristine white suit, her soft hair elegantly pulled back, exuding a cool and pure aura, resembling an untouchable flower atop a high peak. Completely devoid of the alluring charm she had displayed in bed, Lin Xuan felt a surge of delight. After all, only he could witness Su Hua's enchanting demeanor. Su Hua. I shall attend the ceremony now, Lin Xuan announced. Su Hua nodded, feeling particularly cheerful after a satisfying meal, a faint smile gracing her features. Wait. Just as Lin Xuan was about to leave, Su Hua called him back. She stepped closer, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. Ah Xuan. This is a farewell kiss. Jiang Qing, who had just entered, remarked. I can't bear to watch. A farewell kiss for merely 40 minutes? They'll see each other again soon. As Lin Xuan exited the villa, Qin Ruoyao's expression was grim. He had indeed been here at noon. How could he share a bed with another woman? Especially that one who had disrupted their wedding. If it weren't for her, she and Lin Xuan would already be married, living in bliss. Her hatred for that woman was profound. Biting her lip, Qin Ruoyao resolutely vowed that if that seductress fancied Lin Xuan, she would ensure to reclaim her rightful place. She aimed to reclaim Lin Xuan, eager to flaunt their affection before that woman, ensuring her a taste of despair. With this thought in mind, Qin Ruoyao found the prospect of pursuing Lin Xuan less daunting. Su Hua had also exited the villa, her keen gaze directed towards the towering tree. Su Zong, Qin Ruoyao is behind that, Jiang Qing elucidated. A subtle smile graced Su Hua's lips as she proceeded towards the assembly hall. Wang Dai awaited Lin Xuan at the foot of the dormitory, and upon seeing him approach, he inquired with curiosity, Xuanzi, didn't you return to the dormitory for lunch? Indeed, Lin Xuan nodded. I've relocated. I'll take you to see my new place another day. Well, Xuanzi, you won't have to endure living with that scoundrel Yili any longer. Wang Dai, perceptive as always, quickly discerned Yili's duplicitous nature. A quintessential green tea man. Regrettably, Xuanzi had been ensnared by Qin Ruoyao, striving to ingratiate himself with the Lin family, even treating Yi Li as a close friend. Thankfully, he had now cleared his mind of such folly. By the way, you seem to have not slept well these past few days. Those dark circles are quite pronounced. Your steps appear unsteady, and what is wrong with your mouth? Lin Xuan halted, raising an eyebrow. I was bitten by my benefactor. As for the dark circles, well, that's a consequence of indulgence. He sighed. The demands of my benefactor are quite overwhelming, although it was often Su Hua who initiated their encounters. Her allure was simply irresistible, leading him into utter decadence, a blissful surrender both physically and emotionally. You're quite the charmer. Wang Dai rolled his eyes dramatically. Speaking of which, Xuanzi, let me see a picture of your benefactor. In his friend's words, she was young, beautiful, wealthy, and talented, a paragon of perfection. However, the affluent women he often encountered online were typically quite portly, stirring his curiosity about whether Lin Xuan was merely boasting. You'll get to see her shortly. Lin Xuan replied mysteriously. Since he had spotted Su Hua's photo on the forum, Yi Li positioned himself along her route from the villa to the venue. Upon seeing her, the woman he dreamed of nightly, his heart raced fervently. He longed to converse with Su Hua, to draw closer to her. Yet, with his face bruised from Lin Xuan's earlier confrontation, he could not present himself to her in such a state. Thus, Yi Li remained hidden in the shadows, secretly watching Su Hua. He was resolute in his intent to drive Lin Xuan away from her, to usurp his place as Su Hua's man. The assembly hall at Qing University was spacious, capable of accommodating the entire student body. Su Hua did not make her entrance directly. Instead, she took refuge in a lounge on the second floor, where she could observe the proceedings below. Prior to the commencement of the opening ceremony, the principal stood center stage. Before we begin, we must address a certain student who shamelessly requested a necklace worth 400,000 from another student. She shall now read her reflection. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Have you heard about the incident on the forum? Li Siyu, a friend of Qin Ruiyao, posted that a woman close to the principal harbors jealousy towards Qin Ruiyao's beauty and is deliberately targeting her. Is such a thing truly happening? Why would the principal heed the words of that woman? I have seen many speculate that she is the principal's mistress. I suspect that might be the case. How unfortunate that the ugly often cause trouble. Lin Xuan was taken aback. Did Su Hua witness what transpired between him and Qin Ruiyao outside the restroom? No wonder Su Hua was unusually amiable today. However, hearing his classmates refer to Su Hua as the principal's mistress left Lin Xuan feeling quite displeased. The term mistress is a grave insult to Su Hua. Silence. Lin Xuan rebuked. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. The students were perplexed. What had provoked Lin Xuan to react so vehemently? Lin Xuan spoke with a solemn tone. She is not the principal's mistress, and she is not unattractive. Do not jump to erroneous conclusions without knowing the truth. You might invite trouble upon yourselves. Now that Lin Xuan could afford a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce, the students dared not provoke him. Though they remained skeptical of his words, they nonetheless kept their mouths shut. The principal called out, Qin Ruiyao, please come to the stage. Chapter 49. Encounter between Su Hua and Qin Ruiyao. All the students turned their gaze towards Qin Ruiyao, who, overwhelmed with shame, could not lift her head. With the reflection of a remorseful heart, she slowly approached the stage, clutching her letter of apology. Today, in front of the entire school, I wish to apologize to Lin Xuan and to the institution. I should not have disregarded propriety and integrity by allowing Lin Xuan to purchase a necklace for me. After reflecting on the teacher's criticism, I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. As she recited her statement, her eyes remained cast downwards. On the upper floor, Su Hua's attention was entirely consumed by Lin Xuan, oblivious to Qin Ruiyao's plight. Jiang Qing, do you not find Xian exceptionally handsome and remarkable? The beautiful woman rested her chin in her hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Jiang Qing's expression faltered for a moment. This was indeed a perilous question. To declare him unattractive would imply that Su's judgment was flawed, yet to affirm his charm might lead Su to misconstrue her intentions. Fearing that she coveted the young Master Lin. Su, you are aware of my past experiences, Jiang Qing deliberated. I have become somewhat immune to matters of love and men. Thus I cannot discern beauty as you do. However, it is undeniable that the individuals you find appealing are invariably handsome and exceptional. Indeed, Su Hua replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Since I met him, he has consistently embodied excellence and charm. Jiang Qing interjected, Su, you must reflect upon your conscience. Was Lin Xuan truly handsome and remarkable in the past? It seems evident that beauty is perceived through the lens of affection. A knock resounded at the door, and Jiang Qing moved to answer it. The assistant to the principal entered. Su, it will soon be your turn to speak, he stated respectfully. Very well, Su Hua acknowledged. Rising to descend the stairs. As she brushed past the assistant, he momentarily faltered, captivated by her beauty, which quickened even his own heartbeat. Qin Ruoyao. Having completed her recitation in front of the entire faculty and student body, felt her eyes welling with tears, too afraid to meet their gazes. Having been raised in the limelight, she dreaded encountering the scornful looks of her peers. Principal, I am feeling unwell. May I step out for a moment? She implored, her voice trembling. With a sigh, the principal consented. You may go. Qin Ruoyao, head bowed, exited through a side door and coincidentally collided with Su Hua, who was descending the stairs. It's her. Qin Ruoyao's face contorted with anger as she clenched her fists. This woman had humiliated her in front of the entire school. And surely she reveled in her triumph. With her head down, she continued forward. Qin Ruoyao. Su Hua's voice cut through the air, cold and commanding. Qin Ruoyao halted. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. Su Hua approached her, speaking with an air of indifference. Your apology today was instigated by me. I informed the principal of your misconduct. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qin Ruoyao glared at Su Hua with eyes ablaze with resentment. Is it your privilege to wield power and wealth as a means to oppress others? Even if I lack riches, I am still a person. What gives you the right to humiliate me so brazenly? She shouted, embodying the defiance of someone wronged. All she did was allow Lin Xuan to spend a little on her. What was her transgression? And was it not successful? Jiang Qin shook her head, pondering the audacity of Qin Ruoyao, who dared to speak to Mr. Su in such a manner. Had it not been for Mr. Su's apprehension that young Master Lin might turn against her, Ruoyao's grave would likely be overgrown with grass 3 feet high by now. The principal's assistant was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. You affluent individuals, what does your wealth signify now? Ruoyao clenched her fists, asserting that it does not guarantee future prosperity. Moreover, we, the impoverished, might yet rise to prominence. Do not rejoice too soon. Currently, Linli is quite fond of her. Even if she were to marry Lin Xuan, Linli would remain steadfastly devoted to her. Ultimately, she shall wed Linli, becoming the young mistress of the Lin family. She could scarcely believe that this woman possessed greater influence than the Lin family. Once she is married to Linli, she would ensure that this woman is trampled beneath her feet. Su Hua maintained an expression of calm throughout. Qin Ruoyao noticed the look in Su Hua's eyes, as if she were merely a buffoon. Indeed, a buffoon. She was the belle of Qin University, pursued by countless admirers, her academic performance unparalleled. Everything she possessed was earned through her own efforts. While this woman relied solely on her inherited power, what right did she have to regard her with such disdain? TSK. Su Hua chuckled softly. If I dominate through authority, what of it? Who's to say I possess power and you do not? Thus, you were left at my mercy. With a sudden shift from her previous languid demeanor, her gaze turned sharp, her formidable aura nearly suffocating Ruoyao. Ruoyao, ordinarily, I would not bother to engage with someone like you, but your attempt to encroach upon my man is intolerable. Su Hua narrowed her eyes. Lin Xuan is my man. Should you dare to cross my boundaries, your prideful visage will be shattered, and your life might very well be forfeit. Su Hua languidly licked her lips, for she had been groomed as an assassin since childhood, and she relished the act of killing. Fear gripped Qin Ruoyao. For reasons unknown, her mind conjured an image of Lin Li bound to a cross by this woman, bleeding to death, while she herself was devoured by a ferocious white tiger. No. This could not come to pass. We live in a society governed by law. How could this woman possess the audacity to slay them? Su Hua withdrew her oppressive aura and smiled faintly. Assistant Chen, is it not time for me to take the stage? Indeed, the assistant replied hastily, extending his hand. Mr. Su, this way, please. Qin Ruoyao's eyes flickered. This woman was to participate in the opening ceremony as well. When she had lamented to Luo Yuan, he had assured her that he would publicly restore her honor. This woman would surely be humiliated. Individuals of her standing valued their reputation above all, and she would undoubtedly be left mortified. How could she resist witnessing such a spectacle? Qin Ruoyao altered her previous decision and returned to her seat. Yao Yao, are you all right? Li Xiyu inquired with concern. Fear not, I am fine, Qin Ruoyao replied, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Li Xiyu, puzzled, noted the contrast. Just moments ago, Yao Yao had appeared distressed, yet now she seemed quite pleased. On the stage, the principal held the microphone, racking his brain for impromptu remarks. Dear students, in the upcoming semester, it is imperative that you study diligently, foster camaraderie with your peers, and refrain from mere rote memorization. Instead, engage actively in various practical activities. The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, wondering why Mr. Su had yet to arrive. He was running out of things to say. Below, the students displayed clear signs of impatience. Goodness, from elementary school through university, these principals, vice principals, and directors always deliver long-winded speeches, reiterating the same cliches. I wish I could tape their mouths shut. How can they talk so much? It was indeed the most arduous time for me each time this occurred. Finally, an assistant appeared in the crowd, nodding towards the principal. The principal's eyes lit up. Thankfully, it was coming to an end. I trust you all are no longer interested in hearing my ramblings. He chuckled, merely offering a polite remark. Little did he expect, the students collectively shouted, yes. We don't want to hear it anymore. Chapter 50, The Panic of Losing Lin Xuan Principal. She really has come. The principal's expression momentarily stiffened. Yet he quickly composed himself, accustomed as he was to grand occasions. I must be getting old. The students surely do not wish to see this old man. The individual who will take the stage next, I assure you, will be a feast for your eyes, the principal remarked with a beaming smile. Regardless of who encounters Su Hua, they cannot help but be astonished by her beauty. The principal cast a glance at Lin Xuan in the audience. Pondering the young man's fortune, how fortunate he was to have won the affection of Miss Su. It was worth noting that Miss Su began her extensive acquisition of shares shortly after Lin Xuan submitted his college applications, leading the principal to suspect that she had become the absolute controlling shareholder of Qing University for Lin Xuan's sake. The principal's words piqued the curiosity of the students. Who was the principal referring to? Could it possibly be the figurehead of the Su Corporation? Wasn't it said that she would be delivering a speech at our school this afternoon? In truth, many students expressed a desire to see the exceptionally beautiful woman, lamenting their misfortune of not being in the third-year computer science program. With a slight smile, the principal announced, next, we invite the much-anticipated head of the Su Corporation, Ms. Su, to the stage. Indeed, it was the head of the Su Corporation. Rumor had it that she was the first female head of the Su family, shrouded in mystery and possessing formidable prowess. She never appeared in the media, and her appearance was unknown. The students eagerly scanned their surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Hua. Wang Dai leaned in and asked, Xuanzi, what do you think this head of the Su Corporation looks like? Everyone says she is beautiful, but I'm not so sure. Whether male or female, these CEOs are rarely attractive, working late every night, losing hair, and with erratic diets. How good-looking can they be? No, she is truly beautiful. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a gentle smile. She is the most beautiful woman in the world. Kind-hearted and quite gentle. A hint of affection shimmered in his eyes. Xuanzi, you speak as if you have spent every day with her, Wang Dai remarked, rolling his eyes. Lin Xuan shot him a glance. What if I told you she is my benefactor? Would you believe me? Are you joking? That is completely impossible. She is solely focused on her work, uninterested in men. Stop daydreaming, Wang Dai retorted. Though he had never seen Su Hua, he had heard plenty of gossip. It was said that men who attempted to woo her were invariably cast aside. There were even rumors suggesting she might be a lesbian, with her partner being her secretary. Dear son, don't ask me about my benefactor next time. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Lin Xuan shook his head, yet truthfully, he still felt somewhat enchanted. How could such an extraordinary woman have taken an interest in him? Wang Dai wore a skeptical expression. Is Xuanzi speaking earnestly? Could it truly be? No. That is impossible. He shook his head, convinced that no one could ever be Su Hua. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed through the vast, silent hall, resonating with an unusual intensity. All eyes turned in unison. The principal respectfully addressed, Miss Su, please. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as a young woman ascended the stage. Her beauty was captivating, striking to the point of being formidable, a visage that could leave one breathless. Every gesture she made exuded an air of nobility. A collective hush fell over the crowd. She was indeed the stunning beauty fervently discussed in the forum. How could she be even more enchanting than her photographs? Goodness. Is it true that today's CEOs are this breathtaking? Oh, beautiful sister, do you need a woman to warm your bed? Go away. Don't come here to compete with us men for women. Surely, those like us should be the ones to catch Miss Su's eye. You're deluding yourself. Lin Xuan is undoubtedly the most handsome boy in our school. If she were to fancy anyone here, it would certainly be him. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by the observation. Wang Dai glanced at Lin Xuan in shock, realizing that he had indeed hit the nail on the head. She was remarkably beautiful, perhaps the most stunning person he had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoya's expression soured to a hue reminiscent of liver. As the realization dawned upon her, she was the power behind the Su Group, the foremost corporation in the country, deeply involved in various high-tech fields and finance, even commanding respect from national leaders. Jealousy welled up within Qin Ruiyao. This woman possessed both extraordinary beauty and control over one of the world's largest companies. Fate seemed cruelly unjust. Particularly galling was the fact that she had seemingly stolen Lin Xuan away. When Qin Ruiyao turned to look at Lin Xuan, her heart sank further. What was that gaze he directed at her? Tenderness? Affection? He had previously reserved such looks solely for her, clutching her heart. Qin Ruiyao was engulfed by a profound fear of losing Lin Xuan. She had thought their connection was merely a fleeting dalliance. Yet, it appeared that Lin Xuan was becoming increasingly enmeshed with this woman. How could he bestow such a gaze, one that was uniquely hers, upon another? She could wait no longer. She must reclaim Lin Xuan by her side at once. Su Hua stood poised at the podium, without a speech in hand. For her memory was exceptional. She had committed the contents to memory after a single read. As she spoke with deliberate grace, nearly all the students were rapt with attention. Her beauty was complemented by a melodious voice. Listening to her oration was not only engaging but a true pleasure. Of course, these sentiments did not extend to Yili, Qin Ruiyao, and Luo Yuan. Yili was utterly entranced by Su Hua's visage, wholly oblivious to her words. While Luo Yuan was preparing to report the principal for arbitrarily punishing students for the sake of his mistress, with the entire school's leadership and faculty present, he was about to confront the power holder of the Su group, and truthfully, he felt a twinge of apprehension, a desire to retreat. However, he cast a glance at the visibly distressed Qin Ruiyao, his fists clenched tightly. The injustice she had endured weighed heavily upon him. Her suffering was palpable. Earlier that day, when she stood before him, her eyes were swollen from tears. He had promised her that he would seek justice on her behalf. And if he were to break that promise, how could she ever look at him again? He could not falter. Each time Luo Yuan contemplated giving up, a mere glance at Qin Ruiyao's red-rimmed eyes filled with indignation bolstered his resolve. As Su Hua concluded her speech, Luo Yuan suddenly rose from his seat. Chapter 51. I want to report someone. The principal frowned and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, young student?" All eyes in the room turned towards Luo Yuan. Su Hua regarded him with a cold, emotionless gaze. Luo Yuan faltered, once again succumbing to a sense of retreat. Qin Ruiyao clenched her fists, cursing inwardly. How could she have forgotten to instruct Luo Yuan not to report her? Su Hua was a board member of the school. Reporting her to the principal would be tantamount to courting disaster. Qin Ruiyao subtly shook her head at Luo Yuan, signaling him to refrain from proceeding. Luo Yuan grasped the implication of her silent plea, feeling a rush of gratitude. Ruiyao must be concerned for his well-being, fearing he might face repercussions. With such care from Ruiyao, how could he possibly let her down? President Su, I must report someone, Luo Yuan declared boldly, his voice ringing out. Qin Ruiyao was momentarily stunned, her entire being trembling with anger. This fool, hadn't she told him to remain silent? Su Hua narrowed her eyes, demanding, "Speak." Luo Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, overwhelmed by Su Hua's formidable presence. "What I wish to report is the principal and his mistress." The principal appeared utterly bewildered. "Mistress? What mistress?" "Young man," he warned, "one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak carelessly. If this reaches the ears of my formidable wife, there will be consequences far beyond mere reprimands. I might find myself relegated to the couch for the night." At that moment, the principal chose not to interject, lest he appear guilty. This morning, the woman accompanying the principal could not stand Ruiyao's beauty and urged the principal to punish her, demanding she write an apology and present it before the entire school. Luo Yuan's voice escalated as he continued. The principal was left speechless. Su Hua was his mistress? Good heavens! He lacked both the audacity and the means to have Su Hua as his mistress. Where had this boy gleaned such information? The principal's assistant hurried in, brandishing a phone to show the principal. Upon reviewing its contents, the principal's expression darkened. "Who sent this?" The assistant replied. "It was Li Xiyu from the third-year computer science class. She is a friend of Qin Ruiyao. Li Xiyu has been using her real identity on the forum. So there was no need for further investigation." "Understood," the principal replied gravely. Lin Xuan observed the unfolding drama with a sense of anticipation. To provoke Su Hua required a boldness that Luo Yuan evidently possessed. Lin Xuan felt a twinge of sympathy for Luo Yuan. He too had once fawned over Qin Ruiyao, only to be thoroughly exploited in return. "President Su," Luo Yuan proclaimed, indignant. "As the principal of Qin University, to associate with a mistress is an act of moral failing. They say educators should nurture their students. Yet this principal, for the sake of a mistress, shamelessly punishes students. Such a person must be held accountable, President Su. Oh, Su Hua chuckled lightly. And how do you propose we penalize the principal and the mistress you speak of? Luo Yuan replied, dismiss the principal from his position, and summon both him and his mistress here to apologize to Ruoyao. If President Su chooses to remain indifferent to this matter today, I have reason to suspect that you are shielding the principal. As a prestigious institution, Shuqing University cannot afford any damage to its reputation should this incident become public. I trust that you, President Su, would not wish to tarnish the school's standing. This statement is, quite frankly, an overt threat. Su Hua chuckled softly. Do you know who the mistress you speak of is? For reasons unknown. Luo Yuan felt a sudden wave of foreboding wash over him as he gazed into Su Hua's eyes. That mistress is I, Su Hua, she replied coldly. Boom. A thunderous shock reverberated through the room. Not only Luo Yuan, but also Li Siyu and the other students widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Hua was, in fact, the one by the principal's side. What would that mean for their derogatory comments about President Su on the forum? Li Siyu and the other students hastily pulled out their phones to delete their posts. They certainly could not afford to offend this President Su. Was Li Siyu truly a beauty in her friend's eyes? One female student remarked. To think she claimed President Su was envious of Qin Ruiyao. How ridiculous. If looks and lineage are what she possesses, why would she need to envy her? Indeed. I even went so far as to berate President Su on behalf of Qin Ruiyao, hoping she would not hold it against us. Qin Ruiyao, feeling embarrassed, clutched her clothes. She had always been the center of attention, but it seemed things had changed this semester. Ever since Lin Xian's attitude towards her shifted, everyone else followed suit. The root of this change, however, was not Lin Xian but rather this woman who had stolen him away. At that moment, Luo Yuan felt a panic rise within him, his face paling. If Su Hua were that woman, then everything he had just said was rendered null and void. They say the leader of the Su Corporation is decisive. How would she respond to him now? The principal spoke in a hushed tone. Luo Yuan. I will now address your question regarding the punishment given to Qin Ruiyao. According to Article 11 of the Student Handbook, one must not extort large sums of money from others through improper means. The consequences can range from a simple acknowledgement of wrongdoing to a serious demerit. The professors, faculty, and President Su present at the time witnessed how Qin Ruiyao persistently solicited money from Lin Xian. Merely having her write an apology was already a lenient measure. I cannot believe you would dare to stir trouble on the forum and at the opening ceremony. Principal, I am sorry. I was wrong, Luo Yuan stammered, bowing his head in contrition. Li Siyu's complexion was notably pale, yet she did not blame Qin Ruiyao. She still believed that the principal and other school leaders were protecting Su Hua, distorting the truth. The principal approached Su Hua respectfully and inquired, as for the disposition of the three of them, what is your stance, President Su? Su Hua replied coolly, let it be dealt with according to school regulations. Jiang Qing was not surprised by Su Hua's response. She would not waste her time on such trivial matters. However, had they slandered Lin Xian, President Su would certainly not have brushed it off so lightly. Very well, the principal sighed in relief. If President Su had sought severe punishment, it would have been troublesome. For one, it would damage her reputation, and for another, it would impact the school. Thus, the matter would be handled according to school regulations. With stricter measures imposed, the principal proclaimed that Li Siyu had spread rumors at the forum, and Luo Yuan, having been misled by these falsehoods, would both receive severe reprimands. As for Qin Ruiyao, her punishment would be revoked, yet she too would face a significant reprimand. The penalties imposed upon the three of them were irrevocable. Their faces turned ashen. This disciplinary record would follow them throughout their lives, marking them with a permanent blemish. Qin Ruiyao's attempts to gain advantage had backfired. Following the conclusion of the lecture, Lin Xian returned to the small villa to gather his belongings, while Su Hua rested her forehead on her hand, gazing at him intently. Ah Xian, I truly cannot take my eyes off you. Xuanzi, Wang Dai called Lin Xian, where are you? There's a problem with a question in the computer science book you gave me, and I would like to ask you about it. I'll send you my location. Could you come over? Lin Xian replied, sure. Chapter 52. Sweet as honey. Wang Dai, following Lin Xian's instructions, approached the elegant villa. Gazing at the impressive structure, he felt a wave of confusion. Had he arrived at the wrong place? Was this not a residential area reserved for esteemed guests or venerable professors? As he surveyed his surroundings, Jiang Qing approached him with a gentle smile, inquiring, are you Wang? Yes, Wang Dai replied, somewhat bewildered. Young Master Lin is waiting for you. please follow me inside. Jiang Qing guided him into the villa. Upon entering, Wang Day's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a woman seated on the sofa. Suju? He stammered, incredulous. What is she doing here? His mind raced back to Lin Xian's words. Su Hua, the head of the Su group, was indeed his benefactor. The reality struck him. Lin Xian was not merely boasting. Dazed, Wang Day marveled at Lin Xian's prowess in securing a patron as exalted as her. Sister-in-law, greetings. I am Wang Day, a friend of Xian's, he introduced himself, standing stiffly. Su Hua replied, her mood evidently buoyant as she flashed a charming smile. Glancing at Jiang Qing. Understanding the cue, Jiang Qing approached Wang Day, asking, what is your bank account number? Wang Day, puzzled by the request, hesitated but eventually retrieved his phone and provided the information. Within moments, a notification arrived. A transfer of 100,000 has been deposited into your account ending in 347. With a total balance of 145 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Good heavens. 100,000. Wang Day was utterly flabbergasted, believing he had misread. He rubbed his eyes and counted again. It was indeed 100,000. Sister-in-law, why did you give me 100,000? He gulped. At that moment, Lin Xian, who was tidying up, interjected, what 100,000? With a casual glance, Su Hua responded, as a reward. Wang Day was perplexed. What had he done to deserve such a reward? Reflecting on his recent actions, he considered that the only potentially suspicious moment was when he had called her sister-in-law. Thus, by merely uttering that term of endearment, he had received a generous sum. Once Lin Xian had finished organizing, he began addressing questions related to Wang Day's computer work. Day, why did Su Hua give you 100,000? Wang Day recounted, I called her sister-in-law, and her secretary asked for my bank account number and transferred the money. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian felt a pang of envy. Although he appeared to lead a life of luxury, adorned with opulence, he found himself with merely a few hundred yuan to his name, thanks to his own folly in having Su Hua freeze his account. After leaving the villa, Wang Day hurried home on his bicycle, settling onto the sofa as he counted the zeros repeatedly. Meanwhile, his mother, busy cleaning, furrowed her brow in concern. Upon witnessing Wang Day's foolish grin once more, she could no longer contain herself. Sitting beside her son, she gently touched his forehead, then her own. Pondering the absence of fever, what could have rendered him so daft? She wondered. Mom, take a look. Wang Day eagerly handed his phone to his mother. Son, have you robbed a bank? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. What are you talking about, Mom? Am I that kind of person? This is merely a reward for my sweet tongue. Wang Day suddenly recalled the watch, which he had kept safely without daring to use. After all, as the heir of the Su family, 6 million would be but a trifling sum to her. A sweet tongue earns 100,000? Who do you think you're fooling? His mother was incredulous. I received this bounty through Xuanzi's connections, Mom. If you don't believe me, just ask him. In her eyes, Xuanzi was the exemplary son from the neighborhood, and his words held far more credibility than her son's. Fearing that Wang Day might stray from the right path, she called Lin Xian, which ultimately convinced her of the truth. Is there really such good fortune? She marveled, her curiosity piqued. Who is the benefactor? Xuanzi's girlfriend. She's so wealthy? She wouldn't be toying with Xian's feelings, would she? Her tone was laced with concern. Mom, rest assured, Xian has nothing to be deceived about. Besides, the way she looks at him, her eyes brim with affection. She undoubtedly adores him. Coincidentally, the following day was Saturday. Lin Xian was blissfully slumbering in bed, utterly exhausted from the demands imposed by Su Hua in recent days. He needed to recuperate properly. It was only at 11:30 that he finally arose. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he descended for lunch. Young master, the young lady has social engagements and will not be returning for lunch. The respectful butler informed him. Very well, I understand. After finishing his meal, Lin Xian retreated to his private space to continue writing his novels. He completed the 2 serialized works and uploaded the remaining unupdated content to the Fei Yuan novel website. Another site was set to launch his novel the following day, and he intended to release all chapters within a single day. In the tea room, the diligent editor, with dark circles under his eyes, consumed his meal while perusing novels. Ever since entering the editorial profession, his enchantment with novels had waned, yet Xian's work captivated him like no other he had encountered throughout his career. The potency of the prose, the intricacy of the plot, were simply astonishing. The poignant moments evoked tears, the exhilarating sequences provided sheer delight. and the sweet passages stirred a longing for romance. It was a narrative that perfectly mirrored the protagonist's emotional journey. This Xian was destined to become a luminary in the literary world. Alas, the frequency of Xian's updates had left him awake until 3 in the morning for several nights. As he devoured the story whenever he found a moment, utterly exhausting him. Fortunately, he was nearing the end of his reading. The dogtail grass wished to see how many more chapters were left to read, only to find that the chapters continually multiplied, ultimately increasing by over 300 before ceasing. The title of the final chapter was appended with the words "The Grand Finale." Once again, the dogtail grass was left speechless, desperately trying to contact Lin Xuan. Dogtail grass, my brother, how could you have completed the entire novel in one go? Did you not promise me that you wouldn't finish the entire update in a single day? Lin Xuan, I did not break my promise. I said I would complete it the next day after our conversation yesterday. Dogtail grass. He was utterly at a loss for words. Dogtail grass, when do you plan to release your next book? With his literary prowess and ability to design plots, his next work was sure to be a resounding success. Lin Xuan, it has already been released. Dogtail grass clicked onto Lin Xuan's profile and, puzzled, inquired, why can't I see it? Lin Xuan, it's on the eggplant website. Dogtail grass, brother, you truly do not hold back. Dogtail grass, brother, why are you reading on an external site? Dogtail grass felt anxious, fearing he had been too restrictive with Lin Xuan's updates, causing him to grow weary and slip away. Lin Xuan, you must not place all your eggs in one basket. Dogtail grass sighed in relief, reassured that Lin Xuan was not irritated with him. Dogtail grass, will you return to publish your next book here? Lin Xuan, I am not going anywhere. He intended to focus on his own novel website. Dogtail grass furrowed his brow, questioning whether this signified a withdrawal from the scene. Lin Xuan opened Weibo, casually browsing through the entertainment gossip. He planned to establish an entertainment company, so it was prudent to familiarize himself with the current industry. He stumbled upon a trending topic. Orange news. Yuanqing from Sudie's studio was eliminated in the first round of a singing competition. Her studio has faced repeated setbacks. What lies ahead? According to rumors, Yuanqing is unlikely to succeed this time, and Sudie's studio is on the verge of disbandment. Lin Xuan recalled Sudie, who had faced considerable suppression. Yet later her songs resonated throughout the land. He researched the artists in Sudie's studio and discovered several gifted singers among them, destined for future fame. If he could recruit these individuals into his own company, it would yield significant benefits. However, with the studio on the brink of dissolution, there was nothing to gain. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to persuade Su Hua to invest and take a stake. After all, one should not let good resources flow to outsiders. Chapter 53. Escaping under the lid. After Lin Xuan made up his mind, he dove back into the space. Su Hua, being a strong and capable woman, seemed to draw a clear line between work and emotions. To persuade her to invest in the studio, it appeared that he would need to approach the matter with utmost professionalism. Lin Xuan resolved to craft an investment proposal to convince Su Hua. As it was his first endeavor of this nature, he had to start from scratch, but with the space at his disposal, time was not an issue for him. In a mere span of a few minutes in reality, Lin Xuan had completed the investment proposal. He then began to write a novel, focusing primarily on a successful adaptation of a story set in an alternate world. This space, apart from its slower passage of time and various learning facilities, had the added advantage of ensuring that his body was perpetually free of fatigue. Lin Xuan fervently tapped away at the keyboard, producing one manuscript after another. His prolific updates on the Fei Yuan novel website attracted a substantial wave of financial support from readers. Author, you're incredible! From the inception to the conclusion of your book, it only took 4 days. Unlike other authors, who would take centuries to profit from such a lucrative story, I shall bestow generous rewards. Let us commence with 3 tokens of affection. You should be a role model for other authors. A new book. I yearn for the new book. Author, hurry and write more. Some readers even rushed to the pages of other authors, wielding metaphorical whips to urge them to update. As a fellow author of Yandra novels, take a lesson. Updating hundreds of thousands of words in a day and completing it in 4 days. What about you? Only 4,000 words a day and still dilly-dallying. Other authors, escaping under the lid, we cannot compare. Meanwhile, Waboa returned to work prematurely after a conflict with her husband during their honeymoon. Her expression darkened as she sat at her workstation. It was still break time, and Dogtail Grass was seated at her desk, engrossed in Lin Xuan's novel. Wabuahua looked upon Dogtail Grass with disdain. While other editors often flattered her, Dogtail Grass was an exception. Her irritation grew. especially after Dogtail Grass had signed the author Lin Xuan, whom she looked down upon. Dogtail Grass, you seem quite taken with that novel. Surely you've given it ample recommendations. Wabuahua remarked sarcastically. How is its performance now? Enthralled by the story, Dogtail Grass was too absorbed to respond to Wabuahua. This only solidified Wabuahua's suspicion that the novel's data must be poor. Dogtail Grass, fearing embarrassment, had chosen silence. I've always said that a novel with a single female protagonist wouldn't thrive. Some people just refuse to believe it, hoping for a windfall. Now, look. They've squandered their limited recommendations, Wabuahua proclaimed loudly. The other editors in the office eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. If only Wabuahua knew that the very novel she scorned and dismissed would soon experience a meteoric rise, what expression would she wear? Lavender feigned ignorance about Wabuahua's return to work. Upon entering the office, she walked directly to Dogtail Grass's side. Dogtail Grass, how is the subscription count for Xian's Yandra novel? Lavender inquired with feigned curiosity. Quite well, Dogtail Grass replied dismissively, still engrossed in the novel. Quite well? The grass of the dog's tail, your humility is indeed excessive. Since its launch, this novel has consistently held the top position on the subscription chart, with its popularity and subscription rates surpassing the second place by several folds. Surely, Xian must have earned $1 million in a single day. Your commission this month must be the highest in our entire editorial office. Lavender deliberately cast a glance at Trumpet Flower, who appeared taken aback. The Dog's Tail had a novel at the top of the subscription list? When did the Dog's Tail secure such a formidable author? Trumpet Flower opened the rankings to examine the name and synopsis of the novel, which struck her as familiar. Furrowing her brows, she clicked into the main text of the novel. Upon seeing the content of the first page, Trumpet Flower's pupils dilated. This was the very novel she had rejected. The one that had been picked up by Dog's Tail. She continued to flip through the pages. Indeed, it was his novel. Trumpet Flower turned on her computer to check the data of this book. She initially thought that the numerous updates in a short span had propelled it to the top of the sales rankings, but upon seeing the average subscription figures, she was utterly stunned. 350,000 average subscriptions. An average of 350,000 readers subscribed to each chapter. And this was merely the data from the first 3 days. Had it not been for the subsequent hundreds of newly updated chapters lowering the average, the figures would have been even higher. Trumpet Flower bit her lip fiercely, realizing that this novel had not flopped as she had anticipated. Rather, it had skyrocketed. No, it had exploded. Was this not a resounding slap to her face? Her complexion turned a deep shade of purple. The other novel editors, upon witnessing Trumpet Flower's expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. She had always leveraged the support of the boss to act with impunity, but now, she would finally face her comeuppance. Dog's Tail also finished reading the gripping plot of the novel and set down his phone. Trumpet Flower, I was too engrossed in the novel to pay you any mind earlier. Now, let me respond to you. Xian's novel did not flop. It has, in fact, achieved tremendous success. I am here to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to sign such an impressive author. Dog's Tail said with a grin, his tone laced with irony. You had better not rejoice too soon. Trumpet Flower abruptly stood up and made her way to the restroom. Gritting her teeth, she proactively contacted Lin Xuan. Fortunately, she had not yet deleted Lin Xuan's QQ. Trumpet Flower, I am an editor at Fei Yuan novel website, Trumpet Flower. If you join my team, I will promote your novel across all platforms. Trumpet Flower, with the recommendations I arrange for you, your novel will undoubtedly be more popular than it is now. The earnings will multiply, and I will elevate you to the position of a platinum author. Upon receiving the QQ message, Lin Xuan exited his space. Seeing the words sent by Trumpet Flower, he sneered and replied, You looked down on me before, and now you want me to be an author under you? Where's your dignity? Oh, esteemed editor. Your audacity rivals that of a city wall. Trumpet Flower trembled with rage. She had made an overture to him, yet he responded with such disdain? The morning glory suppressed her rising anger and continued to reach out to Lin Xuan, saying, Xuan, consider this carefully. Joining me would undoubtedly offer you a brighter future than toiling under the thumb of that insignificant person. Lin Xuan replied, No need. The repeated rejection from Lin Xuan infuriated the morning glory entirely. You have no choice. You must come under my wing, or else you won't be able to survive in the Feiyue website. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Ah, so this is a threat. Yet, he remained unfazed by it. If he couldn't manage, then so be it. His intention was merely to make a quick profit and vanish. Whatever, he replied. He still had his novel to write and had no time to entertain this so-called editor. After blocking the morning glory, He returned to his creative space to continue his work. The morning glory, wishing to send another message, was met with a red exclamation mark. He had actually blocked her. This was the first time she had been treated this way by an author, and she found herself both furious and amused. Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this defiance. With that thought, the morning glory put away her phone and strode towards the president's office. Her high heels clicking against the floor, clad in revealing attire. Chapter 54, The Fatal Technique. Enticing her around 4 o'clock, Lin Xuan finally emerged from the space. And as soon as he did, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Su Hua. After their meal, Su Hua returned to her study to attend to her work. Lin Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety, nearly forgetting that when he had initially expressed his desire to earn money to support Su Hua, she had stated that she would not aid him. He wondered whether she would be willing. Is something the matter? Su Hua noticed Lin Xuan's gaze lingering on her and furrowed her brows in inquiry. Coughing slightly, Lin Xuan hesitantly asked, Su Hua, if I wish for you to invest in a studio, would you consider it? A displeased expression crossed Su Hua's face. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xuan conceded, if you are unwilling, then never mind. He would contemplate alternative solutions. Why do you think I would not invest? Su Hua frowned, her tone growing increasingly frosty. Did she give him the impression that she was so untrustworthy? This is merely a small investment. I assumed it would not pique your interest. Lin Xuan replied. Su Hua pursed her lips, stating, investment is not about the size of the project. I only assess its potential value. Lin Xuan mused internally that Su Hua indeed maintained a clear boundary between work and personal matters. If Jiang Qing were present to hear Lin Xuan's words, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes. Su Hua dealt with investments exceeding 10 billion. Yet she personally intervened in projects worth mere hundreds of millions. Was that truly a separation of work and personal life? He placed the investment proposal on Su Hua's desk, saying, Su Hua, this is the investment plan I prepared. Please take a look. Su Hua remained seated in her office chair, showing no intention of perusing the document. Lin Xuan could only elaborate. I believe Dream Studio possesses significant investment value for several reasons. Firstly, the owner, Su Jie, was once a queen of the entertainment industry. Although the employees at her studio have not yet achieved remarkable success, each one is exceptionally talented, as evidenced by their songs. He played 2 songs. Are they all female? Su Hua's expression darkened. There are male artists as well, Lin Xuan quickly added, playing songs by 2 male singers. With a stoic demeanor, Su Hua flipped through the investment proposal, which contained profiles of all the studio's artists. Her gaze ultimately settled on a photograph of Su Jie. The 3 women were indeed quite beautiful, and notably, single. Though Su Hua's voice betrayed no emotion, Lin Xuan sensed her jealousy. She had a penchant for envy. And he seriously suspected she had been raised in a vinegar jar. Su Hua, rest assured, my focus is solely on work. Lin Xuan vowed. With you in my life, no other woman could possibly capture my attention. Continue, Su Hua said, closing the proposal and tossing it back onto the desk. Lin Xuan could discern the delight flickering in her eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had mastered the art of appeasing Su Hua. He was already intimately familiar with the proposal, having rehearsed it multiple times in the space. They were currently facing a predicament. The studio was on the brink of dissolution, primarily due to pressure from Xinghui Entertainment. However, he had devised a plan to help them rise to prominence. And he was confident that Xinghui Entertainment would not be able to stifle their success in the entertainment industry. Su Hua reclined in her office chair, quietly observing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan felt perplexed. What was Su Hua's true opinion regarding this investment? He refocused his thoughts and continued to elaborate on the investment proposal, emphasizing that if they achieved great success, it would lead to lucrative opportunities such as concerts, album releases, brand endorsements, and participation in variety shows, resulting in substantial income. At that point, the investments made in them would yield returns manifold. Lin Xuan incessantly detailed the studio's plans, yet Su Hua appeared unmoved. Su Hua, what is your assessment of this investment proposal? Lin Xuan inquired. Subpar, Su Hua replied, as she began to systematically counter Lin Xuan's arguments with her professional expertise. A seasoned veteran in the business realm, she outshone even the most cunning of industry veterans in their 40s and 50s. Lin Xuan, still inexperienced in commercial matters, found himself at a loss for rebuttals against Su Hua's incisive critiques. Disheartened, he realized that persuading Su Hua to invest would not be an easy feat. Was he to seek investment from someone else? The thought of allowing another to profit from his venture was disheartening. At that moment, Butler Wang arrived with milk. Likely having grasped the situation. Young Master Lin, I need you to accompany me for a moment, he said, providing timely assistance. Lin Xuan followed Butler Wang to the study's entrance. Young Master Lin, were you seeking investment from President Su? Butler Wang asked. Yes, but it appears I have not succeeded. Lin Xuan sighed, lamenting how difficult it was to deal with Su Hua. Young Master Lin, you actually possess a secret weapon, Butler Wang remarked with a knowing smile. What secret weapon? Lin Xuan queried, puzzled. The secret weapon is you, young Master Lin, Butler Wang replied with a grin. You need not draft any investment proposals. Simply charm the lady. Forget about investments. She would go to great lengths to fetch the stars and moon for you. That seems implausible, Lin Xuan frowned. Doubting that mere allure could sway Su Hua, who was known for her clear boundaries in professional matters. Butler Wang regarded Lin Xuan with a knowing look. While she maintains a strict separation of personal and professional affairs, young Master Lin, you are a unique exception. All her principles dissolve in your presence. How will I know unless I try? Butler Wang suggested with a slight smile. Very well, I shall give it a try. Lin Xuan resolved as he returned to the study. Su Hua was intently focused on her computer screen, having set aside Lin Xuan's investment proposal. Taking a deep breath, he realized there was no other option but to attempt this approach, hoping for a favorable outcome. However, doubt lingered. He feared that he might end up losing both his composure and the opportunity for investment from Su Hua. Unbeknownst to him, Su Hua's computer was open to a meeting, and several senior executives from foreign branches appeared on the screen. She was preparing for a conference. Lin Xuan stepped closer to Su Hua, suddenly leaning in and trapping her between the chair and his body, their lips hovering perilously close. Chapter 55. I want to seduce little Su Hua. Knock, knock, knock. Even the ever-composed Su Hua, unperturbed even in the face of death, felt her heartbeat quicken in this moment. This was the first time Lin Xuan had addressed her in such a manner. What is the matter? Su Hua asked uneasily. Lin Xuan replied, I wish to seduce little Su Hua. Su Hua's expression faltered momentarily. Bang! A high-ranking executive in the conference room accidentally spilled his drink on the floor. Su Hua frowned and snapped her laptop shut with a decisive clap. The screens of the executives went dark. Wait, was that a man? I couldn't have been mistaken, right? The executives in the meeting room exclaimed in astonishment. Another executive, dazed, remarked, You must not be mistaken. I too saw a man tackle President Su. Does that mean President Su has a boyfriend? The executives pondered dreamily. I think I just heard that man say he wants to seduce President Su. Goodness. It can't be what I think it is, right? It must be. Look how quickly President Su shut her laptop. They must be cough, inappropriate for children. Everyone possessed a penchant for gossip, and these executives were no exception, especially when the subject was their pure-hearted President Su. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan noticed that Su Hua was about to start a video conference. Thus, many had witnessed the scene where he had tackled her. Lin Xuan's earlier bravado suddenly deflated, and his expression stiffened. He had dared to tackle Su Hua, the delicate and enigmatic woman. Such audacity. Su Hua, let me sit up first before we continue our conversation, Lin Xuan said as he attempted to lift himself. However, the enchanting woman ensnared his neck with her soft arms, preventing his escape. Her breath, warm and tantalizing against his lips, whispered, Lin Xuan, weren't you going to seduce me? We can't abandon this midway. From the very beginning, Su Hua had no intention of acquiescing to Lin Xuan's investment through conventional means. She had awaited this moment, and there was no way she would allow Lin Xuan to easily withdraw. Now, it was Lin Xuan who found himself in a quandary. Seduction? How to seduce? He leaned in to kiss Su Hua's lips and had to admit, she was indeed sweet, emanating a captivating aura. After the kiss, Su Hua rested her forehead against Lin Xuan's, her eyes curving slightly with satisfaction. Lin Xuan, I am quite pleased with your performance. Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled. If she was satisfied, then the investment, however, for Lin Xuan to secure that investment, he would need to do more. The corners of Su Hua's alluring, crimson lips curled upward. She opened the drawer of her desk and retrieved a thin book. What is this? Lin Xuan asked, feeling a sense of unease. Su Hua's delicate fingers danced suggestively over his body through his clothing. Open it, and you will discover its contents. When Lin Xuan opened the book, he was rendered speechless. Goodness. It was filled with various quite comprehensive indeed. Lin Xuan, today we shall experiment with the contents of this book, shall we? Su Hua would not permit Lin Xuan to refuse her. She led him to a grand floor-to-ceiling window, enticing him to succumb step by step, indulging in the moment. The following morning, Lin Xuan descended the stairs with dark circles under his eyes. Young Master Lin, Butler Wang greeted respectfully. Butler Wang, Lin Xuan lowered his voice. Do you still have the nourishing soup you made before? Young master, I have prepared it for you. You can have it after breakfast. Butler Wang replied with an understanding expression. He was the quintessential butler, adept at alleviating his master's troubles promptly. As Lin Xuan entered the dining room, he found Su Hua elegantly enjoying her meal at the table. He gazed at her, vibrant and satiated, with a look of deep melancholy. This ailing beauty excelled in every aspect of her work, and even her physical stamina was astonishing, though he had persevered until the end. Their current states were as disparate as day and night. He was a man, and Su Hua was a woman. This was absurd. Su Hua glanced at him and said, "Come, have breakfast." Lin Xuan, accustomed to the routine, sat beside her, ready to feed her as he had done before. This time, however, Su Hua declined. Xuan, you were tired last night. Take a good rest today," her voice laced with gentle amusement. Lin Xuan replied, "Oh, fine." He took a frustrated bite of his bread. "Good." Su Hua's fingers rested on his brow, attempting to smooth the furrowed lines of worry. "I will yield to you in the future." Lin Xuan was left even more exasperated. After finishing breakfast, Su Hua leaned back in her chair, smiling at Lin Xuan. He sat beside her, stabbing at his bread with his knife and fork. He longed to retreat to his own space, to practice martial arts, to build his strength. A little maid nearby watched this scene with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, this moment is so heartwarming. The domineering female CEO and her delicate husband. Don't you feel the vibe?" Su Hua smirked. "Xuan, you seduced me last night, and it worked." Lin Xuan's eyes brightened. "So, the investment is secured?" His efforts from last night were not in vain, although he had enjoyed himself as well. Su Hua continued, however, "Regarding that studio you mentioned, I will not invest." Lin Xuan was left speechless once again. Had he truly lost his virtue without securing the investment? What a tremendous loss. Su Hua produced a black card for Lin Xuan, saying, "I have unblocked this card. The password is your birthday, Xuan. The available amount is 1 billion. The reason I am not investing is that my money belongs to you, Xuan. Thus, there is no talk of investment shares." 1 billion? Lin Xuan was momentarily dazed by the sum. "If it's not enough, just ask me for more," Su Hua stated. "That is more than sufficient, absolutely." Lin Xuan's previous frustrations vanished. That night's sleep was worth it. He had not anticipated that Su Hua, who had previously frozen this black card, would so readily hand it over. "Su Hua, are you not afraid I might use your money to buy things for Qin Royale?" The moment he uttered those words, he regretted it. Was he not digging his own grave? "Su Hua, because of what you said, Xuan, I have chosen to trust you once more." "Xuan, please refrain from doing anything that might anger me, all right?" Su Hua's voice was exceedingly gentle, yet Lin Xuan discerned a chill within her tone. "Rest assured. That shall never happen," Lin Xuan assured her. "How obedient." Su Hua's eyes curved with a smile. "By the way, Su Hua," Lin Xuan suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "In novels, the Yandra female protagonist often places a tracker on the male lead. Perhaps you could learn from that and install one on me?" That would certainly provide Su Hua with more reassurance. "Su Hua, I have already done so. I installed it over 4 years ago." Lin Xuan, "You installed it?" Damn it, he should have realized that Su Hua possessed the traits of a Yandra, and thus, she too would wield such abilities. "Su Hua, are you perhaps mistaken about the timeline? Did we not just meet 3 years ago?" Lin Xuan inquired, puzzled. Chapter 56, Her Illness. Su Hua lowered her gaze, torn between a desire for him to recall the events of 5 years prior and a wish for him to forget. During that time, she had revealed a bloody and brutal side of herself to him, and she could see disbelief reflected in his eyes. Such gentleness from him surely could not be enamored with her savage nature. Contemplating this, Su Hua clenched her fists, wondering if he would find her terrifying if he learned of her ailment. After having breakfast, she proceeded to the office to attend to her work, while Lin Xuan went to the bank to withdraw a substantial sum of money, accompanied by Butler Wang and 2 bodyguards. Without a hint of fear of robbery, Lin Xuan stuffed the cash into a burlap sack and emerged from the bank, the bag heavy with money. Passers-by were momentarily blinded by the sight. "Is that all money in there?" they murmured, incredulous. What else could possibly fill a sack carried out from a bank? Such wealth. Look at those bodyguards by his side. His attire, and his car. He must be a millionaire. They lamented the abundance of the affluent in the world, wishing for a slice of that fortune for themselves. A group of young men with brightly colored hair eyed Lin Xuan's sack with greedy anticipation, contemplating following him to seize his wealth. Yet, the sight of the bodyguards made them hesitate. Lin Xuan drove his Koenigsegg straight to the dream-making studio. At that moment, the studio was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. "Sister Jie, I'm so sorry," I was eliminated early this time, Yuanqing said, her eyes glistening with tears. This is not your fault, Su Jie replied, extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray. It's Starshine Entertainment that is targeting us, or rather, specifically targeting me, refusing to yield to the unspoken rules. Li Wei lashed out in anger, using her career as leverage. Su Jie promptly paid a hefty termination fee to break free from Starshine Entertainment. The world of entertainment is equally dark, and she opted not to sign with another agency. Having garnered numerous accolades in the music industry, securing tickets for her concerts was still a challenge. However, just before her first concert after leaving Starshine Entertainment, a flurry of scandalous rumors emerged against her, accusations of being a mistress, ingratitude, and cruelty towards her parents. A multitude of allegations were thrust upon her, and suddenly, she became a target for public scorn. Fans began to abandon her, canceling concert tickets, marking the end of her singing career. Yet, she refused to succumb to defeat and established her own studio, initially believing she could cultivate rising stars. However, she underestimated Starshine Entertainment. They would not allow her artists to flourish. They wielded immense power, and she felt like nothing more than an ant beneath their heel, utterly powerless. I have dragged you all down with me, Su Jie said hoarsely. Sister Jie, don't say that. We owe you our singing abilities. Without you, we might have long since exited the entertainment industry. Yuanqing grasped Su Jie's hand tightly. As long as we stand together, we will overcome this adversity. It's futile. Su Jie shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. No matter how much effort we invest, it is ultimately futile. I have sold my house and car. I can no longer sustain the operations of the studio. Over the years, her income, aside from covering the breach of contract penalty with Xinghui Entertainment, had been entirely poured into the studio, yet she reaped nothing in return. Sister Jie, a man and a woman entered the conference room. Shuer, Gu Bin, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Su Jie welcomed them. However, Gu Shui and Gu Bin did not sit. Sister Jie, Gu Shui bit her lip. My brother and I are here today to terminate our contract with you. I cannot afford to delay any longer. In the Dream Creation Studio, all she saw was darkness. And there was no future to be found here. If she wished to carve out a path in the entertainment industry, she had to leave the Dream Creation Studio behind. Sister Jie, we won't be paying the penalty. You assured us that you would nurture us properly, yet being in your studio has brought us no benefits. Since the company cannot provide us with anything, why should we owe you a penalty? Gu Shui spoke with conviction. Su Jie's expression revealed her hurt, a trace of sardonic laughter curling at the corners of her lips. After a long pause, she finally relented. Very well, I agree to the termination. She signed her name on the contract. Gu Shui and Gu Bin held the contract, their joy palpable. Sister Jie, Gu Shui, her earlier demeanor transformed, scoffed. I advise you to leave the entertainment industry while you still can. Continuing this studio will only drag others down. She felt that a year had already been wasted due to Su Jie. Yuanqing spoke solemnly. Now that you have terminated your contract with Sister Jie, you are no longer part of our studio. You should leave at once. Leave if you must. Do you think we would miss you? Gu Shui retorted coldly. Departing the Dream Creation Studio with Gu Bin, heading straight to Xinghui Entertainment. Sister Jie, do not take Gu Shui's words to heart, Yuanqing consoled. She speaks the truth. My running of the studio only burdens others, Su Jie replied, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Yuanqing, Zhou Wei, you should leave as well. If you part ways with me, Xinghui Entertainment will no longer target you. I believe in your abilities. You will surely shine brightly in the music industry. Sister Jie, I refuse to leave, Yuanqing cried. I can forego my salary. Zhou Wei sighed, acknowledging that despite his reluctance, disbanding the studio was indeed the best option for them. Yuanqing, even if you do not take a salary, I cannot sustain the studio. The rent, utilities, and my daily expenses are overwhelming. And the money from selling my house and car is nearly exhausted. She saw no alternative but to dissolve the studio. Enough of the sadness. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. We will still be in Yundu, and we will see each other often. We are merely no longer working together. Su Jie produced the bottle of red wine she had brought that day. Let us toast. The group remained silent, merely drinking. Before departing, Yuanqing collapsed into Su Jie's embrace. Weeping, Sister Jie, I will miss you dearly. Su Jie smiled gently and said, The apartment I currently rent is merely a few hundred meters from your home. If you ever miss me, feel free to visit any time. Sister Jie, goodbye, Yuanqing replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she exited the studio. Alone in the vast studio for an hour and a half, Su Jie's gaze became vacant, devoid of any spark. She had once believed she could stand against the forces of capitalism, but it seemed her optimism was misguided. As long as Xinghui Entertainment existed, she would never rise above the shadows. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Die stood up to gather her belongings, carrying a large cardboard box towards the door. Just as she opened the studio door, Lin Xuan appeared, waving at her. Miss Su, greetings. Chapter 57. My girlfriend dislikes Su Die was perplexed. Who are you? Lin Xuan tossed the burlap sack onto the floor. I have come to discuss the future of your studio. Su Die's expression soured, her earlier amiability evaporating. We do not require investment, and our studio has already been dissolved. She had established this studio precisely to evade the clutches of capital. She would never again leap into that inferno. Miss Su, I comprehend your concerns, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our entertainment company. On his way here, he had resolved that the notion of investment was absurd. It was far more prudent to directly sign them into his company. Su Jie, her face devoid of expression, stated, I have no intention of doing so. Please seek others. My entertainment company does not require artists to engage in debauchery, nor will it subject you to unwarranted rules. From the memories of his previous life, Lin Xuan understood that Su Die had fallen out with Xinghui Entertainment because she refused to succumb to the coercive practices of their artistic competition director. To persuade Su Die, he needed to address her concerns directly. Su Die was indeed intrigued. Come in, she said. She returned to her office. While Lin Xuan took a seat across the conference table. Are you an actor? Su Die inquired, her gaze fixated on Lin Xuan's handsome visage. I plan to become a boss, Lin Xuan replied. Being an actor would subject him to the whims of others. He had not lived again to endure such indignities. What comfort could a mere employee find compared to the freedom of a proprietor? Su Die shook her head, astonished at her own foolish inquiry. This man was strikingly handsome. If he belonged to the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly possess a notable presence. Furthermore, his attire and the bodyguards surrounding him indicated that he was a person of considerable wealth. Why would he be interested in the meager earnings of an actor? Sir, do you know who is targeting our studio? Su Die asked, her brow furrowed. Yes, Xinghui Entertainment, Lin Xuan answered. Su Die smiled ruefully. Xinghui Entertainment is the leading company in the industry, commanding a significant portion of the market. If you intend for me to sign with your company, we would surely face retaliation from Xinghui. I am aware. Lin Xuan leaned back in his chair, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Since I intend to sign you and the artists in your studio, I will undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations. Miss Su, I might as well disclose that the chairman of Xinghui Entertainment, Lin Chong, is my biological father. Su Jie was taken aback. Isn't Lin Chong only the father of Lin Li? She had never heard of him having another son. I have already severed ties with the Lin family. Lin Xuan said nonchalantly. I harbor animosity towards them and wish to dismantle Xinghui Entertainment. Would you be willing to lend your support, Miss Su? Su Jie clenched her fists. To claim she bore no hatred for Xinghui Entertainment would be a lie. She had painstakingly climbed to the pinnacle of her career, only to be ensnared in scandal by Xinghui, to the point where she was on the verge of exiting the music industry altogether. At 30, she had little time left to endure further trials. Sir, is the contract you speak of genuine? Su Jie gazed at the young man before her, and a flicker of hope ignited within her heart. Indeed, there was no need for companionship through drinks or intimacy, nor to succumb to unspoken rules. The work you undertake will not be enforced upon you. We shall speak solely of professional matters, leaving personal lives entirely at your discretion. Lin Xuan's voice was calm and measured, and regarding your share with the company, it would be a 60-40 split, with the company retaining 60 and you receiving 40. All of this will be documented in the contract. The terms presented by Lin Xuan were undeniably enticing. In typical entertainment firms, the division for newcomers often fell to 20-80 or 30-70, and the most significant aspect was the absence of coercive expectations, alongside the maximum freedom granted to them. Her departure from Xinghui Entertainment was precisely in pursuit of an environment free from such constraints. Lin Xuan continued. I must inform you beforehand that my entertainment company has yet to launch, but it shall be operational imminently. That's acceptable, Su Jie replied, her voice slightly hoarse. There was nothing worse than her current predicament. I am willing to join your company. A resolute determination flickered in her eyes. She did not wish to retreat so soon. She still yearned to fight for her dreams. Miss Su, your role in my company will be solely as a singer, not as a manager. This must be made clear. You are suited to be a vocalist, not an administrator. Su Jie nodded earnestly. I understand. However, this was merely her intention. She had 2 other singers in her studio. and she needed to consult them about their willingness to join. Very well, do inquire, Lin Xuan said as he began drafting the contract on his computer. Yuan Qing and Zhou Wei had not departed. Instead, they were seeking solace in a nearby bar. Zhou Wei verbally supported Su Die's decision to disband the studio. Yet he felt an immense reluctance within. He understood that apart from dissolving the studio, they had no other alternatives. Continuing this way would only result in financial waste. And Su Die had already depleted her funds. It was unreasonable to expect her to sacrifice her basic living for the sake of the studio. Zhou Wei continued to drown his sorrows in drink. Wei Ge, has our studio truly been disbanded? Yuan Qing asked sorrowfully, struggling to accept the harsh reality. Zhou Wei remained silent for a long while before responding. Let us heed Sister Die's words and meet again at the pinnacle. The sound of a phone ringing interrupted their somber mood. Zhou Wei answered. Wei Ge, a company is willing to sign us, and they have offered very generous terms. Would you like to return to the studio to discuss? Su Die's voice echoed through the phone. All right, I'm on my way back, Zhou Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. What is happening? Yuan Qing inquired, still dazed. Wan Qing, we want to have to part ways with Sister Die. Come, let us return to the studio right now. Wei Ge, you must be joking, Yuan Qing replied skeptically, unable to believe that their studio was truly disbanded. And that Sister Die had cast them aside. It all felt final. What reason would I have to deceive you? Zhou Wei replied helplessly. This is what Sister Die herself has conveyed. However, we will be joining an entertainment company together rather than remaining in the studio. Zhou Wei spoke earnestly, prompting Yuan Qing to spring to her feet. Vigo, let us hasten our return. Within merely 2 minutes, Zhou Wei and Yuan Qing had returned to the studio. Su Die relayed the conditions proposed by Lin Xuan and disclosed the nature of his relationship with Xinghui Entertainment. Zhou Wei, Qinger, whether you choose to stay or leave, I shall support your decision. Please take your time to reflect on this, she said. With tears of excitement streaming down her face, Yuan Qing responded, Sister Die. When I was eliminated, it was you who consistently guided me in my singing. You are my pillar of strength. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Zhou Wei nodded in agreement. I too am willing. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Xuan completed the contract, and with the printer available in the studio, he printed it out. Please review this contract and let me know if there are any issues, he said, placing 3 copies before them. After confirming that everything was in order, they affixed their signatures and handprints to the documents. Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. Su Jie extended her hand toward Lin Xuan. He glanced at her but did not reciprocate the gesture, stating, I apologize, but my girlfriend prefers that I refrain from physical contact with other women. He was determined to eliminate any possibility of Su Hua confining him in any manner. Chapter 58. Hua Bao. The outbreak. Butler Wang smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that young Master Lin was becoming increasingly adept. Su Jie also smiled, observing that Lin was quite fond of his girlfriend, which surely brought her immense happiness. Indeed, she was deserving of such affection. A glimmer of joy crossed Lin Xuan's eyes, particularly when recalling Su Hua's occasional displays of charm that could melt anyone's heart. Yuan Qing felt a pang of sorrow within her, having fallen for Lin Xuan at first sight. The moment she entered the studio, she noticed him diligently typing away, engrossed in drafting contracts. His earnest demeanor was utterly captivating. As their conversations unfolded, she discovered his eloquence and gentlemanly demeanor, deepening her infatuation. Alas, he was already in a relationship, and his demeanor suggested profound love for his girlfriend. The budding feelings she had were swiftly extinguished. Lin Xuan wandered around the studio, remarking on the rather rudimentary instruments present. Su Jie, you should procure some quality instruments, he suggested, retrieving a substantial wad of cash from his burlap sack, estimated to be in the millions. Su Jie, Yuan Qing, Zhou Wei. They had long noticed the drab sack, contrasting sharply with his designer attire and bodyguards. Curiosity about its contents turned to astonishment upon discovering it was filled with cash. Who, after all, would use a burlap sack to carry money? Su Jie, momentarily stunned, accepted the large bundle of red bills. By the way, you should take this as well, Lin Xuan said, tossing them a notebook. Curious, Su Jie opened it, her eyes widening in shock as she realized it contained a collection of songs. As she mentally sang through the scores, her expression grew increasingly astonished. Each piece was catchy and imbued with rich emotion, with a high likelihood of success. Not merely 1, but 10 songs. These were directly imported from a world where they had already achieved great acclaim, and Lin Xuan bore no qualms in utilizing them. Your primary task now is to master these songs, I believe they will soon come in handy. I will elevate you to stardom, he declared. His greatest asset lay in his vast repository of songs, films, and various forms of knowledge from other realms, which would undoubtedly forge his entertainment empire. Novels and entertainment companies were merely the initial steps on his journey. Understood, Su Jie nodded. Having arranged everything, Lin Xuan departed, watching his retreating figure. Su Jie's eyes sparkled with determination. Zhou Wei, Wan Qing, this time we will break free from the control of Xinghui Entertainment. Let us not lose heart. Our future is bright. This was the first time she felt such optimism since being entangled in scandals orchestrated by Xinghui Entertainment. She sensed that today's choice might be her wisest yet. Yes, Sister Die, as you said, we shall meet at the pinnacle, Yuan Qing affirmed, nodding earnestly. Zhou Wei, too, felt a surge of fervent anticipation rise within him. Young Master Lin, where shall we go now? Shall we return, or? Inquired Butler Wang respectfully. Lin Xuan replied, to the cake shop. Butler Wang's eyes sparkled. Today was Mrs. Birthday. Young Master Lin, you actually remember Mrs. Birthday? She will undoubtedly be delighted, he exclaimed with a smile. Lin Xuan cast a glance at Butler Wang. He could not afford to forget. Last year, he had meticulously crafted a gift for Qin Ruiyao, only to have Su Hua mistakenly believe it was meant for her. Upon discovering the truth, Su Hua had punished him quite severely, leaving his lips bruised from her bites. And she nearly devoured him. As Lin Xuan entered the cake shop, he recalled that his royalties from his novel would not arrive for a few more days. Although Su Hua had given him a black card, purchasing a gift with her money felt insincere. He resolved to bake a cake for Su Hua himself. Having never baked a cake before, he paid a sum to the pastry chef, requesting a hands-on lesson. The chef still had other tasks to attend to. So Lin Xuan waited patiently, pulling out his phone to message Su Hua. Dear Hua, it's been 4 hours and 3 minutes since we parted, and I'm missing you. Meanwhile, executives were briefing Su Hua on work matters. With Lin Xuan's messages designated as a priority, a unique notification tone rang out. Su Hua raised her hand to interrupt the presentation, glancing at her phone to see Lin Xuan's message. A subtle smile graced her lips. The executives were taken aback. The usually composed CEO Su was smiling tenderly, resembling a woman in love. It was indeed as the rumors suggested. She treated her young boyfriend with a distinct warmth. They wondered who this person was, capable of captivating a strong, career-driven woman like Su Hua. Su Hua's gaze lingered on the words Dear Hua, her fingertips gently tapping the screen as she replied, MHM. Lin Xuan, filled with excitement, shared, I did not invest in the Dream Studio. I signed them all. I plan to establish an entertainment company, a gaming company, and more. Su Hua, I will become a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with you. Although he harbored thoughts of relying on her, fate had bestowed upon him a remarkable talent, sparing him from any divine retribution. Furthermore, he found satisfaction in avenging himself. But above all, he refused to be a burden to Su Hua. Even though Su Hua was the head of the Su family, she often faced threats and assassination attempts. And he wished to protect her. With a slight smile, Su Hua responded, MHM. Sir, it's ready. The pastry chef approached. Su Hua, I have matters to attend to. Please remember to return home early. I will be waiting for you. Lin Xuan tucked away his phone. A gentle smile adorned Su Hua's face as she ended the call. Continue, she instructed. Yes, CEO Su. The executives resumed their report. Suddenly, Su Hua's phone received a photo. She opened it casually, only to be met with the horrifying sight of a person lying in a pool of blood. Stunned, her eyes began to redden. You may leave now. Su Hua suppressed her voice, gripping her hand tightly to quell the rising tide of rage within her. She realized that she was on the verge of losing control. Chapter 59, Bloodthirsty and Unrecognizable. Yes, President Su. After the senior executive departed the office, he cast a worried glance at Su Hua before closing the door behind him. Upon reaching the secretary's office, the executive inquired, Secretary Jiang, has something happened to President Su? I noticed her eyes were quite red, and her demeanor seemed off. Jiang Qing clenched her fist momentarily, masking her alarm. Perhaps President Su is feeling unwell. I'll go check on her. Supervisor Liu, you may head back. Jiang Qing calmly saw the executive off. As soon as he entered the elevator, she strode purposefully back to the office. Su Hua had donned his suit jacket. Staggering toward the office door, President Su, Jiang Qing exclaimed, swiftly supporting her. Return. Su Hua gritted her teeth. Very well. Jiang Qing assisted her down to the private elevator, driving at a rapid pace to Night Garden. Inside the cake shop, Butler Wang watched Lin Xuan as he prepared a cake, a look of contentment on his face, tears blurring his vision. It has been easy, The young lady's sincere efforts have finally borne fruit. I once thought she would be lonely for a lifetime. But who would have imagined that one day, young Master Lin would recognize her kindness? Suddenly, Wang's phone rang. He stepped outside to answer. Secretary Jiang. Butler Wang. President Su has had an episode. Jiang Qing's anxious voice echoed from the phone. I'll return at once. Wang's expression shifted dramatically. Each episode was a torturous ordeal for the young lady. Jiang Qing, Su Hua leaned back in the car's rear seat, her voice pained. Don't let him know. She wished to shield him from her terrifying side. Jiang Qing nodded in agreement. Understood. She relayed Su Hua's request to Butler Wang. All right, I will help keep this from young Master Lin, Wang sighed. After ending the call, he returned to the cake shop's back room. Young Master Lin. I have urgent matters to attend to and must return. Very well, Lin Xuan replied, nodding. The cake had just finished baking, and he meticulously spread cream on it, as instructed by the pastry chef. Upon arriving back at Night Garden, Wang asked, Secretary Jiang, where's the young lady? President Su has locked herself in the chamber, Jiang Qing said, her voice laden with concern. This chamber was completely sealed, devoid of light, and exuded an eerie atmosphere. Whenever the young lady experienced an episode, she would confine herself within, emerging battered and bruised. They could only watch helplessly, with no means to assist her. Various specialists, including neurologists and psychologists, had been consulted, yet to no avail. Butler Wang, when do you think President Su will recover? Jiang Qing bit her lip. I cannot say. Wang sighed. The young lady's affliction is rooted in her heart, and it requires a remedy of the heart to heal. Suddenly, Jiang Qing's eyes brightened with an idea. Butler Wang, do you think it might be possible to let young Master Lin try? He is the only one who can truly reach her heart. Butler Wang shook his head. I fear that seeing her in such a state may frighten young Master Lin, potentially reverting him to his previous desire to escape from her. Such a reaction could further exacerbate her condition. Jiang Qing's gaze dimmed as she lifted her head to continue staring at the tightly shut chamber door. At the cake shop, Lin Xuan adorned the cake with a ring of red hearts, intricately carving a small figure resembling Su Hua atop it. Sir, I never anticipated that your first attempt at baking would turn out so splendidly, the pastry chef praised without reservation. Lin Xuan smiled gently, contemplating that Su Hua would surely appreciate this cake, although his gift was rather modest at present. He vowed to procure something more substantial for Su Hua once he received his manuscript payment for the novel. Upon returning to the night garden with the cake, Lin Xuan overheard a discussion among several maids as he approached the villa. The young lady's episodes are truly terrifying. Her eyes turn red, and she becomes unrecognizable, her strength surging dramatically. Alas, it is said that ever since she was brought back to the Su family, she has been like this. Despite seeking numerous doctors, no remedy has been effective. Who knows what she endured during the time she was abducted? Shoo, let us refrain from speaking further. Steward Wang has instructed us not to disclose this matter to young Master Lin. If he learns of it, we shall face dire consequences. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Su Hua is suffering? Unrecognizable? What has happened to her? His voice rose suddenly, startling the two maids. And young master, they stammered, unable to meet his gaze. Explain. What is truly going on? Lin Xuan demanded again. The maids trembled as they replied, We are sorry, young Master Lin, but we cannot tell you. Understanding that their silence was likely due to instructions from either Su Hua or Steward Wang, Lin Xuan chose not to press them further. He recalled the anxious expression on Steward Wang's face when he left the cake shop. Where is Steward Wang? Lin Xuan inquired. He is on the 3rd floor. One maid responded. Lin Xuan placed the cake in the living room and strode purposefully towards the 3rd floor. Upon ascending, he spotted Steward Wang and Secretary Jiang standing at the end of the corridor by a room that had been perpetually locked. In the 3 years Lin Xuan had resided in the night garden, he had never entered it. The moment Jiang Qing caught sight of Lin Xuan, a fleeting look of panic crossed her features. Young master, she feigned nonchalance. Where is Su Hua? Lin Xuan asked. Miss Su has gone out for a business meeting. Jiang Qing lied with a steady expression. Is she in this room? Furthermore, what illness does she suffer from? Lin Xuan inquired in a low tone. Steward Wang and Secretary Jiang exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Steward Wang, Secretary Jiang, I am her boyfriend. It is my responsibility to know everything, Lin Xuan asserted firmly. After a moment of hesitation, Steward Wang finally divulged the truth. It was inevitable that Lin Xuan would discover it sooner or later. The young lady is unwell, suffering from a psychological affliction. She experiences episodes at least once a month, up to 4 times, during which she harbors a desire to harm. Consequently, she confines herself in the chamber, inflicting pain upon herself. Steward Wang's voice trembled with emotion. Initially, her episodes were infrequent. But since young Master Lin moved into the night garden, her condition has worsened significantly. Why am I unaware? Lin Xian's hoarse voice echoed, as he remained oblivious from his previous life to this one. No wonder he rarely caught sight of Su Hua, except during business trips. Steward Wang replied, Miss fears that you might see her in her current state, and has insisted that we keep this from you. Therefore, we hope Master Lin can feign ignorance of it all. Lin Xian scoffed with derision, grateful that he had been unaware before. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly used this knowledge to wound Su Hua. What manner of chamber is this? A heavy sense of discomfort filled Lin Xian's heart. He wished for her safety and health. Did her terminal illness 5 years hence relate to her current affliction? Steward Wang continued, It is cold, dark, and oppressive, devoid of any glimmer of light. Each time, Miss must endure solitary confinement here for over 10 hours. Chapter 60. Eliminate them all. The chamber was enveloped in utter darkness. Butler Wang clenched his hands tightly. I had spent time within those confines and found it stifling. Within less than an hour, I could endure no more. It is worth mentioning that the young lady could have sought solace from her subordinates, yet she chose to isolate herself to avoid inflicting harm upon us. Lin Xian inquired softly, Butler Wang, when did this all begin? The butler's words pierced his heart like needles, causing a profound ache in his chest. What has Su Hua truly endured? Since the young lady's return to the Su family, I have remained by her side, serving her. From that moment onward, she became reclusive, reluctant to forge connections with others. She struck me as a mere shell, devoid of emotion. Butler Wang's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. Young Master Lin, it is only through your presence that I have come to realize the young lady is capable of laughter, tears, and anger. Her emotions ebb and flow with you. You embody her entire world. Even if you witness her darker side, I implore you to show her understanding. This was intended as a precaution for Lin Xian, to prevent fear or aversion should he encounter the young lady's violent, bloodthirsty nature. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Butler Wang, I must enter and keep her company. He could not allow her to languish alone within. The butler shook his head. Young master, the current state of the young lady renders her unrecognizable. Should you enter? It may endanger you. She has instructed us to protect you diligently. If you were to be harmed, the young lady would undoubtedly suffer unbearable guilt upon regaining consciousness. Butler, can you truly bear to leave her to inflict harm upon herself in that chamber? Lin Xian's voice was low and resolute. The butler fell silent, recalling Jiang Qing's words. Perhaps Lin Xian could help untangle the young lady's emotional turmoil. Young master, I can permit you to enter. But only under one condition. Your safety must be ensured by bodyguards. Butler Wang made a call, and shortly, a dozen imposing bodyguards arrived, all former mercenaries, skilled in their craft. Additionally, the butler summoned a doctor, equipped with tranquilizers, just in case. He knew that nothing must happen to Lin Xian, otherwise, the young lady would not survive the aftermath. Meanwhile, Su Hua stood at the center of the chamber, her eyes of vivid crimson, the surroundings awash in a sanguine hue. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought, to kill, to obliterate everyone in her path. Click. The door's lock turned open. Su Hua's blood-red gaze fixated upon the entrance, brimming with murderous intent. Lin Xian paused momentarily upon seeing her within the room. The woman before him remained stunningly beautiful, yet her eyes had transformed into a sanguine abyss. Her hands hung limply at her sides, blood dripping incessantly from her knuckles, leaving countless stains upon the walls. She emanated a chilling, ominous aura. Young master, perhaps you should leave, Butler Wang urged, concern etched upon his face. The young lady's current state was precarious. There is nothing to fear, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He had witnessed firsthand how she had mercilessly tormented Qin Riyao and Lin Lizha to their deaths. Her present demeanor did not frighten him. He had already experienced death once, so to him, it held no terror. Lin Xian approached, while all the bodyguards remained on high alert, poised to act at any moment. Su Hua, I am your Xian. Do you recognize me? He called gently. Do not be afraid. We are all on your side and will not harm you. As Lin Xian drew nearer to Su Hua, she was entirely engulfed in her own world. To her, he was merely a target to eliminate. She gazed at the man before her, her eyes fixated like those of a predator stalking its prey. No, the steward Wang shook his head. You cannot advance any further. Young Master Lin, come back. He shouted anxiously. Lin Xian seemed oblivious to Wang's pleas, continuing to approach recklessly. Su Hua licked her lips, relishing the moment. How fearless, she mused, shifting her stance. The bodyguards' hearts raced, knowing that they could not let anything happen to young Master Lin. In an instant, they positioned themselves in front of Su Hua, shielding Lin Xuan behind them. Witnessing this scene, Su Hua's excitement intensified. More and more were arriving. Her gaze sharpened, losing its previous casualness. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of bodyguards crashing against the walls echoed, the distinct crack of broken ribs resounding. In less than 10 minutes, they were all incapacitated. These former mercenaries found themselves utterly overmatched against Su Hua, with no chance to retaliate. The bloodthirst in Su Hua's eyes only deepened. This is bad. The young lady has completely lost control. Wang, the steward, exclaimed nervously. No matter how many bodyguards we bring now, it would be futile. No one can withstand her now. In the blink of an eye, Su Hua stood before Lin Xuan, denying anyone the opportunity to react. How beautiful, she murmured, her fingertips tracing his face. Yet, no matter how handsome you are, you must die. Her hand tightened around Lin Xuan's throat as she licked her lips. You would make a fitting specimen, or perhaps be displayed in a glass coffin as an object of admiration. Lin Xuan, bewildered, pondered whether Su Hua had an obsession with specimens, even in her deranged state. This scene sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Wang's forehead. Doctor! Bodyguards! He shouted. Upon hearing Wang's command, the bodyguards prepared to rush forward, hoping to give the doctor a chance to administer sedatives. Stand back, Lin Xuan commanded. Wang furrowed his brow. Lin Xuan regarded the woman before him, radiating lethal intent, and believed she would not truly harm him. Wang gritted his teeth, reluctantly raising his hand to signal the others to halt. You all must die. Su Hua's eyes glinted with bloodlust as she tightened her grip. Lin Xuan felt his breath being gradually constricted. Su Hua, he struggled to speak. You must be well moving forward. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, landing softly upon Su Hua's hand. A frown creased her brow. Why did witnessing his sorrow evoke such profound discomfort within her heart? He was, after all, the very person she intended to kill. He deserved his fate. Chapter 61. He is delicious. Butler Wang and Secretary Jiang felt their hearts lodged in their throats. As they observed Lin Xuan's expression grow increasingly agonized, a profound sense of dread took hold of Su Hua. Fearing for his life, she forcefully pushed Lin Xuan away. He coughed, clutching his throat, realizing he had wagered correctly. Su Hua could not bring herself to harm him. Get lost. Su Hua's voice was chilling. Her emotions were in turmoil, and Lin Xuan pondered how to soothe her. An idea crossed his mind, albeit uncertain of its viability. Resolute, he approached her boldly. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing's hearts, which had just begun to settle, surged once more. Was Master Lin courting death by approaching her? I gave you a chance. You chose not to flee. Thus, you shall perish. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, her hand tightening around Lin Xuan's neck. In an astonishing turn of events, Lin Xuan suddenly seized the back of Su Hua's head, leaning down to capture her lips with his own. Butler Wang, Jiang Qing, a cadre of bodyguards and doctors. What moment is this? And yet thoughts of romance linger. Su Hua stood, momentarily stunned, blinking at the man before her, the hostility within her gradually dissipating. This man is rather delightful. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to keep him as her bed slave. Butler Wang and the others were left dumbfounded. Was this truly sufficient? Upon noticing Su Hua had reverted to her seemingly harmless demeanor, Lin Xuan withdrew from her lips. Su Hua, listen to me. Calm down. Annoyance flickered in her eyes. She absorbed none of his words, her mind consumed with thoughts of why he would pull away. So disobedient. She resolved to confine him, perhaps to her bed as her hostility began to resurge. Lin Xuan, in exasperation, leaned in to kiss her once more. Su Hua transformed again. Docile as a fawn. There are too many people here, Su Hua. Shall we return to the room? Lin Xuan's voice dripped with temptation as he spoke near her ear. Su Hua's gaze deepened. This little bed slave was quite perceptive. Obediently, she allowed Lin Xuan to lead her towards the room. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing watched in astonishment. Just moments ago, she had appeared as a tempestuous sorceress, yet now she was as gentle as a little deer. How surreal. Butler Wang, it seems you miscalculated. Master Lin is not intimidated by Miss Su, and he truly can manage her episodes, Jiang Qing remarked, swallowing hard. I underestimated Master Lin's capabilities, Butler Wang admitted, still grappling with the shock on his face. Butler Wang, regardless of the circumstances, Miss Su will no longer face her afflictions alone. Jiang Qing smiled with relief. Indeed. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Perhaps she might even recover. I must retract my earlier words regarding Master Lin being a calamity. Inside the room, Su Hua swiftly pushed Lin Xuan onto the bed. He had intended to help her release her pent-up energy, no longer concerned about who was on top. This time, he willingly embraced the role of the subdued. Little bed slave, your performance pleases me greatly. Su Hua lifted Lin Xian's chin, her luscious lips curling slightly. Her enchanting eyes unabashedly surveying him. Truly handsome. He perfectly matched her aesthetic ideals. Little bed slave? Lin Xian felt a wave of exasperation. Never mind. Su Hua was unwell and her mind was clouded. He would endure. Su Hua's gaze fell upon Lin Xian's lips. Recalling the thrill she felt when he kissed her moments ago, she leaned down and captured his lips, not with gentleness but with a fierce bite. The temperature in the air gradually rose, until Su Hua, utterly exhausted, drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Xian began to apply medicine to her bloodied hands. What had she endured? Lin Xian frowned, having always believed that Su Hua lived a life of grandeur, wielding immense power and wealth. Yet, he was taken aback to discover her profound solitude. Her past must have been unimaginable to most. A wave of compassion welled within him for Su Hua. In your past life, you avenged me. In this life, let me protect you. He aspired not only to build an entertainment empire, but also to elevate his martial prowess. While such ambitions might seem fantastical to others, he possessed a unique advantage: space, a golden key that offered a slow passage of time and the means to hone his skills. Lin Xian exited the bedroom. Young master, how's the young lady? Asked Butler Wang with concern. She has fallen asleep, Lin Xian responded, furrowing his brow. Butler Wang. Aside from her manic symptoms, does Su Hua have any other health issues? None that I am aware of. Butler Wang shook his head. Though the doctor mentioned that the illness could affect her organs in the future. Understood, Lin Xian resolved to ensure Su Hua's health was restored. Regrettably, the medical knowledge of this alternate world was lacking, and he found himself unable to learn their healing arts to aid her. Returning to the room, Lin Xian devoted the night to caring for Su Hua. When she awoke, he was resting by her bedside. Unaware that she had no memory of the events following her episode. Confused, she observed Lin Xian, questioning why she was not in the secret chamber. And her hands. As she looked at her hands, swathed like dumplings, a slight smile graced her lips. The bandaging was so unrefined, it must have been done by Ah Xian. Noticing Lin Xian's exhaustion, she chose not to wake him, quietly rising from the bed to cover him with a blanket. As Su Hua stepped out of the bedroom, she felt as though nothing was amiss. In the past, following her episodes, she would bear a sickly pallor and require more than a day's rest, at times. She needed up to 4 days to recuperate. Upon seeing her in the living room, Butler Wang's eyes brightened. This is the first time the young lady has appeared so vibrant after an episode. He exclaimed, Young lady, how is your health? He inquired as he approached. I'm fine, Su Hua replied, shaking her head, puzzled by her newfound sense of well-being. Uncle Wang, does Ah Xian know about my episodes? Indeed, miss, replied the steward. I had intended to conceal the matter from young Master Lin as you instructed. However, I am unsure how he learned of it. Worrying for your solitude in the chamber. He insisted on entering, and I could not deter him. I pondered whether he might be of assistance regarding your condition, which is why I permitted him entry. Observing my demeanor, did he not feel fear or disdain? Su Hua's voice was hoarse as her hands, clenched tightly at her sides, betrayed her turmoil. His recent docility had only intensified her desires. She longed to see no trace of his aversion towards her. Not at all, the steward chuckled, shaking his head. Young Master Lin is genuinely concerned for your well-being. He recounted the events of the previous day to Su Hua, omitting the incident where Lin Xian had nearly lost his life due to her grip on his throat. Had he divulged that detail, she would surely be consumed by regret and guilt. A faint smile graced Su Hua's lips. So, Xian was not afraid. How delightful. Her affection for him only deepened. In her post-episode state, Su Hua exhibited a wildness and remarkable vigor, subjecting Lin Xian to considerable strain. After returning to her room, she moved him to the bed for rest, completely unaware of her actions. Chapter 62. Alas, my girlfriend is too clingy. After Lin Xian awoke and washed his face, he picked up his phone to check his messages, discovering several texts from Wang Dai. Adopted son, Xuanzi, you won't believe this. Today, Qin Ruoyao has lost her mind and actually bought you breakfast, placing it on your seat, which I ended up eating. Adopted son, this is akin to red rain falling from the sky. It was always you bringing her breakfast. Why has she suddenly decided to do this for you? Could it be that she has developed feelings for you and intends to pursue you? Adopted son, Xuanzi, let me warn you. Qin Ruoyao is nothing but insincere. Do not be deceived by her. Adopted son, I think Su is quite splendid, powerful, wealthy, and good-looking, treating you well. You should focus on being with her instead of becoming a scoundrel who plays both sides. Indeed, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. He must ensure that Su keeps a close eye on Xuanzi, preventing him from being lured away by other temptresses. Lin Xuan helplessly replied, "Rest assured. I have no interest in her whatsoever, not even if it were offered on a silver platter." Wang De quickly responded, "That's good to hear. By the way, Xuanzi, why didn't you come to class this morning? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xuan replied, "Alas, my girlfriend is too clingy, holding me in bed and not allowing me to leave." Wang De, who felt as if he had just been force-fed dog food, he shouldn't have asked. Damn it, he needs to find himself a girlfriend too. He seriously suspected that Xuanzi would often flaunt his affection in front of him in the future. At the dining table, Lin Xuan was feeding Su Hua shrimp, saying, "Hua Bao, this is your favorite. Eat more." The servants in the restaurant were taken aback. Butler Wang. Hua Bao? Such a term of endearment for the young lady? This is like a dream, too surreal. Su Hua's eyes deepened at the name. Hua Bao? That's quite a lovely moniker. In the afternoon, Lin Xuan made his appearance at school. He had become the center of attention, handsome, affluent, and the author of a best-selling novel. Many girls gazed at him with excitement. Lin Xuan is truly handsome. How did I not notice his looks before? Had I known, I would have pursued him. Don't even think about it. Lin Xuan is interested in Qin Ruoyao. And you have no hope. Qin Ruoyao is already a thing of the past. Just look at how Lin Xuan treats her now. As Qin Ruoyao walked by, her expression was grim, her hands clenched tightly. No, she had not become a thing of the past. Lin Xuan had merely set her aside momentarily. As long as she humbled herself to pursue Lin Xuan, he would surely welcome her back, and she would relish the moment of triumph over her detractors. Once Qin Ruoyao left, the two girls exchanged glances and scoffed. What a sour face to show. What is there to be arrogant about? She merely relies on her looks to attract men. In their eyes, Qin Ruoyao was nothing more than a manipulative vixen, utterly insufferable and pretentious. As Qin Ruoyao entered the classroom, her gaze fell upon Lin Xuan, who was busily organizing his belongings at the desk. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Xuan had become remarkably handsome compared to before. She envisioned a future where he would be her boyfriend, and they would eventually marry. With Lin Li also hoping for their union, these two brothers would, in time, both be her partners. Qin Ruoyao presented Lin Xuan with the knee pads she had prepared that morning. Lin Xuan frowned slightly. "These knee pads are personally sewn for you," she declared. Though in truth, they were purchased, as her delicate hands could hardly withstand the prick of a needle. You often play basketball and engage in vigorous activities, which can greatly harm your knees. Having these pads will be beneficial. After her explanation, she shyly returned to her seat. The other students observed Qin Ruoyao's gesture with astonishment. Was the sun rising from the west? Previously, it was Lin Xuan who pursued Qin Ruoyao, but now she had taken the initiative to present him with a gift. It seemed that she had developed feelings for him. The boys speculated about how Lin Xuan would respond. Would he accept the knee pads? Many of them were avid fans of Lin Xuan, their faces lighting up with admiration whenever his name was mentioned. "I hope Lin Xuan doesn't reconsider," remarked Wang De. "He's so exceptional now. Any woman would be fortunate to have him. Why settle for Qin Ruoyao?" As he eyed the knee pads, a sense of unease crept in. He could not allow Qin Ruoyao to have the opportunity to win Lin Xuan over. He must keep a watchful eye on him. "Xuanzi, don't you already have knee pads at home? These look quite unattractive. Perhaps you should decline them." "Yes, I also find them rather unsightly." Lin Xuan picked up the knee pads and walked forward, causing Qin Ruoyao's heart to race and her cheeks to flush with color. Why was he approaching her? Was he coming to thank her? Or perhaps to express that he liked the knee pads and wished for her not to exert herself in sewing for him again? Indeed, it seemed Lin Xuan could not easily let go of her. As Qin Ruoyao contemplated how to respond, to her shock, Lin Xuan walked past her, heading to the front of the classroom, where he discarded the knee pads into the trash bin. The trash bin. How could he throw them away? Did this mean he no longer had feelings for her? A sense of vindication washed over the classroom. Xian Gu should be this resolute. It dawned on them that Qin Ruoyao was not as divine as they had thought. She appeared rather ordinary. The corners of her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her face was etched with hurt. She had given him those knee pads. How could he simply discard them? As Lin Xuan returned to his seat, he passed by Qin Ruoyao once more. In a moment of desperation, she seized his arm and implored, "Lin Xuan, why? Why treat me this way?" Lin Xuan, with a disdainful gesture, shook her off. "There's no reason. I merely deemed those knee pads worthless. Trash belongs in the trash can, does it not?" His tone dripped with mockery. Chapter 63. I must remain faithful for my girlfriend trash? Did Lin Xuan just label the knee pads she gifted as garbage? Wasn't he that tantamount to declaring her worthless? Qin Ruoyao's countenance darkened. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Dade, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Xuanzi. Do you have any idea how incredibly cool you just were? Sighing, Lin Xuan replied, I must remain faithful to my girlfriend. Thus, I shall not accept gifts from other women. Wang Dade. Lin Xuan continued, my girlfriend possesses a rather strong sense of possessiveness. If she were to find out, she would undoubtedly be furious. Wang Dade. Damn. Suddenly, he contemplated whether Su would consider dumping this arrogant Xuanzi. The classroom erupted in a frenzy. Well, Lin Xuan has a girlfriend? Who could it be? Who is she? No wonder Lin Xuan had been ignoring Qin Ruoyao. The identity of his girlfriend was a mystery. Xuanzi, could you refrain from discussing matters pertaining to your girlfriend in the future? Wang Dade lamented, feeling as though he was consuming an overwhelming amount of dog food, leaving no room for his own meals. Then why don't you find one for yourself? Lin Xuan shot him a glance. Just wait. Wang Dade thought to himself. He must find someone even better than Lin Xuan's girlfriend. No, that's impossible. What woman could possibly compare to Su in terms of wealth and family background? Nevertheless, he could seek a gentle girl to be his girlfriend. A strong woman like Su couldn't possibly be gentle. Sitting at her desk, Qin Ruoyao felt increasingly aggrieved. Tears streaming down her cheeks like dewdrops on a blooming pear flower, evoking sympathy. Luo Yuan had taken leave today. Had he seen Qin Ruoyao in such a state, his heart would have ached for her. Yao, what's wrong? Li Siyu inquired with concern. Through her sobs, Qin Ruoyao quietly recounted the events to Li Siyu. Yao, if you wish to win back Lin Xuan's heart, you must persevere. This is merely the beginning. In time, you shall move him, Li Siyu consoled. Despite her inclination to give up, thoughts of Su Hua reignited her determination. She cherished Lin Xuan, not only for herself, but also to prove a point to Su Hua. Lin Xuan was someone she would not relinquish. As long as she treated him well, he would surely notice her efforts. After class, Lin Xuan returned to his small villa and reclined, immersing himself in writing his novel within the confines of his imagination. It was imperative that his novel repository on the website be ample enough to captivate readers. With a new site lacking content, he needed to compose quality novels to populate it. Lin Xuan crafted stories across various genres: male and female narratives, urban tales, cultivation epics, fantasy adventures, high martial arts, and romance. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he worked tirelessly, having already set up the novel app. He awaited the serendipitous moment that would propel his app to success, confident that the morning glory would grant him such an opportunity. 2 days later, Lin Xuan received his earnings, over 10 million. His novels had become a sensational hit across the internet. The president of Fei Yuan Novel Network had returned from a business trip. How have the novels fared during this period? Meng Bo inquired. The female chief editor responded, President, the female-oriented novels remain unchanged. Meng Bo nodded, considering that maintaining the status quo was still commendable. What about the male-oriented ones? He inquired further. The male chief editor appeared significantly more confident, smiling as he replied, President, we have produced a sensational hit in the male category. From its inception to conclusion, it took merely 4 days, and the average subscription has reached 500,000, causing quite a stir. Meng Bo's expression turned to one of astonishment. Completed in just 4 days? And with an average subscription of 500,000? Editor Wang, you must treat this author with utmost care, he urged. A knock echoed through the room. Come in, Meng Bo called out. La Hua entered the office, clad in a chong sam, her slender waist swaying gracefully. President, she called out in a sweet, high-pitched voice. The two chief editors exchanged glances, discreetly vacating the office. This La Hua has just tied the knot, and yet she returns to entice the president, the female chief editor speculated. Editor Huang, do you think she is here for Xian's novel? Upon hearing her words, the male chief editor began to harbor concerns. Let us hope this La Hua does not create any disturbances. Chapter 64. You are dismissed within the confines of the office. The delicate and alluring who entwined herself around Meng Bo's legs, her eyes glistening with remnants of tears, akin to a fresh bloom that has endured a storm. Darling, what troubles you? The moment I return, you cling to me so tightly? Meng Bo's hands wandered ambiguously across her bosom and waist, a teasing caress. Is it not that I have been wronged, seeking justice from my esteemed president? Who pouted, her expression a mixture of hurt and defiance. What grievance could you possibly have? Who dares to cause my precious one distress? They must be utterly reckless, Meng Bo chuckled, gently squeezing her hand. It is an author named Xian. I wished to bring him under my wing, for he possesses remarkable talent, and I desired to nurture him personally. This was for his own benefit. Yet he refused and insulted me, calling me shameless and ugly. After that, he blocked me, and in a fit of anger, I deleted him as well. So now I cannot retrieve our conversation, Hu lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. Xian? The renowned male author from the popular male genre? Meng Bo furrowed his brow. Indeed. That very one. President, you are unaware, but Xian is under the dominion of the editor known as Dogtail Grass, who has always held disdain for me. This incident may very well be orchestrated by Dogtail Grass. Xian, emboldened by his success, believes the company cannot touch him and thus dared to insult me. Whose eyes brimmed with tears. My dear, do not weep. I shall avenge you, Meng Bo said, his heart aching as he wiped her tears. Each time you say that. Yet here we are a year later, and Dogtail Grass continues to flaunt his power before me, who turned away, stepping down from Meng Bo's lap. Your reluctance to address him for the sake of the company is understandable, but it only underscores my insignificance in comparison to the company. I shall return to my office now. Meng Bo was determined not to let Hu depart so easily. She was the most stunning and alluring presence in the entire company. And her prowess was equally notable. Moreover, she had recently married, adding an intoxicating thrill to the thought of her being with another man. He grasped her hand firmly, pulling her back into his embrace. It's simple. I will assign him directly to your team, and as for Dogtail Grass, I will dismiss him as well. What do you think? Changing an editor requires the author's consent, but typically, no author would oppose the website's arrangements, as they rely on it for their livelihood. I believe Xian is no exception. As for Dogtail Grass, he is merely an ordinary editor. There are countless aspiring editors wishing to join our esteemed website, and losing him would not be a loss. Is that truly the case? Whose eyes sparkled with hope. Thank you, President. My dear, I yearn for you. Come. Allow me to kiss you, Meng Bo said, his anticipation palpable. President Hu playfully pushed against Meng Bo's chest, feigning resistance yet inviting his advances. Soon, the office was filled with the sounds of their passionate interlude. Half an hour later, with a triumphant demeanor, Hu emerged from the office, striding confidently toward Dogtail Grass's desk. A fleeting victory does not guarantee future success. Some individuals ought not to celebrate too prematurely. What is rightfully mine cannot be snatched away by anyone. With this declaration, she returned to her own desk, pride radiating from her. The Dogtail Grass furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind the morning glories. Could it be related to Xian? Before long, he was summoned to the Human Resources Department. Dogtail Grass, please gather your belongings and vacate the premises. The company will compensate you with a year's salary. The color drained from his face. Indeed, the company could no longer accommodate him, or rather, it was the morning glories that could not tolerate him. Perhaps departure would be a blessing, freeing him from the need to navigate others' opinions, a burden he had long endured. What about Xian? What are the arrangements? Dogtail Grass inquired. I have heard from the president that he has been assigned under the supervision of the morning glories. The HR staff felt a pang of sympathy for Dogtail Grass. He had finally signed a popular author, only to become a mere stepping stone for another, and to top it off, he was dismissed. Indeed, worry clouded Dogtail Grass's features. He reached out to Lin Xuan. I've been let go, brother. The company has placed you under the morning glories. Surely, you don't intend to continue writing novels at Feiyue, do you? If so, I fear the morning glories won't treat you kindly. He could already predict their actions. They would not offer Lin Xuan any favorable recommendations and would scrutinize his work for any violations, swiftly removing any problematic novels. Generally, it was difficult for most novels to withstand such meticulous examination. Lin Xuan replied swiftly. This works perfectly for me. If I weren't assigned to her, I would feel it a loss. Undoubtedly, further actions were to follow. He intended to escalate the matter, thereby boosting the reputation of his novel website. Dogtail Grass was taken aback. A loss. He furrowed his brow. Given Xian's temperament, how could he possibly be willing to serve under the morning glories? Just as he was musing, Lin Xuan sent another message. I am about to launch a novel website. What do you think? Interested in joining as an editor? Dogtail Grass's eyes widened. So, the reason he was not continuing at Feiyue was to establish a novel website. He quickly responded, absolutely. Even if the website failed to materialize, he accepted it, as Xian had already earned him a considerable commission. Brother, before you launch the novel website, you'll need to acquire a substantial number of novels to expand the library, Dogtail Grass kindly reminded him. Lin Xuan responded, "It's all set. I've written over 20 novels, and I will continue to add more." Dogtail Grass was astonished. "You wrote all of them yourself?" He swallowed hard. "Yes. I've been writing novels for several years, preparing to release them all at once." Lin Xuan refrained from mentioning that he had completed them in just a few days. That would be too extraordinary. Of course, it was all thanks to the space's capabilities. "Brother, I'm sticking with you." With over 20 novels authored by Xian, success was guaranteed. The rise of Xian's novel website would be imminent. It seemed Fei Yue was about to encounter a formidable rival. Lin Xuan also soon received news of his assignment under the Morning Glories. The chief editor contacted him, providing Lin Xuan with the QQ contact card of the Morning Glories. "Editor-in-chief, you should connect with Lanhua. She will guide you moving forward." Lin Xuan, "I have no interest in her." The editor-in-chief frowned, offering a well-meaning warning. "This is the company's arrangement. If you refuse, it might adversely affect both you and your novel." Lin Xuan, "I couldn't care less." Ideally, he wished for his novel to be taken down, as his true intention was to have Fei Yue website promote his novel website for free. Chapter 65. President Su is also reading novels. The chief editor, feeling helpless, could only report this matter to Meng Bo, known for his unwavering decisiveness. Found himself enraged for the first time by a novelist daring to defy him. Tell him that if he refuses to comply with the demands of the Hornflower, he should prepare for his novel to be taken down. From now on, Fei Yue website will no longer accept his works. He could not believe that a writer would be so audacious as to disregard his ultimatum. The chief editor conveyed Meng Bo's message to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan merely replied, "Whatever." Once again, those two words. The chief editor felt a headache coming on. He greatly admired Lin Xuan's novel, recognizing his exceptional talent, and truly wished to prevent its suppression. However, with such a response, how could he proceed? Left with no choice, the chief editor reported, "President," Lin Xuan said, "Whatever? All right, then. Let us take down his novel." Meng Bo chuckled with irritation. The chief editor furrowed his brow. "But, President, his abilities are indeed remarkable. If he is silenced, it would be a significant loss for our website. Should we reconsider?" "Ridiculous." Meng Bo scoffed. "What does it matter if he writes well? Fei Yue is the largest website in the country, with authors earning hundreds of thousands, even millions monthly. We can certainly afford to lose one." Helpless, the chief editor had no choice but to remove the novel. As over 200,000 eager readers were engrossed in the story, they were abruptly forced out. "What's going on? Where is the novel?" They searched in vain for it, finding neither the title nor the author. It was as if Lin Xuan and his work had never existed. Many took to Weibo to express their dismay. What happened to the novel about being pampered by a possessive tycoon? Why has it disappeared? What is going on? My source of spiritual nourishment is gone. Why was Lin Xuan's novel taken down? Fei Yue Novels, the official Weibo account of Fei Yue Novels, was inundated with inquiries, prompting them to respond. Removed for inappropriate content and incorrect values. They even deployed online influencers to steer public opinion, suggesting that Lin Xuan's novel was profitable but regrettably had to be taken down. Fans of Lin Xuan's work were outraged. This was their definition of inappropriate content? They were not to be trifled with and quickly unearthed several popular novels on Fei Yue that pushed boundaries, tagging Fei Yue Novels to demand the removal of those titles. We've compiled a list for you. Hurry and take them down. Fei Yue Novels. Stop playing dead. Respond. Fei Yue Novels. No way. You can only silence one novel claiming inappropriate content. Aren't these others even more problematic? Fei Yue Novels. The official Weibo account of Fei Yue Novels began to feign ignorance. They had not anticipated Lin Xuan's influence to be so profound, with some powerful figures even purchasing trending topics to elevate Lin Xuan's presence. His fanbase was incredibly resilient. The public relations department reported the situation to Meng Bo. "We have retracted the trending topic, but the uproar continues, President. This situation appears to be quite challenging to manage." Meng Bo furrowed his brow tightly, dismissing the matter. They would soon tire of their commotion. Wang Dai had already finished reading Lin Xuan's novel early on. He had discovered the news of its removal from the platform within their group chat. "Xuanzi, your novel has been taken down?" Wang Dai inquired incredulously. "Yes," Lin Xuan nodded. "Damn, how could they dare to take down your novel?" Wang Dai could not contain his expletive. Lin Xuan replied, "If they want to take it down, so be it. I am planning to launch a novel website, and you can check it out then." "A novel website? Oh my, Xuanzi, are you truly going to establish a novel website?" Wang Dai expressed his astonishment. "Yes. His website had been developed just a few days prior, and he intended to apply for the necessary qualifications shortly before uploading his novels. This time, he aimed to position himself on a moral high ground, leading others to believe that he had been compelled to leave, while also portraying himself as an inspiring figure who, after being maliciously suppressed, turned to create his own platform, a quintessential protagonist of a gratifying novel. By utilizing this strategy for publicity, he could attract numerous downloads for his website without incurring substantial marketing expenses. On the same day that the novel was removed, Su Hua inadvertently came across Lin Xuan's author account on his phone. During her leisure, she perused some content from the novel. While a senior executive was reporting to Su Hua, he happened to glance at the phone screen resting on her desk. Isn't this a novel? A romance or perhaps a mindless revenge story? I can't believe President Su enjoys such novels. The executive was taken aback, astonished to discover this side of Su Hua. By the afternoon, Su Hua intended to revisit the content, only to find the book missing, her delicate brows knitting tightly in frustration. She picked up the phone and commanded, "Come in." Xiao Xingfan entered. "President Su, did you call for me? I need you to investigate something," Su Hua said, pursing her lips, her expression grave. "What is it?" Seeing her troubled demeanor, Xiao Xingfan began to worry. President Su was generally so composed, but her current countenance suggested something significant had transpired. Look into why a novel by an author named Xian on the Fei Yuan novel website has been taken down. Su Hua's face darkened. Huh? Investigate a novel's removal? That doesn't align with President Su's usual commanding style, does it? Is there a problem? Su Hua shot him a glance. And no, Xiao Xingfan stammered, fervently shaking his head. I'll take care of it right away. He exited Su Hua's office, astonished. Jiang Qing noticed his expression and curiously asked, "What's the matter? You look as if you've been struck by lightning." Secretary Jiang, do you have any idea what task President Su just assigned me in her office? Xiao Xingfan, still incredulous, recounted. What task? She asked me to investigate the reason behind a male-oriented novel's removal, titled Pampered by a Yandere Tycoon. Who is the author? Jiang Qing probed further. It's Xian. Xiao Xingfan replied. Jiang Qing understood, realizing that it must be the young Master Lin who had ventured into writing novels. Given that it was him, it was hardly surprising. Jiang Qing chuckled softly. Xiao Xingfan frowned. Him? Assistant Xiao, it is not surprising that President Su would do anything for the man she adores. In truth, President Su is simply infatuated. As long as Master Lin does not betray her, does not deliberately oppose her, and exclusively loves her, President Su becomes a tender woman in his presence. Otherwise, she transforms into a formidable presence. Secretary Jiang, are you referring to Lin Xuan, who came that day as a mere extinguisher? Indeed, that is him. Jiang Qing did not deny it. Xiao Xingfan, no matter how he perceives it, he feels they are ill-matched. The man worthy of being with President Su should be immensely powerful, not just a pretty face. Chapter 66, Lin Xuan and General Manager Su. Xiao Xingfan could not help but inquire, Secretary Wang, what is it that General Manager Su finds appealing about Lin Xuan? And you? It seems you hold him in high regard. You are not General Manager Su, so naturally, you cannot comprehend why she favors Lin Xuan. What she seeks is not merely a man to stand beside her, but one whom she cherishes, someone who can protect her and provide her with warmth. As for me, Jiang Qing smiled. As long as he treats General Manager Su well, my opinion of him will be favorable. Such is the nature of affection, extending to all connected with the beloved. Assistant Xiao, if you take the time to truly understand Lin Xuan, your perception of him will surely improve. Jiang Qing remarked with a smile. However, Xiao Xingfan's expression remained one of disdain. He is but a waste. The idea that my opinion could improve is truly laughable. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating the day when Xiao Xingfan would be proven wrong. Although he harbored a dislike for Lin Xuan, he was aware that Lin Xuan was the man cherished by Su Hua, and thus he had to maintain a facade of respect towards him. Following Su Hua's instructions, he diligently researched Lin Xuan's novels. Within an hour, he returned to Su Hua's office. General Manager, I have gathered the information. It appears that the Fei Yuan novel website has dismissed the editor responsible for Master Lin's works and assigned him under another editor. When Master Lin expressed his unwillingness, they took down his novels, he reported. Su Hua narrowed her eyes, a tempest brewing within them. Her fingertips tapped rhythmically against the desk. Xiao Xingfan understood that someone was about to face dire consequences. Summoned by Lin Jiang, Su Hua commanded. Xiao Xingfan frowned. It was evident that General Manager Su held Lin Xuan in high regard, even delegating such a minor issue to Bai Lin Jiang. Understood, he replied. Shortly after his departure, Bai Linjiang arrived at Su Hua's office. "General Manager," he said respectfully. "I need you to undertake an important task," Su Hua instructed. Bai Linjiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Whatever task General Manager Su personally assigned must be of great significance. It should be something substantial. Save for the incident where he had to handle a student brawl at Qing University. Please review the contract with the Feiyuan novel website, identify their errors, and file a lawsuit against them. Additionally, assist their authors in protecting their rights, particularly regarding the works of an author named Xian. We must terminate his contract with the Feiyuan novel website. His novels are excellent, and he possesses considerable talent. They should not be taken down so hastily, Su Hua articulated, her tone imbued with pride. Bai Linjiang was taken aback. "You mean I need to personally handle a contract for a novel website? Wait, Xian? Are you referring to Master Lin Xian's novels?" "Indeed," Su Hua affirmed with a nod. Bai Linjiang felt exhilarated. Such a minor case might not have piqued his interest. But if it involved Lin Xian, he would gladly take it on. Lin Xian was someone of great importance to General Manager Su. Aligning himself with him could only yield benefits. However, President Su, the Feiyuan novel website is the largest platform for novels. If young Master Lin wishes to write, it would be an excellent choice. Perhaps I should negotiate with him to have young Master Lin's work reinstated. I believe they would not dare to underestimate him again. Bai Linjiang suggested. "No need," Su Hua replied coldly, a hint of frost gracing her lips. "My man shall not suffer any indignity. If Feiyue cannot accommodate him, then I shall create a novel website for him." Bai Linjiang was taken aback. President Su truly embodies the spirit of a supportive partner. With the pampering he receives from her, how could young Master Lin not ascend to greatness? "Indeed, President Su, I will take care of it," Bai Linjiang said as he took his leave. Meanwhile, news of Lin Xian's arrival at the small villa had spread. Gossip King, breaking news. Lin Xian moved into the villa where the president of Su Corporation resides. According to my investigation, he moved in that very day. What a coincidence. What could their relationship be? Could it be that they are? This post quickly went viral, igniting fervent discussions among the public. Wow, Lin Xian suddenly drives a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce. Could it possibly be because of President Su? Scary indeed. If that's true. Lin Xian is quite impressive to have captured the attention of the beautiful president of Su Corporation. Someone tell me if this is real. So, Lin Xian is no longer following Qin Ruiyao around like a sycophant because he has a girlfriend like President Su? Honestly, if someone like President Su were interested in you, who would still care about Qin Ruiyao? Now, Lin Xian had become a prominent figure at school, while Su Hua was a top-tier tycoon, excelling in beauty, stature, and capability. Discussions about their potential romance were fervent. The forum's homepage was dominated by their posts, with the original post garnering over 3,000 replies within just 10 minutes. Qin Ruiyao, upon seeing these posts, wore a grim expression. She switched to a secondary account to confront those disparaging her while elevating Su Hua. What do you know? Lin Xian has always liked Qin Ruiyao. He has never been interested in any other woman. After pursuing Qin Ruiyao for so many years, how could he so easily lose interest? Even if he is with another woman now, his heart will always remain with Qin Ruiyao. Many disagreed with Qin Ruiyao's assertions and began to retaliate verbally. The forum split into two factions, one claiming Lin Xian favored Su Hua, and the other insisting he still loved Qin Ruiyao. Upon learning of this situation from Wang Dai, Lin Xian took to the forum to post, "I liked Qin Ruiyao in the past, but I do not now, nor will I in the future." However, he refrained from acknowledging his relationship with Su Hua, as she had always preferred to stay out of the media spotlight. Lin Xian neither confirmed nor denied their connection, leaving the students at school to speculate wildly. Lin Xian denied any relationship with Qin Ruiyao, yet he did not refute his connection with Su Hua. Could it be that they are indeed together? Perhaps not. It may be that Lin Xian harbors feelings for her and is simply pleased to see us perceive them as a perfect match. Lin Xian gazed contentedly at these responses. For this was precisely the ambiguous effect he desired, capable of warding off numerous admirers. Yili, upon noting the speculation surrounding Lin Xian and Su Hua, was consumed by jealousy. Why should Lin Xian be deserving of Su Hua's affection? Su Hua's rightful partner ought to be him, not Lin Xian. A glint of cold light flashed in Yili's eyes. He was determined to reclaim Su Hua. During physical education class, they crossed paths. Yili's expression darkened as he confronted Lin Xian. "You can't possibly think that you could win Su Zong's affection, can you? Why not?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Su Zong merely regards you as her plaything. You have consistently defied her, and what is unattainable is often the most desirable. Her current interest in you is merely a fleeting novelty. Before long, you shall be cast aside, Yili taunted. Fully aware that Su Hua would not relinquish Lin Xuan in the near future, his words were intended solely to provoke discomfort in Lin Xuan. The mere thought of Lin Xuan's unease brought him a sense of delight. Chapter 67. The wall slam on Su Hua unbeknownst to him. Lin Xuan remained impervious to his influence. Su Hua, with her fragile disposition, would love but one man throughout her life, devoted to him until death. How could she ever abandon him? Oh, is that so? Lin Xuan languidly stretched, a hint of mockery in his tone. What a pity. You can't even aspire to be his plaything. Noticing the visible displeasure on Yili's face, Lin Xuan felt a surge of delight as he sauntered past him. Upon realizing his affection for Su Hua, he found himself intolerant of the men who coveted her. Had it not been for the school regulations, he would have relished the opportunity to give Yili a proper thrashing. Yili's expression darkened to a shade of iron. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he smiled slyly. There was no rush. He would allow Lin Xuan his moment of pride. He had already devised a strategy to deal with Lin Xuan. After that incident, Su would undoubtedly forsake Lin Xuan. Once she no longer held affection for him, she would surely see Yili. The following day, Lin Xuan attended but a single class before retreating to the night garden, where he busied himself in the kitchen. Young Master Lin, the butler remarked upon seeing him. Mrs. not returning for lunch today. Surely, you need not prepare a meal. He continued, when young Master Lin is at school. Miss typically remains at the company throughout the afternoon. For her, the absence of young Master Lin renders the company and the night garden nearly indistinguishable. I shall deliver lunch to her, Lin Xuan replied. Very well, young Master Lin. Thank you for your efforts, the butler responded with a smile. Lin Xuan prepared Su Hua's favorite dishes and made his way to the Su Corporation. Sir, may I ask who you are? The receptionist inquired, frowning. I'm here to see your President Su, Lin Xuan replied. Upon noticing the food container Lin Xuan carried, the receptionist's demeanor shifted. Did this man intend to seduce President Su? He certainly looked more handsome than most, but President Su was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. Moreover, she had heard that President Su already had a boyfriend who was quite doting. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely, adhering to her professional standards. Lin Xuan frowned. One moment. He refrained from contacting Su Hua directly, fearing it might disrupt her work, and instead called Jiang Qing. Young Master Lin. Zhang's voice came through the phone. I have arrived at the Su Corporation and am waiting downstairs. I shall be right down to meet you. Lin Xuan waited near the reception area for Jiang Qing. The receptionist, being somewhat of a beauty enthusiast, could not help but ask, Sir, do you have feelings for President Su? Indeed, Lin Xuan admitted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I do have feelings for her. Sir, allow me to offer a word of caution. President Su has someone she cares for. If you persist in approaching her, you risk being thrown out of the Su Corporation, subsequently becoming fodder for media ridicule and public scorn. I would advise against courting such risks. There were often paparazzi lurking around the Su Corporation and at events attended by Su Hua, ready to capture the moment someone was ejected from the premises. This has become a source of amusement for netizens. Once captured on camera, it generates immense buzz. Rest assured, I will not be cast aside. Lin Xuan remarked with a smirk. The receptionist shook her head, realizing that he was rather oblivious to the situation. Soon enough, he would learn the consequences of attempting to entice President Su. It was a pity for such a strikingly handsome man. Jiang Qing descended in the elevator. Secretary Jiang. The receptionist called respectfully. Jiang Qing nodded, then addressed Lin Xuan with deference. Young Master Lin, please follow me. The receptionist was taken aback. Although Secretary Jiang held the title of a mere secretary, her standing in the company was second only to that of President Su. This was the first time she had witnessed Secretary Jiang display such respect towards someone other than President Su. Who exactly was this man? The receptionist's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. As Lin Xuan followed Jiang Qing upstairs, she swiftly took out her phone to snap a photo of him from behind and sent it to the company's chat group. Guess what I just saw? President Su's boyfriend came to the company today. I'd wager there's an 80 chance he is indeed President Su's boyfriend. And Secretary Jiang personally went to fetch him. Oh my gosh, he is so handsome, a perfect match for President Su. And he seems so gentle and chivalrous. It's clear that a man who can win President Su's heart is extraordinary. Guys, he is truly exceptionally handsome. Honestly, he surpasses many so-called male actors in the entertainment industry. The employees observing frowned. Could he really be that handsome? Surely it was a fabrication. Jiang Qing ushered Lin Xuan into Su Hua's office. Young Master Lin, President Su is currently in a meeting. Please wait a moment while I inform her of your arrival. Jiang Qing was eager to share this news with Su Hua, knowing that she would be delighted to learn that Lin Xuan had come to see her. No need. I'll wait for her here. I wish to surprise her. Secretary Jiang, you may go about your duties, Lin Xuan replied. Very well, young Master Lin. After pouring a cup of coffee for Lin Xuan, Jiang Qing exited the office. Alone in the office, Lin Xuan casually explored his surroundings and before long, found himself in Su Hua's lounge. The lounge was spacious, furnished with a bed, restroom, and wardrobe, everything one could desire, suggesting that Su Hua treated her office as a second home. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qing knocked and entered to remind Lin Xuan. Young Master Lin, President Su should conclude her meeting in about 5 minutes. Didn't you say you wanted to surprise her? You might want to prepare. All right, Lin Xuan nodded. Lacking substantial experience in romance, he began searching on his phone for ideas. After a fruitless search, he decided to post in a dating forum. It's my first time visiting my girlfriend at her company, and she will finish her meeting soon. How can I surprise her? Waiting online, urgent. Soon enough, several well-meaning and experienced individuals responded. It depends on how strong your relationship is. If it's good, just present yourself as a gift. If it's not so great, then perhaps a valuable gift would suffice. I've read about this in novels. You could wall slam her the moment she walks in. Indeed, this is quite feasible. Moreover, with the wall slam in play, the ambience has reached such a crescendo that a passionate kiss is simply inevitable. Following the fervent kiss, however, one must maintain a degree of purity. A wall slam? It certainly serves as an effective method. The last time he executed such a maneuver with Su Hua, she was quite exhilarated. Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude to the elder brother who suggested the wall slam with Su Hua and began to prepare himself by leaning against the doorframe. President Su. Regarding this project, a group of executives reported closely beside Su Hua. She occasionally nodded, her expression earnest. The sound of her footsteps echoed tap, 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 as the doorknob turned. At last, she had arrived. Lin Xuan focused intently. The moment Su Hua appeared, he seized her delicate wrist and firmly pushed her against the wall. One hand ensnared her slender waist, while the other supported him against the wall. Chapter 68. Astonishing. At the moment Lin Xuan grasped Su Hua's hand, she instinctively raised her own, intending to restrain him. However, upon realizing it was Lin Xuan, her body relaxed entirely, allowing him to press her against the wall. Su Hua felt the firmness of the man's chest and his unique scent, her breath nearly halting as her captivating gaze fixed intently upon him. She found herself quite enamored with this assertive side of her Xian. The executives, witnessing Lin Xuan's bold move, were momentarily stunned. How audacious to corner the CEO. Jiang Qing swallowed hard, remarking on Lin Xuan's bravado. The higher-ups, reveling in the spectacle, anticipated a grim outcome. After all, Su Hua had shown no mercy to men who dared to provoke her, even in the absence of physical contact. The fate of this man seemed sealed. If he survived, he would surely bear the scars of her wrath. Yet, in the next moment, they were astonished to see Su Hua wrap her arms around Lin Xuan's waist. What on earth? The executives widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Not only did Su Hua show no hostility towards him, but she actively responded to his advances. They recalled her earlier statement in the conference room about a man calling her. Could it be that this man was her boyfriend? They had assumed Su Hua dominated her romantic relationships, given the dynamic of a powerful woman with a younger man. However, in the presence of Lin Xuan, she exhibited an endearing femininity. Was this merely an illusion? The executive's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they fixated on the pair. Lin Xuan, overly anxious, remained oblivious to the executives peering into the office. Su Hua tightened her embrace around his waist, drawing him closer until their bodies were pressed together. Their noses brushed against each other, their breaths intertwining with an electrifying tension. What does Xian wish to do? Su Hua's eyes glinted mischievously as her inflection rose playfully, imbued with subtle allure. Lin Xuan's thoughts drifted to the comments on a post. Corner her, kiss her. With that in mind, he leaned down and captured her crimson lips with his own. A flicker of joy danced in Su Hua's eyes as she closed them. Relishing in Lin Xuan's clumsy kiss, the executives erupted in uncontrollable cheers, excitement filling the air. Lin Xuan's face froze as he turned to see the crowd of suited executives, all wearing expressions of exhilaration. Would there be an escape route? He wished to vanish from sight. Noticing Lin Xuan had ceased kissing her, Su Hua shot a frosty glare towards the bright-eyed spectators. If there were no pressing matters, perhaps it was time for everyone to return to work. Jiang Qing cleared his throat, urging the gathering to disperse. The executives departed, thoroughly satisfied, having witnessed a moment that was nothing short of extraordinary. With but a flicker of imagination, one can envision the activities transpiring behind the closed doors of the office. The atmosphere is charged with unexpected revelations regarding the dynamics between Ms. Su and her boyfriend. The stark contrast between her demure demeanor and her usual assertiveness is nothing short of astonishing. As the executives meander through the corridors, they cannot help but engage in hushed discussions about the spectacle. It is indeed remarkable. Before that man, Ms. Su appears as a docile fawn, and for the first time, I find her endearing. One cannot deny the man's striking handsomeness. Could it be that Ms. Su is captivated by looks? The sight of them together is undeniably pleasing. Yet, the question lingers. What is his true identity? I yearn to align myself with such a powerful figure. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turn to Jiang Qing. Why are you looking at me? Without Ms. Su's consent, I cannot divulge his identity. If you wish to know, you must inquire with Ms. Su herself. Jiang Qing stated with utmost seriousness. That privilege belongs solely to her. No one else can lay claim to it. The executives were left to temper their curiosity. Within the confines of the office, Lin Xuan retrieved a lunchbox. Su Huan, I have come to deliver your lunch today. These dishes are prepared by my own hand, filled with your favorites. He presented 2 boxes containing 5 dishes and a soup, along with 2 servings of rice, all meticulously arranged on the table. Su Huan remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Was she feeling a touch of grievance? A wave of audacious speculation washed over him. Could it be that their kiss had been interrupted, leaving her in a slight huff? Lin Xuan leaned in for another gentle kiss, coaxing her softly, Huan Bao. It's time for lunch. Su Huan nodded, pressing her lips together. It was apparent that her mood had visibly improved. Lin Xuan thought to himself. Su Huan truly possesses a youthful spirit, sometimes resembling a child in need of affection. Yet, he found this endearing. What man does not relish the dependency of the woman he adores? A little tempest of emotions adds intrigue to their relationship. As he fed Su Huan, he gently admonished her, Huan Bao, you mustn't immerse yourself entirely in work. I am not solely focused on work, Su Huan retorted. Lin Xuan's brow knitted in confusion. In my heart, there is only you. Xian. Su Huan gazed intently at him. She had reached a breaking point. Her initial intention was to eliminate her adversaries and then take her own life. However, upon meeting him, she fought fiercely to claim the position of head of the Su family. With power at her disposal, she no longer feared endangering him, and she could reclaim him by her side. Once her enemies were dealt with, she envisioned a tranquil life together with him. Lin Xuan's heart raced at her earnest declaration of affection. What I mean is, while you work, remember to eat and rest. Nurturing your health is essential for our future together, he said, having spent considerable time with Su Huan, understanding how best to comfort her. Su Huan obediently nodded. After Lin Xuan finished feeding Su Huan, he swiftly polished off his own meal, tidying up the empty containers afterward. Throughout the entire process, Su Huan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Lin Xuan, feeling that her beloved Xian was perfect in every way. Once Lin Xuan set the last container aside, Su Huan wrapped her arms around his neck, and together they collapsed onto the sofa. Chapter 69. Xian still wants to sleep with me. The woman's inky hair cascaded over the pristine white sofa, and in that moment, she donned a white shirt paired with a tailored skirt, exuding an inherent allure. Lin Xuan swallowed hard, feeling as though he had dug a pit for himself. At that moment, he longed to pounce on Su Huan. But, Xian, can we stay in the office today? Su Hua's fingers provocatively teased Lin Xuan's body. She had desired to do this for quite some time. Her affection for her Xian was not merely driven by desire. It stemmed from her yearning for a close bond with him, as it made her feel that she truly possessed him, offering her an unparalleled sense of security. Lin Xuan replied firmly, No. Xian, you've grown bolder, daring to defy me. Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lin Xuan, emboldened, retorted, Hua Bao, don't forget. You are currently on your period. His audacity in walling her in and kissing her stemmed from this reason. In her state, Su Huan could only gaze at him longingly, unable to indulge. Observing the vexation on her face, Lin Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the fact that he had finally regained some ground. With a playful bite on Lin Xuan's lip, Su Huan declared, I'll let you off this time, but next time, Xian, you want to be so fortunate. As they rose from the sofa, their clothes and hair were in delightful disarray. You still have work this afternoon, Hua Bao. You should get some rest. Lin Xuan gently urged. Stay with me, Su Huan implored, her enchanting eyes fixed on him. Very well, Lin Xuan acquiesced with a nod. Upon entering the lounge, Su Hua pushed open the door, only to pause and abruptly shut it with a bang. What's wrong? Lin Xuan inquired, perplexed. Wait, you come in later, she instructed, stepping into the lounge first. By the time Lin Xuan entered, all the photographs on the walls had been removed by Su Hua, who feared they might frighten her Xian. Feigning ignorance, Lin Xuan lay beside Su Hua on the bed. She was often sleepless, never taking a nap during the day. Within a minute of his presence, she drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan immersed himself in his own pursuits, writing novels, practicing martial arts, composing music, and honing his computer skills. In comparison to Su Hua, he felt inadequate and was determined to grow swiftly, aspiring to become a man she could rely upon. At precisely 1:40 in the afternoon, Lin Xuan prepared to leave for class. One of Su Hua's arms tightened around his waist, her face nestled against his chest. Don't go, Xian, stay with me. Her voice was laced with softness and sleepiness. Hua Bao, be good. I have to attend class, Lin Xuan gently coaxed her. You don't need to go. I can just make a call, Su Hua replied, retrieving her phone to dial the principal's number. Su Zong, what can I do for you? It was the first time Su Hua had personally called him, leaving the principal pleasantly surprised. Xian still wants to sleep with me, so I can't attend class this afternoon. The principal was taken aback. Did she mean what he thought she meant? Clearing his throat, he considered that perhaps it was a purely innocent matter of lying in bed, covered by a blanket, engaging in light conversation. Wasn't he it? Indeed, Mr. Su. The principal respectfully responded. Su Huan continued. Moreover, whether he attends classes in the future is entirely up to him. He may arrange his time as he sees fit. Is that feasible? Lin Xuan gasped. Is this the convenience that comes with having connections? Nevertheless, he still intended to complete his classes diligently, occasionally skipping to avoid anyone exploiting his situation to tarnish the school's reputation. He wouldn't concern himself with other matters, but Su Huan was the school's largest shareholder. The crucial point was that he could attend classes while concurrently engaging in his own activities, making his time at school minimal. Certainly, Mr. Su. I shall comply with your directives, the principal affirmed without hesitation. Throughout that entire afternoon, Lin Xuan accompanied Su Huan in handling work affairs. An unusually high number of individuals visited Su Huan's office to report, each one discreetly stealing glances at Lin Xuan, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. This time, Su Huan left work early. Hand in hand, Lin Xuan led her out, and a smile danced upon Su Huan's lips. Along their path, all the employees watched in excitement. Oh my, he truly is Mr. Su's boyfriend. Xiaochen wasn't lying, they exclaimed. They are such a perfect match. Their looks surpass even the most attractive stars in the entertainment industry by several folds. Look at that, Su Huan, a formidable woman, almost transformed into a delicate wife in the presence of her boyfriend. Indeed, love brings about a remarkable change. Seal the deal. I shall bring the Civil Affairs Bureau to you. Let us wed and bear children right here. For days later, Lin Xuan's novel website officially launched. Wang Dai rushed to a reader-organized group, exclaiming, Brothers, Xuan has built his own website where his novels are published, called the Palm Treasure Novel app. You must check it out. The stories are absolutely captivating. Upon seeing this, the readers assumed it was a jest. How could that be? Do you think it's a typical story with a dominant male lead? He just had his book banned a few days ago, and now he has a website? Craft a more believable rumor. Do you take us for fools? Wang Dai insisted. If I am deceiving you, let me remain impotent for life. A gasp echoed. What a solemn vow. This disbelief was unacceptable. Chapter 70. The protagonist of a delightful novel. Readers flocked to download the Zeng Sinbo novel app. Lin Xuan, donning 6 different personas, aimed to cater to various reader preferences. One of his accounts focused on writing novels of the Yandere genre under the pen name Xuan. Readers exclaimed in delight. This Xuan truly embodies the essence of a captivating male lead. Look at this, you've banned my novel, and I swiftly turned to launch a novel website. Lin Xuan's devoted fans began to voluntarily promote the Zeng Sinbo novel app across numerous platforms. Under the banner of a delightful male protagonist stepping into reality, they attracted many passers-by to download the app. The novels within were exquisite, and readers indulged in them with great pleasure. Their enjoyment led them to recommend the app to friends, creating a growing momentum. The data analyst, Dogtail Grass, observed the figures with astonishment. Within just 2 days, downloads soared to 3.5 million, with daily active users reaching 3 million. Remarkably, Lin Xuan had spent not a single penny on promotion. This was nothing short of astounding. Lin Xuan smirked. Not enough yet. Boss, what is your next move? Dogtail Grass inquired, intrigued. Judging by the recent course of events, it was evident that his superior was a master of cunning strategy, leaving one to ponder what his next action would be. Establishing a persona, Lin Xuan replied, casting a glance at Dogtail Grass. Huh, what kind of persona? Dogtail Grass appeared perplexed. A persona of beauty, strength, and tragedy, Lin Xuan articulated. I shall post in my review section to inform readers why my book was banned and the circumstances surrounding my departure from the Fei Yue novel website. A glimmer of dark intent flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes. Since Fei Yue had presented him with a knife, they should not be surprised when he turned the tables. How shameless. Dogtail Grass muttered, realizing the irony. It was Lin Xuan who had intended to leave, deliberately provoking Fei Yue to ban his book and facilitate his departure. Nevertheless, he found his boss's maneuvering to be quite gratifying. Lin Xuan's post sent shockwaves through the literary community, trending on Weibo under the hashtag best-selling author forced out. The PR department of Fei Yue exhibited no signs of urgency. Zhang Xinbo novel app, being an initiative started by an author with limited capital, seemed an easy target for them to extinguish, akin to squashing an ant. They leisurely contacted Weibo's officials, offering a sum to have the trending topic removed. Weibo. Minister Lu instructed, please arrange for the removal of that trending topic. Understood. I will take care of it, responded the technical department. Wait, Lu frowned. What is it? Another technician, Wang Hai, inquired curiously. I'm attempting to remove the trending topic regarding the Zhang Xinbo novel website, but for some reason, I'm unable to do so. I've checked the computer and system, and there appears to be no issue. This peculiar incident of being unable to manipulate the trending topic without any system failure was unprecedented. How could this be? Wang Hai offered to assist. Yet, the outcome remained the same. The trending topic could not be removed. Wang Hai, now astounded, realized the truth. While other topics were manageable, this particular one was impervious to removal. A bold thought flickered in Wang Hai's mind. Lao Lu, do you believe our website will not be compromised by hackers? Lu would immediately refute this notion, declaring it impossible. Our website's defenses have been crafted by several of the world's leading hackers, and for over a decade, it has remained unbreached. Moreover, if the system were to be infiltrated, there would certainly be some form of alert. Wang Hai frowned, suggesting they swiftly seek the manager's intervention. Upon hearing their report, the technical department manager furrowed his brow deeply and promptly instructed all technical personnel to examine the system. Ultimately, they discovered no apparent issues. They concluded that it was highly probable they had indeed been infiltrated by hackers, and in an insidious and undetectable manner. Furthermore, their backend had been tampered with. This conclusion sent a wave of panic through Weibo. The adversaries' capabilities were formidable, and should their system become incapacitated, it would spell a catastrophic blow for any internet platform. Weibo scrambled to engage top-tier computer experts to reinforce their security system while simultaneously contacting Lin Xuan. We have identified trending topics related to you that we are unable to manage. May I inquire if this is orchestrated by you, sir? Lin Xuan lounged nonchalantly in front of his computer, crossing one leg over the other. Would he ever admit to such illicit activities? He typed furiously on his keyboard. Feigning ignorance. I am merely a student running a novel website and writing stories. How could I possess the capabilities you allege? Lin Xuan then shifted the blame back. By the way, it appears the trending topics are all manipulated by you. Was the previous trending topic about my readers advocating for me also removed by your team? I hold a grudge, and if I truly had the abilities you claim, I might very well bring your website to its knees. Although Lin Xuan denied the accusations, it was an unmistakable threat. Weibo officials were almost certain that Lin Xuan had infiltrated their backend, yet they were powerless to take action against him, lacking any evidence to warrant police involvement. If provoked, he might indeed disable their website. Weibo had no choice but to swallow their pride for the time being, intending to settle accounts with him once their security was fortified, unable to remove the trending topics. The Fei Yue novel website could only watch helplessly as the popularity of the Zhang Xinbo app surged. The general manager, while downloading content from the Zhang Xinbo website, was taken aback by the abundance of high-quality novels available, many of which were suitable for adaptation into films and animations. In a flurry, the general manager rushed to the president's office, barging in without hesitation. Manager Lin, a secretary, urgently attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The door swung open, and the general manager instantly beheld the sight of a blooming flower seated upon Meng Bo's lap, both engaged in a fervent kiss. Chapter 71. Helplessness, the Morning Glory. Upon seeing the general manager, calmly descended from Mengbo's presence. "President, I shall return to my duties now," she said in a coy tone. "Do remember your promise to me." Upon returning to her workstation, an unusual flush adorned her cheeks, prompting Lavender and others to exchange glances of concern. As she applied lipstick while gazing into a small mirror, she coldly remarked, "Some individuals ought not to present one facade in person while concealing another behind their backs. Those who provoke me will meet a fate akin to that of a dogtail grass." The members of the male editorial department dared not utter a word. In the president's office, "What is it?" Mengbo's interest was interrupted, and he appeared quite displeased. "President, Lin Xuan, whose novels we have taken down, has launched a new website," the general manager reported. "Humph." Mengbo scoffed. "He dares to oppose our site? What audacity! Do whatever it takes to suppress him. Do not allow his website to gain any traction," Mengbo commanded, his countenance darkening. "Since he has the gall to establish a novel website, I shall ensure he loses everything." The general manager replied, "We have already taken measures, but within just 2 days of launching, his novel website has amassed 3.5 million downloads." Worry etched upon his features, he continued, "At this moment, Lin Xuan has released a lengthy statement accusing our website, causing downloads to surge to 13 million. Concurrently, many readers have uninstalled our app. This was an unprecedented situation for them. They had never faced a competitor rising above them in such a manner, especially without any means to retaliate." Mengbo's expression shifted slightly. "It's trending? Are you not going to take it down? Is the public relations department merely idling away?" He could not help but reprimand them. 13 million downloads. That is no trivial figure. How could Lin Xuan's novel website have flourished to such an extent? "The trending topics have been addressed with Weibo," the general manager replied, pressing his lips together. "Then why are these topics still displayed on Weibo?" Mengbo exclaimed, pointing at his phone in anger. The general manager lowered his head. "Weibo has responded that they cannot take them down. How is that possible?" Mengbo furrowed his brow. The general manager's expression darkened. "I perused the novels on his website, and they are quite captivating. President, it seems we are truly facing a formidable rival this time." Mengbo sank into his office chair in despair. He had underestimated Lin Xuan's capabilities, believing him to be merely an ordinary author. He thought that the closure of his novels would be the end of it. Yet, he had ascended to prominence with a novel website. Mengbo also downloaded the Zheng Sinbo novel app, and, upon seeing the content within, his complexion turned an even paler shade. "President, bad news." An urgent member of the legal department rushed in. "What now?" Mengbo snapped irritably. "President, Bai Linjiang from the legal department of Su's group has filed a lawsuit in court." "What?" Mengbo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Su's group?" The head of the legal department bowed his head, stating that our contract was deemed illegal, listing numerous points and demanding modifications, as well as compensation for the author of the novel. Furthermore, they insisted that the copyright of the novel, which had been excessively favored by a certain wealthy tycoon, be returned to the original author. The legal head spoke with a trembling voice throughout the conversation. How could this be? Mengbo shook his head in disbelief. How had he offended the Su group? The legal head lowered his gaze. "President, our odds against the legal department of the Su group are quite slim. Even if we had a favorable chance, we cannot confront the Su group." Mengbo's complexion turned pale. His family owned more than just this one novel website. If the Su group chose to target them, the other businesses would surely be in jeopardy. "Contact by Lin Jiang and inform him that we will comply with all their demands to avoid going to court," Mengbo ordered, his voice shaking. "Understood." The legal head sighed in relief, thankful they wouldn't have to face Bai Linjiang. Mengbo despondently sank onto the sofa. This incident was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Feiyue website. The general manager had been frowning the entire time. After the legal head departed, he could not contain himself any longer. "President, could it be that we are being targeted by the Su group because of Lin Xuan?" "Lin Xuan?" Mengbo furrowed his brows tightly. "Indeed," the general manager nodded. "I sense that Lin Xuan is far from being an ordinary novelist. The Su group's legal department approached us, demanding we terminate our contract with Lin Xuan's novel. Out of so many authors, they specifically mentioned Lin Xuan, which clearly indicates their motives are tied to him. President, it seems we have encountered a formidable opponent. It is highly likely that Lin Xuan has connections with the Su group." Upon hearing the general manager's words, Mengbo felt a chill run through his limbs. Lin Xuan actually had ties to the Su group. "President, our novel website was thriving before this. Think about how we offended Lin Xuan," the general manager reminded him. "Yes, it was her. Labawa." Mengbo's face flushed with anger. "If it weren't for her instigation, I would not have taken down Lin Xian's novel, nor would I have driven him away and established a competing website. I would never have provoked the Sioux group. It's all her fault. With rage, Meng Bo stormed into the male editor's office. Upon seeing Meng Bo, Labois' eyes brightened. Today, the president had mentioned promoting her to chief editor. Surely, he had come to announce this news. She did not expect the president himself to deliver the announcement. He must have come to show her support. A smile graced Labois' face. "President, what brings you here?" she asked, approaching Meng Bo with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 72. Today's youth. As others observed the close interaction between the Morning Glory and the president, they furrowed their brows in disbelief. Could it be true? As the Morning Glory claimed, that she would soon ascend to the position of editor-in-chief? Yet, the president's expression seemed rather disconcerting. "President?" The Morning Glory noticed Meng Bo's unwavering gaze upon her and felt compelled to remind him. Suddenly, Meng Bo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the Morning Glory's face. She was momentarily stunned, while everyone in the office stood frozen in shock. The president had struck the Morning Glory. Had he not always been exceedingly fond of her? In the years since the Morning Glory joined the company, she had enjoyed an enviable position, seemingly untouchable. Yet now, she had been struck by the president. Regaining her composure, tears streamed down her cheeks. "President, why?" The expression of grievance was etched upon her face. What had she done wrong? His public display of anger was nothing short of humiliating. "Do you realize what you have done to me?" Meng Bo trembled with rage. The Morning Glory covered her face, tears welling in her eyes. "President, I have diligently fulfilled my role as an editor. How could I possibly bring you harm? Could there be some misunderstanding?" In recent days, the editors had been preoccupied with reviewing whether their authors had violated any regulations, leaving no time to surf the internet, and thus, they were unaware of the situation involving Lin Xian. The male editors exchanged puzzled glances. "Harmed? What do you mean? If it weren't for her, he would not have had to ban Lin Xian's novel, which in turn led to the author targeting their website." Meng Bo's countenance darkened ominously. He had always believed that Lin Xian's popular novel was merely a stroke of luck, but after reading a few of Lin Xian's works published on the Zhang Xinbo novel app, he realized that each of those stories had the potential to become a massive hit, easily adaptable for film and television. It dawned on him just how significant a loss they had suffered. If Lin Xian had remained with their website, he could have generated billions in profits and attracted numerous readers. Now, all of that was lost, leaving them with a formidable competitor. He had suffered a complete defeat. "President, he is just a novelist," the Morning Glory scoffed. "What can he possibly do against us? Should we fear him? A mere novelist? Do you have any idea of his background? He is backed by the Sioux group. He has now established a novel website specifically to compete with our Feiyue website. We cannot suppress him." In just 3 days, that new novel website amassed 13 million views. The Morning Glory's face paled. How could this be? How could Lin Xian possess such power? The Sioux group was the most formidable corporation in the nation. She had always assumed he was an ordinary author, which gave her the audacity to treat him that way. Had she known of his background and capabilities, she would have surely endeavored to cultivate his favor. "President." The Morning Glory grasped Meng Bo's hand, tears cascading down her cheeks, her sorrow reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms. "I never knew you were so formidable, CEO. Please grant me another chance, just one more chance, if you would be so kind." Meng Bo forcefully flung the Morning Glory aside. "Get out of my company." His expression was as frigid as ice, and he added, "Return all the gold, silver, and jewels I gave you, along with the 2 million I entrusted to you." The Morning Glory felt a chill enveloping her entire being. Over the past year, she had amassed several million by leveraging her body with Meng Bo. Yet her earnings had been extravagant, leaving her with only a few tens of thousands now. She had no means to repay Meng Bo. "CEO, you cannot treat me this way. We have been together for so long. How can you do this to me?" She wept. "If you refuse to comply, prepare for a lawsuit. You have 20 minutes to gather your belongings, or I shall have security escort you out." Without casting another glance at the Morning Glory, Meng Bo strode back to his office. She slumped into a chair, her complexion ashen. It was over. Everything was over. Lavender shook her head. One reaps what one sows. Many novelists, noticing the rising popularity of the Zhang Xinbo website, have eagerly submitted their works. Just a few days prior, Lin Xian had tasked Dogtail Grass with assembling an editorial team. He discovered that Dogtail Grass had previously been a senior executive at a company possessing considerable capability, but had been deliberately targeted and ostracized, leading him to become an editor. Thus, Lin Xian appointed him to oversee all affairs of the novel website. Lin Xian's site pursued a high-quality approach, and with a limited selection of novels, those who secured contracts were reaping substantial rewards. In merely 3 days, Lin Xian's several novels had netted him over 100 million, a portion of which he used to lease an entire floor for the editor's workspace. As Lin Xian entered the office building, an editor inquired, "Excuse me, sir, are you?" Just as Lin Xian was about to respond, Dogtail Grass emerged from the office, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Xian. "Boss!" The exclamation reverberated through the room. "Boss!" Nearly all the editors widened their eyes in astonishment. This was their boss, Lin Xian? Goodness! He looks barely over 20. They had assumed he was at least in his 40s. "Boss, what brings you here?" Dogtail Grass asked, recalling that their boss was still a university student who had classes to attend. "I just came to have a look around," Lin Xian replied. He felt it was inappropriate to have never visited since assuming ownership of the novel company. "Coincidentally, I have matters to discuss with you as well." Inside the office, Dogtail Grass poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian. "Today, Xinghui Entertainment contacted me, expressing interest in purchasing the film and television rights to our novels, 5 or 6 of them. Should we consider selling the rights?" He slid a document across the table, detailing the novels and the generous offers they were prepared to make. Without even glancing at it, Lin Xian set the document aside. "I will not sell the rights to my novel, regardless of the price offered," Lin Xian declared. "Boss, selling the rights to the novel could yield us a substantial income." Gao Weichao reminded him, "I intend to keep all of this. My entertainment company will utilize it for future productions," Lin Xian replied. He established a novel website with the primary aim of developing film and television rights. His intention in publishing the novels was to earn a profit from readers and to enhance the visibility of the works. How could he possibly relinquish these valuable rights? Gao Weichao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Producing a drama? Starting an entertainment company? Incredible!" he exclaimed. "Therefore, Brother Gao, please support more novels that are suitable for adaptation into films," Lin Xian suggested. "All right," Gao Weichao nodded, unable to resist glancing at Lin Xian a few more times. He sensed that Lin Xian's ambitions extended far beyond merely establishing an entertainment company. Is it true that today's youth are indeed this remarkable? Chapter 73, Lin Li's Origins. Moreover, I harbor a grudge against Xinghui Entertainment. Their attempts to collaborate with our website warrant no consideration. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. The Lin family's primary focus lies within the realms of culture and entertainment, games, the entertainment industry, and video software. His intention is to dismantle the Lin family's enterprises, but his ambitions extend beyond this. He aims to construct his own commercial empire. However, he intends to steer clear of the Su Group's business dealings. "Why?" the curious Gao Weikai inquired. "I have enmity with them. Establishing this entertainment company is my means of exacting retribution," Lin Xian replied, his demeanor towards the Lin family now calm and composed. Office of the Chairman of Xinghui Group. Lin Chong sat in his chair, while Wang Yajun perched on his lap, both engaged in a passionate embrace. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted them. Annoyed, Lin Shang answered. "What is it?" "Chairman, the madam has arrived at the company," came the assistant's voice from the other end. "All right. I understand," Lin Chong replied, hanging up the phone. Wang Yajun dismounted from him, adjusting her attire as she shot Lin Chong a reproachful glance. "We are truly in love. Yet you make me feel like a mistress. Junior, bear with it for a bit. Rest assured, when the opportunity arises, I will divorce her and marry you." Lin Chong reassured her. "You've been saying that for a decade. I can only assume you are placating me," Wang Yajun scoffed. "Enough. I must leave to avoid being discovered by your wife," she said, grabbing her documents and exiting the office. Jiang Shuqin approached her. "Yajun," Jiang Shuqin greeted warmly. "Shuqin?" Wang Yajun feigned surprise. "What brings you here today?" The two were close friends, and Jiang Shuqin, without concealment, responded with a smile. "Today is Brother Chang's birthday. He is too busy, so I thought to bring a birthday cake for him. You and the chairman share such a loving bond. Your relationship is truly enviable," Wang Yajun said with a bittersweet smile. "Unfortunately, my husband has remained in a vegetative state, and I cannot even celebrate his birthday with him." "Yajun, why not consider finding someone else?" Jiang Shuqin suggested with concern. "No," Wang Yajun shook her head. "I wish to wait for the day he awakens." Jiang Shuqin sighed. Her friend was admirable in many ways, yet far too devoted. It had been 5 or 6 years since her husband had become a vegetable, and she still selflessly cared for him. "By the way, Shuqin, I must report to you that the chairman has been keeping his distance from those women lately. Even when they throw themselves at him, he swiftly avoids them," Wang Yajun remarked with a smile. That is just how he is, so meticulous. One would think he has a phobia of them, Jiang Shuqin said, a sweet blush gracing her cheeks. Upon seeing the smile on Jiang Shuqin's face, a shadow of darkness crossed Wang Yajun's eyes. She was curious how long this joy would last. Shuqin, I shall not intrude upon your romantic world with the chairman any longer. I must attend to my own matters, Wang Yajun declared. Jiang Shuqin nodded in agreement. She gazed at Wang Yajun's silhouette, appreciating her graceful demeanor and charming presence. Thankfully, Yajun's heart belonged solely to her husband, allowing her to comfortably keep her by Chang Ji's side as a secretary. It is worth noting that Yajun was introduced to the Lin group by her, and she firmly believed that Yajun would not repay her kindness with betrayal by enticing Chang Ge. Jiang Shuqin entered the office, carrying a cake. From a distance, Wang Yajun observed Jiang Shuqin's figure, a smirk playing on her lips. What significance did a prosperous family hold? Her son, her husband, were they not both hers? Would you like to come over for dinner tonight, Mom? Wang Yajun called Linli. All right. Linli nodded in response. That evening, Jiang Shuqin personally prepared a meal. Noticing Lin Li's prolonged absence, she called him. Li, what are you up to? Why aren't you home for dinner? Mom, I'm busy with classmates and can't return yet. You go ahead and eat, Lin Li replied. Okay, Li, take care, Jiang Shuqin said before hanging up. Alone at the dining table, she felt an inexplicable sadness. After raising so many daughters and sons, Lin Xian seemed to disregard her, constantly opposing her. Her daughters were preoccupied with their own matters, often neglecting her. Only Li was considerate and knew how to make her happy. Now, even Li was absent. As Jiang Shuqin ate the bland food, she soon lost her appetite. She set down her chopsticks and decided to dispose of the meal. Ascending the stairs alone, she encountered Wang Ma emerging from Lin Xian's room, holding a broom and a dustpan. Madam, Wang Ma greeted respectfully. What are you doing? Jiang Shuqin frowned. Miss instructed me to clean the eldest young master's room every few days. Eldest young master? Jiang Shuqin scoffed. He has severed ties with our Lin family. What right does he have to be called that? Wang Ma sighed internally, perplexed by the animosity Jiang Shuqin harbored towards her own son. I instructed you to remove everything from his room. Why is it still here? Jiang Shuqin demanded, wishing to see none of Lin Xian's belongings. Miss asked us to leave it, Wang Ma responded. Remove it all, Jiang Shuqin ordered, her face darkening. Wang Ma sighed deeply, knowing that with the eldest daughter abroad, no one would intervene in Jiang Shuqin's wishes. Was it truly the case that all traces of the eldest young master would be erased from the Lin household? She wondered how Lin Xiao was faring now. Meanwhile, Wang Yajun occasionally served Lin Li food, urging him to eat more. This is all your favorite, Li. Our mother-son meetings can only be so clandestine. Wang Yajun sighed. Li, when will you inherit the Lin family? And when can we truly acknowledge one another? Li, remember to proceed with caution. You must not let Jiang Shuqin or the daughters of the Lin family detect anything amiss, Wang Yajun advised. Mother, I will be careful, Lin Li responded. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should his true identity be discovered. Thus, he would not permit such a situation to arise. Lin Li served his mother a piece of chicken, stating, Now that Lin Xian has severed ties with the Lin family, I remain their only son. I am already engaging with the company's affairs, and in a few years, I shall wield substantial power. My dear Li, I trust you completely, Wang Yajun smiled. Under Wang Yajun's influence since childhood, Lin Li harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Lin family, resenting Lin Chang for abandoning them and loathing Jiang Shuqin for taking away his father. He was determined to seize control of Xinghue Group's assets and expel the Lin family, ensuring they would live in destitution and despair. Chapter 74. Making up for the birthday gift. After completing several dozen novels, Lin Xian set them aside. These works were ample for adaptations over several years. The remaining dozen or so novels were scheduled for timed releases, intended to gradually update and entice readers' curiosity. Aside from the black card gifted by Su Hua, he had amassed a fortune of 100 million, derived from his contributions to Fei Yue and another literary website, alongside withdrawals from his own site. With this wealth in hand, he ventured to a shopping mall to procure a gift for Su Hua. The last time her birthday arrived, she had fallen ill, and he was determined to make amends for that missed celebration. Upon entering a jewelry store, Lin Xian was greeted warmly by a sales associate. Sir, how may I assist you today? I would like to purchase a pair of diamond rings, Lin Xian replied. The associate discreetly assessed him, noting the luxurious attire he wore and his commanding presence, and led him to a prominent display case. Sir, This pair of rings is personally designed by Master Farland. The centerpiece features a heart-shaped imperial jade, surrounded by sparkling diamonds, symbolizing everlasting love and companionship, the associate elaborated. Lin Xuan examined the rings, thoroughly satisfied with both their appearance and fit. How much do they cost? He inquired. The associate, sensing a potential sale, eagerly responded, Sir. The total for this pair is 90 million. A hint of apprehension crossed her face. The rings were exorbitantly priced, having deterred several previous customers. Sir, these rings would make a splendid gift for your beloved. Perhaps you might consider them? The associate fervently promoted the rings. Isn't that Lin Xuan? Lin Xingxiu, the third child of the Lin family, pointed out. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Lin Xingwan's eyes sparkled with recognition. It truly is Xiao Xian, she exclaimed. Having long wished to speak with him, she hoped to persuade him to apologize to their parents, as they might allow him to return to the Lin family, enabling them to live harmoniously once more. However, her busy schedule and recent business trip had delayed her intentions. She never expected to encounter him in the mall. Dear sister, this jewelry store represents an international luxury brand. The least expensive items here are priced at 1 million. What brings Lin Xuan to such a place? Lin Xingxiu scoffed. Do you think he is here to flaunt his wealth? He remains as vain as ever. It's fortunate he left our family. Otherwise, he would have brought shame upon the Lin name. Lin Xuan felt a heaviness in her heart. They were kin, bound by blood. Yet all members of the Lin family harbored deep-seated prejudices against Xiao Xian. Do not speak carelessly, third sister. Lin Xuan softly reprimanded. Xiao Xian is not the person you believe him to be. We have misunderstood him. Then, dear sister, please enlighten me. What purpose does he have here? Does he truly possess the means to purchase such extravagant items? Lin Xuan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xingxiu scoffed, expressing her frustration at how he had consistently taken away the fine things intended for Shaoli since his return. What else could it be, if not mere vanity? She lamented. Enough of this chatter, Lin Xuan interjected irritably. Let us go and see. Eager to witness Lin Xian's misfortune, Lin Xingxiu followed Lin Xuan to his side. The sales assistant had already packaged the ring. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Lin Xuan inquired with a frown. Upon seeing the two sisters, Lin Xuan felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. However, it spared him the trouble of making a trip to the Lin family. He produced a bank card, stating, This holds 150,000 yuan, the amount your family has spent on me. Consider the excess a gift. The password is 6 zeros. Xiao Xian, must you so resolutely sever ties with the Lin family? Lin Xingwan's face reflected hurt as she clutched the bank card. What else is there? Lin Xuan retorted mockingly. Should I express gratitude towards your family? Xiao Xian, why not return to the Lin family? I will persuade our parents. They would certainly not mind your previous insistence on leaving, Lin Xuan urged, her tone laden with remorse. I apologize for neglecting you before. I promise to treat you well from now on. Humph, Lin Xuan sneered. Spare me your insincerity, Lin Xingwan. The others in the Lin family are not virtuous. And neither are you. His eyes brimmed with derision as he recalled how the sisters had once formed a group to mock him together. You all laughed at my shortcomings. Did you not? My inability to use proper utensils at a Western dining table, my awkwardness in using the shower, and my foolish mistake that landed me in the emergency room. Each incident a source of amusement for you. The list of humiliations was endless. And the ironic truth was that he had once believed he simply needed to improve. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely a figure of ridicule in their eyes. Furthermore, they would go out of their way to torment him for their own entertainment. Lin Xingwan stared wide-eyed. Xiao Xian, he actually knows. Although she had never directly mocked him, she occasionally joined in the laughter. The realization struck her, how painful it must have been for him to endure all of that while maintaining his kindness towards them, never revealing a hint of his true feelings. Xiao Xian, Lin Xingwan's voice faltered. I'm sorry, eldest sister, why are you apologizing to him? Lin Xingxiu frowned. Shouldn't he be the one deserving ridicule for his actions? Lin Xuan, she continued, crossing her arms defiantly. What are you doing here in this luxury store? Do you have the means to buy such things? Lin Xuan chose to ignore her provocations, dismissing her with indifference. The sales assistant announced, Sir, please follow me to the payment area, bowing respectfully. Lin Xingxiu sneered, You should all realize that your time is wasted on him. He is merely a bumpkin without money, pretending to be affluent to toy with you. The sales assistant frowned. No money? Is that even possible? She cast a peculiar glance at Lin Xingxiu, having just noticed that the male customer was adorned in a garment from the esteemed brand OSA, each piece being truly one of a kind and costing no less than 1 million for a complete set. Furthermore, his shoes were also worth several hundred thousand, and that watched several million. His entire ensemble amounted to several million as well. How could he possibly be without means? The patrons within the store were primarily affluent ladies and socialites, who too recognized Lin Xian's exquisite attire. They exchanged disapproving glances at Lin Qingxiu. Who is she? Such a lack of manners. Indeed, it is utterly uncouth. Were I to have a child like that, I would surely discipline her, for it is an embarrassment. Lin Qingxiu assumed they were speaking of Lin Xian and retorted with a cold sneer. Lin Xian, if you wish to avoid disgrace, you ought to leave promptly. Third sister, be silent. Lin Qingwan reprimanded. Lin Qingxiu furrowed her brows. What is the matter with you, elder sister? Always defending Lin Xian. Waiter, how much is this? I will pay. Lin Qingwan inquired. Little Xian had been deeply hurt by the Lin family, and it is only natural that he currently hesitates to accept them. She wished to demonstrate through tangible actions that she still held him, her brother, close to her heart. Chapter 75. The bodyguard Su General Lin Xian stood by, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Miss, this gentleman is purchasing a pair of rings, totaling 90 million, the sales associate remarked with a subtle smile. Lin Qingwan's expression froze in disbelief. What? 90 million? Lin Qingxiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. A 90 million ring. The most expensive piece in her jewelry collection barely exceeded a few million. And here was Lin Xian brazenly declaring his intent to acquire nearly 100 million worth of rings. Miss, may I inquire if you prefer to pay by card? The sales associate maintained her pleasant demeanor. Lin Qingwan tightened her grip on her Chanel bag. Her previous belief that Lin Xian's expenditure was merely a little over 1 million now shattered by the revelation of 90 million. With only 300 million in her possession, she fretted over his extravagant spending, concerned he might stray from the right path. Lin Xian, why are you spending so much money? Lin Qingwan frowned, disapprovingly. Miss Lin, does this concern you? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, challenging her. Lin Qingxiu haughtily lifted her chin, retorting, you might as well choose the cheapest items. Perhaps my elder sister would gift them to you. I advise you not to pretend to be affluent. Unfazed, Lin Xian produced his card and handed it to the sales associate. Go ahead and process the payment. Certainly. The sales associate approached with the card reader. Lin Qingxiu braced herself for Lin Xian's impending embarrassment, convinced he would not successfully complete the transaction. Lin Xian entered his password. Payment successful. The machine emitted a cold mechanical tone. What? Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking her head in denial. It was inconceivable that Lin Xian possessed such wealth. There must have been an error. Lin Xian, where did you acquire so much money? Lin Qi once suddenly recalled Lin Li's words from that day, when a woman had taken Lin Xian away at the wedding ceremony. Her expression darkened with concern. You haven't truly become a kept man, have you? You are a member of the Lin family. You must not lower your worth. Heed your elder sister's advice and return to the Lin household, where you can still lead a life of affluence. Onlookers were astonished at the absurdity. What kind of reasoning was this? Witnessing their brother's wealth led them to assume he was being supported by someone else? Could they not consider the possibility of a romantic relationship? Even if the money belonged to a girlfriend, it was quite normal for her to spend on her boyfriend, wasn't it? Miss Lin, the affluent life you speak of involves living on a meager 300 a month from middle school to university, dining on leftovers, and residing in the maid's quarters? Lin Xian taunted with a smirk. The crowd gasped once more at the revelation, observing the sisters' lavish attire juxtaposed with their brother's plight. One could understand his disdainful attitude towards them. What sort of family was this? It was no wonder that girl appeared so uncultured. From their conversation, it was clear that this young man had distanced himself from his biological parents. Perhaps it was for the best. Such a family was hardly worth remaining with. Lin Qingxiu bit her lip, resentment towards Lin Xian swelling within her. How could he humiliate his sisters so publicly? Lin Qingwan's countenance also stiffened in discomfort. Xiao Xian, I apologize for neglecting you in the past. Will you return? I promise to make amends, Lin Qingwan said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, sure. I can go back. Xiao Xian, are you truly willing to return? Lin Qingwan's eyes sparkled with hope. The condition for my return is that you expel Lin Li from your family. Lin Xian replied with a carefree demeanor. I simply cannot tolerate him. Of course, even if Lin Li were to leave the Lin family, returning would still be out of the question for him. The Lin family repulsed him. Xiao Xian, can you not tolerate Lin Li so much? You could coexist peacefully, Lin Qingwan frowned. Since you refuse to remove him, spare me the incessant nagging. With that, Lin Xian left, clutching the ring. He had more pressing matters to attend to and no time to squander with them. Lin Xuan entered a quaint pastry shop, intending to bake a cake for Su Hua knew. This particular shop was somewhat secluded. A group of men clad in black suits discreetly approached the shop, pretending to browse outside. They soon caught the attention of Su Hua's bodyguards. One of them was recognized by Su Hua's team, prompting swift action to apprehend them and bring them before Su Hua. In the living room of Night Garden, a stunning woman adorned with a delicate hairpin sat elegantly on the sofa, draped in a refined white qipao. Her figure exuded grace, captivating the imagination. Su Hua gently swirled her glass of red wine, her gaze casually drifting towards the three men kneeling before her. Aren't these the men from my uncle? How did they end up here? Su Hua reclined languidly on the sofa, her tone indifferent. To her, they were merely insignificant insects, unworthy of her emotional investment. Master. They were following young Master Lin. I suspect they intended to harm him, a bodyguard answered respectfully. Su Hua's eyes narrowed dangerously. What do you intend to do to him? Her voice was icy, sending a chill through the kneeling men. Huh? Su Hua chuckled lightly. Since you refuse to speak, I suppose I shall send you to the snake pit. The snake pit? The men's eyes widened in horror. They had heard tales of this place, where countless snakes were crammed into a mere 4 square meters, starving for days, primarily small, non-venomous serpents. Once thrown inside, a person would be ensnared by the ravenous creatures, meeting a gruesome end in fear. How terrifying. The bodyguards began to escort the 3 men away. I will talk. I will talk. One of the men shouted in terror. They were promptly returned to Su Hua's presence. Miss, he claims that Lin Xuan is someone you care about. He intends to capture Lin Xuan and use him as leverage against you. Should you refuse to succumb to his threats, he will torture Lin Xuan to his demise, ensuring your suffering, the man stammered. My dear uncle truly is misbehaving, Su Hua remarked. Su Hua smiled gently, yet her voice was laced with a chilling coldness. Since you are so disobedient, then there is no need to keep you around. Chapter 76. Her fatal weakness. Initially, she contemplated retaining him for a while to exploit his presence against others. However, since he dared to confront her beloved Xian, she saw no reason to keep him any longer. Anyone who would dare harm Xian deserved nothing less than death. Su Hua's fingertips lightly tapped on the armrest of the sofa, her eyes narrowing slightly. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Butler Wang understood that someone was about to face dire consequences. It was baffling why Su Hai would provoke anyone, let alone the man whom Miss Su held dear to her heart. Provoking her personally was far less perilous than inciting young Master Lin. Su Hua picked up her phone and commanded, "Bring my dear second uncle to me. But make sure he remains alive." Her subordinates had long since infiltrated Su Hai's vicinity and were well acquainted with his circumstances. Capturing him was merely a matter of timing. At Su Hua's command, a convoy of over a dozen vehicles surged towards Su Hai's villa. Inside a villa on the outskirts, Su Hai furrowed his brow. Where are they? Why have they not returned? I can't reach them, boss. Do you think they might have been captured by Su Hua's people? One of his subordinates expressed with concern. Su Hua must have dispatched someone to protect him. Our men have been discovered by hers, Su Hai sneered. It seems Su Hua holds a significant attachment to this Lin Xuan. Ah, Su Hua, it appears you too possess a weakness, Su Hai laughed heartily. In the past, Su Hua had been like an impenetrable fortress, devoid of any vulnerabilities. He had not anticipated her to be so concerned about a man. Indeed, no woman could escape the grasp of affection. Now that he had discerned her Achilles heel, manipulating her would become a trivial endeavor. He would undoubtedly capture Lin Xuan in the future and leverage him to coerce Su Hua into relinquishing control of the Su family. She is merely a woman. What gives her the right to contest my claim to the Su family's power? Su Hai's face radiated with smug satisfaction. Soon, Su Hua would fall into his grasp, and the Su group would be his. The mere thought of this filled Su Hai with unparalleled exhilaration. After being suppressed by Su Hua for so many years, he would finally turn the tables. Before the smile could fade from his face, one of his subordinates rushed in, breathless and panicked. Boss, there's trouble. The subordinate gasped. What is it? Why are you in such a frenzy? Su Hai inquired, his tone serious. There's a group that has burst in. They must be Su Hua's people. They appeared suddenly, without any warning. The subordinate reported, trembling. What on earth? Su Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. My villa is fortified. Not even a fly could enter. How did they get in? There was no sign of any disturbance. It seems that among our ranks, several of Su Hua's people have been embedded. They simply opened the doors and allowed her people in, the subordinate replied, quaking in fear. Su Hai's expression darkened ominously. He had been negligent. He had allowed Su Hua to infiltrate his inner circle. At that moment, A man stepped into the room. Yuanjie, Su Hai exclaimed, his voice charged with urgency. Su Hua's people have arrived. You must go and apprehend them all. Hong Yuanjie had become his most trusted aide, and now he placed all his hopes solely on him. Help you? Huh. A chill smile crept across Hong Yuanjie's lips, but I am a person of Su Hua, and my master intends to deal with you. Do you truly believe I would assist you? Su Hai's pupils constricted suddenly. Su Hua's person? After all my trust in you, you dare to betray me? Su Hai gritted his teeth. I have always been a person of Su Hua, strategically placed by her at your side. There is no betrayal in this. Hong Yuanjie replied with a smirk. 3 years ago, when you faced danger, that was also my doing. I risked my life to save you. Solely to gain your trust and serve General Su. Su Hai trembled with rage, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Su Hua all along. That despicable and shameless wretch. Young Master Su, my mistress wishes to see you. Please accompany me, Hong Yuanjie said with a frosty smile. Su Hai's expression darkened considerably. Over the past year, he had relied heavily on Hong Yuanjie, who wielded significant power. This incident, allowing Su Hua's people entry, must have been orchestrated by him. Hong Yuanjie, being so close, had undoubtedly cultivated many followers. Su Hua could capture him at any moment. He had just sent someone to apprehend Lin Xuan, and now Su Hua had turned against him. She must have acted for Lin Xuan's sake. Lin Xuan was evidently far more important to Su Hua than he had imagined. Capture this time. Su Hua would undoubtedly torment him thoroughly. No, he could not fall into her hands. He, Su Hai, could not kneel before Su Hua. Su Hua, you have acquired a fatal weakness. Even if I perish, others will eventually bring you down. Accepting defeat this time, he acknowledged, however, even in my loss. You cannot claim victory. Ha ha ha, Su Hai drew a gun, aiming it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. He sought to end his life. With a loud bang, his hand was struck, a gaping wound appearing on his right wrist. Ah, Su Hai groaned in agony, clutching his injured hand. To die was not so simple. Hong Yuanjie scoffed, ordering to take him back to his master. Make sure to keep an eye on him. Our master wants him alive. Yes. Su Hai was bound tightly and ushered into a vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, wishing to surprise Su Hua, sent her a message. A Xuan, Hua Bao. I have some matters to attend to. I will be late returning today. You needn't wait for me for dinner. After a considerable time passed, Hua Bao, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. In the past, Su Hua would respond to his messages almost instantaneously, never taking more than 30 seconds. This time, however, it took her a full 5 minutes to reply. He could already envision the frustrated and aggrieved expression on Su Hua's face, prompting a low chuckle from him. Her demeanor resembled that of a child, which he found utterly endearing. At this moment, in the night garden, Su Hua's mood was far from pleasant. An aura of coldness emanating from her. Butler Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. What seems to be the matter, miss? Moments ago, she exuded an air of languor. But suddenly, it was as though someone owed her 8 million. No, 800 billion. Tell the chef not to prepare dinner for Asian tonight, Su Hua commanded coldly. The housekeeper, Wang, was taken aback. No wonder Ms. Su's mood had soured. It turned out that young Master Lin would not be home for dinner. Yes, miss. I shall inform him at once, Wang replied, silently sweating for Su Hai, knowing that when Ms. Su was displeased, Su Hai would undoubtedly become her outlet for frustration. Her Su Hai was doomed. An hour later, Su Hai was forcefully brought before Su Hua. With a thud, he was tossed to the ground by Hong Yuanjie, second uncle. It has been a while, Su Hua remarked, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she regarded the kneeling Su Hai. Su Hua, you are truly despicable. You have actually embedded a spy among us. Su Hai glared at Su Hua, his expression one of rage, as if he wished to devour her alive. All's fair in war, Su Hua retorted, elegantly rising in her pristine white qipao. She took a small, exquisite knife from Wang's hands. If Lin Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this knife. It was the very one Su Hua had used to eliminate Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li. Chapter 77, Dangerously Alluring Uncle. Su Hua knelt before Su Hai, her eyes curving gently as she smiled. I had intended to spare you for a while. But who prompted you to harm my Xian? Since you dared to send someone to capture him, you must now endure a fate of excruciating torment. With a swift motion, Su Hua lifted the blade, gently prodding Su Hai's chin. The icy edge of the knife made contact, causing Su Hai to tremble uncontrollably. Su Hua, I am your uncle. Please release me, and I promise I shall never oppose you again, he pleaded desperately. Upon entering the night garden, his limbs felt weak. Compared to death, he feared the agony inflicted by Su Hua even more. Uncle, it is too late, she replied, her smile unwavering. Her beauty was breathtaking, captivating any man who beheld her, compelling them to wish to keep her all to themselves. In Su Hai's eyes, she appeared as a devil emerging from the depths of hell. Nearby, a black tiger was held by a bodyguard, its predatory gaze fixed upon Su Hai. "My dear uncle, relish this moment of torment I have prepared for you." The knife's tip traced across Su Hai's face, blood oozing forth from the wound. "Su Hua, I beg you, spare me, please," Su Hai implored repeatedly. Su Hua licked her lips, her eyes alight with exhilaration. She reveled in the act of tormenting others. The more fearful they became, the more invigorated she felt. She delighted in blood and in witnessing the desperate struggles of those she tortured. A strange smile graced her face as she continued to carve into Su Hai's flesh, pinned down by two bodyguards, rendering him helpless to escape. Forced to watch her with dread, the piercing pain on his face, coupled with the bloodied hole in his wrist from a bullet wound, left him trembling in agony. At one point, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Awaken," Su Hua commanded coldly. With a splash, the pre-prepared salt water, still icy, was thrown onto Su Hai. His face was marred by the scars inflicted by her knife, unrecognizable from his former self. Tortured to the brink of despair, Su Hai trembled as he uttered, "Su Hua, your uncle realizes his mistakes. I do not ask for mercy. I only seek a swift end." There was no agony more profound than being relentlessly tormented in the throes of death. "Uncle, why the rush? This has only just begun," she teased, her lips curling into a smirk. After all, Xian would not return for dinner tonight, granting her ample time to indulge in his suffering. With a terrified gaze, Su Hai watched as she continued to slice into his flesh, one cut after another. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan emerged from the cake shop, carrying a cake on which he had poured much thought and effort, even crafting a small figurine resembling Su Hua. On his way home, he stopped to purchase a bouquet of roses. Just as he exited the flower shop and prepared to get back into his car, fate intervened, and he encountered Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao regarded Lin Xuan with an expression of betrayal, prompting him to inwardly lament his misfortune. As he attempted to leave, she blocked his path. "Lin Xuan, why do you treat me this way? Why, despite your evident affection for me, are you now with another woman? Is that cake intended for her?" Qin Ruoyao's expression was one of profound hurt. "Lin Xuan, I have developed feelings for you. Will you be with me?" Qin Ruoyao grasped Lin Xuan's hand, her plea tinged with vulnerability. Instinctively, Lin Xuan withdrew his hand, aware that Su Hua's bodyguard was nearby, fearing that this moment would be captured and sent to her. "Qin, please maintain your dignity. I am already in a relationship," Lin Xuan replied coldly. "Must you speak to me in such a manner, Lin Xuan?" Qin Ruoyao bit her lip, a look of grievance on her face. For days, she had been monitoring the trending topics on Weibo, witnessing the meteoric rise of the Palm Heart novel website. Knowing that Lin Xuan had achieved entrepreneurial success only intensified her desire to be with him. "Or else," Lin Xuan retorted. "Don't you realize how demeaning this is, Qin Ruoyao? When I pursued you with unwavering devotion, you disregarded me, yet now that my affections have waned, you seek me out. Lin Xuan, I simply did not recognize my own feelings until now. I have come to understand that I truly like you," Qin Ruoyao professed, her expression earnest. Lin Xuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Qin Ruoyao, your love for money surpasses all else. Do not feign sincerity. I am aware of your entanglement with Lin Li. On the day of our wedding, you were at the hotel with him, were you not?" Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened in shock. How could he know? When did he find out? Her complexion turned pale in an instant. "Lin Xuan, please do not misunderstand," she stammered, anxiety creeping into her voice. "My true affection lies with you. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. If you wish for me to sever ties with him, I am willing to do so for your sake." Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow at the approaching figure of a man. "Ah, is that not my dear brother Lin Li? Qin Ruoyao, you may clarify things with him now." With a stiff turn of her head, she indeed spotted Lin Li, though her heart belonged to Lin Xuan. Lin Li was destined to inherit the Lin Group, promising a life of luxury, making her reluctant to part ways with him. "Since you cannot extricate yourself from Lin Li, spare me the display of deep affection. It is quite repugnant," Lin Xuan said, pushing Qin Ruoyao away before getting into his car and accelerating towards the night garden. Lin Li approached Qin Ruoyao. "Yao Yao, was that Lin Xuan just now?" he inquired. "Yes," Qin Ruoyao replied nonchalantly. "I had a brief conversation with him." Lin Li wrapped his arms around her. "Yao Yao, do you like Lin Xuan?" "I do not, brotherly. Please do not misunderstand," she quickly denied. "Silly girl. I like you. How could I be unaware of your feelings?" Lin Li chuckled affectionately. If you truly fancy him, pursue him without hesitation, regardless of the outcome. I will always stand by your side. Only when Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xuan are together will that woman abandon Lin Xuan, thus leaving him. Once nurtured by a wealthy benefactor, destitute and in dire straits. Li Gu, you are truly wonderful, Qin Ruoyao said, touched as she embraced Lin Li tightly. A flicker of disdain rose in Lin Li's eyes. Lin Xuan returned to the night garden. The living room was suffused with a pungent scent of blood. Su Hai lay on the ground, tormented and barely clinging to life. Su Huan, even in death, I will not spare you, Su Hai gritted his teeth. Su Huan, weary of the game, plunged a knife into Su Hai's chest, blood splattered, staining her visage. At that moment, a smile curled at the corners of Su Huan's lips. And with her face smeared in blood, she resembled a blooming red spider lily, dangerous and alluring. Chapter 78. I am not afraid of you. This was the first time Butler Wang witnessed Su Hua tormenting someone for such an extended period. And he shook his head in disbelief. This time, Su Hai had genuinely crossed the young lady's threshold. Furthermore, with young Master Lin absent from dinner, the young lady's mood was particularly foul, creating a compounded effect. It seemed that Su Hai, still clinging to life, was being preserved by the young lady to feed Ollie. Destined to endure torment before witnessing his own demise at the hands of a tiger, ultimately succumbing to his fate. How tragic. Even Butler Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Su Hai. With a knife stained in blood, Su Hua lightly tapped Su Hai's face. My dear second uncle, before you meet your end, at least you can fill Ollie's belly. That counts for something, she remarked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Su Hua. Su Hai pointed accusingly at her, his eyes filled with venom. I curse you to never attain the love you desire, to have all those you cherish betray you, and to live a life of utter loneliness. Betrayal. Su Hua seemed to recall a painful memory, the veins on the back of her hand bulging with tension. Soon, her expression shifted to one of cold fury. Those who betrayed her were all dead. As for loneliness, Xian would keep her company. Even if he were to perish, he would still be with her. At that moment, Lin Xuan entered the living room, carrying a cake, roses, and a ring. Su Hua. Upon his arrival, Lin Xuan caught sight of Su Hua gripping the knife as she lunged towards Su Hai. Hearing his voice, Su Hua froze. Her hand's motion halted. She turned her rigid body to face the young man clad in a white casual outfit, exuding warmth. Xian had returned. Would he now see her brutal side and fear her, find her repulsive, or even detest her? With a clatter, the knife slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Xian. In that instant, Su Hua's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling lost and vulnerable. Like a child caught in wrongdoing. I'm sorry, Xian. If you find me frightening, I will change. I shall never kill again. Everyone in the living room stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The ruthless female demon, who had just moments ago shown no hesitation in taking a life, suddenly appeared soft and vulnerable. How surreal. Was this truly their master? Butler Wang's palms were slick with sweat. He shared the same concern as Su Hua, fearing that Lin Xuan might not accept this version of her. Young Master Lin must not revert to his former self, terrified of the young lady and fleeing from her. For that would drive her to madness. Su Hai, still alive and clinging to his sanity, pressed a hand to his heart. Observing Su Hua's helpless demeanor ignited a spark of intense surprise in his eyes. Su Hua was unwilling to let this man witness her commit murder. This indicated that she had never revealed her true self before him. Ha ha. Su Hai laughed heartily. Lin Xuan, did you see how terrifying this woman is? She is a devil, a heartless demon. She revels in tormenting others, in killing, and should she take a disliking to you, you may very well meet the same fate as I, with no place to rest in death. I am Su Hua's uncle by blood, yet she disregards our familial bonds, subjecting me to this torment. As for you, an outsider, how could you fare any better? You must not allow yourself to develop feelings for her. It would be wise to flee, distancing yourself as far as possible. Ha ha ha. Su Hai laughed uncontrollably, finding some semblance of satisfaction in witnessing Su Hua's heartbreak at the hands of her beloved, even as he approached death. Master Lin, Butler Wang quickly stepped forward to clarify. Despite being the young lady's uncle, he had, on numerous occasions, sought her life for the sake of the Su family's wealth and power. The young lady's treatment of him was, in fact, his own doing. Master Lin, you are not like him. The young lady harbors affection for you. Even if she harms herself, she would never inflict pain upon you. Her torment of Su Hai this time is a consequence of his attempts to harm you. I am aware, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. He set down the items he was carrying and approached Su Hua. In that moment, Su Hua's hands and feet were cold. She kept her head bowed, afraid to meet Lin Xuan's gaze, terrified of seeing fear and disdain reflected in his eyes. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides. If Xian truly feared her, desperately seeking to escape her presence as he once did, she would never allow him to leave. His tenderness towards her over these past days could not be so easily retracted. Should he dare to flee, she would ensure he remained bound to her for eternity. A surge of rage enveloped her, and her beautiful eyes gradually took on a crimson hue. She fought to suppress the impulses within her. Butler Wang, observing the trembling of Su Hua's hands, felt a sudden dread. This was not good. The young lady was about to have another episode. Previously, she had been provoked into such states by Master Lin on several occasions. Lin Xuan, noticing Su Hua's distress, sighed and picked up a tissue from the coffee table, gently dabbing the blood from her face. Su Hua stared at him in astonishment. Why was he still so tender towards her? Did he not fear her? Was he merely pretending? She searched his face and eyes for any sign of pretense, but found none. His gaze remained soft, devoid of fear or disgust. Lin Xuan meticulously wiped away every trace of blood from her face and body. Belle, I know who you are. If you wish to kill someone, you shall do so, and I will not fear you, Lin Xuan reassured her. Su Hua gazed at him, her eyes gradually losing their crimson tint. He said he was not afraid of her. Lin Xuan gently lifted his hand to stroke her hair, adding, however, your blood is too tainted. You need not dirty your hands. Butler Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Master Lin could accept the young lady in this state. Su Hua pursed her lips, her mind consumed with the thought that Xian truly did not fear her. Lin Xuan guided Su Hua to sit by the sofa. You remain here obediently and leave him to me, all right? He turned, his gaze shifting to the prostrate Su Hai, where warmth had vanished, replaced by a shadowed intensity. He approached the bloodstained knife, picked it up, and crouched before Su Hai. I am aware of your attempts to sow discord between me and Hua Bao, but alas, your scheming has come to naught. I shall never fear her, not now, nor ever. He could never be intimidated by Su Hua's act of murder. After all, he had witnessed her true nature in his previous life. He understood that even if Su Hua were to slay the entire world, including herself, she would never bring harm to him. Oftentimes, Su Hua merely uttered threats of turning him into a vegetable or a lifeless body to accompany her, yet in truth, she would never resort to such actions. Otherwise, in his past life, she would not have permitted him to wed Qin Ruoyao. Chapter 79. I offer myself to you. Su Hai stared in astonishment at him. After Lin Xuan spoke, he deliberately and methodically severed Su Hai's neck, causing his head to detach from his body. This time, it was Lin Xuan who was splattered with blood. Even in death, Su Hai's wide-open eyes conveyed a sense of unwillingness. The bodyguards and Butler Wang were all left dumbfounded. Goodness! Young Master Lin, who appeared so gentle, could calmly behead Su Hai. They had indeed underestimated young Master Lin. A man who could capture the heart of the young lady could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Take him away, Lin Xuan commanded, and clean this place thoroughly. Su Huan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan. Xian, why are you not afraid of me? Su Huan asked, her voice dazed, expecting him to flee from her once more. She was acutely aware of how terrifying it was to take a life, which was why she had never dared to let him see that side of her. Bao, you are my girlfriend, and I cherish every facet of you, Lin Xuan replied with a gentle smile. And look at me. He raised his bloodied hands. I have taken a life as well, Su Huan. We are of the same kind. Butler Wang smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, they were of the same kind. Even the delicate boyfriend had been tainted, and how delightful that was. Stars twinkled in Su Huan's eyes. Truly, her Xian was wonderful. Such a version of him made her reluctant to let go. Bao, let us wash up first, Lin Xuan whispered. All right. Su Huan obediently allowed Lin Xuan to lead her upstairs. Hong Yuanjie frowned and said, Butler Wang, this man is the master's. Ah, he is the young lady's beloved. One can only say that he is not to be trifled with. Su Hai's demise came about because he sent someone to capture young Master Lin. Butler Wang replied with a smile. Butler Wang, what exactly is his status? Regardless of his status, he is the man adored by the young lady. Mr. Hong, I hope you can exercise caution and refrain from provoking him, Butler Wang advised. Hong Yuanjie darkened his expression. Did this not imply that his status was ordinary? Given the master's reaction, that man had not experienced the brutality of life. He was not strong enough to be worthy of the master. He gathered from their conversation that Su Hai's downfall was also due to his attempt to harm Lin Xuan. With Su Hai dead, what about the others? Would they seek to exploit this man to threaten the young lady? Such a weak man beside the master would only be a burden. Upstairs, Lin Xuan and Su Huan shared a tranquil bath. Su Huan, wait for me here. I shall return shortly, Lin Xuan said, gently seating her on the sofa in the bedroom. He hurried downstairs to fetch the cakes, rings, and roses, bringing them back upstairs. Before Su Huan's astonished gaze, Lin Xuan knelt before her, holding the roses. He opened a red box, revealing a pair of dazzling rings. Su Huan's pupils dilated in shock. Su Huan, Lin Xuan gazed at her tenderly, will you be my girlfriend? I shall love you, protect you, and cherish you for a lifetime. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hua's eyes. Yet, just a girlfriend. She had thought. Indeed, she had grown increasingly greedy, initially. She felt content with his slightly better demeanor towards her, but now her desires had expanded to include the hope of marriage and children. Nonetheless, being a girlfriend, that was still sufficient. Yes, a smile blossomed on Su Hua's face as she extended her hand, and Lin Xuan slipped the ring onto her middle finger. The ring adorning her middle finger signified their romantic entanglement. Lin Xuan, too, wore a ring identical to hers on his left hand's middle finger. Hua Bao. Lin Xuan tenderly pressed a kiss on Su Hua's forehead, saying, I intended to place this ring on your finger on your birthday. However, I had not yet earned any money. I wanted to gift you something from my own earnings. Su Hua blinked. Previously, she had always taken the initiative, but this time, it seemed that her Xian was leading the way. Oh, she found herself liking him more and more. Lin Xuan brought out the cake and lit the candles. Hua Bao, make a wish. The corners of Su Hua's lips lifted slightly. On her last birthday, Xian had also baked her a cake, but she had fallen ill and had not been able to enjoy it. The next day, she learned from Butler Wang that the cake had been made by Xian himself, even though it had gone stale. She could not bear to waste it and devoured a large piece. How could she squander something made by Xian? Although it led to a day of stomach aches. This was Su Hua's first birthday celebration. After making a wish and extinguishing the candles, she had a small piece of cake before Lin Xuan playfully pushed her down onto the carpet. Su Hua stared blankly at the man above her. What was Xian up to? Lin Xuan lowered his voice, whispering in her ear, there is one more birthday gift, and that is me. Hua Bao, I give myself to you. From now on, I, Lin Xuan, belong to you. Lin Xuan leaned down and captured Su Hua's luscious red lips in a kiss. Su Hua's soft hands instinctively climbed around the man's neck. As they kissed, the temperature in the room began to rise. Soon, the air was filled with intimate sounds. At 5:30, the chef had finished preparing dinner. A maid arrived on the second floor, but was halted by Butler Wang. What brings you to the young lady's room? He inquired. Butler, I was going to call the young lady and young Master Lin for dinner. The maid replied. Do you possess any sense of discretion? Butler Wang's eyes widened. Are you in a position to disturb young Master Lin and the young lady? Do not spoil their moment. He was still contemplating the prospect of a young master. The young maid, lacking an understanding of Butler Wang's words, dared not disobey and retreated. Xiao Lu, I was just about to call the young lady for dinner, but Butler Wang told me not to interrupt them. What is going on? The maid questioned, perplexed. Another maid chuckled coyly. Of course, it pertains to matters of romance. She gestured with her fingers. The maid instantly comprehended. They were sharing a kiss. She clutched her chest, a wave of trepidation rising within her. Fortunately, she did not knock on the door. Otherwise, it would have disrupted the young lady's delightful mood, and he would have had to endure the consequences. Since Lin Xuan began training in the space, his physical strength and endurance have improved significantly. Yet he still found himself utterly drained in the end. Su Hua was irresistibly alluring, presenting him with 5 or 6 sets of particularly enticing garments that left him utterly disoriented. The air was thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. Su Hua lay upon Lin Xuan's chest, gazing at the strikingly handsome features of the man, a satisfied smile playing upon her lips. At this moment, Xian was truly wonderful. She fervently wished that this blissful state could last forever. After observing Lin Xuan for a considerable time, Su Hua finally closed her eyes, embraced him, and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 80. President Su, Qin Ruiyao confesses to Lin Xuan the following day. Su Hua sat at the dining table, adorned in a crimson nightgown, perusing the forum of Shanqing University, her brows knitted in concern. The status of her relationship with a Xian had been denied, and to make matters worse, numerous girls were affectionately referring to him as my husband, proclaiming their love for him from afar. Su Hua's expression darkened, a tempest of resentment swirling within her. Yet, a mere glance at the ring on her middle finger dissipated her ire. No matter how enamored they were with a Xian, he would forever be her man. However, she resolved to visit Shanqing University soon to assert her claim. Touching the ring, a subtle smile graced her lips. Beside her, Butler Wang nodded in approval, feeling a sense of relief. The young lady appeared to be transformed into a love-struck girl, contrasting starkly with her previously cold and emotionless demeanor. By the way, what about the bouquet of roses? Su Hua inquired. They are being well cared for in the living room, Butler Wang replied. You need not worry. They look vibrant and will not wilt any time soon. Create a separate greenhouse for them and hire a top-notch gardener to tend to them. Ensure they thrive, Su Hua commanded. Understood, miss, Butler Wang acknowledged. Throughout the morning, Lin Xuan appeared to be attentively engaged in class, yet his mind had transcended into a different realm. He needed to rapidly elevate his combat abilities. Over the past few days, he had been diligently practicing martial arts and firearms. The incident with Su Hai had made him acutely aware that being close to Su Hua would likely attract adversaries in the future. He could not afford to hinder her progress. At noon, as Lin Xuan prepared to return to his dormitory, he descended the stairs of the teaching building and was greeted by a myriad of rose pots arranged to form a heart shape. The ever-curious citizens of Xia country naturally flocked to witness the spectacle. The confession scene attracted a throng of students, and even some professors observed from a distance. Lin Xuan took note but paid little heed. He had little interest in the gossip. As he passed the roses, Qin Ruoyao suddenly emerged, cradling a bouquet of roses in her hands. Lin Xuan, she called out, standing before him. Wow! A chorus of onlookers erupted in excitement. Lin Xuan felt an uneasy premonition wash over him. Was Qin Ruoyao truly confessing to him? Lin Xuan, Qin Ruoyao gazed at him with fervent eyes. Will you be my boyfriend? Let us forget the past and start anew. What the actual? She was indeed confessing. Lin Xuan was at a loss for words. Hadn't he already clarified matters with her the day before? How could she brazenly approach him like this? He had never realized the depths of her audacity. Did she not value her reputation? Was she not afraid of embarrassing herself in public? Click, click. Yili discreetly captured the moment with his camera, sending the photos to Su Hua. President Su. Hello, this is Yili. Qin Ruoyao is currently confessing to Lin Xuan. In the Su Corporation office. Su Hua narrowed her eyes as she read the message. Jiang Qing observed that Su Hua appeared somewhat unsettled, seizing the opportunity while pouring coffee. She discreetly glanced at the messages on her phone. Upon reading the contents, her eyes widened in disbelief. A confession? Qin Ruoyao intends to confess her feelings to young Master Lin? This cannot end well. President Su is bound to erupt in fury. Young Master Lin is destined for misfortune. Then, Jiang Qing witnessed an astonishing scene. Su Hua added Yuli's number to her blacklist, then, with an air of calm, tossed her phone back onto the desk. What? President Su displayed no reaction at all. Aren't you going to call and inquire about this, President Su? Jiang Qing asked, her curiosity piqued. No need. Su Hua replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. I trust Xian. Jiang Qing, in a relationship, trust is paramount. One can only hope that Xian does not let her down. Jiang Qing couldn't help but feel perplexed. What has Lin Xuan done to cause such a remarkable transformation in President Su within just a few short weeks? Hadn't young Master Lin nearly been reprimanded by President Su for the love letter incident at the start of the semester? Now she seems utterly indifferent to Qin Ruoyao's confession to Lin Xuan. Impressive, indeed. Young Master Lin is quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, the number of onlookers among the students continued to swell. Previously, Lin Xuan had always trailed behind Qin Ruoyao like a devoted admirer, but now, he seemed to have withdrawn his affections, leaving Qin Ruoyao to pursue him instead. This is indeed sensational news. Do you think Lin Xuan will accept Qin Ruoyao's confession? One student speculated. He probably will. He has always had a fondness for her. With such a grand display, how could he not be thrilled? I'm not so sure. Lin Xuan has been ignoring Qin Ruoyao lately. Just the other day, he caused her to receive a major demerit and publicly apologize in front of the entire school. Clearly, he is not interested in her. Exactly. He even clarified their relationship on the forum a few days ago. Many girls began to watch with eager anticipation, hoping to witness Qin Ruoyao's embarrassment unfold. Lin Xuan, please agree to be my boyfriend. I promise to cherish our time together and love you wholeheartedly. If you are willing, we can even consider marriage, Qin Ruoyao said softly. She had dressed carefully for this occasion, her softly curled hair cascading down her back, adorned in a white Chanel-style dress, high heels accentuating her figure, and a light touch of makeup enhancing her beauty and innocence, evoking a sense of affection from onlookers. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Xuan, say yes. Say yes. They shouted, clapping enthusiastically. Yili, who was recording the scene, couldn't help but smile. If Lin Xuan dared to nod, President Su would surely have his head. How could Lin Xuan, who so clearly cherishes Qin Ruoyao, possibly refuse her? Yet, Lin Xuan regarded Qin Ruoyao as if she were a fool. "Do you wish to play the role of the mistress?" he asked, showing no mercy. Qin Ruoyao's expression froze, completely taken aback by Lin Xuan's words. "You are well aware that I am in a relationship. Why must you insist on approaching me? Is this not a descent into moral decay?" Boom. The onlookers were taken aback. They nearly forgot that Lin Xuan had mentioned his girlfriend's strong possessiveness, disapproving of his interactions with other women. At that moment, Qin Ruoyao was present, having heard Lin Xuan's words, yet she boldly approached him to confess her feelings, truly eager to assume the role of the other woman. Yili's expression turned grim. Lin Xuan actually rejected Qin Ruoyao. Why did he not accept? This would have allowed him to further incite discord between himself and Mr. Su. Lin Xuan raised his left hand, revealing his ring. "Let me reiterate. I have a girlfriend, Qin Ruoyao. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. I do not wish for my girlfriend to misunderstand." "Lin Xuan, must you humiliate me publicly in this manner?" Qin Ruoyao's eyes reddened with indignation. She had assumed that in such a situation, Lin Xuan would be reluctant to see her embarrassed and would certainly acquiesce to her advances. Instead, he had still turned her down. After she had already humbled herself so thoroughly, how could he refuse her so coldly? How could he? Her dignity was being shattered because of Lin Xuan. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, tears cascading down her cheeks, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Chapter 81. "Well done, Qin Ruoyao. What are you to me, and why should I care about your feelings?" Lin Xuan gazed at Qin Ruoyao as if she were a fool. "And your confession lacks sincerity. Just a few roses? Where are the rings? The handmade cake?" Lin Xuan scoffed and chose not to engage further with Qin Ruoyao, circumventing her as he departed. Noticing a familiar figure, Lin Xuan squinted slightly. Was that Yili? He appeared to be recording on his phone, likely intending to report to Su Hua. Today a spectacle had certainly satisfied the onlookers. TSK, I once thought Qin Ruoyao was pure, yet here she is, eagerly pursuing Lin Xuan now that he is wealth. Lin Xuan, now boasting a Koenigsegg and a Rolls-Royce. Having earned millions from writing novels and starting a literary website, was indeed impressive. When he had previously adored her, she had looked down upon him. Now that he had moved on, she was trying to win him back. It seemed that Qin Ruoyao was a woman who could only be swayed by wealth. "I've got money, my friends. Just wait until I claim her." Hearing these remarks, Qin Ruoyao's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She ran away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Luo Yuan hurried after her. Finding a secluded spot, he caught up with her. Qin Ruoyao leaned on Luo Yuan's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. "How could Lin Xuan treat me like that? How could he?" Luo Yuan gently patted her back. "Yao Yao, don't cry. If Lin Xuan doesn't cherish you, then forget about him. There are plenty of people who admire you. Why am I inferior to that woman? Why must he prefer her?" Qin Ruoyao's tears fell continuously onto Luo Yuan's shoulder. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Su Hua, with her esteemed status, why should she compete for a man with her? Luo Yuan's heart ached, a sharp pang of sorrow. After all these years by Yao Yao's side, why did she not see him? Why did she fall for the worthless Lin Xuan? The more Qin Ruoyao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her resentment toward Lin Xuan growing. Wasn't it because of that woman that he looked down upon her? She doubted Su Hua's genuine feelings for Lin Xuan, convinced that she would wait for the day he was cast aside. On that day, she would hold onto Li Ji's hand, standing triumphantly before Lin Xuan. She would become the lady of the Lin family, placing herself beyond his reach. In the Su Group office, Su Hua claimed indifference. Yet she remained fixated on her phone, monitoring the forum of Shanqing University. This was the hub of gossip, and Qin Ruoyao's confession to Lin Xuan would undoubtedly be posted. The homepage was inundated with threads about Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xuan. Oh, the most explosive gossip of the year has arrived. Qin Ruoyao arranged a heart-shaped formation of roses to confess to Lin Xuan, the goddess of the school, professing her love to the campus heartthrob, who once was her devoted admirer. Do you think he will accept? Many students lamented their absence from school, relegated to consuming the gossip from the forum. Su Hua continuously refreshed the posts, her lips pressed together in a thin line. Though she professed her trust in Lin Xuan, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within her, especially considering his past affections for Qin Ruoyao. It was only when she saw the posts declaring that Lin Xuan had rejected Qin Ruoyao, branding her as the third party, and that he wore a ring on his middle finger while publicly announcing he had a girlfriend, that her eyes softened with joy. "Ah Xian, how obedient you are." Jiang Qing, curious, inquired about her evident delight. Lin Xuan also sent a message to Su Hua. "Hua Bao, today Qin Ruoyao confessed her feelings for me, but I turned her down. My heart belongs solely to you. How could I accept a confession from another woman?" Su Hua quickly replied, "Well done." Lin Xuan sighed with relief. Fortunately, he had noticed Yi Li taking pictures of Su Hua. Otherwise, she might have locked him away again. He anticipated Yi Li would soon take action against him, but he merely needed to respond accordingly. As for Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. He had been too preoccupied with making money to deal with her, but it was high time to confront Qin Ruoyao, lest she linger before him incessantly, a constant annoyance. He planned to expose the truth about Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li, who shared no genuine feelings for each other, only a mutual interest in benefits. Qin Ruoyao coveted Lin Li's wealth and family background, while Lin Li, motivated by his previous affection for Qin Ruoyao, sought to usurp everything from him, his family, his identity as the scion of the Lin family, and even the woman he cherished. Moreover, Lin Li had been using Qin Ruoyao to undermine him. If the affair between these two duplicitous individuals were to be revealed, it would surely lead to a spectacle of mutual destruction, a most entertaining drama. His next move would be to sow discord. After concluding his second afternoon class, Lin Xuan made his way to a CAF. Having launched a novel website, he was now intent on establishing an entertainment company, seeking to recruit a manager for it. Dressed in a tattered suit, Lei Hui occasionally glanced at his phone. As 5 minutes ticked by, his heart grew colder. Indeed, he should not have harbored such high hopes. With his notorious reputation in the industry, how could anyone possibly consider him for the role of company president? A sardonic smile crept across Lei Hui's face. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the CAF as several young women, seemingly in their 20s, covered their mouths in excitement. "Ah, he is so handsome. Which male star from the entertainment industry is that? I want to pursue him. I wish I could get his WeChat and phone number. But a man so striking must have high standards for his girlfriend. Perhaps it's best not to approach and humiliate myself." Lei Hui also looked up to see a young man dressed in white and black, radiating a bright aura, walking over. The youth sat directly opposite him. "Apologies for being late. The teacher at school held us back, and there was some traffic," Lin Xuan remarked with a nod. Lei Hui furrowed his brow, stating, "I have an appointment, and this seat is already occupied." Lin Xuan extended his hand, introducing himself. "Greetings, Mr. Lei. I am Lin Xuan, the individual who arranged this meeting." Taken aback for a moment, Lei Hui politely shook Lin Xuan's hand. However, upon seeing Lin Xuan, his hopes dwindled further. A mere student still pursuing his studies. Starting an entertainment company? Perhaps this was merely a jest at his expense. "Young man, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Lei Hui declared, rising to depart. His daughter was unwell, and he was pressed for time to get to the construction site. "Mr. Lei, do you doubt my capabilities due to my youth?" Lin Xuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lei Hui remained silent, clearly unconvinced. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am also the proprietor of the Zheng Xinbo novel website," Lin Xuan added with a smile. Chapter 82. The Internet Giants. The owner of the Zheng Xinbo novel website? Lei Hui was taken aback. The Zheng Xinbo novel website had recently stirred significant attention, gaining remarkable momentum. Furthermore, it had surpassed the Feiyuan novel website, which was a leading force in the literary realm. Out of curiosity, he downloaded the app. Although the site housed fewer than 50 novels, each was exceptionally well written, with the majority being highly suitable for adaptation into film or television. This novel website was destined to eclipse Feiyuan's prominence in the literary world. Initially, he presumed that the marketing strategies employed by the Zheng Xinbo novel website were so astute that they must be orchestrated by a seasoned individual well-versed in business affairs. To his surprise, it was a young man still pursuing his university studies. "Mr. Lei," Lin Xuan continued, "I am currently still in school and lack the time to manage the company. I greatly value your capabilities and would like to extend an invitation for you to join my firm." A bittersweet smile crept across Lei Hui's lips. "Mr. Lin, you may not be aware that I leaked the bidding price and was subsequently ousted from my family business. As a result, no company dares to employ me. Are you not concerned that I might act detrimentally towards your company?" "I am confident that you did not leak any information," Lin Xuan replied firmly. In his previous life, Lei Hui had been recognized for his talents and invited to serve as a senior executive, where he quickly achieved commendable results. In stark contrast, the Lei family gradually fell into decline, only to later seek out their son and uncover evidence of his innocence. However, Lei Hui's heart had been shattered, making a return impossible. He intended to leverage the resources from his past life to recruit talent for his own company. Lei Hui's expression faltered momentarily. Following the revelation of that incident, even his biological father had only offered reproach and scorn. This was the first time someone had expressed belief in him. "Mr. Lei, here is the contract I have prepared for you. Please take a look." Lin Xuan handed over a document. Upon reading its contents, Lei Hui was astonished to gaze at Lin Xuan. The offer included a monthly salary of 400,000, along with 8% of the company's profits. Lin Xuan produced a bank card. "Mr. Lei, this is an advance on your salary, 1,500,000 in total, intended for your daughter's medical expenses." Tears brimmed in Lei Hui's eyes. His daughter lay in a hospital, requiring a substantial sum for surgery. He had toiled day and night solely to amass the funds for her treatment, but his earnings had amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket, leaving him nearly hopeless. Lin Xuan's gesture was undoubtedly a lifeline, and the hand holding the bank card trembled slightly. His daughter could be saved. She would finally be saved. Lin Xuan smiled and extended his hand. "Mr. Lei, I sincerely invite you to become the executive president of my Tianmu Group." The name of the company, a casual choice, bore no deeper significance, merely a name that rolled off the tongue. Lei Hui grasped his hand, his voice quivering. "Thank you for this opportunity, Brother Lei." Lin Xuan shifted his address. "This is a list of individuals you can recruit for the company." The list included directors, actors, screenwriters, and more. They are all individuals endowed with considerable talent or acting prowess. Yet for various reasons, they have been suppressed in the entertainment industry and unable to rise to prominence. As a newly established entertainment company, it is generally difficult to attract individuals with potential. Only those who have been marginalized seize the opportunity presented to them with fervor. Naturally, if their talents are substantial, they can shine brightly in their respective fields. Boss, among them are individuals whom Xinghui Entertainment and other entities have explicitly sought to blacklist. Signing them could invite retaliation, Lei Hui remarked, furrowing his brow. The retaliation you speak of involves suppressing their popularity and ensuring that their films and dramas do not see the light of day, correct? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Lei Hui nodded. They have vested interests with major video platforms and cinemas. If they truly wish to suppress us, we would be powerless to resist. That is of no concern. My company intends to carve out its own niche without sharing the spoils with others. Lin Xuan aimed to swiftly establish and expand the company, with no intention of negotiating submissively with those video platforms. Novel websites, short video applications, entertainment companies, and long-form video platforms can all develop synergistically, transforming his company into a titan of the internet. The advent of short videos has yet to emerge in this world, and it promises to capture significant attention. Lei Hui was taken aback. "Boss, are you suggesting?" Lin Xuan produced a project proposal. "This is my vision, and it is also what you need to prepare for. You may peruse it." Upon reviewing the contents, Lei Hui's expression turned to one of astonishment. The youth had conceived the idea for such an application, utilizing the novels from his website to create short dramas. He aimed to channel users to the short video platform while encouraging nationwide participation in short video creation. Once developed, this short video application could become a ubiquitous phenomenon. Through these short videos, the company's actors would gain prominence, making it easier to subsequently develop long-form video content. As for films, cinemas are profit-driven. They would be unlikely to refuse a blockbuster. The entire process could be managed independently, without reliance on any video companies, thus negating any fear of suppression from Xinghui Entertainment or other entities. "This is truly remarkable," Lei Hui exclaimed, though a hint of concern lingered. "Boss, what if Xinghui Entertainment suppresses our popularity? Such a short video application requires substantial traffic. While the readership for novels is considerable, it may not suffice to sustain such high volumes. Do not worry, they cannot suppress us." "Cannot suppress us? What do you mean?" Confusion etched across Lei Hui's face. "Isn't suppression of popularity something achievable through financial means? Xinghui Entertainment and other entities have no shortage of funds." Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe that Fei Yue website has not suppressed the popularity of Zhang Xinbo novels?" Lei Hui paused. "Indeed. Those days were filled with unfavorable trending topics for Fei Yue website, particularly benefiting competing sites. Given Fei Yue's nature, they would typically remove such trends and not allow them to linger." How did the boss manage this? Lei Hui understood that he should not inquire further, so he refrained from doing so. "Boss, I will diligently follow your directives to accomplish these tasks." A spark of anticipation gleamed in Rui Hui's eyes. If this were to truly materialize, the landscape of the internet and the entertainment industry would undoubtedly undergo a transformative shift. Chapter 83. The strict husband. Lin Xuan remarked, "Brotherly, I have successfully developed the short video application. Soon, you will need to hire some technical personnel for its maintenance. I will transfer the company funds to you tomorrow, enabling you to swiftly assemble a team to commence filming the short dramas. Once we have sufficient capital, we will employ a dedicated technical team to produce animations, including children's shows akin to Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Our aim is to flourish across the television drama landscape." On a related note, the novels featured in my application are predominantly hits from long-form dramas, which may not be suitable for short dramas. It appears I must carve out time to write some novels more fitting for short adaptations. Afterward, Lin Xuan departed to pick up Su Hua from the company. "Young Master Lin." The employees greeted him enthusiastically. After all, he was destined to become the husband of General Manager Su, and they certainly wanted to secure his favor. Upon arriving at the door of the CEO's office, he found it firmly locked. Lin Xuan frowned. "You are here to see General Manager Su, aren't you?" Xiao Xingfan's tone was rather unwelcoming. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a problem with me?" Xiao Xingfan chuckled nervously. "Not at all. You are someone very dear to General Manager Su. How could I dare to offend you?" "That's good to know," Lin Xuan replied, patting him on the shoulder. "Even if you harbor discontent, you must keep it to yourself. Be cautious, or I might inform Hua Bao, and I wonder whose side she would take." Xiao Xingfan's expression darkened as he realized he had been threatened by Lin Xuan, yet he felt powerless to retaliate. "Damn it, this is infuriating." With a smile, Lin Xuan left and called Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing informed him, "General Manager Su is currently in discussions for a collaboration. Send me the location. I shall go find her." Lin Xuan replied, "Understood, young Master Lin." After sending the coordinates, Jiang Qing entered the hotel private room. "General Manager Su." Jiang Qing lowered his voice. "Young Master Lin said he is here to pick you up." Su Hua paused, her hand halting over her wine glass. She recalled a prior occasion in the living room when she had been discussing a collaboration and had a bit too much to drink. Xian had advised her to limit her alcohol intake. She set down her glass. "Secretary Jiang, do I smell strongly of alcohol?" "Not at all," Jiang Qing answered. Though it was a lie, that's reassuring. Su Hua let out a subtle sigh of relief. Jiang Qing couldn't help but wonder why General Manager Su seemed so apprehensive about young Master Lin discovering her inebriated state. Was this what they referred to as a strict husband? After concluding her discussions with the partner company, Su Hua signed her name on the contract. "Pleasant collaboration," she nodded. President Wang, aware that Su Hua preferred not to shake hands with either men or women, merely inclined his body slightly, saying, "General Manager Su, may our collaboration be fruitful." "General Manager, are you heading back? Allow me to escort you downstairs." "No need," Su Hua smiled, revealing a blissful expression. "My boyfriend will be here to pick me up." President Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? General Manager Su has a boyfriend? This is monumental news." Moreover, the way she mentioned her boyfriend exhibited a distinctly feminine demeanor. It is quite unexpected that the decisive and formidable Mr. Su, known for his prowess in the business realm, would exhibit such a demeanor when it comes to romance. Ahem. "Mr. Su, your boyfriend must be exceptionally remarkable, right?" Mr. Wang could discern that Su Hua held her boyfriend in high regard and deliberately praised Lin Xuan. "Indeed. He is the finest." Su Hua nodded in agreement. Jiang Qing looked up at the ceiling. "Mr. Su, ask yourself in all honesty, is he truly that outstanding?" "Clearly. Love renders one blind to the faults of their beloved." "Mr. Su, I shall take my leave now." Shortly after Mr. Wang departed, a wave of inebriation washed over Su Hua, her eyes clouded with tipsiness. Jiang Qing observed Su Hua's condition and thought to herself, "Mr. Su is intoxicated." Mr. Su enjoys her drinks, yet after consuming more than 6 glasses, she initially remains lucid, only to succumb to drunkenness after a while. Previously, she had always been the one monitoring Mr. Su, but it seemed that Mr. Su had indulged a bit more while on the phone with young Master Lin. Jiang Qing supported Su Hua as they exited. Not long after leaving the private room, a somewhat tipsy wealthy heir caught sight of Su Hua, instantly captivated by her beauty. This woman is breathtaking. It was his first encounter with such a stunning girl. She surpassed any star in the entertainment industry in terms of allure, and her figure, simply exquisite. Those fair, long legs, and the allure concealed beneath her shirt. The wealthy heir swallowed hard. "This woman, I must have her." The rich young man, along with his 2 companions, obstructed Su Hua's path. "What are you doing? Step aside." Jiang Qing spoke firmly. "Step aside. If you serve me well, I shall allow it." The heir leered at Su Hua, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. "Stay with me, and I promise you a life of luxury." "Boss." His follower interjected, "Perhaps we should retreat. We might be provoking someone of significance." "Of significance? If she were someone of stature, would you have seen her before?" The wealthy heir retorted. The follower scrutinized Su Hua for a while before shaking his head. Indeed, he had never encountered her. "Let me tell you." The heir drunkenly pointed at Su Hua. "She is here to seduce men, aiming to climb the social ladder. I am the heir of Huangguan Group. I am the elite. Beautiful lady, if you wish to ascend swiftly, why not serve me?" The heir chuckled, approaching Su Hua with intentions that were anything but honorable. Jiang Qing's eyes narrowed, ready to intervene, but suddenly, Su Hua delivered a swift kick that sent the heir sprawling. Jiang Qing regarded the fierce Su Hua, gulping nervously and instinctively stepping back. "Mr. Su is drunk. As long as no one provokes her, she remains docile. However, should someone cross her, she transforms into a formidable beast. No one stands a chance against her. It would be wise to avoid provoking Mr. Su, lest one be left with injuries." Jiang Qing silently lit a candle for the three unfortunate men. They had indeed drawn the short straw by inciting the wrath of a drunken Mr. Su. The heir, now on the ground, was fully awakened. He glared at Su Hua, his face contorted with rage. "You foul wench, how dare you strike me? You too. Go and seize her." Today, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to sleep with her. Two lackeys presumed that Su Hua was merely a fragile woman, easily subdued, and approached her with sleeves rolled up. To their surprise, each found themselves grasped by Su Hua's shoulders. With a resounding thud, their heads collided. Su Hua then delivered a swift kick to their midsections, sending them soaring several meters away, their bodies crashing to the ground with a dull thump. Radiating an aura of menace, Su Hua's dark gaze settled upon the wealthy young man, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of the hunt. She licked her lips, advancing steadily towards him. A profound sense of dread surged within the young man. His two companions, both black belts in Taekwondo, had been utterly powerless in the presence of this woman, as if they were mere chicks in her grasp. At that moment, the young man saw no beauty, only the desperate urge to flee. He scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the staircase. Su Hua narrowed her eyes slightly. How could she allow her chosen prey to escape? With a swift motion, she pried a stone ball from the railing, striking the young man's knee. He buckled, collapsing to the ground. Su Hua advanced towards him like a demonic figure returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 84. The enigmatic sorceress emerges, her stunning visage bore an icy demeanor, her eyes hollow as if reflecting a stagnant pool. The palpable bloodlust enveloping her instilled a paralyzing terror in the wealthy young man, rendering him so weak that he fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in supplication. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. I realize my mistake. Please spare me," he pleaded desperately. "Spare you?" Su Hua tilted her head, a sinister, captivating smile curling at the corners of her lips. "But I have no desire to do so." "What then?" Jiang Qing let out a weary sigh. Su had typically been docile after a night of inebriation. Why provoke her now? Perhaps it would be best to allow them to serve as her human punching bags. Jiang Qing had no intention of intervening. Otherwise, she would become the target of Su's wrath herself. At this moment, Su was merciless, and anyone who dared approach her would surely suffer. It would be folly to step in. The young man had blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, and the sight of his crimson blood only heightened Su Hua's exhilaration. "Young master!" The two bodyguards at his side rushed over to assist him. "Are you all right, young master?" Seeing them as a beacon of hope, the young man's terror dissipated. He pointed at Su Hua, gritting his teeth in anger. "You too, seize her." He was confident that his two bodyguards, seasoned mercenaries, could easily overpower a single woman. Once subdued, he envisioned her as his personal plaything, locked away to cater to his every whim. "Huh." The young man leered at Su Hua, his intentions clear. Obeying his command, the two bodyguards approached her, clearly undeterred by the potential consequences. How reckless, Su Hua mused as she licked her alluring red lips. In an instant, as the bodyguards lunged to seize her, she executed a spinning kick, sending each man sprawling backward like kites severed from their strings. Coughing violently, one bodyguard spat a mouthful of blood. Despite their injuries, they struggled to their feet, drawing blades from their respective sides. Watching the unfolding spectacle from a distance, Jiang Qing shook her head with a calm expression. Even with knives, they're no match for her. At this moment, Su Hua would not flinch even if faced with firearms. Together, the two bodyguards charged at Su Hua, knives drawn. She gracefully evaded, closing the distance to grasp their wrist with ease. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They had underestimated her strength. Fear washed over their faces as Su Hua smirked, twisting their wrists with a swift motion, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Their arms hung at unnatural angles, the knives clattering to the floor. With her fists clenched, Su Hua unleashed a flurry of blows upon the bodyguards, rendering them mere human punching bags, devoid of any resistance. Before long, both men were left battered and bruised. When Su Hua grew weary of her sport, she sent them flying with a powerful kick. Two bodyguards lay on the ground, clutching their chests in a desperate struggle, utterly incapable of rising again. Indeed, they had no desire to stand if this continued. Their lives would be in jeopardy. The young wealthy man was taken aback. His two bodyguards had succumbed to a single attack from this woman. Your turn, Su Hua said as she picked up a small knife from the ground, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her captivating gaze fixed intently on the wealthy young man. He trembled uncontrollably. How could she be so incredibly formidable? As Su Hua shifted her stance, in the moment the young man attempted to flee, she appeared before him like a specter. Startled, he fell backward onto the ground. Crouching down with the knife in hand, Su Hua confronted him. You wish to sleep with me? Call me a harlot? My apologies, I was blind to your worth and offended you, so please let me go. What do you desire? Money? I can provide it, whatever amount you wish. 10 million? No, would 100 million suffice? Su Hua merely gazed at him. And once he finished speaking, she smiled slightly. I'm afraid that's insufficient, and I am not in need of money. With that, she plunged the knife downwards. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the young man's lips as he beheld the knife beneath him, his vision fading into darkness. His two companions and the bodyguards, witnessing the scene, felt an icy chill run through them. How could a woman dare to strike a man in such a manner? Terrified, they closed their eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Fervently praying that this female fiend would overlook their presence, they still wished to carry on their lineage. At that moment, Su Hua was enveloped in a crimson haze. The sounds of gunfire echoing in her ears, surrounded by endless betrayal and carnage. The malice within her intensified, her icy gaze sweeping across her surroundings. Ultimately, her attention settled on Jiang Qing, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Jiang Qing's relaxed demeanor stiffened. Oh no, Su Hua had set her sights on her. It was over. She was doomed. There was no escape. She could only serve as Su Hua's target. She should have left early instead of lingering to observe the drama. These men were already sufficient for Su Hua's wrath. Who would have anticipated they would all play dead? Su Hua, Jiang Qing stammered, forcing a strained smile. Desperately trying to plead, I am your secretary, Jiang Qing, one of your own. Please do not harm me. However, Su Hua paid no heed to her words. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Su Hua relentlessly advanced toward Jiang Qing. Quick, apprehend her. The hotel security team leader, accompanied by a group of security personnel, rushed forward, brandishing a baton to block Su Hua's path. Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with hope. This was her savior. Only, they were about to face misfortune. Miss, please lay down the knife immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. The security team leader said with a composed tone. More people have arrived. The corners of Su Hua's lips curled into a pleased smirk. Since you insist on creating a commotion, do not blame us. The security team leader's expression darkened. You all, go forth and seize her. With a mere gesture from the head of the security team, 9 guards surged forward. Jiang Qing crossed her arms and advised, Sir, I would suggest refraining from provoking President Su. Her warning was well-intentioned, as they had come to her aid, and she felt it only right to reciprocate. What? The head of the security team furrowed his brow. Just take a look and you will understand. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, indicating the scene behind her. In less than 2 seconds, a series of thuds echoed as fists connected with flesh, prompting the head of the security team to turn around. He was met with the astonishing sight of his guards being struck by Su Hua's fists, some even scent flying from the force. Remarkably, Su Hua had not been touched by them in the slightest. This woman is extraordinarily formidable, the head of the security team thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. This group of robust men stood no chance against her. It was as if she were effortlessly toying with them. Chapter 85, Taming Mr. Su, have you seen? My Mr. Su is currently unrecognizable, and you all cannot withstand this. Jiang Qing remarked. What should we do? The head of the security team swallowed hard. He knew he was no match for this woman. However, if he chose to disregard the situation, his job at the hotel would be at stake. He had worked tirelessly to attain the position of head of security, and he could not afford to lose it. Jiang Qing fell into deep contemplation, a bright idea illuminating her eyes. Perhaps there was someone who could help. The last time Mr. Su lost control, it was Master Lin who managed to soothe her emotions. Could he do so again this time? Surely he could. Jiang Qing retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Xuan. Secretary Jiang, Lin Xuan's voice resonated through the phone. Master Lin, where are you? Mr. Su is in urgent need of your presence. Jiang Qing urged. I'm in the parking lot, just about to head up, Lin Xuan responded. All right, hurry up, we are on the 6th floor, Jiang Qing instructed. Bang. One security guard was thrown out after another, with one landing painfully atop a wealthy young man's lackey, who let out a pained groan. Why must I suffer even while lying down? How unfortunate. As Su Hua's icy gaze swept across the room, the lackey quickly closed his eyes again, feigning unconsciousness. Su Hua appeared to possess an inexhaustible energy, seemingly toying with her prey, her strikes not overly forceful. After all, if the prey were to faint or perish, the amusement would be lost. The security guards looked at Su Hua with fear in their eyes. How could a woman be so terrifying? No, this was no mere woman. She was a hellish harbinger of doom. When Lin Xuan arrived on the 6th floor, a loud thud echoed as a bodyguard was hurled in front of him. Lin Xuan surveyed the scene. A multitude of groaning figures sprawled on the floor, including one man lying unconscious with a knife embedded in him. Alongside the cold woman, standing among them. He was momentarily taken aback. Master Lin, you've arrived. Jiang Qing exclaimed excitedly. Snapping back to reality. Lin Xuan's handsome features were marked by concern. Secretary Jiang, has Hua Bao lost control again? This condition resembles that day, except she hasn't harmed herself. And her eyes lack the blood-red hue from before. Not exactly, Secretary Jiang clarified. Mr. Su is merely intoxicated. When she is drunk, she is quite gentle if left undisturbed. But if provoked, she transforms into this. I intended to assist Mr. Su in leaving. But that man with the knife blocked my path and forced her to be his lover, which is how she ended up like this. Lin Xuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the wealthy young man. Were it not for the necessity of calming Su Hua, he would ensure this man faced dire consequences. Lin Xuan approached Su Hua with steady strides, devoid of fear, only a profound sense of sympathy in his expression. Miss, do you truly believe this mere young man, lacking any martial skills, stands a chance against her? The head of the security team remarked anxiously. If he approaches her, he might find himself struck down with a single blow. Rest assured, he does not subdue Mr. Su through sheer force. Jiang Qing chuckled. What then? Inquired the captain of the security team, curiosity etched on his face. Why not take a look for yourself? Jiang Qing gestured with a lift of her chin towards Su Hua and Lin Xuan, prompting the captain to turn his gaze. With a resounding thud, Su Hua sent another security guard flying. The guard, clutching his abdomen, lay on the ground moaning, his mind racing with thoughts of how terrifying this woman truly was. So weak, Su Hua remarked disdainfully, wrinkling her brow. Babeo, Lin Xuan's gentle voice floated from behind. Another soul unafraid of death, Su Hua thought. Narrowing her beautiful eyes as she turned around, her gaze icy and piercing, the captain of the security team broke into a sweat for Lin Xuan. Silently praying for his safety, should this woman decide to unleash her wrath upon him, the consequences would surely be dire. Then came a moment that left him utterly astonished. Originally intent on confronting Lin Xuan, Su Hua's demeanor shifted entirely upon catching sight of his face. Her hostility evaporated, replaced by a soft, harmless demeanor. Ah Xian, why have you arrived so late? Su Hua pouted, her expression one of innocent grievance. Noticing Lin Xuan's less than pleased countenance, she hastily added, Ah Xian, I've been very obedient. I didn't drink much, only a little. Her fingers gestured as she spoke. Detecting the scent of alcohol wafting from Su Hua, Lin Xuan felt a mix of concern and amusement. At that moment, she appeared adorably dazed, reminiscent of a playful kitten yearning for affection. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Xuan reached out, affectionately ruffling the hair of the striking woman beside him. Su Hua's eyes sparkled with delight at the tender gesture. Ah Xian, they've been bullying me, she whimpered, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing up at him with her beautiful, pleading eyes. It was utterly disarming. The fallen security guards, the wealthy young man's entourage, and the other guards could only stare in disbelief. Honestly, reflect on your conscience. Who is the true bully here? Is it her, or is it they who were bested by her? Frustration boiled within them. To be defeated and then wrongfully accused was a bitter pill to swallow. Nonetheless, the security guards looked gratefully towards Lin Xuan, relieved that this man had managed to rein in the she-devil. Their lives surely depended on it. Indeed. I shall assist Babeo in seeking justice, Lin Xuan replied, following her lead. Ah Xian, you're so kind to me. Standing at 1.7 meters. Su Hua appeared diminutive next to Lin Xian's towering 1.83 meters. She rose onto her toes, granting him a rewardingly sweet kiss on the cheek. At that moment, Jiangqing stood dumbfounded, her expression a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Mr. Su, when intoxicated, was typically quite naive, but never had she been so adorable. So endearingly soft. Oh my, the current Mr. Su is simply delightful. If not for the sliver of rationality she clung to, Jiangqing would have rushed forward to affectionately call Su Hua her daughter, longing to pinch her cheeks and shower her with kisses. The captain of the security team remained transfixed, unable to process the scene unfolding before him. Just moments ago, she was a fierce female warrior, yet suddenly transformed into an innocent and adorable little girl. How fantastical! This young lady, what enchantment does this man possess that he could calm her so swiftly? The head of the security team asked in a daze. I have no idea, Jiangqing replied, shaking her head. Perhaps it is the power of love. This time, Jiangqing was even more convinced that Lin Xuan was indeed the fire extinguisher for their President Su. Next time President Su is angry, we shall simply bring Lin Xuan over. It will be perfect. Remarkable. The head of the security team gave a thumbs up. Jiangqing handed him her business card. I am Jiangqing, the secretary to the president of Su Group. Here's my card. Su Group. The head of the security team was taken aback, realizing she was the secretary to the illustrious President Su. Moreover, she referred to her as President Su. Could this inebriated woman truly be the renowned President Su Hua of Su Group? With this thought, he glanced at Su Hua, who was clinging to Lin Xuan, and felt utterly disillusioned. This decisive President Su was also a delicate little wife? I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused today, Jiangqing said, producing a check and handing it to the head of the security team. Here's 10 million. Consider it your medical expenses. For the 9 of you. That would be over 110,000 each. Please distribute it among yourselves. Upon hearing Jiangqing's words, a nearby security guard felt an immediate relief wash over him. After being beaten, to receive over 100,000. What a bargain. In fact, he could endure a few more beatings for such a reward. Thank you, Secretary Jiang. The head of the security team gratefully accepted the check. Su Hua, feeling wronged, extended her hand to show Lin Xuan. Look, Ah Xian, my hand has turned so red from their bullying. Su Hua's delicate and fair skin reddened easily from mere contact. The onlookers were taken aback. Bullied? Are you certain it isn't because you hit us that your hand is so red? Ah, they had never encountered such shamelessness. Those lying on the ground were nearly driven mad. They felt murderous. But this female demon was best left alone. They dared not provoke her. Ah Xian, please blow on it. It hurts so much, Su Hua pleaded with Lin Xuan. How could any man resist such a charming display of vulnerability? All right, Lin Xuan said, gently blowing on the back of Su Hua's hand. Her eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Does it still hurt? Lin Xuan inquired. With you here, it doesn't hurt at all, Su Hua replied. The head of the security team thought to himself. Today, he could feast on dog food instead of dinner. Is it true that young couples these days are so clingy? He never anticipated that at his age, he would feel envious of young lovers, yearning to experience romance once more. Jiangqing looked at the two with a contented smile. Su Hua surveyed the crowd, her eyes still glazed with intoxication. Ah Xian, shall we go back? There are too many people here. I wish to enjoy a world of just the two of us. Alas, Ah Xian is so delectable. She wishes to find a place to savor him, preferably in the car, as they have yet to experience that. Lin Xuan gently ruffled Su Hua's hair, soothing her. I have a few matters to attend to. My dear Hua, please wait here obediently for me, all right? Su Hua nodded obediently. Chapter 86, Rendered Helpless. Truly terrifying, Lin Xuan turned towards the wealthy young man still unconscious on the ground, his previously gentle gaze transforming into something frigid in an instant. Mr. Su. Jiangqing approached with concern. Are you all right? Su Hua regarded Jiangqing, her eyes narrowing, filled with an intense murderous intent. The head of the security team trembled at the sight. Jiangqing quickly retreated several steps. Well then, she mused, Mr. Su only remembers young Master Lin. The rest remain unrecognized. At this moment, Lin Xuan had crouched beside the wealthy young man. He pressed on an acupoint, rousing him from his stupor. Yet the unbearable pain beneath him elicited cold sweat upon his brow. Compared to the agony he felt, he was far more terrified of the man before him. What do you intend to do? The wealthy young man stammered. Are you in cahoots with that woman? I warn you, You cannot do anything further to me. My father will not let this go. Is that so? Then let him come and seek me out. Lin Xuan retorted, dragging the young man into an adjacent private room. Blood seeping across the floor. He had no intention of beating him in public. That would be too brutish, and he wished to shield Su Hua from witnessing it. Lin Xuan closed the door. The wealthy young man braced himself, continuously retreating, his eyes wide with terror, bloodshot and frantic. Lin Xuan's fist collided with the bridge of his nose. The young man's nose shattered. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. The torment he endured was merely the beginning. Lin Xuan's fist rained down upon the young man's face and body, deliberately avoiding vital areas to inflict pain without risking death. Before long, the wealthy young man was a mass of bruises, his eyes swollen to mere slits, blood streaming from his nose. The pain in his face was nothing compared to the agony coursing through his body. Lying on the ground, curled in on himself, he wished for death. Regret flooded him. He truly regretted crossing paths with these two lunatics. How dare you covet her, to desire her as your mistress? Lin Xuan's voice was dark, his eyes gleaming with icy fury. I was wrong, the wealthy young man gasped, frail and in pain. Lin Xuan scoffed. Since you take such pleasure in coercing women to be your lovers, then you shall not have her. With that, he grasped the knife that had been plunged into the young man by Su Hua and twisted it mercilessly. Another round of anguished screams erupted as he fainted once more. Despite the hotel's soundproofing, the echoes of his suffering reached outside, causing involuntary shudders among onlookers. Jiangqing's curiosity piqued. What on earth had young Master Lin done inside to elicit such torment? Lin Xuan once again pressed on the young man's acupoint. He awakened, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please, let me faint. Don't wake me again." Want to faint? Lin Xuan's smile was devilish. "I want you to remain awake to endure your suffering." He withdrew the bloodied knife, wiped the handle with a handkerchief, and expressionlessly discarded it onto the ground. Stepping over the young man's body as he departed, the wealthy young man was consumed by despair. Rendered utterly helpless, he truly felt broken. The young master lay on the ground, racked with anguish, lamenting his fate as a complete eunuch. Lin Xuan approached Jiangqing's side, while Su Hua cast a perilous glance in Jiangqing's direction. What business does Xian have near that woman? Jiangqing's body trembled slightly. "Young Master Lin, please do not put me in jeopardy." Lin Xuan whispered, "Secretary Jiang, if you cannot resolve matters concerning that man, then let all the blame for his injuries rest solely upon my shoulders." He had two motives for striking the young master. First, he must bear the consequences for daring to act against Su Hua, and second, to take the blame upon himself. Rest assured, young Master Lin, this is merely a trivial matter, and I will handle it appropriately, Jiangqing replied respectfully. Very well, Lin Xuan nodded and turned his gaze towards Su Hua. The previously stern expression on her face softened instantly, rendering her seemingly innocent and obedient. Jiangqing remarked, "The speed at which President Su changes her demeanor is truly impressive. How did I not notice her remarkable acting skills before?" Lin Xuan approached and took Su Hua's hand. "Hua Bao, let us return." Su Hua nodded in agreement. Chapter 87. Feeling wrong, the captain of the security team and Jiangqing were both intrigued by what Lin Xuan had done to the wealthy young man. Upon entering the private room, they were greeted by the sight of a man sprawled on the floor, groaning in agony. His face was bruised and battered. A truly pitiful sight. In such a state, even his own parents would struggle to recognize him. Jiangqing's eyes widened in shock. Well, is Master Lin really that formidable? She pondered whether she had inadvertently offended him, but couldn't recall doing so. The captain of the security team shared her astonishment, his expression a portrait of disbelief. Wasn't this young man supposed to be a delicate flower, incapable of harm? Indeed, anyone capable of winning Su Hua's affection was not to be underestimated. He had clearly misjudged Lin Xuan. "Captain Lin, I shall take my leave," Secretary Jiang said with an awkward smile. "Very well," the captain of the security team replied, still in a daze. Once Su Hua and Jiangqing departed, the security personnel who had been groaning on the ground struggled to their feet, one of them gritting his teeth and declaring, "Captain, we must call the police. Hurry." The captain retrieved the check Jiangqing had given him, stating, "This is 10 million. It's compensation she offered us all." The security team gasped in disbelief. 10 million. With 9 of them. That meant each would receive a little over 110,000. The captain raised an eyebrow, glancing at them. "So, what will it be? Still want to call the police?" "Captain, what is there to report? We would gladly endure a few more beatings for this." One security guard chuckled. "This amount is equivalent to over a decade of our salaries." A few punches are worth it. The two bodyguards of the wealthy young man felt a twinge of bitterness. Why were they not offered any compensation? The captain approached them and instructed, "You too, take your master for treatment." "Yes," they replied, supporting each other as they entered. They were indignant, wondering how that fierce woman had managed to thrash them so thoroughly while the security guards appeared relatively unscathed. Upon entering, they were met with the grim sight of their master in a dreadful state. The bodyguards gulped nervously, in comparison to their lord's condition. It seemed that the fierce woman had indeed shown them leniency. They dared not move the wealthy young man and instead called for an ambulance. In the underground parking lot, Lin Xuan said, "I still need to deal with that man who was eyeing General Manager Su, so I must leave. I'll leave the young lady in your care. For now, it's best for her to keep her distance." Earlier, when you merely spoke to her, her gaze was filled with murderous intent, he added. "Understood." Lin Xuan nodded, settling into his luxurious Rolls-Royce, with Su Hua taking the passenger seat. Along the journey, Su Hua was restless. "Xian, why are you ignoring me? Do you not like me anymore?" As her voice grew increasingly plaintive, she questioned, "Are you merely pretending? Why is it that your heart seems to belong only to Qin Ruiyao?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, filled with a profound sense of injustice. Lin Xuan felt a sharp throb at his temples. As Su Hua broached this topic, he had a foreboding sense of what was to come, prompting him to pull the car to the side of the road. As he pressed the brake, Su Hua lunged forward, assertively declaring, "Xian, I must tell you, you are not permitted to harbor feelings for any other woman. Should I discover that you dare to associate with Qin Ruiyao, I will confine you, locking you to my bed as my devoted servant." Lin Xuan? Again with the servant? Last time, when Hua Bao had her episode, she treated him as a servant too. Does she have some fixation on this notion? At that moment, a designated driver rode by on a small electric scooter. Well, a Rolls-Royce stretched version. The driver stared in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered such a luxurious vehicle. Click, click. He snapped photos of the car, feeling the need to commemorate this exceptional encounter. He even approached the car for a selfie alongside it. Suddenly, the doors swung open. The driver froze, realizing there were occupants inside. "My apologies, I shall leave immediately," he stammered awkwardly. Lin Xuan inquired, "Are you the designated driver?" "Yes," the driver replied, momentarily taken aback, nodding. Lin Xuan continued, "Do you have any jobs currently?" "No." The driver shook his head, perplexed by the question. Was he going to request a ride? No, that seemed implausible. This man had not consumed any alcohol, thus there was no need for a designated driver. Moreover, wealthy individuals typically have their own chauffeurs. "Here, you drive." Lin Xuan tossed the car keys to him, along with 300 yuan. Well, the driver's hand trembled as he grasped the keys. Could it be that he would someday drive such an extravagant vehicle worth over 100 million? He would gladly pay 1,000 just for the chance. All right then. The driver placed his scooter in the trunk, only to see Lin Xuan, who had just opened the passenger door, ensnared by an incredibly beautiful woman. Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. The handsome and gentle man lifted her from the passenger seat and placed her in the back. The driver understood, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Initially curious about why this man, who had not been drinking, called for a driver, he realized it was to accompany his young girlfriend. Speaking of which, both of them were exceedingly attractive, truly a sight for sore eyes. The driver dared not stare too long and settled into the driver's seat. Oh, this luxurious car is indeed extraordinary, so refined and comfortable. Lower the partition, Lin Xuan commanded in a hushed tone. These vehicles were custom-made at great expense by Su Hua, each possessing a unique feature. The windows allowed the outside to remain unseen from within, while those inside could see out clearly. Additionally, each vehicle had a partition, once lowered. The sounds from the back seat would be completely inaudible to those in the front. The driver located the button for the partition, and it descended. Truly, luxury cars are unparalleled, he mused. Su Hua settled onto Lin Xuan's lap, alternating between caressing his face and tracing his abs, igniting sparks of desire everywhere. Lin Xuan held her slender waist, whispering in her ear with a hoarse voice, "Hua Bao, be a good girl. He is a passionate man, and the object of his affection is a woman he deeply adores. If this continues, he may truly find it impossible to restrain himself. Xian, why won't you let me touch you?" Su Hua began to throw a small tantrum, her eyes reddened and filled with a sense of injustice. "Is it because you want to remain chaste for Qin Ruiyao that you are rejecting me?" Lin Xuan felt a slight ache in his head. Why must this topic arise again? Nevertheless, he knew he had to confront the consequences of his past misdeeds. "No," Lin Xuan replied helplessly, "Hua Bao. The only woman I cherish is you." Then prove it to me, Su Hua said, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian's lips. Chapter 88. Su Hua's triumph with a sense of resignation. Lin Xian lowered his head and pressed his lips against the woman's alluring mouth. A glimmer of triumph flashing in Su Hua's eyes. Her hands climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulders, and soon their garments became disheveled. The designated driver accelerated the car, racing down the road. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, and the driver frowned, wondering who would be so inconsiderate as to leave a stick in the road. He dismissed the incident and continued to accelerate, humming a tune. Driving a luxury car was indeed a pleasure. What a thrill! Cruising in a Rolls-Royce stretch model was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Following the navigation, the driver steered the car into the night garden. The opulent estate before him left him in awe. Indeed, one could tell that a person who could afford a stretch Rolls-Royce resided here. This place was extravagantly affluent. The driver parked in front of a villa, where Butler Wang approached respectfully. Young Master Lin, he greeted. The driver exited the vehicle, and Butler Wang paused momentarily. May I ask who this gentleman is? He inquired. I am the designated driver. A Mr. Lin hired me to return his car, the driver replied. And where is young Master Lin? Butler Wang asked, his brow furrowing. He is in the back seat with a particularly beautiful woman, the driver answered. Butler Wang smiled faintly. Understanding instantly, he instructed a servant to retrieve the small electric vehicle from the back seat. Sir, may I inquire if young Master Lin has settled the payment for your services? Butler Wang asked. Yes, he has, and he even paid more than double, the driver responded. Very well, I shall have a servant escort you out, Butler Wang arranged, ensuring that the servants were sent away to avoid disturbing Su Hua and Lin Xian. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian finally emerged from the car, cradling Su Hua in his arms, the lingering scent of sweetness still permeating the air. A peculiar flush adorned Su Hua's cheeks. Several male servants, upon catching sight of her enchanting visage, quickly averted their gazes, their minds racing with a singular thought. Young Master Lin was truly formidable. Lin Xian led Su Hua to bathe. The intoxicated haze in Su Hua's eyes had yet to fade, and she clung to Lin Xian, insisting that he carry her. Since returning to the night garden, her feet had not touched the ground. Even during meals, she nestled in Lin Xian's embrace, allowing him to feed her. Only with Lin Xian did she exhibit such vulnerability. Towards others, her gaze was filled with lethal intent. Have you all noticed how different the young lady is today? She is truly well behaved. My maternal instincts are overflowing. Who wouldn't he want such a gentle, soft, and lovely daughter? The servants excitedly discussed. I feel the same. Young Master Lin is truly remarkable. He has unlocked so many facets of the young lady's character. Previously, she was cold and aloof, a stranger to all. Yet, in front of young Master Lin, she is tender and obedient. I have been at the night garden for 5 years and have never witnessed this side of her. Indeed, the young lady is delightful now. She used to have an intimidating aura, but now her temperament is exceptionally gentle. I simply adore this version of her. I hope that Master Lin can continue like this. I have observed that Mrs. Emotions fluctuate with Master Lin's demeanor. Whenever he treats her kindly, she radiates joy. The servants have begun to regard Lin Xian as a treasure. As long as Lin Xian indulges Su Hua, they will enjoy a life of comfort. Jiang Qing has also gone to handle the matter concerning the wealthy young man, hastily making her way to the hospital with the items in her hand. The young man, having undergone surgery, lies in bed with hollow eyes. The doctor has declared that his condition is irreversible. He has become utterly incapacitated. His father, Zhang Guo, and mother, Lu Yin, rush to his side. My son. My unfortunate son, Lu Yin weeps, collapsing onto her son's body, her cries echoing in despair. Father, mother, you must avenge me. The young man grips Zhang Guo's hand, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. He is determined to make the two culprits pay dearly. Zhang Guo's eyes widen in fury. Who is responsible for this? His face darkens. He has only this one son, and his hopes for legacy have been shattered. Father, check the surveillance footage from the 6th floor of the Fengtian Hotel. The young man grits his teeth, his resolve unyielding. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Qing strides into the hospital room in her high heels, accompanied by a lawyer. Who are you? Zhang Guo inquires, his voice low as he scrutinizes Jiang Qing's face, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. The young man glances over, his eyes widening in recognition. Father. It's her. She is in cahoots with that woman. Don't let her escape. Indeed, it is I, Jiang Qing replies with a serene smile. Zhang Guo's veins bulge as he seethes. You dare come here after what you've done to my son? Mr. Zhang, it was your son who attempted to assault Miss Su. She was merely acting in self-defense, Jiang Qing states with a slight smile. Self-defense? Turning my son into a eunuch is self-defense? Zhang Gua grinds his teeth in fury. Jiang Qing maintains her composed demeanor. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for the oversight. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Qing, the secretary to the president of Su Corporation. This individual beside me is the company's lawyer. Su Corporation? Zhang Gua hastily retrieves his phone to search. Although Su Hua rarely appears in the spotlight, Jiang Qing occasionally represents her in media reports. Zhang Gua quickly finds information on Jiang Qing. It's truly her. His face pales. She is indeed affiliated with Su Corporation. And she has not lied. Could the Ms. Su she mentioned be Su Hua? No, that cannot be. Realizing this, Zhang Gua shakes his head in disbelief. How could his son have crossed paths with Su Hua? Your son is the one who harassed our president, Ms. Su, the CEO of Su Corporation. Jiang Qing shatters Zhang Gua's fantasies. A jolt runs through Zhang Gua's heart. It truly is her. If it were anyone else, he would ensure their annihilation. But this is Su Hua. What does it matter that she is the CEO of Su Corporation? Lu Yin, filled with agitation, exclaims. Having power and influence allows one to act with impunity? If it comes to that, we will perish together. No one will escape unscathed. Slap. Zhang Gua struck Lu Yin across the face. You foolish woman, what do you understand? Someone of Su Hua's stature would remain unscathed if she were to confront them. Instead, they would be the targets of the Su Corporation, and their company would likely face bankruptcy. They possess a modest sum of money. But against a colossal entity like the Su Corporation, extinguishing them is as effortless as crushing an ant. They stand no chance of resistance. Zhang Gua, do you value nothing but wealth? Is your company more important than your son? Lu Yin shouted in a frenzy. Zhang Gua's heart sank deeper with each word. He cared for his son and yearned to avenge him, yet what options did he have? The fate of his son's lineage was already sealed. He could not afford to lose the company as well. His son could still seek another woman to bear children. Jiang Qing presented a document containing intriguing information related to your son. You may wish to peruse it. Chapter 89, Proclaiming Sovereignty. Zhang Gua stared at the document, an ominous feeling gnawing at his insides. As he accepted the papers and perused their contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is... His hands began to tremble. The document contained a plethora of incriminating evidence against his son, should these be handed over to the police. His son would face at least a decade behind bars. But that was not all. Jiang Qing presented him with another file. Zhang, this pertains to your company. Zhang Gua's hand shook even more violently. What had Jiang Qing uncovered about their firm? Flipping through the pages, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, nearly as white as a sheet. Manipulating the stock market, tax evasion, theft of trade secrets from competitors. Each of these allegations could spell disaster for their company. And he himself would languish in prison. Mr. Zhang, let us consider your son's transgressions as though they never occurred. It would be mutually beneficial, don't you agree? Jiang Qing smiled faintly. Rest assured, Secretary Jiang, we will not pursue this matter further. Zhang Gua hastily acquiesced, bowing his head in deference. Since you are so amenable, we shall pretend we have seen nothing regarding your son and your company, Jiang Qing remarked, departing with his lawyer. Zhang Gua collapsed into his chair, utterly defeated. Father, why won't you help me? The wealthy young man questioned, his eyes brimming with disbelief that his father would not pursue retribution against those who had jeopardized his future. Help you? Look at what they have discovered. Zhang Gua hurled the documents at his son. The young man's face drained of color. If we insist on pursuing this, it will lead to the bankruptcy of our company and imprisonment for both of us, Zhang Gua stated solemnly. Is it that serious? Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. She took the documents from the young man's hands, and upon reading their contents, she fell silent. Zhang Li, why did you provoke Su Hua of all people? Zhang Gua felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was merely thankful that his son had encountered such a dire predicament. Otherwise, the findings from Su Hua's subordinates would undoubtedly reach the police. Father, it's not my fault. How was I to know she was so enigmatic? She had no bodyguards, just a secretary. The young man felt aggrieved. Had he known his adversary was the leader of the Su group, he would not have dared to provoke her, even with 100-fold courage. Take care of yourself, Zhang Gua said curtly, slamming the door behind him. With his son rendered impotent, he would have to seek out several mistresses to cultivate his new heir. Lu Yin, realizing Zhang Guo's intentions, wept as she embraced her son. On this day, Lin Xuan prepared to head to school, while Su Hua leisurely wiped her mouth. Xuan, I will accompany you, she declared. Isn't your company busy? Lin Xuan frowned. The affairs of the company pale in comparison to escorting my boyfriend to school. Although Xuan wore a ring symbolizing their romantic bond, There were still numerous female students at Qing University who called out to Lin Xuan affectionately. She felt it imperative to assert her claim over him in person. I see Xuan is in a difficult position. Does your girlfriend not wish to be seen with you? The voice of Su Hua was laden with danger. No. Lin Xuan shook his head frantically. Hadn't he just heard Secretary Jiang say last night that Su Hua would be heading to an important place at 9 o'clock this morning? He had hesitated, merely concerned that he might delay Su Hua's work. Nevertheless, since she was taking him to school, she must not be too busy. Lin Xuan settled into the back seat of the car alongside Su Hua. The driver, understanding the situation, lowered the partition. With the young lady and Master Lin together, it was inevitable that they would engage in some affectionate display, and having already had breakfast, he couldn't afford to be overwhelmed by their antics. In the back seat, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. Su Hua's hand lightly brushed against Lin Xuan, igniting a fire within him, while his face bore the marks of restraint. A subtle smile played at the corners of Su Hua's lips. She had become intimately acquainted with Lin Xuan's body, well aware of the spots that could most easily arouse his desire. Thus, she tantalized him throughout the journey. Lin Xuan's veins were visibly throbbing on the back of his hand. Upon arriving at Qing University, Su Hua pressed Lin Xuan against the car and kissed him for an extended moment, concluding with a gentle bite on his lip. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, feeling the sting. Xuan, it's time. You must go to class. Su Hua's gaze fell upon the alluring mark on Lin Xuan's lip, a smirk gracing her features. Meanwhile, a number of girls had gathered around the Rolls-Royce parked beneath the teaching building. What do you think Lin Xuan is wearing today? Regardless of his attire, he is undoubtedly the most handsome in our school, even in a burlap sack. I wonder who his girlfriend truly is? Inside the car, Lin Xuan hastily adjusted his clothing before stepping out. He exhaled a sigh of relief. If he had remained with Su Hua any longer, he might have succumbed to the temptation and taken things further. She was undeniably captivating. The onlookers furrowed their brows. What is going on? Lin Xuan seems a bit flushed, and there is a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. Is he unwell? It feels as though he's just experienced something intimate. Could it be that his girlfriend is in the car? Girlfriend? Some girls curiously peered into the vehicle, but all they could see was a darkened window, obscuring everything else. Just then, the car door swung open. No way. There was someone in the back seat. They craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Su Hua extended a long leg out of the car. What the woman? Following that, Su Hua fully emerged, revealing herself to the crowd. Her beauty was astonishing. Anyone who had seen her would remember her visage vividly. Everyone present recognized Su Hua. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that President Su? How is she in the same car as Lin Xuan? Could it be true, as mentioned in the forum recently, that Lin Xuan's girlfriend is indeed Su Hua? This can't be. How did Su Hua come to fancy Lin Xuan? Is there a possibility that Su Hua and Lin Xuan share some familial ties? Or perhaps they are merely friends? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Xuan, Su Hua called affectionately. Lin Xuan turned, and Su Hua quickly approached him, saying, You forgot your book. Certainly, it was not Lin Xuan who forgot. Rather, it was Su Hua who, in a moment of fervent passion with Lin Xuan, stealthily extracted it from the depths of his backpack. She sought to fabricate a legitimate opportunity to reveal her true identity. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering why his books were not securely nestled within his backpack. The zipper had been persistently fastened. Upon inspecting his bag, he discovered a significant tear. Perplexed, Lin Xuan wondered if he had perhaps misremembered. He retrieved the book, and Su Hua, standing on her tiptoes, planted a gentle kiss upon his cheek, saying, Xuan, I shall come to fetch you this evening. Chapter 90. Qin Ruyao and Luo Yuan's fallout. In that moment, every individual present widened their eyes in astonishment. There was no longer any doubt regarding their relationship. My goodness, this truly left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were actually together. This was nothing short of explosive news. Posts flooded the forum. Oh my. Major news. Lin Xuan and Su Hua are together. Accompanying the posts were candid photographs. The stunningly attractive couple stood together, a sight that was simply mesmerizing. It was no wonder Lin Xuan had lost interest in Qin Ruyao. He was now with Su Hua, a woman of beauty, talent, and the head of the Su group, the foremost company in Xia country. With a girlfriend like Su Hua, who could possibly still be enamored with Qin Ruyao? With a partner like Su Hua, I could wake up smiling from dreams. Lin Xuan is impressive indeed, managing to win over a girlfriend of Su Hua's caliber. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. Hua Bao. You. He hesitated. What is it? Su Hua raised her gaze. It's nothing. Lin Xuan shook his head. since Su Hua had voluntarily revealed their relationship. It was clear she did not mind its exposure. Hua Bao, I have to attend class now. All right, Su Hua replied, her eyes curving slightly as she nodded. A smile graced her lips, radiating a sense of triumph. The crowd was left in shock. Was this the same icy CEO of Su they had encountered at the school opening ceremony? The hearts of those girls secretly infatuated with Lin Xuan had shattered completely. With a woman like Su Hua by his side, Lin Xuan would hardly spare them a glance. Furthermore, with Su Hua's wealth and influence, any attempt to covet her would be tantamount to courting disaster. Qin Riyao also witnessed this scene, her teeth clenched in frustration, her eyes brimming with envy. Lin Xuan, just wait. She seethed, her brow furrowing. I will ensure you beg on your knees for me to be with you. Li Siyu looked at Qin Ruoyao with concern. Yao Yao, are you all right? Given how much Yao Yao adored Lin Xuan, it must have been excruciating for her to see him arrive at school with a girlfriend. What does it matter? Qin Ruoyao scoffed. Doesn't he prefer to cling to the wealthy and powerful? I, Qin Ruoyao, wouldn't stoop to such a level. There are plenty of men who would be captivated by my beauty. I am not in need of him. Li Siyu furrowed her brow. Is Yao Yao's affection turning into hatred? The public relations department of the Su Group was working tirelessly. The public revelation of Su and Lin's relationship within the school was monumental, likely to stir nationwide commotion. However, Su specifically instructed that aside from Qing University, their affair should remain confidential. Su Hua was concerned that someone might target Lin Xuan to harm him. Luo Yuan, Qin Ruoyao's devoted admirer, had not attended school for over 2 weeks. He aimlessly wandered to Qin Ruoyao's home, where he found that all the money had vanished, and the factory had been mortgaged to the bank. His father had been hospitalized in the ICU due to stress. During these days, Yao Yao often comforted him over the phone. He felt overwhelmed and deeply troubled. Today happens to be Yao Yao's birthday. He spent the little money he had to buy her a small cake and took the opportunity to meet and converse with her. The door of the Qin family was ajar, and Qin's mother was chatting with Qin Riyao in the living room. Yao Yao, how's your relationship with Luo Yuan and Lin Xuan? Qin's mother inquired. A flicker of hatred flashed in Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Mom, I have no desire to engage with a freeloader like Lin Xuan. As for Luo Yuan, Qin Riyao disdainfully curled her lips. He is merely a worthless sycophant. Luo Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Why did Zhao say such things about him? Qin Ruoyao scoffed. I only maintained a good relationship with Luo Yuan because of his generosity and his servile nature. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. In recent days, his company has gone bankrupt, leaving him in significant debt, yet he still calls me every day. If it weren't for the need to uphold my image, I wouldn't even acknowledge him. Suddenly, thud, the cake brought by Luo Yuan fell to the ground. Who is it? Both Qin Ruoyao and Qin's mother approached. Luo Yuan, it's you? A hint of panic flashed across Qin Ruoyao's face. Luo Yuan stood at the door, and she wondered if he had overheard her words. Yao Yao, were your words just now insincere? Luo Yuan grasped Qin Ruoyao's shoulders, his voice trembling slightly. Qin Ruoyao forcefully shook off Luo Yuan's hand. She no longer felt the need to pretend now that her true feelings had been exposed. It is true, she replied coldly. Yao Yao, you. Luo Yuan looked at Qin Ruoyao in astonishment. You are utterly worthless. If it weren't for the money, why would I maintain such a close relationship with you? Qin Ruoyao raised her chin, her face etched with disdain. Money? Are you saying our bond is based on money? Luo Yuan stared at her for several seconds before breaking into a mocking laugh. So, all this time, I have been a mere puppet in Qin Ruoyao's hands. Qin Ruoyao, return the money I spent on you. Luo Yuan gritted his teeth. Luo Yuan, it was your desire to pursue me that led you to give me money. I never coerced you into it. You gave me 2 million in exchange for my kindness. Is that not enough? I will never return that money. Qin Ruoyao replied coldly. Qin Ruoyao, that money is my father's lifeline. He is currently in the ICU and needs 400,000 for medical expenses. If you have any conscience, return the 40,000 to me. I don't want the rest. Luo Yuan's veins throbbed visibly. Your father's illness is not my doing. Why should I give you money? Qin Ruoyao snorted. I want to give you anything. What can you do to me? Luo Yuan felt all his strength drain away. Indeed, there was nothing he could do. All the money he had given to Qin Ruoyao was in cash or gifts, and she had taken away all the receipts. He had no evidence to prove that he had given her the majority of his wealth. Qin Ruoyao, you wait for me. He clenched his fists and stormed out. After disembarking from the bus, Luo Yuan wandered towards his home in a daze. The quaint villa that belonged to his family had already been mortgaged, and today they were to vacate it. The company had collapsed. The house was lost, and his father had been admitted to the ICU. The bank refused to extend credit, and all relatives and friends had distanced themselves following the family's bankruptcy. He had sold everything he could, yet he was still far from gathering the funds necessary for his father's treatment. Perhaps there was only one path left to tread, the perilous route of usury. Before the villa, he spotted a familiar figure, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had never been one to seek him out. "Are you here to revel in my misfortune?" Luo Yuan scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "Indeed, I am but a joke. Lin Xuan, you discerned the true nature of Qin Riao long ago, while I remained blissfully unaware. I am not here to witness your drama," Lin Xuan replied coolly. "If it is not for that, then what could it possibly be?" Luo Yuan frowned. Given their mutual enmity over Qin Ruoyao, he could scarcely fathom why Lin Xuan would seek him out for any other reason. Chapter 91. Digging a pit for Qin Riao Luoyuan. "I wish to propose a collaboration," Lin Xuan stated. "What would you have me do?" Luo Yuan inquired, momentarily taken aback. "I want you to continue being Qin Ruoyao's devoted admirer. Get close to her, and obtain intimate photos of her and Lin Li, particularly those of a more personal nature." Lin Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If their private moments were to be revealed, Qin Ruoyao's reputation would be shattered, and it would certainly vex Lin Li, who was exceedingly concerned about his public image. Otherwise, he wouldn't have concealed his relationship with her. Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li? Those two? Luo Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "They have been entangled for at least a year," Lin Xuan replied. "Damn it." Luo Yuan cursed inwardly, feeling foolish. He had mistakenly believed Qin Ruoyao to be a pure and innocent girl, only to realize she was nothing more than a promiscuous woman. How blind he had been. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. "Lin Xuan, why didn't you inform me of this sooner?" Luo Yuan lamented. Had he known earlier, he would not have acted like a lovesick puppy around Qin Ruoyao. "I told you. Would you have believed me?" Lin Xuan shot him a sidelong glance. Luo Yuan fell silent. Indeed, he would not have believed Lin Xuan. He would have thought Lin Xuan was merely sowing discord between him and Qin Ruoyao. "If you follow my instructions, I will assist in covering your father's medical expenses," Lin Xuan promised. Luo Yuan's previously vacant eyes sparkled with hope. "All right, I shall enter into this collaboration with you." Lin Xuan's proposition was advantageous for him. If he could successfully capture the intimate photos Lin Xuan mentioned, he would not only save his father but also reclaim his dignity. Seeing Luo Yuan's agreement, Lin Xuan tossed him a bank card. "What is this?" Luo Yuan asked, confusion etched across his face. "If you appear impoverished, Qin Ruoyao will not give you the time of day. I will help transform you into a wealthy heir," Lin Xuan explained. "Understood." Luo Yuan nodded. Lin Xuan was astute. It would be wise to heed his guidance. Lin Xuan concluded, in short, gain Qin Ruoyao's trust. For days later, a Maserati came to a halt before the gates of Shangqing University. Many students cast curious glances. Although the Maserati was not the most extravagant of luxury cars, it was certainly impressive. It was the first time this vehicle had been seen. Who could it belong to? Qin Riao also gazed on with intrigue as a driver approached the back seat and opened the door, revealing Luo Yuan stepping out of the car. "Whoa, isn't that Luo Yuan? I heard his family went bankrupt. How is it that he suddenly drives a Maserati? And look at his demeanor, complete with a personal driver. Even if Luo Yuan hadn't gone bankrupt, surely he couldn't afford this." Qin Ruoyao's complexion paled rapidly. "What is happening? Was Luo Yuan broke? Just a few days ago, he asked to borrow money from me." She began to regret how she had treated him, wondering if he would now ignore her. Lin Li's family was wealthy, yet Lin Li needed to save up to start his own business and could not provide her with much. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed far more generous. Regret washed over Qin Ruoyao. Had she known earlier, she would have sweetened her words to soothe Luo Yuan and offered the 400,000 to his father for medical treatment. Li Siyu grasped Qin Ruoyao's hand and urged, Yao Yao, let us seek out Luo Yuan." "But Siyu, I had a quarrel with him," Qin Ruoyao replied, biting her lip, recalling their fierce argument from days ago. It seemed that Luo Yuan might never acknowledge her again. "Yao Yao, isn't it quite normal to argue? Do not fret. Luo Yuan cherishes you deeply and will not dwell on this matter," Li Siyu reassured her. Yet, Qin Ruoyao felt a chill enveloping her limbs. "This is entirely different. I unveiled my true self to Luo Yuan. He will no longer regard me." Luo Yuan surveyed the surroundings before striding past Qin Ruoyao without casting a glance her way. Clenching her fists, she realized that indeed, he was ignoring her. Nevertheless, she yearned to reconcile with him. As she pondered her strategy, an idea began to form. After all, Luo Yuan was quite affluent now. he would likely provide her the 400,000 swiftly. At noon, while Luo Yuan remained in the classroom, Qin Ruyao transferred the sum to him. Luo Yuan looked at her in astonishment. She approached him tentatively, saying, "Luo Yuan, I apologize. What I said the other day was influenced by my mother. She has always disapproved of our relationship, and I deceived you with those words to placate her. In truth, I returned home and gathered the funds for you. And I just transferred the money today. Regardless, no matter what I say, I know I shattered your heart that day. And it is only natural for you not to forgive me." Qin Ruoyao's tone was tinged with melancholy. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is this money I lent you, or is it repayment?" "Of course, it is repayment." Qin Ruoyao assumed he was testing her sincerity and quickly added, "You have given me so much. Consider this as my return to you. You need not repay me in the future." A smile played on Luo Yuan's lips as he pressed the recording device to stop. Indeed, the advice from online friends proved impactful. His money, the 400,000, was on its way back. He clicked to accept the transfer. Qin Ruoyao felt a pang in her heart. This money constituted her entire savings. If Luo Yuan chose not to forgive her, she would be left with nothing. She had initially thought he would refuse to accept the funds. Chapter 92. Setting a trap for Qin Ruoyao. Luo Yuan, "I shall take my leave for lunch," Qin Ruoyao said, turning away in a despondent manner. "Wait." Luo Yuan called out to her. Qin Ruoyao's eyes lit up. Luo Yuan approached her, gazing at her with earnestness. "Yao Yao, I am truly sorry. My emotions got the better of me that day, and I frightened you." A wave of exhilaration surged within Qin Ruoyao. Luo Yuan bore her no ill will. Indeed, Luo Yuan, the ever-devoted admirer, would eagerly approach her upon receiving the slightest hint of goodwill. She shook her head. "It's all right, Luo Yuan. I understand you. You were affected by the upheaval at home." "Yao Yao, you were so understanding," Luo Yuan said, visibly moved. "How is your family now? Is your uncle all right?" "Rest assured. The company is stable now," Luo Yuan replied with a smile. Actually, the individual merely faced some issues and went missing. He did not abscond with funds. On the contrary, he has made a substantial profit. My family now has over 100 million in cash, and as for my father, he has left the ICU and is in good health. A warmth ignited within Qin Ruoyao. Over 100 million. Could this mean Luo Yuan had access to several million, or even tens of millions to spend? Given Luo Yuan's character, it was likely that he would lavish this wealth on her. "With that, I can finally breathe easy," Qin Ruoyao said, smiling gently. "Yao Yao, I am now financially secure, and I can provide you with a good life. Will you be with me?" Luo Yuan's gaze was fixed on Qin Ruoyao. "Luo Yuan, I'm sorry, Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. If Li Ge were to catch her with Luo Yuan, she would be unable to explain herself. She could tell Li Ge that she had feelings for Lin Xuan. But what could she say about Luo Yuan? She could not allow Luo Yuan to jeopardize her relationship with Li Ge. Luo Yuan's eyes filled with melancholy, only to be replaced by a resigned smile. "It's all right, Yao Yao. After experiencing such highs and lows, I have come to understand that loving someone does not necessitate possessing them. From now on, let us be friends. I will continue to care for you, but I shall no longer cling to the idea of being together. Whoever you choose to love, I will support you. My only wish is to see you happy." He needed to gradually dismantle Qin Ruoyao's defenses, for as her suitor, she could not reveal her relationship with Li Ge. Friendship, however, was a different matter. Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled. "Thank you for your understanding. You are truly kind." But she bit her lip anxiously. Would Luo Yuan continue to spend on her if he was not pursuing her anymore? Lost in thought, Luo Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Yao Yao, I am financially secure now. Come, let us visit the mall. Whatever you desire, I shall buy for you," Luo Yuan proclaimed with generosity. A surge of joy filled Qin Ruoyao's heart, yet her expression remained hesitant. "Luo Yuan, perhaps we should forego this. It seems too extravagant." "What does it matter? I have money now. Besides, isn't a man's wealth meant to be spent on the woman he cherishes?" With that, Luo Yuan took Qin Ruoyao's hand and hurried towards the mall. As soon as he made his move, he purchased a necklace worth 200,000 for Qin Ruoyao. With the payment and the record of the necklace both in his name, Luo Yuan observed the radiant smile on Qin Ruoyao's face as she cradled the necklace. And a wave of self-mockery washed over him. It was evident that Qin Ruoyao was a materialistic woman. How could he have been so foolishly blinded by her charm? Like a moth drawn to a flame? For now, he would let her bask in her triumph, allowing her to gradually fall into his trap. A cold glint flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. Yili had been scheming relentlessly to ruin Lin Xian's reputation, hoping that if Lin Xian were to be involved with another woman, Su Hua would grow to despise and abandon him. A woman of Su Hua's stature would never tolerate her man being sullied. An opportunity finally presented itself during the birthday celebration of Wang Ping, a classmate of Lin Xuan. Wang Ping, how do you plan to celebrate your birthday this year? Yili inquired. Brotherly, my family isn't as affluent as yours. What else can I do? It'll just be a simple family dinner, Wang Ping sighed, envious of Yili's wealth. If only his family possessed the billions that Yili's did, he could spend freely as he wished. Yili replied, why not invite your family and classmates to the extravagant club? I'll treat you all. What do you think? Really? Wang Ping's face lit up with joy. Of course it's true. You are my good brother. It is only right for me to host a birthday banquet for you. Yili chuckled. Thank you so much. Brotherly, Wang Ping expressed his gratitude. I just have a favor to ask of you. Speak freely. I'll do my utmost to assist you. Yili encouraged. I need you to invite Lin Xuan to the birthday banquet. Wang Ping frowned at the mention of Lin Xuan. Yes. You know I have always had a good relationship with Lin Xuan, but we recently had a falling out, and he has been ignoring me. I want to use this birthday celebration to resolve our issues. Yili sighed. I do not wish to lose such a friend. Consider it done, brotherly. I'll take care of it, Wang Ping assured with a firm pat on his chest. Thank you for your help, Yili acknowledged. A shadow of darkness passing through his eyes. He had a distant relative who held a minor leadership position at the extravagant club, and his family's factory required assistance from that company. He planned to have his relative slip a drug into Lin Xuan's drink. He had also arranged for 2 women to be present. He intended to capture photographs of those women in bed with Lin Xuan. Convinced that Su would no longer have any affection for him, the thought of Lin Xuan being cast aside by Su Hua filled Yili with exhilaration. He could hardly wait to witness Lin Xuan's anguish after being abandoned, left without support, and trampled underfoot once more. Wang Ping returned to his class and stood at the podium, raising his voice. Everyone, please settle down. I have an announcement to make. The students paused their activities, looking at Wang Ping with curiosity. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, in 3 days, it will be my birthday, and I would like to invite everyone to the extravagant club for some fun. Wang Ping's words undoubtedly reverberated through the classroom like a thunderclap. This opulent establishment was among the most upscale venues in the Summer Nation, with over 20 classmates, not to mention Wang Ping's family and relatives. The birthday banquet would undoubtedly cost several million. Pingu, has your family struck it rich? Such extravagant spending. A male student exclaimed in astonishment. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me, are you going or not? Of course, I must attend. If I don't, wouldn't that be a grave insult to you, Pingu? Finally, Wang Ping's gaze settled upon Lin Xuan, who had been slumped over his desk, asleep. Wang Ping approached Lin Xuan's side. Xuanzi, Wang Dai called out, rousing Lin Xuan from his slumber. Instantly, Lin Xuan emerged from his reverie. What is the matter? He inquired, his tone somewhat irritable. He had been engrossed in crafting content for short videos, and the sudden interruption left him displeased. Xuanzi, someone is looking for you. Wang Dai gestured towards Wang Ping. Chapter 93. Astonishing excitement. Wang Ping smiled gently. Lin Xuan. I mentioned earlier that I would like to invite everyone to my birthday celebration at the extravagant club. I noticed you were asleep, so I came specifically to extend the invitation. The event is the evening after tomorrow. Will you be able to attend? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. Wang Ping came from an unremarkable background. Though his parents held minor positions in a company, their combined income barely exceeded 40,000. Hardly sufficient to cover the lavish expenses of the opulent club. Wang Ping maintained a good relationship with Yili, and it was likely that this birthday celebration was financially supported by Yili. Lin Xuan smirked at the thought. Yili was indeed making considerable investments to confront him. Lin Xuan, all the other classmates will be there, Wang Ping added, anxious that Lin Xuan would decline. We have been classmates for 3 years. You cannot deny me this favor. Very well, I shall attend, Lin Xuan replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, eager to witness Yili's intentions. It was high time for him to take action against Yili as well. In the days that followed, Qin Ruaya basked in a life of luxury, with Luo Yuan accompanying her on daily shopping sprees, transferring her a substantial amount of money. Darling, come out. I am waiting for you at the Junhua Hotel, Lin Li said suggestively. All right, brotherly, I will be there shortly, Qin Ruya replied sweetly. As she made her way, Luo Yuan approached, holding a cup of milk tea he had purchased for her. Qin Ruya, I have some matters to attend to at home. I must return, she said apologetically. Understood, Luo Yuan replied, offering her the milk tea. Would you like me to give you a ride? No, thank you. I have already called for a car. It should arrive shortly. Despite Luo Yuan's previous declaration that they would remain just friends, Qin Ruoyao couldn't shake the feeling that he was still pursuing her, trying to lower her defenses to gradually win her heart. She needed him to continue spending on her and could not let him discover her connection with Lin Li. Take care, Ruoyao, Luo Yuan urged. Dressed in a floral dress and petite heels, Qin Ruoyao departed the restaurant with a light step. Luo Yuan instinctively felt she was not heading home. He too summoned a taxi. Driver, please follow the car ahead, Luo Yuan instructed. It seems that car is occupied by a young lady. Young man, I assure you, I am a law-abiding citizen and do not engage in stalking, the driver firmly rejected. Luo Yuan, skilled at acting, lowered his gaze in melancholy. Sir, the person in front is actually my girlfriend. Lately, she has been indifferent towards me, always dressing beautifully before heading out. I suspect she may be seeing someone else, and I wish to follow her to clarify any misunderstandings. He even showed the driver a photo of himself with Qin Ruoyao. The driver was entirely convinced by Luo Yuan's story. Cheating? That is unacceptable, he exclaimed, harboring a deep disdain for unfaithful partners, as he had a daughter who had suffered from a similar betrayal. Young man, wait for me. I assure you, I will help you track her down, and I will not lose her, the driver exclaimed, fueled by indignation, as he pressed the accelerator and trailed closely behind the taxi that Qin Ruoyao occupied. Luo Yuan observed as she entered the Junhua Hotel. The driver, with a sympathetic expression, offered consolation. Ordinary locals do not simply come to a hotel without reason. You are likely correct in your assumptions. She may indeed be unfaithful. Do not be too disheartened. There are plenty of flowers in the world, wouldn't you agree? Yes, thank you, sir. Luo Yuan replied as he exited the vehicle and handed the driver a red bill. You need not keep this. The driver waved his hand dismissively. Take this money and treat yourself to something to eat. With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Luo Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty upon receiving such earnest comfort from the driver. As he stepped into the hotel, he overheard the front desk staff gossiping. Did you recognize that girl? The one in the white dress adorned with little flowers? Yes, that's her. Just a while ago, she came here in a wedding dress. That particular front desk employee had a vivid recollection of Qin Ruoyao in her bridal attire. Goodness, she certainly knows how to have fun. Even after marrying, she's out playing around. I actually think that guy isn't her husband. What couple checks into a hotel separately? They never seem to appear together, nor do they leave together. If what you say is true, then her husband must be quite the fool. Luo Yuan stroked his chin, realizing he had indeed discovered Qin Ruoyao's rendezvous with another man. But a wedding dress. Had Qin Ruoyao gotten married? He dialed Lin Xuan and relayed the news. Lin Xuan. I heard from the hotel staff that Qin Ruoyao recently checked in wearing a wedding dress. She must be married. Do you know who the groom is? He silently pitied the man who had married Qin Ruoyao. How unfortunate for him that on his wedding day, his bride was off indulging with another man. Compared to that man, his own situation of being deceived by Qin Ruoyao felt less pitiable. Lin Xuan fell silent for an extended moment. Lin Xuan, are you there? Luo Yuan inquired curiously. With a heavy tone, Lin Xuan replied, the one married to Qin Ruoyao is me. Luo Yuan was taken aback. It's actually Lin Xuan. So what is the status of your relationship with Qin Ruoyao now? Luo Yuan was left bewildered. The web of relationships involving Su, Qin Ruoyao, Lin Li, and Lin Xuan was utterly convoluted. If Qin Ruoyao had wed Lin Xuan, why was she now pursuing him? Lin Xuan pinched the bridge of his nose. We did not actually get married. I was interrupted at the wedding by Hua Bao, and I have seen Qin Ruoyao's true colors. Luo Yuan widened his eyes in shock. Wow, this is incredibly intense. Why wasn't Ti there to witness the drama unfold? Luo Yuan, continue to keep an eye on Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xuan instructed before hanging up the phone. Luo Yuan began to hide outside the hotel, waiting for Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao to emerge. Qin Ruoyao swiped her card and entered the room, where Lin Li pressed her against the wall. Li good. Qin Ruoyao shyly lowered her head. Yo. You haven't come to see me these past few days. Have you been enjoying yourself too much with Lin Xuan, to the point of forgetting about me? Lin Li inquired with narrowed eyes. Previously, Lin Li had exploited Qin Ruoyao to incite a profound disdain within the Lin family towards Lin Xuan, thereby eliminating any possibility of Lin Xuan inheriting the Xinghui group. His objective had been achieved. Lin Xuan had severed ties with his family and signed a declaration of disassociation. Now, his continued involvement with Qin Ruoyao stemmed solely from the fact that she was the woman Lin Xuan adored. He relished in the manipulation of Lin Xuan's affections. Chapter 94. Lin Xuan sets a trap for Yi Li Go. I have come to realize that my affections do not lie with Lin Xuan, but rather with you. I have no intention of entangling myself with him any longer, Qin Ruoyao declared playfully. Li Go, I only wish to be your woman. Lin Li's expression darkened abruptly. Lin Xuan had already attached himself to that wealthy woman and was now living a life of indulgence. Should Lin Xuan betray her, that woman would surely cast him aside. He yearned to witness Lin Xuan's downfall. Lin Xuan had always adored Qin Ruoyao, and she was the perfect candidate to entice him into infidelity. How could she possibly abandon him? Li Go, what troubles you? You seem rather disheartened, Qin Ruoyao inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. It's nothing, Lin Li replied, shaking his head. I was merely contemplating a rather challenging matter at the company. Li Go, you've joined the company? Qin Ruoyao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, my father has asked me to learn there for a while, Lin Li affirmed with a nod. Li Go, you are truly impressive. Qin Ruoyao's eyes sparkled. Lin Li, who had not yet graduated, was already interning at the company, clearly being groomed as a successor. He would eventually become the president of Xinhui Group. And she would become the president's wife. Yao, you needn't sacrifice your happiness for my sake. If you have feelings for him, pursue them boldly, Lin Li said gently. Li Go, let us not discuss Lin Xuan at this moment. Qin Ruoyao's hand slipped beneath Lin Li's shirt. He recalled her alluring demeanor in bed, his throat dry. Before long, they found themselves entwined on the bed. Lin Li exited first, leaving the elevator, whereupon the front desk staff regarded him with curious glances. Upon leaving the hotel, Luo Yuan captured several photographs with his phone. 3 minutes later, Qin Ruoyao emerged as well. Luo Yuan snapped another picture, then nonchalantly stowed his phone away, carrying a shopping bag as he approached. Yao, I thought you were going home. Luo Yuan feigned surprise. Seeing Luo Yuan, Qin Ruoyao's eyes flickered with momentary panic. Luo Yuan, what are you doing here? I. Qin Ruoyao was at a loss for words. Luo Yuan bit his lip. Yao, do you have a boyfriend? A friend of mine recently had an encounter with his girlfriend that bears a striking resemblance to your current situation, especially since you just came from a hotel. Luo Yuan, please don't misunderstand. I do not, Qin Ruoyao hurriedly clarified. Yao, Luo Yuan sighed. There is no need to conceal anything from me. I have stated before that I regard you solely as a friend and the woman I wish to protect. Your happiness is all that matters to me. Luo Yuan opened the shopping bag he was holding. This is. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened as she fixated on the contents of the box. Isn't this a fragrance by Frank? A single bottle costs 60,000. Yao, this is something I specially selected for you at the mall. Do you like it? Luo Yuan's tone was gentle as he gazed at Qin Ruoyao, as if she were his entire world. Yes, I like it, Qin Ruoyao nodded earnestly. Thank you, Luo Yuan, but this must have cost you quite a bit. Luo Yuan replied, it is only natural for a man to spend on a woman, and besides, I am not short on funds at the moment. He managed to beguile Qin Ruoyao completely. She couldn't help but ponder that despite knowing she had someone else in her life, Luo Yuan still gifted her such an expensive perfume, indicating his indifference. Indeed, Luo Yuan's love for her seemed boundless. Luo Yuan, I do have someone I care for, she confessed. Before, Lin Xuan did not reciprocate my feelings, and I suffered greatly. I sought solace in bars until Lin Li appeared and rescued me. And that's when I began to develop feelings for him. Qin Ruoyao began to unveil her relationship with Lin Li to him. Luo Yuan inwardly scoffed at her blatant fabrications. I only recently decided to give up on Lin Xuan, and then I found myself liking Lin Li. Am I a terrible person? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a reflection of her struggle to accept herself. Yao, no, Luo Yuan gently reassured her. In my heart, whatever you choose to do is justified. It was Lin Xuan who abandoned you. You are free to choose another man. You are truly wonderful, Qin Ruoyao said, touched, as she threw herself into Luo Yuan's embrace. A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Yuan's features. What repugnant flaw did this woman possess, lacking any sense of boundaries? He was reluctant to be touched by her and gently pulled her away. Yao, let us maintain some physical distance. You are now with Lin Li, and I fear he may misinterpret our relationship. All right, Qin Ruoyao nodded heavily. A shadow of cunning gleamed in Luo Yuan's eyes. He believed he would soon acquire evidence of Qin Ruoyao's intimacy with Lin Li, at which point he could ensnare her, leading to her disgrace. And her family's home would likely be at risk as well. Before long, the day of Wang Ping's birthday banquet arrived. Wang Butler, have you completed the investigation? Lin Xuan inquired. Young Master Lin, it has been thoroughly investigated, Wang Butler replied respectfully. Yili has a distant relative named Wang Li who works as a junior supervisor at a lavish establishment. Her family owns a construction company, and Yi Li's family operates a considerably large real estate company. Wang Li's family has long sought to collaborate with Yi Real Estate. Lin Xuan smirked. Realizing that his suspicions were confirmed, Yi Li was unable to restrain himself from plotting against him. If Yi Li intended to exploit Wang Li, there was only one possibility. To drug him, perhaps with a love potion, most likely the latter. It was possible that Yi Li had already arranged for a woman for him. Wang Butler. Are they conspiring to drug me? Lin Xuan leaned back on the sofa, his tone nonchalant. Wang Butler's expression revealed surprise. Young Master Lin seemed to be utterly aware of the entire scheme. One could not help but note how much he resembled the young lady in his strategic demeanor. Wang Butler nodded. Indeed, young Master Lin, they have procured a substance from abroad known as love dust, which is colorless and tasteless, making it nearly undetectable when mixed with alcohol. It is quite a coincidence that this medicine originates from the lady's faction. Butler Wang produced a diminutive vial, declaring it to be the antidote. This time, Lin Xuan was taken aback. Butler Wang, have you truly managed to procure the antidote in such a brief span of time? How remarkable. Typically, such antidotes are well concealed. Yet, Butler Wang had obtained it in merely 2 or 3 days. It is merely a stroke of luck, Butler Wang replied with a cheerful smile. Lin Xuan did not ponder too deeply and took the vial of antidote, examining it closely. Chapter 95. Prioritizing Romance Over Friendship. Young Master Lin. Should we inform Miss about this matter? Inquired Butler Wang. No need, Lin Xuan replied, his expression icy. I intend to handle it personally. I will navigate through legitimate channels to ensure Yi Li is imprisoned. He will serve as my first subject to validate the effectiveness of the martial arts he has practiced in the space for so long. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's demeanor, Butler Wang shivered slightly. It was indeed chilling. Over time, he had come to realize that Lin Xuan, despite his outwardly gentle and amiable disposition, possessed a cunning nature. Young Master Lin can be more formidable than Miss at times. A friend of Su Hua, or more accurately, a woman who had stubbornly ingratiated herself into Su Hua's circle. Initially, Su Hua had ignored her, but after being saved by her, she reluctantly accepted her presence as a friend. Su Wenwei entered the night garden, expecting to encounter chaos. After all, it was home to a malevolent figure who often wreaked havoc, frequently destroying the garden's valuable possessions. Yet, Su Hua indulged him, never expressing anger regardless of the destruction he caused. To Su Wenwei, Su Hua's affection for Lin Xuan resembled a flower blooming amid stung. Upon stepping into the night garden, Su Wenwei was taken aback. This doesn't make sense. How is the garden so well maintained? Has it been restored after Lin Xuan's destruction? Miss Su, greetings, cheered the servants along her path. Her suspicions deepened. In previous visits, the servants had appeared morose, yet this time, each wore a cheerful countenance. Su Wenwei approached a servant and inquired, has there been some grand celebration in the night garden? Indeed, every day is a joyous occasion, the servant replied with a smile. Isn't it so? Young Master Lin and Miss are inseparable, and Miss's happiness has positively influenced our moods, resulting in increased bonuses for us servants. Last month, I received 23,000. What grand celebration? Su Wenwei pressed. Oh dear. The servants smacked their forehead. My memory fails me. I must hurry to deliver these items. Miss Su, I cannot chat any longer. With that, the servant hurried off. As Su Wenwei entered the villa, she spotted Lin Xuan lounging with his legs crossed, casually enjoying fruit. He glanced at her without acknowledgement. Su Wenwei frowned. She had been persistently persuading Hua Bao to abandon him, although he was not worthy of her affection before. He bore a grudge. Su Wenwei's curiosity piqued at Lin Xuan's relaxed demeanor. Lin Xuan, what brings you to the living room? She asked, perplexed. As he had previously sequestered himself in his room, not lounging on the sofa while engrossed in his phone and snacking, Lin Xuan remained unresponsive, furrowing her brows. Su Wenwei continued, Lin Xuan, how is your relationship with Su Hua currently? But as soon as she spoke, she shook her head. What nonsense is she spouting? How could the relationship between Lin Xuan and Su Hua possibly be good? It would be remarkable if Lin Xuan didn't stab Su Hua with a knife. He hasn't even spared her a glance. Lin Xuan's attitude infuriated the hot-tempered Su Wenwei, who shouted, Lin Xuan, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Su Hua entered, her brow furrowed. Why are you shouting? She reproached. Su Wenwei's expression soured. How embarrassing. Su Hua actually heard that. Even if Lin Xuan was indeed being excessive, Su Hua would undoubtedly side with him. Alas, her friend prioritizes romance over friendship. Lin Xuan approached Su Hua and asked tenderly, "Have you grown tired after working all morning?" Su Wenwei was taken aback. "What is happening? Lin Xuan is treating her friend so well?" "Yes, I'm tired," Su Hua replied, extending her hand. After typing all morning, her hands were sore. "Let me give you a massage," Lin Xuan said, expertly kneading her hands. Su Wenwei was left speechless. These two. Why do they appear so sweet and affectionate? She was startled by her own thoughts. The words sweet and affectionate could not possibly apply to Su Hua and Lin Xuan, whose relationship was defined by coercion and resistance. Yet, the current scene suggested they were enveloped in a bubble of romance. Lei Hui contacted Lin Xuan, and upon seeing the message on his phone, Lin Xuan frowned and said, "Hua Bao, I have something to attend to upstairs. I've already prepared dinner. You should eat first." "All right," Su Hua nodded. After Lin Xuan went upstairs, Su Hua and Su Wenwei sat across from each other at the dining table. "Su Hua, what is the status between you and Lin Xuan?" Su Wenwei inquired. Wondering what had transpired during her nearly 2 months abroad, Su Hua raised her left hand, revealing her ring, a token of their romantic relationship. "Su Hua, don't you think Lin Xuan is acting?" Su Wenwei hesitated. "I suspect his kindness is a facade. He might want to extract something from you, perhaps corporate secrets, or even harm you." Given Lin Xuan's words, it seemed he was preparing dinner for Su Hua. What if he intended to poison her slowly? "I trust him," Su Hua said, her crimson lips curving into a smile. "I believe he genuinely wishes to treat me well. Even if it is an act, I would gladly accept it." Su Wenwei sighed, realizing that a woman in love is often impervious to reason. After Lin Xuan finished his tasks, he joined them in the dining room. As before, he fed Su Hua with tender care. Su Wenwei felt the urge to curse. "Seriously, is it necessary to be this clingy?" She instructed the servants. "Could you please bring me a pair of chopsticks and a bowl?" Oddly enough, whenever she came before, they would have prepared utensils for her during mealtimes. This time, however, they had failed to do so. It seemed the servants in this household were increasingly lacking in decorum. Upon hearing the order, the servant glanced at Su Hua. With an expressionless demeanor, Su Hua instructed, "There is no need for preparations." "When did you become so stingy, Su Hua? Are you truly unwilling to offer me even a meal?" Su Wenwei lamented, exasperated. Indeed, she was reluctant. Su Hua's tone remained indifferent. For all these dishes were personally crafted by Xian. She harbored no desire for the culinary creations of Xian to be savored by any woman other than herself. How outrageous. Su Wenwei silently cursed the treachery of prioritizing romantic interests over friendship. "Fine, if you refuse to feed me, I shall seek out my young and handsome paramours instead." She had several such admirers, most of whom were from the entertainment industry. This was one aspect of Su Hua that she could not comprehend. Given Su Hua's status and wealth, possessing 100 men would be effortless. Yet, she seemed to harbor affection solely for Lin Xuan, treating all other men with disdain and caution. Chapter 96. Disturbing Mr. Su's performance on that particular afternoon, Meng Bo, the representative from Fei Yuan novel website, personally sought out Lin Xuan. With pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a haggard appearance, Meng Bo looked utterly exhausted. His resentment towards Lin Xuan was palpable. Within just over a month since Lin Xuan's novel website launched, it had already achieved an impressive daily active user count of 8 million, a figure that was still rapidly increasing. The copyrights for the novels and films on Zhang Xinbo's platform had garnered immense interest from numerous production and entertainment companies, rendering it a coveted asset. Industry evaluations indicated that the growth prospects for Zhang Xinbo far surpassed those of Fei Yuan novel website. As a publicly traded company, Fei Yuan's stock price continued to plummet under the pressure exerted by Zhang Xinbo. Seated in a hotel, Meng Bo cast a somber glance at Lin Xuan as he walked in. Just before Lin Xuan arrived, Meng Bo's gloomy demeanor transformed into a forced smile. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat," he said amiably. Lin Xuan settled into a chair and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What could the all-powerful President Meng want with an ordinary novelist like myself?" Meng Bo's expression stiffened. Lin Xuan's words were a blatant mockery of his prior actions to censor his novels. "Young Master Lin." He feigned ignorance to the sarcasm embedded within Lin Xuan's tone, presenting a contract before him. "This is the termination agreement for your novel. Please sign it." Lin Xuan's novel, which had been signed for comic adaptation rights with another company, had undergone a lengthy termination process. "Young Master Lin, you retain full copyright for this novel, and you need not return any of the royalties you received." At this revelation, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes. His website had been leveraging Fei Yuan novel website's reputation for marketing, positioning itself as their fiercest competitor. Yet Meng Bo was willing to return the rights to him. However, Mr. Lin, I have a humble request, Meng Bo continued, visibly uneasy. Could you perhaps speak to your associates about continuing our collaboration with Meng Corporation? Associates? Lin Xuan queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. Meng Bo clarified. I mean the individuals from Su Corporation. A realization dawned on Lin Xuan. It seemed that Su Hua had intervened, personally assisting him in reclaiming the copyright to his novel. Furthermore, the recent overhaul of contracts by Fei Yuan novel website, along with their proactive compensation to authors, were likely orchestrated by Su Hua. Having such a formidable ally was undeniably advantageous. Mr. Meng Corporation has collaborated with Su Corporation for many years. Terminating this partnership would be detrimental to both our companies. Wouldn't you agree? Meng Bo asserted. President Meng, you jest, Lin Xuan replied with a light chuckle. Ending this collaboration would indeed affect Meng Corporation. But Su Corporation would hardly feel the impact. Su Corporation is a behemoth. Countless companies are eager to partner with them. Let us not forget, Meng Bo, that we harbor grievances against one another. Why would I advocate for you? Meng Bo's countenance grew rigid. Indeed, without the collaboration with Su Corporation, Meng Corporation would face severe repercussions, while the effects on Su Corporation would be negligible. His father had even vowed to focus on nurturing an illegitimate son to inherit the family business. He sought out Lin Xuan as a last resort. Young Master Lin, here is 10 million. Please accept it. Meng Bo placed a check before Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. Mr. Meng, are you attempting to dismiss a beggar? My personal novel website generates a daily income in the tens of millions. This amount hardly constitutes half a day's earnings for me. Meng Bo clenched his teeth and produced a 30 million check. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unmoved. What must I do to persuade your backers to abandon their pursuit of the Meng Corporation? Meng Bo's composure was fraying. Mr. Meng, if the Su Group truly wished to target you, it would merely entail terminating our collaboration. Should you continue to pester me or take actions that displease me, who knows? I might just unleash my associates upon the Meng Corporation. A mere whisper in Su Hua's ear could suffice. Mr. Meng, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger. Lin Xuan rose, for the main event awaited him that evening, leaving little time to indulge Meng Bo. As Lin Xuan departed, Meng Bo clenched his fists in frustration. It's all that wretched trumpet flower's fault. Were it not for her, I would not have fallen to this lowly state. And Lin Xuan, with a talent like him on my novel website, my inheritance of the Meng Corporation would be assured. There would be no room for that despicable illegitimate son, Meng Li, to flaunt himself before me. Meng Bo's expression reflected utter dejection. Had he known, had he truly comprehended, he would have catered to Lin Xuan more diligently. Returning to the night garden by 5 in the evening, Lin Xuan found Su Hua seated on the sofa in a black cheongsam, the tailored garment accentuating her alluring figure. The slit revealed her radiant, fair legs. With her hand propped against her forehead, her enchanting gaze shimmered, exuding an irresistible allure. Lin Xuan swallowed hard. Realizing that Su Hua seemed to possess an increasing femininity, each gesture imbued with unique charm, especially in bed. Ah Xian, come here, Su Hua beckoned, her crimson lips curving into a smile. All right. As Lin Xuan settled onto the sofa, Su Hua's delicate arms entwined around his neck. Ah Xian, do you think I look beautiful in this outfit? Su Hua whispered softly in his ear. Beautiful, Lin Xuan nodded, unable to deny the captivating effect of her attire. Beloved, I just met with Meng Bo. Did you manage to retrieve the copyright for the novel? Lin Xuan inquired. Yes, Su Hua replied. However, that novel is of little consequence to me. You need not trouble yourself over such trifles. I simply cannot allow my man to suffer any indignities. What belongs to him must not fall into the hands of outsiders, she insisted. Lin Xuan was taken aback, feeling a surge of security. Ah Xian, consider me your support. Whenever you encounter difficulties you cannot resolve, remember to seek me out. She wished to provide a haven for her beloved, aware that he was pursuing his own career. She would refrain from interference unless absolutely necessary, granting him the freedom to forge his path. She desired for him to be a canary confined within a cage. Yet she yearned even more for him to soar through the skies and realize his true worth. Just then, Jiang Qing entered the living room, and upon her arrival, she beheld Su Hua seated on Lin Xuan's lap, an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Jiang Qing exclaimed in shock, Oh my, am I interrupting something significant for Mr. Su? Su Hua cast a frosty glare at Jiang Qing. Mr. Su, I have come to inform you that it is time to set forth, Jiang Qing declared, steeling herself. Chapter 97. Lin Xuan is intoxicated under Su Hua's piercing gaze. Jiang Qing quietly exited the living room, waiting outside for Su Hua. Xian, I have perused your novel. The interactions between the male and female leads are rife with subtle flirtations. When we return tonight, I shall put it to the test. Su Hua whispered into Lin Xian's ear. Lin Xuan. Indeed, his novel contained numerous flirtatious moments, as it was a delicate narrative, and such themes were unavoidable. Alas, had he known, he would have opted for a different genre. Yet, why did he sense a hint of excitement? Inside a luxurious Maybach, Su Hua sat in the back seat while the driver navigated the streets, with Jiang Qing occupying the front passenger seat. Mr. Su, the guests have mostly arrived. They are awaiting you at the Paradise Club, Jiang Qing reported. Su Hua replied nonchalantly. Lin Xuan, having changed into another outfit, made his entrance at the Paradise Club, followed closely by Yili, who wore a smirk of disdain. Lin Xuan, your days of fortune are drawing to a close, he mused, having meticulously orchestrated everything to ensure his plans were foolproof. To his surprise, Su Hua also appeared at the Paradise Club. He intended for Su Hua to witness firsthand Lin Xuan's escapades with two women, convinced that she would be compelled to cast Lin Xuan aside upon witnessing such indiscretions. Within a lavish private room, most of the attendees were students from Qing University. Qin Ruiyao, adorned in an evening gown, deliberately strolled back and forth before Lin Xuan. Yet he did not spare her a single glance. Frustrated, she plopped down on the sofa. Ruiyao, you might as well save your efforts, Wang Ping advised, shaking his head. Lin Xuan is already with Mr. Su. He would hardly spare you a thought. A female student, who harbored disdain for Qin Ruiyao, chimed in. Indeed, Qin Ruiyao, even if you still harbor feelings for Lin Xuan, don't wear yourself out. It's clear to everyone who should be chosen between you and Mr. Su. Besides, daring to compete with Mr. Su for a man is akin to courting disaster. You all are overthinking it. Qin Ruiyao's expression darkened. I never truly liked Lin Xuan. I merely felt the loss of a friend and mistook it for love. Is that so? Wang Ping raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Qin Ruiyao bit her lip. Had she known, she would not have pursued Lin Xuan. Now, she had become the subject of ridicule among her classmates. As she walked through the school, whispers about her. Lin Xuan and Su Hua echoed around her. Lin Xuan and Su Hua were portrayed as a loving couple, while she was labeled as the interloper attempting to ruin their relationship. Her once pristine reputation had been irrevocably tarnished due to Lin Xuan. Among our classmates, Lin Xuan is the most successful. He has penned a blockbuster novel, launched an impressive novel website, and is even dating Mr. Su, Wang Ping remarked with admiration. Other students speculated that Lin Xuan's entrepreneurial venture was largely supported by Su Hua. Otherwise, how could he have achieved such remarkable success in just a month? Transforming his website into the second largest platform? There is a subtle sensation of suppressing the leading figure of the Feiyuan novel website. Even if they perceive Lin Xuan as someone reliant on others, they still hold a degree of admiration for him. To be able to enjoy such privileges is indeed a talent, and to partake in the generosity of President Su is an extraordinary feat. Truly remarkable. It seems that among us, Lin Xuan will undoubtedly emerge as the most successful after graduation. The members of the Lin family are indeed exceptional in their own right. Wang Dade had to leave early due to an upset stomach. A server approached, carrying a tray. Sir, here's your drink. The tray contained but a single glass of wine, which Lin Xuan accepted. A flicker of dark intrigue crossed Yuli's eyes. The wine had been laced with an enchanting powder that would induce a state of inebriation within 15 minutes, followed by a surge of passion shortly thereafter. Lin Xuan placed the glass on the table, showing no inclination to drink. Yuli's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xuan, growing anxious as he called for Wang Ping. What's the matter, Li Gu? Wang Ping inquired, frowning. You need to find a way to get him drunk, Yili replied. Why would we do that? Wang Ping asked. Puzzled. I just met with Lin Xuan, Yili lamented. He refuses to forgive me, and I cannot fathom why he suddenly distanced himself and quarreled with me. When I asked for a reason, he remained silent. They say that alcohol reveals one's true feelings. I wish to know if a drunken Lin Xuan might divulge the cause. I long to mend our friendship. All right, Li Gu, I will help you get him drunk. Wang Ping, with his naive disposition, failed to perceive the underlying motives. Since Li Gu had already spent lavishly on the birthday banquet, he felt compelled to assist in this minor endeavor. Wang Ping approached Lin Xuan with a glass and a bottle filled with red wine. Lin Xuan, everyone is drinking, and you're not? Are you disregarding my hospitality? Wang Ping settled beside Lin Xuan, raising his glass. Come, let us share a drink. Lin Xuan glanced towards Yuli's direction. Yili was indeed impatient. unable to wait even a moment longer. He desired to fulfill his role and perform this charade alongside Yi Li. Lin Xuan lifted his glass, tilted his head back, and consumed the wine entirely. Yi Li trembled with excitement, his hands shaking. Lin Xuan had drunk the spiked wine, and soon everything would proceed as planned. Before long, Lin Xuan felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed onto the table. So soon to be intoxicated? Wang Ping frowned. He has only had 2 glasses of red wine. This is quite unexpected. Li Gu, Wang Ping approached Yi Li. Lin Xuan is already completely out of it. Extracting any information from him will be nearly impossible. Then it must wait. I shall seek another opportunity to uncover the truth, Yi Li sighed. Wang Ping, please call the hotel staff to take him back. The opulent service was impeccable. For intoxicated patrons, they would either provide a room or send someone to escort them home. Very well. Wang Ping promptly summoned the waiter. Excuse me, where does this gentleman reside? The waiter inquired respectfully. Wang Ping was at a loss. He had no idea, and with Lin Xuan inebriated beyond recognition, he could not ascertain his address. Let us do this. Prepare a private room for him, and I shall cover the expenses. Yi Li produced a bank card. Very well. I will arrange that for you immediately. After the card was processed, the waiter assisted Lin Xuan out. Brotherly, you are truly generous to us friends, Wang Ping remarked, filled with emotion. Generous? Yi Li scoffed internally. What friends are there? It is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Lin Xuan was escorted into a private room on the top floor. 2 individuals had been waiting there. One concealed behind the curtains while the other hid within the wardrobe of the bedroom. Before long, 2 strikingly attractive women entered the room. Yi Li had intended to send Lin Xuan 2 rather plump and unattractive women, but that would lead Su Hua to believe Lin Xuan had been set up. Chapter 98. The stench of socks, uncertain of whom they were meant to cater to. A voluptuous woman, heavily adorned with makeup, spoke up. Were it not for the generous payment, I would never lower myself to serve the same man as another woman. Enough, enough. If you feel wronged, I feel wronged too. Am I not as deserving as you? Sighing, she added, I can't even begin to imagine what he looks like. I have a feeling he will be rather peculiar. As the 2 women approached the bed and caught sight of Lin Xuan, their eyes sparkled with surprise. Incredible! He is strikingly handsome. They had never encountered such a dashing man before. Furthermore, judging by his attire, he appeared to be affluent. This time, they might not only earn a fortune but also find themselves entangled with a wealthy man. A surge of excitement coursed through their hearts as they regarded Lin Xuan with the predatory gaze of hunters. Xiao Xiao, we won't be at a loss this time. Indeed. He is extraordinarily attractive. Unable to contain their eagerness, the 2 women reached out towards Lin Xuan, intent on disrobing him. However, before their hands could touch him, Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light flashing within them. You. The 2 women were startled. Is he not inebriated? One of them, regaining her composure, reassured, Xiao Xiao. He has been drugged. He should be fine. Perhaps he will even take the initiative with us. True, the woman named Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Lin Xuan sat up, a chilling expression on his face. Just as he had surmised, Yi Li's intention was to masquerade as him indulging with other women, sending photographs to Su Hua to compel her to abandon him. Yet, he had not anticipated Yi Li's ruthlessness. He had sent 2 women instead. The 2 women exchanged doubtful glances. His demeanor did not suggest he was under the influence of drugs. Lin Xuan produced 2 lengths of rope from seemingly nowhere. What do you intend to do? A surge of intense fear welled up within one of the women. Nothing much. Simply wishing for you to remain here in this private room, Lin Xuan declared, unwilling to let them go. They were potent evidence of Yi Li's drugging him. From the shadows, 2 mercenaries furrowed their brows. It appeared the drug's effect was insufficient. They would need to administer more to Lin Xuan. Stepping out from their hiding place, one of the mercenaries, a man with a scarred face and a fearsome demeanor, brandished a small packet of powdered drugs. If you have any sense, you will consume this willingly. Apologies, but I have no intention of complying, Lin Xuan scoffed coldly. In that case, do not blame us, the one-eyed mercenary sneered. The 2 mercenaries advanced towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, realizing he needed to test his skills against these 2 men before confronting Yi Li. With his strikingly handsome features and gentle demeanor, Lin Xuan resembled a youthful beauty, leading the mercenaries to underestimate his combat abilities. Believing it would be an effortless task to subdue him and force the drug upon him, the scarred mercenary reached out towards Lin Xuan's shoulder. But Lin Xuan suddenly seized the mercenary's arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw. The mercenary's back crashed heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. The expression of another mercenary shifted dramatically. He had assumed Lin Xuan was utterly defenseless, only to discover that he possessed some skill. This mercenary lunged forward with a fist, but Lin Xuan delivered a fierce kick to his chest, sending him flying. Coughing and clutching his chest, the mercenary lay on the ground, gasping in discomfort. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. During his time in the space, he had diligently practiced martial arts, facing numerous masters in combat simulations, often suffering brutal defeats. However, it appeared those hardships had not been in vain. He retrieved some rope and bound the two mercenaries tightly. Then, he approached the two women step by step. Terrified, they knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "We are sorry. We were wrong. Please forgive us." One woman even grasped Lin Xuan's pant leg, imploring, "Sir, I am willing to offer myself to you. Without any compensation, just please spare me." Her revealing attire accentuated her physical allure. Yet, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. Having endured experiences with Qin Ruoyao, he had become immune to the charms of women. Of course, Su Hua was an exception. Other women, regardless of their state of undress, stirred no emotion within him. To him, they were no different from a piece of pork. With an expression devoid of empathy, Lin Xuan replied, "I am sorry, but I have a girlfriend, and I must remain faithful to her." He showed no hesitation in binding them and even stuffed cloths into their mouths. The two women were consumed by intense fear of the unknown, utterly unaware of what Lin Xuan intended to do next. He returned to the two mercenaries and drew a small knife, gently gliding it across their faces. The mercenaries dared not move an inch. "You can't do anything to us. This is illegal." The scarred mercenary gritted his teeth, asserting his defiance. "Illegal?" Lin Xuan scoffed. "I am merely a victim, exercising my right to self-defense. In contrast, you are mercenaries, are you not? You must have committed numerous offenses within the territory. If discovered, who knows if the death penalty awaits you?" The two mercenaries clenched their fists tightly. Lin Xuan shifted the knife's tip to the uninjured eye of the one-eyed mercenary. "If I were to gouge out this eye, would you not be rendered completely blind?" The one-eyed mercenary trembled at the thought. "As for you," Lin Xuan moved the knife's tip to the scarred mercenary, "how would you feel about becoming a eunuch? Come to think of it, I recently incapacitated one just a month ago. I twisted the knife and severed it right there." The scarred mercenary's eyes widened in horror, while the one-eyed mercenary felt a chill run down his spine. The expression on Lin Xuan's face made it clear he was capable of such actions, shattering their facade of calmness. "What do you wish for us to do?" you inquired. "If it is within our capabilities, we shall certainly accomplish it." Lin Xuan curled his lips into a slight smile. "It is quite simple. Contact your employer and find a way to bring them here." The mercenary gritted his teeth. One of the primary tenets of their profession was the utmost discretion regarding their employer's identity. Summoning the employer would be perilous. If the organization discovered this, they would lose their status as mercenaries. "It seems you are in quite the predicament. Allow me to assist you in your choice," Lin Xuan said, placing the knife back beneath the scarred face of the mercenary. "Is it not true that with a forceful thrust, it could be severed? I shall act according to your wishes. Do not end my life." The scarred mercenary trembled as he spoke. He retrieved his phone to contact Yi Li. "What is the current situation? Has Lin Xuan fallen into a trap?" Yi Li inquired anxiously. The scarred mercenary cast a fearful glance at Lin Xuan before replying, "Sir, rest assured, all remains as it should. However, there is a matter that requires your presence. I find myself in a bit of a quandary." Chapter 99. Yi Li in a panic, what is happening? Yi Li furrowed his brow. The scarred-faced mercenary replied, "It's too complicated to explain over the phone, sir. You should come here quickly." "Fine." Yi Li nodded. Without any bodyguards by Lin Xuan's side, and having successfully lured Wang Date away, he witnessed Lin Xuan consume the drink, leading him into a deep slumber. The next phase would be the onset of desire. To err on the side of caution, Yi Li had tested the drug's effectiveness. It was insurmountable for anyone unless they possessed the antidote. However, acquiring such a remedy was notoriously difficult. Rumor had it that the antidote to this aphrodisiac had never graced the market. Even if Lin Xuan remained conscious, he would be powerless to resist. Yi Li had not considered that the two mercenaries he hired had already been thoroughly subdued by Lin Xuan. A cold smirk crept across Yi Li's face. He was eager to witness Lin Xuan's predicament. Wang Ping observed Yi Li's retreating figure, puzzled. Why was Brother Li in such a hurry? After finishing his call, the scarred-faced mercenary found himself at the mercy of Lin Xuan, who stuffed one of his foul socks into the mercenary's mouth. The stench of sweat permeated, a noxious blend of odor and saltiness, nearly causing the mercenary to faint from the assault on his senses, his eyes rolling back in agony. The one-eyed mercenary felt a sense of relief, fortunate for his cleanliness. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits. Little did he expect Lin Xuan to shove the other foul sock into his mouth as well. The one-eyed mercenary thought, what the hell, having completed this task? Lin Xuan washed his hands and settled onto the sofa, casually playing with his phone, his leg crossed, awaiting Yi Li's arrival. The two women wept pitifully, eliciting sympathy from the mercenaries, who couldn't help but glance at Lin Xuan. Had he been hurt by women before? How could he remain so indifferent in the presence of two beautiful, well-endowed women? Yi Li entered the private room with a swipe of his card, always cautious, bringing along 4 bodyguards for good measure. The scene before him made his pupils constrict in shock. How could the 2 mercenaries and the women he hired be bound? Where was Lin Xuan? At that moment, a clear, slightly magnetic male voice rang out from behind. Yi Xiao, are you looking for me? Yi Li spun around sharply to see Lin Xuan lounging nonchalantly on the sofa, a playful smirk adorning his face. Yi Li's brows knitted tightly, the creases between them deep enough to trap a fly. According to the original plan, Lin Xuan should have been entangled with the 2 women in bed. How was it that his own people had been captured instead? And why did the mercenaries claim everything was normal? Realizing something, Yi Li's expression darkened. Lin Xuan, did you set me up? Yes, indeed, Lin Xuan admitted without a hint of hesitation. Yi Li stared at Lin Xuan for a prolonged moment before bursting into a cold chuckle. Lin Xuan, you truly possess remarkable prowess. You remain unscathed in such a predicament. Lin Xuan stepped in front of Yi Li, declaring, I am aware of your intentions. You aspire to entangle yourself with other women to compel Su Hua to relinquish me, thereby seizing the opportunity to elevate your own standing. Am I correct? Indeed. Yi Li conceded, I am determined to do everything in my power to dismantle your relationship. Lin Xuan, a man like you is unworthy of President Su. My actions are motivated by her best interests. She deserves a man of superior caliber. And that man is me. He continued. If I were to become Su Hua's partner, I would cherish her deeply and provide her with abundant love. Su Hua will come to understand which man truly merits her affection. Yi Li, do you truly believe that by casting me aside, you will ascend to your desired position? Lin Xuan retorted coldly. Even in my absence, you stand no chance of being with her. In my previous life, after marrying Qin Royale, you never had an opportunity to approach Su Hua. It was not arrogance. He simply believed that no matter his circumstances, Su Hua would always choose him. Yi Li, face the reality. Su Hua's heart belongs to me. Lin Xuan reveled in the satisfaction of flaunting his superiority before his rival, especially relishing the thought of sending him to prison. Yi Li's veins bulged as he clenched his teeth, declaring, Lin Xuan, circumstances can be manipulated. I refuse to believe Su Hua cannot see my genuine feelings. Of course, this depended on Lin Xuan breaking Su Hua's heart first. Yi Li picked up the powder dropped by the mercenaries, a cold smirk crossing his face. Lin Xuan, you may have escaped before, but this time there is no escape. You lot, restrain him. He is to be force-fed this powder. In his fervor, Yi Li completely forgot that he had already sent someone to summon Su Hua. With a wave of his hand, 4 bodyguards surged forward. Excellent, 4 against 1. Lin Xuan flexed his wrists. As one bodyguard charged at him, he struck with lightning speed, landing a powerful punch to the man's eye. One of the guards brandished a knife. Lin Xuan seized his wrist, twisting it until it snapped. With a swift kick, he sent another approaching bodyguard crashing to the ground. Lin Xuan navigated among the guards with ease, evading any harm. Foolishness. My relentless training in martial arts was not in vain. As he watched the bodyguards fall one after another, Yi Li's eyes widened in disbelief. When did Lin Xuan become so formidable? Panicking, he glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on 2 mercenaries. He rushed over to assist them in untangling their ropes. Go quickly. Capture Lin Xuan. The 2 mercenaries shook their heads frantically. They had no desire to confront Lin Xuan. They had realized during their skirmish that his combat prowess was exceptional. The 4 bodyguards, alongside themselves, were no match for him. Yi Li gritted his teeth. I will increase your payment. 2 million. The mercenaries continued to shake their heads. 10 million. Yi Li insisted. Regardless of the circumstances, today must see Lin Xuan administered the drug. Should this opportunity be missed, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another. The mercenary struggled momentarily, but resolutely shook his head. Wealth means little if one cannot enjoy it. The mercenary cowered in a corner, timidly observing Lin Xuan, fervently hoping that Lin Xuan would show mercy, considering their compliance. Lin Xuan had already brought all adversaries to the ground, his icy gaze fixated upon Yi Li. Yi Li, it is your turn at last. A profound sense of dread suddenly surged within Yi Li's heart. Chapter 100. Viciously beating Yili after concluding her business. Su Hua exited the private room. As she stepped out, she noticed two young men, attired as students, passing by her while conversing. "Li Fang, have you heard? Lin Xuan has been out with women," one of the boys exclaimed with wide eyes. "What is the story behind that? The birthday banquet hasn't even concluded yet." Lin Xuan, having indulged in some alcohol, brazenly took a stunning beauty upstairs to a private room. "He's truly living the high life, isn't he? Two women, no less. This lad must be overexerting himself tonight," the other remarked with a chuckle. "Isn't he with Miss Su? She's exceptionally beautiful and wealthy. Why would he seek solace elsewhere?" The first boy questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Who knows? Perhaps he believes that the wildflowers outside are more fragrant than the ones at home. Su Hua pressed her lips together, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Two bodyguards, upon her signal, stepped forward to intercept the two young men. "Who are you?" one of the boys inquired, frowning. "Good sirs, our young lady wishes to speak with you," one of the bodyguards replied. The boys glanced back, and upon recognizing Su Hua standing before a group of bodyguards, they were momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering their heads in realization of their prior remarks. Su Zong," they stammered. Su Hua approached them, narrowing her eyes, her voice laced with menace. "You just mentioned that Lin Xuan went to a private room with two women?" "Miss Su, I merely heard that. I cannot guarantee its truth," the more boisterous boy replied weakly. "If it isn't true, you can't blame me. Investigate," Su Hua commanded coldly. "Yes, Miss Su," Jiang Qing promptly responded, making a call to arrange for the verification of Lin Xian's room records. Wang Jiahai, chairman of the Decadent Club, had hurried over upon hearing that Su Hua was present, eager to ingratiate himself. "Miss Su, why have you been standing here? Is something amiss?" Su Hua's gaze was icily piercing as it shot towards Wang Jiahai. "Mr. Wang, I believe your establishment ought to maintain a sense of propriety, wouldn't you agree?" she stated icily. "Why yes, of course," Wang Jiahai stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. What impropriety could possibly exist in his club? He discreetly pulled Jiang Qing aside. "Secretary Jiang, what is the matter? Miss Su seems rather displeased." At that moment, Jiang Qing received a phone call. "All right, I understand," she replied, her expression grave as she nodded. Returning to Su Hua's side, she furrowed her brow. "Miss Su, indeed, young Master Lin has booked a room in the club, located on the 21st floor. A janitor also saw two women enter that room." Wang Jiahai felt the atmosphere grow even colder. Young Master Lin. Was he not the man who had appeared at the hotel, famously known as the fire extinguisher? At that time, Su Hua had been in a state of utter fury, only to be calmed by a kiss from Lin Xuan, indicating her profound affection for him. If Jiang Qing's information was accurate, Lin Xuan had secured a room in their club and was with two women. Damn, what on earth is happening? If this is true, Su Hua might very well unleash her fury upon him and the establishment. "Mr. Su, could this be a misunderstanding?" Wang Jiahai inquired nervously. Jiang Qing echoed, "Mr. Su, let us conduct a thorough investigation to avoid misunderstanding young Master Lin. The relationship between young Master Lin and Mr. Su has only recently improved. If there were a misunderstanding, any rash actions by Mr. Su could jeopardize the bond between them." A tempest brewed in Su Hua's eyes. "Ah Xian, I hope you do not disappoint me," she murmured softly. "Let us go." Su Hua narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Su, where are we headed?" Jiang Qing asked. "To the private room run by Ah Xian." Su Hua pressed her lips together, darkness gradually enveloping her beautiful eyes. "If this is true, Ah Xian, you shall have no freedom. Your body, your heart, they are all mine entirely." The two young men trembled and said, "Mr. Su, you see, this has nothing to do with us. We shall take our leave." Su Hua remained expressionless, insisting on taking them along. The two men turned pale. Their original plan was to inform Su Hua of Lin Xian's situation and then escape abroad with a sum of money. Little did they anticipate that Su Hua would detain them if it were discovered that they were part of the scheme to frame Lin Xuan. What fate awaited them at Su Hua's hands? Clack, clack, clack. Su Hua strode toward Lin Xian's private room in her high heels, followed closely by Jiang Qing, Wang Jiahai, and a cadre of bodyguards. Inside the room, for bodyguards lay on the floor moaning, two others managed to stand and continue fighting. But they were no match for Lin Xuan and preferred to feign death rather than face his wrath. Yili had not treated them well in the past, so they saw no reason to risk their lives for him. Lin Xuan approached Yili deliberately. Yili looked at Lin Xuan, forcing himself to maintain composure. He could not appear weak before Lin Xuan, a mere waste, having never trained in martial arts. Yi found himself utterly defenseless against Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan seized Yi by the collar. Yi, Suhua already has a boyfriend, and that person is me. You covet another man's girlfriend. Do you not find that pathetic? Just because I have not paid you any mind these past couple of months does not mean I am easy to bully. Did you not know? I was aware of your intentions from the start. I even prepared the antidote in advance, just waiting for you to take the bait. Now that you have come to me, Yi, do not blame me. Yi gritted his teeth. This time, he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Xuan. Who would have thought Lin Xuan possessed such abilities? Not only had he become smarter, but his martial arts skills had also advanced significantly. Even his 4 bodyguards were at a loss against him. Lin Xuan, when did you learn martial arts? And why have you accepted Mr. Su? Why no longer pursue Qin Ruoyao? If Lin Xuan still had feelings for Qin Ruoyao, how wonderful that would be. Lin Xuan scoffed. Why should I tell you? Yi, today I shall teach you a lesson, making it abundantly clear what the consequences are for coveting another's girlfriend. With a resounding thud, Lin Xuan's fist connected with Yi's nose, the force so immense that the sound of bone fracturing echoed in the air. Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in silence. With a sharp crack, Lin Xuan delivered a heavy slap across Yi's face. You revel in entangling yourself with another's beloved, do you? Allow me to enlighten you, to instill within you the values of propriety and honor. With a flurry of slaps, Lin Xuan struck Yi's face with relentless vigor, leaving him with 2 swollen, bruised eyes akin to those of a panda. It had only been a month or 2 since Yi had last endured Lin Xuan's wrath. And now, the visage he had painstakingly recovered was once again marred, swollen, and stained with blood, crowned by 2 darkened eyes.